Chapter 1867. Maid Guanyin, don't panic. Li Er helped Empress Zhongsun back to her seat and softly said, Taiyuan isn't the border. Even if there are villains plotting in the city, they won't be able to do much. The gates of Taiyuan city are tightly shut, and the imperial army and provincial soldiers are protecting it. Qin Ke will definitely be fine. Unless the enemy leads an army to attack the city, but how could that be possible? If Taiyuan city is attacked, the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will immediately go to reinforce it. Moreover, yesterday, we sent Li Junxian to lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan. Based on the time, he shouldn't be far from Taiyuan. With him here, no one will be able to touch Qin Ke. Maid Guanyin, don't worry. Yesterday, when Li Er had sent a telegram to Li Tai, he had also summoned Li Junxian and had him lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan city to protect Li Tai. If they moved quickly enough, they should be able to reach Taiyuan city before nightfall today. The 100 cavalry was Li Er's most elite and secret force, and each of them was a 1 in 10,000 elite. The commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Junxian, was skilled in both martial and civil matters, and he was also resourceful. As a spy, Li Junxian had played a significant role in vanquishing the Heavenly Dragon sect. With him at Li Tai's side, Li Er could not be worried about Li Tai's safety. 100 cavalry. Li Junxian. Empress Zhongsun felt a little better after hearing Li Er's gentle words of comfort, and her breathing gradually stabilized. She sat up straight and looked at Li Er. Is your Majesty's words true? Is Li Junxian really about to reach Taiyuan with 100 cavalry? It was clear that Empress Zhongsun had heard of Li Junxian and was very confident in his abilities. Li Er patted Empress Zhongsun on the back and chuckled. Ha! How could this be false? Besides, when have we ever lied to you? Just relax and don't let your imagination run wild. We promise you that nothing will happen to Qin Ke. Empress Zhongsun leaned her head against Li Er's chest and said with a light N. The resolute promise of the man in front of her gave her a great sense of security. Her heart, which had been in a mess, finally calmed down. If the Marquis of Yong'an is by Qingchua's side, then I will truly be at ease. Empress Zhongsun nestled in Li Er's arms, but this thought popped up in her mind for no reason. Although Li Zixuan was strong, he was still much weaker than Li Zixuan. After all, Li Zixuan had managed to escape from the hands of the world's #1 expert, Wu Jia. Moreover, since Li Zixuan's debut, not only had he made many outstanding achievements, but he had also saved himself from many desperate situations. His life was like a cheat code. This was a man of destiny who had the attribute of avoiding danger. As a mother, Empress Zhongsun naturally hoped that the strongest person would be at her son's side to protect him. But as the Empress Zhongsun was not willing to use public resources for private use at this time. This was because Li Zixuan was currently training the Black Armored Army, and the Black Armored Army was his strongest trump card in the upcoming war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Empress Zhongsun did not want her own matters to affect the training of the Black Armored Army and thus the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Thus, although this was what she thought, Empress Zhongsun did not speak to Li Er. At the same time, to the north of Taiyuan city, in the Bingzhou barracks, Wang Liaoyuan carried the imperial decree in the form of a telegram to Fang Gongting's tent. He first told Fang Gongting about the 2 assassinations that had occurred in the city today, and then he proposed that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks be sent into the city to search for the assassins and maintain order. Adjunct Fang, this official knows that there are rules in the army. Without the personal order of the governor or an imperial decree, no one has the right to mobilize the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. But you should be able to sense that the situation in the city is extremely dangerous. If they even dare to assassinate General Dugu, who can guarantee that their next target won't be King Wei? If anything happens to King Wei in Taiyuan city, no one will be able to endure His Majesty's thunderous rage. Although this official's imperial decree does not have a seal and cannot compare to an imperial decree to mobilize soldiers, this official still hopes that Adjunct Fong can understand the severity of this matter. Do not put King Wei in danger because of a mere formality. Within the tent, Wang Liaoyuan handed the telegram to Wang Liaoyuan and spoke with a solemn expression. His words could be said to be sincere, and Fong Gongting was not an unreasonable person. However, the matter of mobilizing soldiers was of great importance. Moreover, even if he believed that the imperial decree in Wang Liaoyuan's hands was real and was willing to mobilize soldiers, the other generals in the army might not be willing to believe it. Governor Wang, it is not that this person is a mere formality or unreasonable person, but this imperial decree is, first, a promotion, and second, the mobilization of soldiers. This is truly too important. This general is only a member of the army. If I first promote myself and then mobilize soldiers into the city, I fear that it will be difficult to convince the masses. After a moment of thought, Fong Gongting awkwardly cupped his fists toward Wang Liaoyuan. In the end, Fong Gongting was only a member of the army. If he used the telegram in Wang Liaoyuan's hands to promote him to commandant, it was inevitable that there would be some discordant voices in the army. This was because ever since the Bing province barracks had stopped the Turkic army at Yanmen Pass and the original commandant Su Tingda had died at Yanmen Pass, many generals in the Bing province barracks had covetously eyed the position of commandant. If Fong Gongting was promoted to commandant in such an unconventional manner, it would truly be difficult to convince the masses. Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan's brows furrowed. After some thought, he said, "Adjunct Fong, you might not know, but when the Marquis of Yong came to the Bing province barracks to mobilize soldiers, he did not have an imperial decree. Instead, he had the same telegram as this official right now. Fortunately, the imperial court sent the imperial decree to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon. Otherwise, this official would probably be like you, refusing to mobilize soldiers. Now that the situation is urgent and His Majesty has sent another telegram and carrier pigeon, what reason do you and I have to refuse the imperial decree? Moreover, according to King Wei, the real imperial decree will be sent to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon this afternoon. If you and I know that His Majesty has given an imperial decree yet don't mobilize soldiers ahead of time, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. If His Majesty pursues this matter, neither of us will be able to bear the responsibility." Wang Liaoyuan's meaning was very simple. If the imperial decree sent by Li Er in the form of a telegram was sent to other places, the officials of other places would naturally have reason to not believe it because they had never seen it before. However, now that the imperial decree was sent to Taiyuan City, they had no reason to not believe it because the same situation had happened once before. Fong Gongting was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Since Marquis used this method to mobilize soldiers last time, this general naturally has no reason to refuse. How about this? This general will summon all the officers and soldiers. Governor Wang, you will read the imperial edict. But please, for the time being, you will only read the imperial edict regarding the mobilization of the troops. As for the temporary transfer of this general to the commandant, you will have to wait for the official imperial edict before announcing it to the officers and soldiers. In any case, Governor Wang's main goal is to mobilize soldiers into the city. Moreover, when we attacked the Turks in the north last time, most of the soldiers in our Bing province barracks personally participated in the battle. You only need to tell the soldiers how Marquis Yong mobilized the soldiers last time. This general believes that the soldiers naturally won't dare to disobey. This was a compromise. Right now, the Bing province camp was like a group of dragons without a leader. Although Fong Gongting was the one with the highest prestige, there were still other generals who were on par with him. If he was directly promoted to Bing province commandant in such an abnormal way, it would definitely cause some people to be dissatisfied. Rather than this, it was better to mobilize the soldiers first and wait for the official decree to come before announcing the promotion. This would minimize the variables to the greatest extent. With Wang Liaoyuan's authority and prestige in the Bing province barracks, Fang Gongting believed that it would be easy to achieve his goal if he only used the imperial decree to mobilize the soldiers. Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Governor Fang. Fang Gongting was right. His purpose in coming to the barracks was to mobilize the soldiers. As for the power struggle in the army, he wasn't interested and didn't dare to be interested. This was because Bing province was different from other places. The military power here was controlled by the governor and had nothing to do with the governor. Governor Wang is too polite. Then this general will go and gather the soldiers. Fang Gongting stood up and cupped his fist. Good. Fang Gongting left the tent and immediately ordered the soldiers to gather at the commander appointment platform. Just as he had expected, when Wang Liaoyuan took out the telegram and explained that Li Sichuan had used the same procedure to mobilize the soldiers in the Bing province barracks, the soldiers were all convinced of the authenticity of the imperial decree. This was especially true for those soldiers who had accompanied Li Sichuan in stopping Wu Jie and the Turkic Wolf cavalry. In this way, the matter of mobilizing the troops would be completed without a hitch. At 9:15 in the morning, 10,000 soldiers filed out of the Bing province barracks. Under Fang Gongting's lead, these 10,000 soldiers entered Source Peak City and began to search the streets for people with weapons and suspicious identities. The bailiffs of the provincial government, the Wang clan's shadow guards, and the soldiers of the Bing province barracks gathered in the city. For a moment, the atmosphere in the city was unprecedentedly tense. An invisible net was cast over Source Peak City, making it impossible for any hidden faction to hide. At the same time, in the prison of the Bing province barracks, Wang Liaoyuan, Du Gufeiying, Li Tai, and Wang Yu, these four representatives of the various factions, were interrogating Zhu Xiqing. In truth, Li Tai's status as a prince was not suited to enter the prison. The ancient people were mostly superstitious and believed that the yin qi in the prison was heavy and inauspicious. Before entering, Wang Liaoyuan had tried to persuade Li Tai, but Li Tai was eager to understand the truth and insisted on following. No one could do anything about it. Chapter 1868. Zhu Hongxing, your real name is Zhu Xiaqing, right? Are you a Turk? In the prison of Taiyuan Prefecture, Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, Du Gufeiying, and Li Tai were sitting on the same bench. Wang Liaoyuan slapped the table in front of him and asked Zhu Xiaqing, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. This was a prison, so the conditions here were naturally much simpler than in the court, but no one cared about that. The reason why they chose to interrogate Zhu Xiaqing in the prison instead of in the court was mainly: first, to keep it a secret, and second, to make it more convenient for the punishment. After all, the torture tools in the prison were much more abundant than those in the court. If Zhu Xiaqing refused to tell the truth, Wang Liaoyuan would immediately send someone to torture him. This was not a place where human rights were concerned. First, this was ancient times. Second, this was a prison. Most importantly, there was a huge crisis lurking in Taiyuan City. Li Tai's life was in great danger, and Zhu Xiaqing happened to be the only person Wang Liaoyuan had caught who might know the enemy's background. In this case, even if Wang Liaoyuan killed Zhu Xiaqing, the civil and military officials would not hold Wang Liaoyuan responsible for anything, let alone human rights. Zhu Xiaqing looked up at Wang Liaoyuan unhappily and said nothing. Then he lowered his head again. Wang Liaoyuan stopped breathing and then said angrily, "Humph. Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to hide? Do you still think that someone can save you? Don't forget that when you were taken away from Xuanren Mill, you were attacked on the way. This means that the person behind you wants you to die, not to save you. If you still want to live, then tell me everything you know. Otherwise, Kong Chang'an will most likely end up like you." In fact, Wang Liaoyuan rarely used harsh punishments when dealing with criminals. When facing Zhu Xiaqing, he instinctively wanted to give him a chance to confess. That was why he said so much. Otherwise, if it was another official who saw this scene, it was very likely that the criminal would be punished severely. As soon as Wang Liaoyuan finished speaking, Zhu Xiacheng's body clearly trembled. He raised his head and looked at Wang Liaoyuan and the others. After hesitating for a moment, he stuttered, If I tell you the truth, can I really live? Humph. How dare you talk about conditions? If you don't tell me, do you think I won't kill you right now? Zhu Xiacheng's words angered Dugu Feiying, who had just returned from patrolling Dragon Mountain. Dugu was ordered by Li Tai to bring people to Dragon Mountain to protect Mo Chui and the other Yanhuang College teachers and students. However, when he arrived, he found that everything was normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The students had already started building and started testing the machines. Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army. Of course, he returned. As soon as he returned, he saw Wang Liaoyuan interrogating Zhu Xiacheng, so he followed Li Tai. His most respected brother had just been assassinated in the morning and almost died. He was still angry, but Zhu Xiacheng was still stammering. Wasn't he trying to provoke him? How could Dugu Feiying tolerate this? As he spoke, Dugu Feiying had already stood up. He pulled out his sword and was about to teach Zhu Xiacheng a lesson. Zhu Xiacheng was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but want to run away. At this time, Wang Yu grabbed Dugu Feiying and said, General Dugu, please calm down. Why don't you give this guy a chance? If he doesn't tell the truth, then it won't be too late to beat or kill him. Wang Yu was the head of the Wang family, the provincial governor of Sui province, and the emperor's son-in-law. In addition, when Dugu Feiying went to the Wang family's ancestral home to ask for help, Wang Yu didn't hesitate to send out all of the Wang family's forces to help Dugu Feiying find Zhu Xiacheng and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts. Although they didn't find anything after a day of searching, Dugu Feiying had to accept this favor. Therefore, when he heard Wang Yu's words, Dugu Feiying immediately stopped and glared at Zhu Xiacheng fiercely. Hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut you into pieces. Humph. Dugu Feiying snorted and returned to his seat. Wang Liaoyuan looked at Zhu Xiacheng and said, I promise you that as long as you tell the truth, I'll do my best to save your life. Can you tell me now? These two people were playing the good cop and bad cop. After a series of threats and promises of benefits, Zhu Xiacheng's psychological defense was finally broken. I'm willing to tell you everything. I'm willing to tell you everything. I hope the provincial governor can show mercy and spare my lowly life. Zhu Xiacheng seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He knelt and bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. After a while, he calmed down a little and slowly said, I'm Kong Chang'an. I'm from the Zhuxia tribe of the Turkic Khaganate. I've been doing business on the grasslands since I was young. Chapter 1869. Taiyuan City, in the prison of the government office. Under the interrogation of Wang Yu, Dugu Feiying, and the others, Zhu Xiacheng told them everything that had happened after he came to Taiyuan City, including why he had stayed in the same inn, why he and Kong Chang'an had suddenly disappeared from the Chu ironware shop, and how the two of them had escaped the Wang family's pursuit. After everyone heard this, they all frowned. According to Zhu Xiacheng's confession, it meant that there was an invisible black hand in the shadows of Taiyuan City that was manipulating and controlling everything. Moreover, this black hand could be said to be omnipotent. Who is the owner of the house you hid in Xuanren Market? Why was there no one in the house other than the two of you when the Wang family's guards went there? After a long silence, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. Since he had told them almost everything, Zhu Xiacheng was no longer afraid of the revenge of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he simply confessed everything, replying to Sir, after Boss Kong and I arrived there according to the mysterious person's instructions yesterday, we found that there was no one living in the house. At that time, the two of us thought that the mysterious person in the temple was lying to us, but at that time, the whole city was chasing us, and we had no other place to stay, so we could only go to the backyard suspiciously. We didn't expect that there really was a cellar in the backyard. After we hid in the cellar, we thought that no one would send us food. At night, Boss Kong and I were so hungry that we had no choice but to crawl out of the cellar to look for food. Unexpectedly, at the cellar's exit, we found a food box full of good wine and good food. Obviously, someone deliberately sent it here. Boss Kong and I both felt that the mysterious person didn't lie to us, so the two of us hid in the cellar with peace of mind. Anyway, that place was hidden, and the most important thing was that every meal was sent to the cellar's entrance. We planned to stay in the cellar until Taiyuan City returned to normal, then escape from Taiyuan City. In other words, you haven't seen the owner of this house. And you haven't seen the person who sent you food. Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but frown. No. No. Zhu Xiaqing quickly shook his head and said, "We planned to climb out of the cellar today and wait for the people who brought us food so that we could thank them in person. However, instead of the people who brought us food, the people who caught us came. You know what happened after that." This guy spoke fluently, and his gaze was not evasive at all. Obviously, he was telling the truth. Wang Yu turned his gaze to Wang Liaoyuan. Wang Liaoyuan understood and explained, "This official has already sent people to investigate. The original owner of this house was called Shi Dongyang. He was a grain merchant. However, this person went south to buy grain a year ago. On the way, he encountered bandits and died. Shi Dongyang has no children, nor does he have a wife, so this house has been abandoned since last year." When Wang Yu heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. With this lead was broken again. Speaking of which, he had planned to investigate the owner of this house and obtain some information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at it now, his plan was definitely ruined again. Since this house has been abandoned for a long time, how were you two found by the Wang family's guards? It was rare for Du Feiying to be intelligent. He looked at Zhu Xiaqing and asked a very important question. Chapter 1870. I just went back and checked. The reason why Bai Qing was able to find Zhu Xiaqing hiding in Xuanren Square was not because of himself. Someone sent him a note through a feather arrow when he was patrolling in the south of the city this morning. The content of the note was the person the Wang family is chasing is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Square. Bai Qing followed the note and went to the backyard of the fifth house in the east of the Xuanren Square. As expected, he found Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an. But in order to take the credit for himself, he lied and said that he found Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an by himself. That's why I was fooled by him. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiaqing, Wang Liaoyuan, Du Feiying, and Li Tai were sitting in the back hall of the government office. They were all at a loss. At this time, Wang Yu came in with a sullen face. He cupped his hands and said to the three people in the room. Judging from his tone, it was likely that after he returned to the Wang family alone, the Wang family must have been in a state of chaos. As for the instigator, Bai Qing, he would definitely not have a good ending. He would most likely suffer some physical pain. Is there such a thing? Wang Liaoyuan was slightly surprised, but then he felt that it was inappropriate to say that. It seemed like he was rubbing salt on Wang Yu's wound, so he quickly changed the topic and said, "So, someone deliberately let us know about Zhu Zeching and Kong Chang'an's news. Who could it be?" Everyone in the room was stumped by this question. Wang Yu, Du Feiying, and Li Tai all frowned and thought about the connection between these clues. At this moment, a person quickly walked in. He bowed to Wang Liaoyuan and said, "My lord, I've brought people to the Chu family ironware shop. We've searched the entire place. Other than the weapons that are usually displayed for sale, we didn't find a large number of weapons in the warehouse. The person was Constable Feng from the provincial government office. After the interrogation of Zhu Xieching, Wang Liaoyuan ordered Constable Feng to go to the Chuji ironware shop to do a more detailed search. Now that this case was related to the smuggling of weapons to the Turks, he had to find out the whereabouts of these weapons no matter what. This way, he could give the imperial court an explanation. No weapons. Okay. This official understands. You may leave first. Wang Liaoyuan frowned slightly and asked Constable Feng to leave. He stroked his beard and said, "It seems that Kong Chang'an has already handed over the weapons to the mysterious person behind the scenes. But how is that possible?" In Wang Liaoyuan's subconscious mind, since the mysterious person was so cautious, he must have controlled Zhu Xieching, Kong Chang'an, and the others to do things for him from afar. Therefore, he naturally thought that Kong Chang'an couldn't have given the weapons to the mysterious person in such a short time. Li Tai said, "What's impossible about that? Perhaps the mysterious person behind the scenes is also in Source Peak City right now." Li Tai said something that no one dared to think about. Everyone was shocked. Wang Liaoyuan's hand shook and almost pulled his beard off. He couldn't believe it and said, "What? The mysterious man behind the scenes is in Taiyuan now. How is this possible?" Wang Yu had always been calm. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Highness' guess seems impossible, but it is the most reasonable explanation for the sudden disappearance of the weapons from the Chu ironware shop. If I were the person behind the scenes, would probably choose to stay in Source Peak City right now. Not only would it be easier for him to command his subordinates to do things here, but the most dangerous place is also the safest place. In Source Peak City, Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are covering for him on the surface while he himself is watching from the shadows. It will only be safer. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are only covering for the person behind the scenes on the surface." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Wang Yu's words. Li Tai couldn't help but say, "If that's really the case, then many things can be explained." When Zhu Xiecheng first stepped into the Tang Empire, he was already used as a chess piece to distract us. Although this person seems to have many clues, none of them are directly related to the mysterious person behind the scenes. We can't find any information about the mysterious person through him. Therefore, there is no risk to the mysterious person behind the scenes by using this kind of person to distract himself. 2 days ago, General Fei Ying brought people to Source Peak City to investigate the hidden dangers in the city in advance. He quickly noticed the suspicious Zhu Xiecheng, which means that the mysterious person's plan was successful. At that time, because of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, Source Peak City was in turmoil. However, after Dugu Axian and I entered the city, General Dugu Axian ordered the Imperial Army to focus on protecting the people from the academy and ignore the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. As a result, the plan of the mysterious person behind the scenes was completely ruined. The mysterious person was unwilling to give up, so he used a special method to inform the guards of the Wang family about Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. He wanted to use this to draw our attention back to the two of them. At that time, the two of them had already become the abandoned pawns of the mysterious person behind the scenes. However, it was possible that Kong Chang'an knew the identity of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he was intercepted and killed on the way back to the Wang family. Zhu Xiecheng is just an abandoned pawn who knows everything but knows nothing at the same time. The other party probably gave this guy to us for free just to attract our attention and waste our time. Li Tai relied on the clues he possessed to his heart's content and let his imagination run wild. Needless to say, these thoughts of his seemed to be unconstrained, but when one thought about it carefully, it was actually completely reasonable. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Because if the matter was really as Li Tai guessed, then the scheming of this mysterious person behind the scenes was so deep, his methods were so secretive, and he was so cunning that it simply caused one to shudder with fear. They had fallen into the trap set by the mysterious person from the very beginning. Your Highness, what you said is reasonable, but also creepy. If this is the case, then haven't we all fallen into the mysterious person's trap? Wang Yu frowned and said worriedly. Wang Liaoyuan said in a low voice, the mysterious person behind the scenes is so cunning. We must catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Duke Feiying said with a troubled look, but now that Kong Chang'an is dead, our only clue is gone. How can we find the mysterious person behind the scenes? Chapter 1871. The 9 families of Zhaowu referred to the Sweets and their descendants who came to the Central Plains from China during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Sui dynasty, and the Tang dynasty. Their kings all had the surname Zhaowu. The 9 families of Zhaowu were originally from the Yu family. At the beginning of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu destroyed the Yuezhi and forced them to move west. The Yuezhi tribe, which used to live in Zhaowu, Gansu, as their old home, fled west and entered the Sut region of Central Asia. They conquered the local natives and formed a number of city-states. Later on, under the rule of Kuta, they were forced to change their surname to Wenasha. After the decline of Dida, the various city-states regained their independence. Their surname was Zhaowu, forming the Zhaoda city-states headed by the Kong kingdom. Among them were An, Chao, Shi, Mi, He, Shi, Mu, Bai, and so on. They were collectively known as the 9 surnames of Zhaowu. In the Tang dynasty, they were also known as the 9 surnames of Hu, or simply Hu. In the West, they were known as Sogdians. Later on, some of the 9 families of Zhaowu accepted the rule of the Turks and the Tang dynasty. In the 8th century, the country fell to the Arabian Empire. After that, most of the people gradually became Turks and Muslims, becoming one of the modern Uzbeks of Central Asia. A small portion of them scattered among the Tajiks. Although the 9 families of Zhaowu were far weaker than the Turks in terms of fighting ability, their business attribute was much higher than that of any nomadic people in the north. As the Sweet region was the throat of the Silk Road, the 9 families of Zhaowu naturally became a people with a business tradition. To put it bluntly, they became hereditary middlemen, selling China's silk to the West and Western gems and wine to the Tang dynasty. After all, they started as nomads but couldn't beat the Tang dynasty. They could only rely on their mobility to become merchants. Even the technology of making paper was passed to Central Asia by the Kong kingdom. In fact, since the Han and Wei dynasties, this group of Sweets had entered the Central Plains to do business along the Silk Road. However, because the West Jin dynasty was short-lived, the Central Plains was in chaos and they couldn't even take care of themselves. During the Sui and Tang dynasty, the Silk Road gained a new lease of life thanks to the Tang dynasty's open and inclusive policies. This attracted a large number of people from the 9 surnames of Zhaowu to come to the east. According to the old book of Tang, the journey of Xinghu, the years follow. After the founding of the Great Tang, many of the 9 families of Zhaowu came to China. Many of them had become wealthy through business. They envied the splendid culture of the Tang Empire and married and had children in the interior. Gradually, they became Chinese, and some of them even formed considerable political forces. For example, the Yin brothers. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos, and Li Gui occupied Liangzhou. In order to recover Liangzhou, and Xingui submitted a memorial to Li Yuan, hoping to persuade Li Gui to surrender and submit to the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan did not agree, so the two of them once again offered a plan and ultimately helped the Tang army to flatten Prince Liang, Li Gui, who occupied Heshi. Because of the outstanding contributions of the Yin brothers, and Xingui was conferred the title of Right Marquis Great General, the title of Lianggui Duke of Shangzhou State, the title of Lianggui Duke, the title of 600 households, and 10,000 pieces of silk. And Xiaoren was also conferred the title of Great General of the Left Marshal Marquis, conferred the title of Duke Xin, bestowed upon the Tian residents, and conferred upon 600 households. However, this peace had nothing to do with Lushan's peace. Although they were all Socrates and had the surname An, this An was like our Lu, Wang, and Li surnames. There were many Socrates with this surname. Not only that, the descendant of the An family, An Baoyu, was later placed in an important position by the famous general Li Guangbi. He contributed a lot in the fight against the An Lushan rebellion, and the imperial court gave him the surname of Li. Li Baoyu's cousin, Li Baozhen, became the Zhe Road Jidushi. In the fight against the rebellion of the Hesua towns, he contributed a lot and was promoted to the position of inspector of the prefectures. The An family could be considered a family of martyrs. In truth, during the An Lushan rebellion, there were many who sacrificed their lives for the sake of bringing sugar. For example, Li Guangbi was a Khitan, a standard who. Due to the Tang dynasty's policy of opening up, many foreigners became officials in the imperial court, forming the unique foreign soldiers and generals in the history of the Tang dynasty. The 9 families of Zhaowu were a power that could not be ignored. In general, the biggest characteristic of the 9 families of Zhaowu was that they were rich, very rich. Once a person had money, they would think of ways to obtain a certain political position. The 9 families of Zhaowu were no exception. Other than those who entered the imperial court as officials by chance, a large number of the 9 families of Zhaowu were doing business in the Tang dynasty while using money to attach themselves to some powerful local forces. Moreover, the 9 families of Zhaowu were like branches of the same tree. The 9 families of Zhaowu who were doing business outside the Tang dynasty were surprisingly united. It was not an exaggeration to say that, when one side is in trouble, all sides will help. Therefore, the influence of the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang dynasty could not be underestimated. Not to mention that Kong Chang'an was from the Kong kingdom, the sovereign country of the 9 families of Zhaowu. Coincidentally, this guy had connections with the royal family of the Kong kingdom. In this way, Kong Chang'an's death was not just a murder case. It could very well turn into a diplomatic dispute. If the authorities of Taiyuan City could not give a reasonable explanation for Kong Chang'an's death, not only would the Kong kingdom not leave the matter at that, the Kong kingdom or the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang dynasty would probably not rest. They might cause endless trouble for the authorities of Taiyuan City. After all, whether it was modern society or feudal society, although money was not omnipotent, it could solve most problems, such as hiring assassins, monopolizing the market, disrupting the prices of goods in the city, and so on. No matter what methods they used, Wang Liaoyuan and the others would not have it easy. When a group of people was extremely wealthy, even if they didn't have any official position, the influence they had was incomparable to that of ordinary people. Kong Chang'an and Kong Chu were the same. But was the Tang dynasty afraid of the 9 families of Zhaowu? Obviously not. In terms of overall national strength, even if the 9 families of Zhaowu were multiplied by 10, they might not be able to defeat the Tang dynasty at its peak. The strength of the 9 families of Zhaowu did not lie in national strength, but in the soft power of the economy. Not only did they monopolize the trade between the Tang dynasty and the Western countries, but they also controlled the commercial and economic lifelines of many provinces and counties in the Tang dynasty. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the Tang dynasty made a move against the 9 families of Zhaowu, although it could win, it would also suffer great losses. This one was shocked to hear that Brother Kang's ironware shop was suddenly closed down and that Brother Kong himself had met with an accident. Therefore, I came to the provincial governor's office to ask the provincial governor to uphold justice for Brother Kong and find out who killed Brother Kong. In the back hall of the government office in Taiyuan, Kong Chu naturally saw the shock of Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, and Li Tai, but he did not make a fuss about it. Instead, he calmly cupped his hands and said to Wang Liaoyuan. Chapter 1872. Asking him to leave. Facing Kong Chu, who was being unreasonable, Wang Liaoyuan decisively asked him to leave. After all, he was an official and represented the Taiyuan government. Kong Chu was just a small merchant from another country in Taiyuan City. What right did he have to question him again and again? Provincial governor, please wait. Wang Liaoyuan asked Kong Chu to leave, but Kong Chu didn't know what was good for him. He said loudly, Provincial governor, Brother Kong died in Taiyuan City under unknown circumstances. I sincerely hope that provincial governor can allow me to participate in the investigation. On one hand, I can answer to my king. On the other hand, I have many capable people under my command that can help provincial governors solve the case and catch the murderer. Good heavens, this bastard actually wants to participate in the government's investigation. Wang Liaoyuan's face darkened. He said in a low voice, Thank you for your kindness. But you don't have to participate in the investigation. Finding the truth and catching the murderer is the responsibility of the Taiyuan government and me. You don't have to worry about it. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. Don't interfere with the investigation. Wang Liaoyuan did not care that Kong Chu was using the king of the Kong kingdom to threaten him. It was impossible for Kong Chu to meet the king of the Kong kingdom. Even if he could meet the king of the Kong kingdom and speak to him, Wang Liaoyuan would not be afraid. That was because the most important thing for the entire Taiyuan officialdom was to eliminate all hidden dangers in the city that were harmful to Li Tai so as to ensure his safety. Apart from that, there was nothing more important than this. Kong Chu was very dissatisfied. He said, Provincial governor, you don't want me to participate in this case. Is there something else? Or are you confident that you can solve the case in a short time? How dare you? Wang Liaoyuan could not hold it in anymore. He shouted angrily, Why should the provincial governor report to you about the investigation? I am paid by the imperial court. I should share the burden of the Tang Emperor. Are you questioning the fairness of the imperial court? Even if the king of the Kong kingdom was here, he wouldn't dare to say such nonsense. If you continue to cause trouble here, this official will definitely charge you with the crime of disrupting the investigation. There was a saying that a weak country had no diplomacy, and Wang Liaoyuan's words were a perfect example. The Tang Empire and the Turkic Empire were both extremely powerful countries in Asia. Although the Kong Empire was good at economics and had strong, soft power, its comprehensive national strength was still less than 1/10 of the Tang Empire's. Therefore, Wang Liaoyuan's words were quite forceful. Kong Chu was embarrassed by Wang Liaoyuan's scolding. He bowed and said, Then I request to leave the city. I want to return to Kong country and tell Brother Kang's family about this bad news. Please allow me. Currently, the 4 city gates of Taiyuan were already sealed, which was why he had made such a request. Otherwise, he would have already left the city. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and refused, No. Right now, this official has ordered the city guards to seal the city gates and search for the whereabouts of the assassin who tried to assassinate Kong Chang'an. Before the assassin is caught, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave Taiyuan, you'd better wait patiently in the city for a few days. Kong Chu said with an ugly face, Brother Kong and I are best friends. Now, I just want to leave the city and return to Kong country to tell Brother Kang's family about the bad news of Brother Kang's death. Why is provincial governor stopping me? Could it be that the provincial governor suspects that I am also an assassin? Chapter 1873. All right. County Magistrate He. I have already sent out everything that you wanted to report to my husband. Lantian County, Yong and Marquis Manor, Main Hall. Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Madam Li, and County Magistrate He were all in the hall. However, Han Yushi was sitting at the table at the head of the hall, and in front of her was a large box. At this moment, Han Yushi stood up and spoke to County Magistrate He. This was the imperial edict that had been sent out this morning. Just as all the officials of Lantian County were in a dilemma and were at their wits' end, County Magistrate he personally visited the Marquis's manor and requested Han Yushi to inform Li Zixuan, who was in the military camp, of the current situation in the county office through the telegraph. Han Yushi was, after all, a married woman. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it wasn't liberal to the point of allowing men outside to meet their wives alone. Therefore, after knowing the purpose of County Magistrate He's visit, Han Yushi personally moved the telegraph from her room to the main hall while instructing the maidservants to invite Li Jingma and Madame Li to the main hall of the Marquis's manor. On the surface, it was to accompany them, but in reality, it was to avoid suspicion. "Thank you, madam. This official and all the officials in the county office are extremely grateful." County Magistrate he stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Yushi from afar. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving because he still had to wait for Li Zixuan's reply. Han Yushi pursed her lips and chuckled, "County Magistrate he is too serious. My husband isn't in the county, so I still have to trouble you to help my husband manage Lantian County. Furthermore, my husband didn't consider it thoroughly and should have prepared a telegraph for the Lantian County office." When County Magistrate he heard this, he blushed and said, "Cough, cough. Madam, you must be joking. Even if Marquis prepared a telegraph for the county office, no one in the county office would know how to use it. He was a scholar and had studied the 4 books and 5 classics. After Li Zixuan took over Lantian County, he worked under Li Zixuan. Although he had received many new ideas and knowledge, he still felt that he couldn't handle a new thing like the telegraph that required a higher professional knowledge. "County Magistrate you are too modest." Han Yushi smiled faintly, then bowed to Li Jingma and Madame Li and said, "Father, Mother, there are still some matters in the backyard, so Yushi will be busy first. I'll have to trouble you to accompany County Magistrate he. Just now, County Magistrate he's report involves a lot of things. I think my husband will have to think for a while before replying. When the time comes, you can just send someone to the backyard to call me." Han Yushi's thoughts were still relatively conservative. She did not want to get too involved in official matters. Moreover, she felt that it would be rather awkward for her to continue staying here, so she found an excuse to leave. Li Jingma nodded and replied, "Good, good, good. Go ahead and do your work." County Magistrate he cupped his hands and sent him off. Black Armored Army's camp, inside the tent. After receiving the telegram that County Magistrate he entrusted Han Yushi to send, Li Zixuan was in a dilemma. Just as County Magistrate he said, if Lantian County's government responded to the Imperial Court's reward policy, Lantian County's business tax revenue would be greatly reduced this year. There was a high probability that they would lose more than half of their business tax revenue. Furthermore, Lantian County was currently in a period of rapid development. Many of the infrastructure in the city were not complete, so they needed a large amount of money to invest in infrastructure. If the business tax revenue was pulled down, it would directly affect Lantian County's development progress. However, if Lantian County's government insisted on its own governance and did not implement the preferential tax policy, the merchants in the county, especially those who attended the donation ceremony yesterday, would definitely feel disappointed. This would not be beneficial to Lantian County's business development. Money, money, money. In the end, it's still a matter of money. Li Zixuan furrowed his brows and paced back and forth in the tent in frustration. In the end, this matter was still a matter of money. If the Lantian County Yamen had a lot of money, they wouldn't have this problem at all. Then give them a discount. What was there to be troubled about? But the problem was that the government had no money now. Before entering the military camp, Li Zixuan had heard County Magistrate he mentioned that the expansion of the city and the laying of electric wires in the city would require a large sum of money. The government had already borrowed a few thousand strings of coins from the Yanwang Bank and planned to return the money after the taxes were collected. However, now that Li Er's imperial edict was out, if Lantian County followed the imperial edict, Lantian County's government might not be able to repay the debt owed by the Yanhuang Bank this year. If it was Li Sichuan's financial situation in the past, he would definitely be able to help Lantian County's government out of its financial predicament. Why was it in the past? It was because after a few times of squandering, building the medical school, building the protective mountain formation of Yunshan, creating armor and equipment for the Black Armored Army for free, etc., Li Sichuan did not have much cash on hand. This might sound unbelievable, but it was the truth. But then again, even if Li Sichuan had the ability and capital to help Lantian County's government get out of its financial predicament, he would not directly use his own personal funds to make up for the government's financial deficit. This was because a few months ago, Li Sichuan had already made Lantian County's government independent of its finances. The taxes collected by the government did not have to be handed over to him. Similarly, when the government needed a large amount of money to build infrastructure, roads, bridges, schools, medical centers, etc., they could not ask him for help. Money, money, money. That's right. Isn't this a matter of money? If I don't have money, I can find someone to build it for me. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Sichuan's mind, and he thought of a plan that could satisfy both sides, and that was, beep, 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 beep. As soon as he thought of it, Li Sichuan immediately returned to the table and started to operate the telegraph machine to send a telegram. After a short wait, someone finally responded. Li Sichuan hurriedly sent his idea in the form of a coded message: order, Lantian County's government will fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in the city. As for the government's financial shortfall this year, with the Marquis and Lantian County's government's name and credit as guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The term of the loan will be 2 years. As for the interest rate, you can discuss it with the King of Shu. This 50,000 strings of cash will be used for the reconstruction of Lantian County's infrastructure, the expansion of the city walls, and the laying of electric wires. Every expenditure must be recorded in detail and no one is allowed to embezzle it. When the reconstruction of the city is completed and the business environment is greatly improved, I believe that Lantian County's business will become even more prosperous. When that time comes, a mere 50,000 strings of cash will definitely be paid off in less than 2 years. This last paragraph was mainly to dispel County Magistrate He's concerns. Otherwise, with County Magistrate He's cautious personality, he would definitely not dare to borrow such a large sum of money from Yanhuang Bank. That's right, Li Sichuan was planning to follow the path of rapid development in most modern cities. That was, the government would invest heavily in infrastructure. On one hand, it would expand domestic demand, because infrastructure required the support of many upstream and downstream industrial chains, as well as many workers. On the other hand, it would improve the city's infrastructure. In fact, it was mainly the transportation facilities that would drive the development of various industries in the city. Chapter 1874. Marquis has ordered us to follow His Majesty's decree and implement preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county government's financial shortfall this year, we will use the name and credit of Marquis and Lantian County government as a guarantee to apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Sichuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate he did not dare to delay any further. He immediately left the Marquis mansion and returned to the county government. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Officer Wang and the rest to the back hall of the county government and announced Li Sichuan's decision on the spot. After he finished speaking, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash. So much money, when will our county government be able to pay it back?" Registrar Zhang could not help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county government has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to support the county government through the major projects in front of us. Furthermore, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us. County Officer Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate will definitely not be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, including the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank? If it were not for Li Zixuan's strong character, County Officer Wang would have suspected that Li Zixuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Tang Imperial Court, Li Zixuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zixuan's decision, all the officials in the county government, except for County Magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Mei and the rest had a really low mentality. If this was in modern times, who would be worried about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? They were worried that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was endorsed by the official credibility. Seeing that everyone was against it, even though Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still tried to persuade them. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with His Majesty's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yaman's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credit of Marquis and the Lantian County Yaman as a guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank for 2 years. After receiving Li Zixuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate He didn't dare delay any further. He immediately left the Marquis of Yong'an's manor and returned to the County Yaman. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others to the back hall of the County Yaman and announced Li Zixuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash. When will our County Yaman be able to repay such a huge sum of money?" Registrar Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our County Yaman has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the County Yaman through the major projects in front of us. Furthermore, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Lieutenant Wang also agreed. He even added, even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank? If it weren't for Li Zixuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zixuan made this decision on purpose to get business for Yanhuang Bank. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zixuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zixuan's decision, all the officials in the County Yaman, except for County Magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to repay it? They were all worried that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to repay the money, it was impossible. They had the government's credibility as their endorsement. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them at the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yaman's financial gap this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yaman as a guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years, after receiving Lisa Schwann's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate, he didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others again in the back hall of the county yamen and announced Lisa Schwann's decision on the spot. After he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash. When will our county yamen be able to pay back so much money?" County Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to support the county yamen through a few big projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Lisa Schwann's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Lisa Schwann made this decision on purpose to get business for Yanhuang Bank. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Lisa Schwann, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Facing Lisa Schwann's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the others' thinking was really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they worried about was that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully follow the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Lisa Schwann's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate he didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others in the back hall of the county yamen and announced Lisa Schwann's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash. So much money, when can our county yamen pay it back?" County Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the county yamen pay for the big projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once, and for such a long time, Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it back." County Lieutenant Wang also agreed and added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it back, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Lisa Schwann's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Lisa Schwann made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Lisa Schwann, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Lisa Schwann's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they worried about was that the money they borrowed was not enough to pay for the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully follow the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yamen's financial gap this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as the guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Sichuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate, he didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang and the others in the back hall of the county Yamen and announced Li Sichuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, all the officials in the room were shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash. So much money, when will our county Yamen be able to pay it back?" Registrar Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county Yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that another 30,000 strings of cash will be enough to help the county Yamen through the major projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it back." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it back, the interest rate won't be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years. With the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Sichuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Sichuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Sichuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. In the face of Li Sichuan's decision, all the officials in the county Yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would be worried about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they were worried about was that the borrowed money wasn't enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in Lantian County. As for the county Yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as the guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Sichuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang and the others in the back hall of the county Yamen and announced Li Sichuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash. So much money, when can our county Yamen pay it back?" Registrar Zhang couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county Yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the county Yamen pay for the major projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once and for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, with the interest. How much money do we have to pay back to Yanwang Bank? If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanwang Bank get business. Although Yanwang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Facing Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for County Magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? They were worried that the borrowed money was not enough to pay for the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. They had the government's credibility to back them up. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it as expected, Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them at the beginning, but now he still persuaded them, yes. Chapter 1875. When Li Zishuan returned to the drill ground, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were doing arm strength training, which was push-ups and pull-ups. Today, the soldiers were used to these two arm strength training methods, and the training standard had slowly increased from 100 push-ups and 15 pull-ups per soldier to 150 push-ups and 25 pull-ups per soldier. The training volume had increased by 50%. Everyone's body potential was limitless, and as the training continued, the potential would gradually increase, but the speed of increase was not linear. Normally, the speed of increase would be faster at the beginning, and the speed of increase would be slower towards the end. Therefore, at the beginning of the training, it was necessary to increase the training volume for the soldiers in a timely and reasonable manner according to the training situation of the soldiers. 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 88. Li Zishuan walked to the side of the training ground of the Wu Battalion, and listened to the counting sounds. Suddenly, he heard a particularly discordant sound, and he couldn't help but stop walking. Looking at the burly man beside him who was counting, Li Zishuan's mouth twitched, and he stepped forward and kicked the burly man's leg, and scolded angrily, "Is it 88 after 82? Wang Rong, do you know how to count?" This burly man was the sergeant, squad leader, of the first squad of the Wu Battalion, Wang Rong, and Ding Dolly, who helped Zhang Kongnian to incite the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under him. At this moment, he was supervising the soldiers doing push-ups, and helping to count at the side. Ever since that incident, Wang Rong felt that he had wronged Li Zishuan. From his point of view, Li Zishuan was a great benefactor to his hometown, but his soldiers actually did such a thing. As a squad leader, although he didn't participate in it personally, he was responsible for not being strict with his subordinates. Wang Rong had always felt guilty towards Li Zishuan. Recently, under his supervision and urging, the soldiers in his squad had been training very hard, and he had never fallen behind in his own training, and the training volume he set for himself was twice that of a normal soldier. However, Wang Rong was a boorish man through and through. Not to mention going to school, he didn't even know how to write, let alone know how to count. He had no problem counting in the single digits, but when the number was large, he didn't even know where he was counting to. Li Zishuan was an engineering nerd in his previous life, but after he traveled to Tang, he started his career as a mathematics teacher. As a mathematics teacher, how could he tolerate the fact that there were people around him who couldn't count? He. Join the army. You're here. Wang Rong was kicked for no reason, but he wasn't angry at all, because the person who kicked him was Li Zishuan. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly at Li Zishuan, that I really don't know how to count. It's okay if it's a small number, but if it's a large number, then please forgive me, join the army." Wang Rong spoke in a dignified manner, but the soldiers of the first unit of the Wu Battalion lowered their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "If you don't know how to count, then count separately. 150, divide it into 3 counts, and count 50 each time. Otherwise, if you count like that, you'll get 8 out of 10 people wrong. Wang Rong's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, divided into 3 counts. That's a good idea. Join the army, you're indeed a literary star. Chapter 1876. I see. On the drill ground, Sun Jiping was suddenly enlightened. If the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion are only putting on a show during their daily combat training, then in tomorrow's combat competition, their results will definitely not be as good as ours. Li Zishuan nodded with a smile and said, "This is why I've always requested the soldiers to conduct their daily training with the mentality of actual combat. They are all good men of my great Tang. I would rather have them suffer some injuries during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Also, even if the 2nd Battalion soldiers put in as much effort as ours in their daily combat training, they will still not be a match for ours. Because they have only learned half of the training methods from the new drill manual, they have only learned the superficial combat training. Like push-ups, pull-ups and other basic auxiliary training, they have not done them at all. For a martial artist, if they do not have strong arm strength and stamina, how can they beat an opponent of the same level? That is why I said that the 2nd Battalion only learned the form of our training methods, but they did not learn the essence. And because of their blind learning, it has disrupted their original training rhythm, and it is very likely that their original advantage in traditional military formations will gradually disappear. For us, this may not be bad news." After listening to Li Zishuan's analysis, Sun Jiping suddenly felt more confident about tomorrow's combat competition and the military competition 3 days later. He smiled and said, "You are right. In these few days, I will keep an eye on the soldiers and urge them to complete all the training tasks with the highest quality." Li Zishuan nodded and praised, "With you here in the E Battalion, I can rest assured. But there is something I need to tell you. These few days, the soldiers have indeed been training very hard, you and I have seen it with our own eyes. But just looking at it is not enough. As the saying goes, those who have done well should be rewarded, and those who have done wrong should be punished. Although it is only training now, and they have not gone to the battlefield, but for those who have trained hard and achieved outstanding results, we should still give appropriate rewards. Otherwise, as time goes by, the soldiers may lose the motivation to train hard." Sun Jiping frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean, how should we reward the soldiers?" He was only the lieutenant of the E Battalion, not the general of the Black Armored Army. He did not have much authority in this aspect regarding rewards, so he could only ask Li Zishuan for advice. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? In the next few days, Jiping, pay attention to the soldiers who have been training unusually hard. I want you to pick out a group of outstanding soldiers who have outstanding training and record them in a book. If he is a normal soldier, he can be promoted to a deputy general. If he is already a squad leader, then he can be promoted to deputy general of a battalion. These selected soldiers will lead the training of the brothers in the camp during peacetime. During wartime, I need them to form a special assault team. I want them to take down the enemy's most elite and hard-to-take-down forces on the battlefield. Special Assault Team." Hearing this new term from Li Zishuan's mouth, Sun Jiping was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it carefully for a while, he roughly understood what kind of existence the so-called special forces were. After a moment of silence, Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said solemnly, "This general obeys." "I see." On the drill ground, Sun Jiping suddenly realized what was going on. If the soldiers of the B Battalion are just putting up a show during their daily combat training, then in tomorrow's combat competition, their results will definitely not be as good as ours. Li Zishuan nodded with a smile and said, "This is why I've always requested the soldiers to conduct their daily training with the mentality of actual combat. They are all good soldiers of the Tang Empire. I would rather they get injured during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Also, even if the soldiers of the B Battalion put in as much effort as our soldiers in their daily combat training, they will still not be a match for our soldiers. Because they have only learned half of the training methods from the new drill manual, they have only learned the superficial combat training. Like push-ups, pull-ups and other basic auxiliary training, they have not done them at all. For a martial artist, if they don't have strong arm strength and stamina, how can they beat an opponent of the same level? That's why I said that the B Battalion only learned the form of our training methods, but not the essence. And because of their blind learning, it messed up their original training rhythm, and it is very likely that their original advantage in traditional military formations will gradually disappear. For us, this may not be a bad news. After listening to Li Zixuan's analysis, Sun Jiping suddenly felt more confident about tomorrow's combat competition and the military competition 3 days later. He smiled and said, "You are right. In the next few days, I will keep an eye on the soldiers and urge them to complete all the training tasks with quality and quantity." Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "With you here in the E Battalion, I can rest assured. But there is something that I need to tell you. In the past few days, the soldiers have been training very hard, you and I have seen it with our own eyes. But just looking at it is not enough. As the saying goes, one should be rewarded for meritorious deeds, and one should be punished for wrongdoings. Although it is only training now and not going to the battlefield, but for those who have trained hard and achieved outstanding results, we should still give appropriate rewards. Otherwise, as time goes by, the soldiers may lose the motivation to train hard." Sun Jiping frowned and asked with some confusion, "How should we reward the soldiers according to your idea?" He was only the lieutenant of the E Battalion and not the general of the Black Armored Army. Regarding the rewards for the soldiers, he did not have much authority in this aspect, so he could only ask Li Zixuan for advice. Li Zixuan frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "How about this? For the next few days, Jiping, pay close attention to the soldiers who are training unusually hard. I want you to pick out a batch of outstanding soldiers and record all of them in a book. If he is a normal soldier, you can promote him to a deputy general of a team. If he is already a squad leader, you can promote him to a deputy general of a battalion. These selected soldiers will lead the training of the brothers in the battalion during normal times, but during wartime, I need them to form a special assault team. I want them to specifically take down the most elite and difficult force of the enemy on the battlefield. Special assault team." Sun Jiping was startled when he suddenly heard a new term from Li Zixuan. After thinking about it carefully for a while, he roughly understood what kind of existence the special assault team mentioned by Li Zixuan was. After a moment of silence, Sun Jiping cupped his hands and said seriously, "Yes, sir." Chapter 1877. Reporting to the provincial governor and Your Highness King of Wei, this subordinate followed Kong Chu all the way to Jining Square in the west of the city and didn't find anything strange about him. I also didn't see him come into contact with anyone on the way. This subordinate had people hide near his residence and secretly observe. If there is any news, report it immediately. Taiyuan City, back hall of the provincial governor's mansion. Constable Feng strode in from outside and cupped his fists to Wang Liaoyuan and Li Tai. At this time, only Wang Liaoyuan and Li Tai were left in the room. As for Duke of Feiying, he took the weapons scattered by the assassins in the morning and worked with the soldiers of the Bing province barracks to search for the assassins in the city. Wang Yu naturally had to return to the Wang family to make some arrangements. After all, in terms of searching for people, especially in Taiyuan City, the Wang family's ability and strength were not inferior to the government. The reason why Li Tai hadn't left yet was mainly to wait for news from the people who followed Kong Chu. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and asked, "You're saying that Kong Chu has a residence in Jining Square?" "Yes." Constable Feng replied. Wang Liaoyuan continued to ask, "Did you find out when he started doing business in Taiyuan City?" Constable Feng cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate found out that Kong Chu came to Taiyuan City 3 years ago. He opened a treasure shop in the city that specializes in selling gems and pearls. In recent years, business has been good, and he's an honest person. Last year, he married a local wife. The woman is the daughter of a country squire from outside Taiyuan City. Her name is Su Xiuhe. After the two of them got married, they were very loving. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and didn't say anything. Li Tai asked, "Did you ask Kong Chu's neighbors if any strangers came looking for him or sent him a letter today?" Constable Feng nodded and said, "Your Highness, this subordinate asked an auntie who sells pancakes in front of the Kong residence. She said that in the Kong residence today, other than Kong Chu, there was only an old farmer who carried vegetables in. No one else came in or out of the Kong residence." An old farmer who delivered vegetables? Li Tai's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, "What is this old farmer's background? Have you checked?" Constable Feng had obviously done his work well this time. He cupped his fists and replied, "I've asked around. This old farmer is a farmer from Nanha village outside the city. He has a son who lives in the city. He just moved into the city this year and stayed with his son. Basically, he would send vegetables to Kong Chu's house every few days. There's nothing unusual about him." Hearing this, Li Tai couldn't help but frown in silence. Seeing this, Wang Liaoyuan waved his hand at Constable Feng and said, "You did a good job. You can leave now. I have something important to discuss with His Highness." "Here." Constable Feng cupped his fists, bowed, and left. Li Tai raised his head and looked at Wang Liaoyuan. "Provincial Governor Wang, I still think there's something wrong with Kong Chu. Have someone keep an eye on Kong Chu, report to me as soon as you find anything strange." Although Kong Chu looked normal on the surface, Li Tai's intuition told him that Kong Chu was definitely hiding something. Wang Liaoyuan had been an official for so many years, so he was still alert. He also felt that there was something wrong with Kong Chu. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Okay. I'll make the arrangements." Li Tai nodded and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll leave this to Provincial Governor Wang. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Although Dugu Aksayan had been assassinated and the hidden assassin in the city hadn't been caught, the Academy's task of building a relay station still had to continue. It might even have to be sped up. This was because Li Tai didn't know how many more obstacles he would face. He wanted to be as quick as possible. Otherwise, he might not be able to complete the task in 2 months. Wang Liaoyuan's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his fists. The hidden danger in the city hasn't been dealt with yet. It's best if Your Highness doesn't go out for the next few days. If Your Highness insists on heading to Dragon Mountain, you can bring the Imperial Guards and the Bing Province barracks soldiers along. Clearly, Wang Liaoyuan could tell that Li Tai wouldn't stop because of the assassin, so he reminded him. Li Tai nodded and said, "Okay. I understand. I'll be careful." With that, Li Tai put his hands behind his back and walked out the door. Taiyuan City was destined to not be peaceful today. In fact, Taiyuan City hadn't been peaceful for the past 2 days. Yesterday, the Wang family's forces on the surface and in the dark had been searching for Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an in the city. Yesterday, Taiyuan City was buzzing with activity. Today, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing Province barracks were scattered in every corner of Taiyuan City, searching for something from house to house. After these soldiers entered the houses of the commoners, they didn't ask anything and directly searched the houses. The houses of the butchers and hunters were the main targets of the search. The sabers, arrows, and other weapons hidden in their houses were all found by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. Then, one of the soldiers took out a blueprint from his bosom. On the blueprint, there were drawings of various weapons. The weapons were also engraved with a special pattern. The soldier looked at the weapons found in the houses of the commoners while looking at the blueprint in his hand, as if he was comparing them. After the comparison was completed, if there were no abnormalities, the soldiers would withdraw without a word. If the weapon found was similar to the weapon pattern on the blueprint, the owner of the house would be arrested and sent directly to the provincial governor's manor. Taiyuan City had a total of 56 houses, with a population of more than 400,000 people. For 10,000 soldiers to search from house to house, this project was no small matter. This was the beginning of the Tang dynasty, and the military discipline of the Tang army was very strict. The Bing Province Barracks was the most powerful barracks in the north of the Great Tang, so its military discipline was naturally very strict. Although the soldiers were searching from house to house, they were very disciplined. Generally, the owners of the houses would gather the women in one place before they entered to search. Thus, although the search of the soldiers caused some inconvenience to the lives of the commoners, on the whole, the commoners of Taiyuan City mostly supported the soldiers' work. Of course, there were always exceptions to everything. Not everyone was willing to cooperate with the search. Some of the rich and powerful families in the city were often unwilling to let the soldiers go in and search. After all, they were all big families and businesses. If the soldiers went in and damaged something during the search, the losses would be great. Moreover, the great clans had many secrets. If the soldiers discovered something shameful about the owners of the houses during the search, wouldn't they suffer a great loss? Thus, when the owners of the great clans heard that the soldiers were coming to search, they couldn't help but order their servants to stop them. However, the search warrant today was jointly issued by the Bing Province Provincial Governor Wang Liaoyuan and the Bing Province Barracks Commandant Fang Gongting, the two highest-ranking military and political officials in Bing Province. The soldiers would carry out this search warrant unconditionally. The servants and guards of the great clans who wanted to stop the search were all knocked to the ground. If the owners of the houses still didn't know what was good for them, they would be arrested and sent to the provincial governor's manor along with those who had hidden suspicious weapons in their houses. Thus, for a moment, Taiyuan City could be said to be in chaos. At the same time, Longshan seemed to be completely unaffected by Taiyuan City. According to the division of tasks that Li Tai had assigned in the morning, the members of the 5th and 6th teams took out measuring tools and began to survey the buildings of the Longshan Boy Temple. The measuring tools they took were all from Yanhuang College. At the beginning of this year, the Academy officially established the 2nd and 3rd Trump Card Project. The 2nd Trump Card Project was to improve the telegraph and increase the transmission distance of telegrams. The 3rd Trump Card Project was mainly to establish measurement standards and make standard measuring tools. After nearly half a year of hard work, the Academy had not only established its own Measurement Standards Committee to establish unit standards for some new physical quantities, but also worked together with the workshop of the Interesting Pavilion to produce a batch of precision measuring instruments. These instruments would provide a standard reference for all similar instruments in the future, and they would be calibrated as soon as they changed. The measuring instruments held by the students on Longshan included a ruler, a large triangular ruler, and even a tape measure. The units of these measuring instruments were not the inch, chi, or zhang commonly used in the Tang Empire, but the new units proposed by the Measurement Standards Committee of the Academy according to Li Zishuan's idea: millimeter, centimeter, decimeter, and meter. Although 1 centimeter of these measuring instruments was not strictly equal to 1 centimeter of modern measuring instruments, it was not important. In ancient times, if one wanted to make precision production, the ancient measurement units had to be subdivided. At this time, the smallest unit of length was 1 inch, about 333 centimeters, which obviously could not meet the requirements of precision production. Thus, Li Zishuan not only proposed millimeters, but also smaller units such as microns. The Academy was currently making more precise measuring instruments such as vernier calipers. Mr. Mo, we have finished measuring the inside and outside of the boys' temple. We think that the height here can meet the requirements of the construction of the telegraph relay station. We can even directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the 2nd floor of the boys' temple. In this way, we don't need to build an additional high platform for the telegraph relay station, and we can save a lot of time. Near noon, the 8 students of the 5th and 6th groups found Mo Chue. One of the students handed the drawing in his hand to Mo Chue and reported seriously. Mo Chue took the drawing and looked at it carefully. The students had drawn the structure of the boys' temple according to a certain scale when they were surveying the area. They had marked the dimensions of the key areas. Those who knew the new engineering drawing method invented by Li Zixuan would be able to understand it at a glance. Yes. Very good. Your judgment is right. Based on the height of the boys' temple and Dragon Mountain, it is completely feasible to build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the 2nd floor. But where should we put the generator? Have you thought about Pangxing? After glancing through the drawing, Mo Chue nodded with a look of approval. Then, he asked another question. The telegraph machine needed electricity, and the telegraph relay station naturally needed electricity as well. And they definitely couldn't use batteries. After all, batteries could only provide limited endurance, so they could only place their hopes on a small power station. The construction of a hydroelectric power station required a lot of time and effort, so they had brought a small thermal power station from the academy. This was the first thermal power station in the history of the Tang Empire. Replying to Mr. Mo, regarding the thermal power station, it definitely can't be placed in a room, or else it will easily catch fire. We think that it should be placed in the backyard north of the boys' temple. The space there is spacious, and it is convenient for the Imperial Army to guard it. It is safer than placing it outside the boys' temple. The student named Pangxing replied. Yes. You have considered it very thoroughly. Hearing this, Mo Chue nodded and praised, since that's the case, immediately informed the members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th groups to start preparing to build the thermal power station. When the time comes, remember to measure and adjust the voltage. Otherwise, if the voltage is too high, it will easily burn our machines. Yes. Pangxing and the others nodded and turned to leave. Mr. Mo Chue, how is the situation here? At this moment, Li Tai had also arrived at Dragon Mountain and walked up to Mo Chue's side to ask this question. After leaving the provincial governor's residence, he did not even return to the courier station. Instead, he rushed straight to Dragon Mountain with a dozen Imperial Army guards. At present, Taiyuan City was filled with soldiers from the Bing Province barracks. Li Tai was not worried that they would jump out to assassinate him at this time. If that really happened, he would be relieved. This was because although the Imperial Army around him was few in number, they were all highly skilled in martial arts. Even if they could not immediately defeat him, they could temporarily delay him. As long as they could delay him for a while, the soldiers in the city would definitely rush over to arrest him. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Mo Chue was startled and quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Tai, he sighed in relief and said, Pangxing and the others have completed the survey. We all think that we can directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the 2nd floor of the Boy Temple. At this moment, I have Jia Jiayin and Li Yan lead people to build a thermal power station in the backyard of the Boy Temple. Hearing this, Li Tai's expression was faintly excited. Good. It would be best if we can directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the 2nd floor of the Boy Temple. This way, we can save a lot of work and a lot of time. However, this thermal power station was only a preliminary success in the workshop. Now that we want to put it into practical use, I'm afraid there will be some problems in the process. For the next 2 days, let's focus on making the thermal power station run smoothly. Qin Ke, your worries are not without reason. We'll do as you say. After we switch the thermal power generator this time, it will save us a lot of trouble next time. Mo Chue nodded. Then he frowned and asked with a worried expression, by the way, Qin Ke, how is General Dugu's situation now? In the morning, when he, Li Tai, Dugu Feiying, and the others went to Dragon Mountain, they were chased back by the Imperial Army. Therefore, Mo Chue knew about the assassination of Dugu Axean. However, to avoid causing panic, he did not tell the rest of the students. Chapter 1878. General Dugu has been poisoned. Fortunately, there is a doctor in Source Peak City with excellent medical skills. The poison in General Dugu's body was removed and he is now out of danger. On Dragon Mountain, Li Tai's face was solemn as he spoke to Mo Chue. Poisoned? Is it that serious? It seems that the assassins came prepared and wanted to kill General Dugu. Source Peak City doesn't look safe. We must be more careful. Mo Chue's face turned cold when he heard this. Mo Chue was naturally clearly aware of how important Dugu Axean was to this group. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Dugu Axean was the guardian of their group. If Dugu Axean was killed, then the possibility of them returning safely from this trip to the north was extremely small. They had just arrived in Source Peak City and Dugu Axean had been assassinated. Moreover, the other party had directly tried to kill Dugu Axean. It was hard to believe that the assassin's next move was not targeting them, so Mo Chue's heart was now filled with vigilance. Li Tai understood the meaning behind Mo Chue's words. He nodded and said, "The current Source Peak City is indeed treacherous and full of hidden murderous intent. However, Mr. Mo Chue, you don't have to worry too much. The provincial governor's office has already obtained some clues about the assassins. Just now, 10,000 soldiers from the Bing province barracks have entered the city and are working with the provincial government bailiffs and Wang family guards to search for the assassins. With such an inescapable net, even if they can't catch the assassins, I believe they won't dare to come out again. We only need to build the telegraph relay station in the shortest time possible. Then, we can leave Source Peak City and head to Yunzhou." Hearing this, Mo Chue's heart calmed down a little. He sighed lightly and said, "In this way, Source Peak City will be heavily guarded in the next few days. Everyone's safety will be guaranteed. Once we finish building the telegraph relay station, General Dugu's injuries will be more or less healed. At that time, I will be able to relax a little." Li Tai nodded and said, "Although Source Peak City is heavily guarded now, everyone still needs to be careful. According to the rules we said earlier, no one is allowed to act alone." Mo Chue nodded and said, "As it should be. I will remind the students a few more times. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Mo Chue." The Cloud Mountain is surrounded by dense forests and numerous rocks. If we combine the changes of Taoism's 1 origin, 2 forms, 3 talents, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions together with the mechanics of Moism, we can indeed trap those trespassers. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, a delicate and pretty Taoist boy who was about 10 years old and dressed in a green Taoist robe gently tapped his forehead with his finger, and then said with a serious expression. However, the words that came out of his mouth did not sound like something a child of his age would say. That's right, this little Taoist boy was the grandson of the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, Zhongheng. In the morning, after the group from Dragon Tiger Mountain settled down in the courtyard of Cloud Mountain, they followed Xianqing and Mo Huai to the foot of Cloud Mountain to survey the terrain. Their main mission this time was to go down the mountain to gain experience. To be precise, they were going to the Tang Empire's joint medical hall to gain experience. However, at this time, the academy was building the mountain guarding formation, and Mo Huai had asked Xianqing for help. How could Xianqing not help? Therefore, helping the academy build the mountain guarding formation became the first task of Xianqing, Zhongheng, and the others after leaving the sect. Ha! You have good eyesight. I was previously instructed by Taoist Li Chunfeng, and he also suggested this at that time. However, I and Taoist Li Chunfeng are not proficient in setting up formations, so we have to trouble the Celestial Master sect with this matter." Hearing this, Mo Huai could not help but look at the little Taoist boy with slight surprise. He probably did not expect the little Daoist boy from the Celestial Master sect to have such profound attainments in formations. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel more confident in the construction of the mountain-guarding formation of the academy. Xian Qing looked at Zhang Heng lightly and did not say anything. Young people were somewhat arrogant and vain. Zhang Heng could read the Taoist canon at such a young age, so naturally, he wanted to show his talent in front of others. Xian Qing did not say anything to stop him, because who had not been young and frivolous. Chapter 1879. Lord Guard, the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks have already entered the city. They're working with the Yamen runners and the Wang clan guards to search every household in the city. They're only searching for weapons. It's said that the Yamen runners have a blueprint in their hands, and the weapons found in the houses will be compared to the blueprint. If the patterns are similar, the owner of the house will be captured and brought to the provincial governor's residence. It seems that the Great Tang Yamen already knows that we've obtained weapons from Kong Chang'an. In the innermost room of Tongfu Inn's heavenly guest room, the tall man called Sky Eagle from before was solemnly bowing to the guard leader, who was not very handsome but always liked to hold a feather fan. There's no need to think. The Yamen must have already sensed that we've obtained weapons from Kong Chang'an. The middle-aged man waved the feather fan in his hand without the slightest hint of panic on his face as he spoke to Sky Eagle. It's all thanks to Lord Guard's wisdom to have our brothers bury the weapons in advance. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to escape this great search. The tall man called Sky Eagle clasped his hands, a look of relief on his face. It truly had been this Lord Guard, who had ordered them to bury all their weapons and lay low for the next few days. They were not to come out unless there was something important. Now that he thought about it, this Lord Guard had truly had a certain amount of foresight in his arrangements. Keep a close eye on the people below. Don't let them rashly show themselves, especially Xian Yi. This fellow has always thought highly of himself and likes to underestimate his enemies. We can't let him cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The Lord Guard frowned as he warned. This subordinate will do as you bid. Sky Eagle clasped his hands in acknowledgement. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, Lord Guard, may I ask what our next step is? The next step, the Lord Guard's eyes flashed, and after a moment of thought, he said, I've already sent a messenger pigeon back. Right now, we just need to wait for the Koghan's reply and reinforcements. Until then, all of us will carefully hide in the city and wait for an opportunity to move. If we have the chance to capture 1 or 2 Yanhuang College students and teachers, that would be for the best. Of course, this is only the most ideal situation. What's most important is that we don't expose ourselves. With our current strength, we don't have the strength to face the Great Tang authorities head-on. When Heavenly Eagle heard that, he cupped his fists and said with a solemn look, Lord Guard, rest assured. This subordinate definitely won't let the brothers be willing to be exposed. But right now, most of the people from Yanhuang College are in Longshan. They must have chosen a location there. Are we going to let them do whatever they want in Longshan? Lord Guard frowned and said indifferently, even if we want to interfere in this matter, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do so. Right now, there must be a large number of soldiers guarding the Dragon Mountain. If we go there, I'm afraid we'll be walking right into their trap. Let's wait for 2 more days. Once our reinforcements arrive, we'll coordinate from the inside and the outside to completely take Taiyuan. Anyway, what Yanhuang College wants to build isn't something that can be completed in a few days. Heavenly Eagle nodded and cupped his fists as he said, Lord Guard is wise. This subordinate will pass down the order to all the brothers to be careful and lay low for the time being. Lord Guard waved his hand and said calmly, don't worry. Yes. Go. If you don't have anything important to do in the next 2 days, don't come and see me. Chapter 1880. Dugu Axayan was attacked by an assassin and almost died. Taiyuan City, the provincial governor's residence. Li Junxian had rushed over in a hurry, and when he learned from Wang Liaoyuan what had happened in Taiyuan City in the last 2 days, he couldn't help but be alarmed. When Li Er had sent him to Taiyuan City to protect Li Tai's group, he had believed that this would be an easy mission. After all, Taiyuan City was a major city in the north of the Great Tang, and its security was naturally much better than that of a small county on the northern border. Moreover, Li Tai had 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers protecting him, so he would probably be in a lot of danger. But to Li Junxian's surprise, the moment he arrived in Taiyuan City, the city was sealed and martial law was imposed. Then, he heard from Wang Liaoyuan that Dugu Axayan had been attacked by an assassin and that there was a secret faction hiding in Taiyuan City. The situation in Taiyuan City was far more urgent than he had expected. This mysterious faction is far too crafty. They used bait to confuse us, and then by revealing that they had abandoned their son, they lured General Dugu to the southern part of the city, giving them a chance to strike. Fortunately, there was a famous doctor in Source Peak City who helped General Dugu escape from danger. This official has already ordered the Bing Province barracks to search the entire city for the assassins and strengthen the patrols in the city. Presumably, this group of people will go into hiding for a short period of time and won't dare to stir up trouble again. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands as he spoke to Li Junxian. He was also deeply surprised and shocked by Li Junxian's arrival. Li Junxian was the commander of 100 cavalry, and this cavalry was Li Er's most trusted and elite force. Li Junxian's arrival meant that Li Er was extremely concerned about Li Tai's safety. This placed Wang Liaoyuan under great pressure. After all, Li Er had given him 7 days to solve the case. Li Junxian's arrival was a covert attempt by Li Er to put pressure on him. How is His Highness's safety? Does the mysterious faction in the city already know why His Highness and the students from Yanhuang College have come to Taiyuan City? Wang Liaoyuan's words did nothing to ease Li Junxian's nervousness and wariness. He suddenly remembered something important and sternly asked. Although Li Tai's mission in Taiyuan was top secret, Li Junxian was one of Li Tai's most trusted subordinates, and he was also one of the commanders tasked with protecting Li Tai. He naturally knew about it. Thus, Li Junxian was well aware that if Li Tai's goal in coming to Taiyuan City was revealed, there was a high chance that the step would send people to sabotage, even assassinate them. There is no need to worry about His Highness King Wei's safety. As for why His Highness and the others have come to Source Peak City, even this official doesn't know. I presume that the mysterious faction in the city doesn't know either. Wang Liaoyuan pondered for a moment before replying. Li Junxian relaxed a little and clasped his fist. Since that's the case, this general will take his leave. Governor Wang, please keep the news of us coming to Taiyuan a secret. The enemy is in the dark. His Highness not only needs someone to protect him on the surface, but also in the dark. Wang Liaoyuan nodded. General Li, be at ease. This official will not mention your identities to anyone. But on His Highness's side, Li Junxian said, we will continue to protect His Highness from the shadows. When the time is right, we will naturally appear. Okay. Wang Liaoyuan naturally didn't dare to say more. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left with his men. Chapter 1881. No. Grandfather. Grandson said to seek refuge with the Turks, not Guardian Lord Zhao. In the study in the backyard of the Wang family's second branch, Wang Xinyuan shook his head and said lightly. Wang Kuwei, who was in a state of agitation and excitement, seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water and completely calmed down. He frowned and asked in confusion, Xinyuan, what do you mean by that? If we follow Guardian Lord Zhao, isn't it the same as seeking refuge with the Turks? Xinyuan, are you thinking of? Wang Kuwei suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility and could not help but reveal a trace of fear between his brows. Under his gaze, Wang Xinyuan slowly nodded and said, Grandfather, 2 years ago, that person surnamed Zhao was just a small official in a small county in Sangzhou. After seeking refuge with Shili Khan, he suddenly changed and gained the respected status he has today. In fact, in terms of foundation and strength, our Wang family is not the slightest bit weaker than him, so why do we have to work under him? Why can't we completely replace him? As soon as these words came out, Wang Kuei's face could not help but reveal a trace of contemplation. Seeing this, Wang Xinyuan struck while the iron was hot and continued, this time, that person surnamed Zhao infiltrated Taiyuan city to get to the bottom of things is only for princely Tai of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. They are going to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan city, which is a great threat to the safety of the Turks. In the future, when the Great Tang and the Turks go to war, the Great Tang will be in an invincible position in terms of intelligence and information. That is why that person surnamed Zhao spared no effort to destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build. Right now, it is just that they do not have enough troops. If they have enough strength, he will immediately take action and help the Turks eliminate this great threat. Grandfather, think about it. If we destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build without the help of the grassland headquarters, and even secretly leave behind the key machines and key people to build the telegraph relay station and then give them to the Turks, once the Turks learn of it, the Turks will definitely have a whole new level of respect for us and even put us in an important position. At that time, we will not have to work under that person surnamed Zhao, but directly under the Turks. Isn't the day of meteoric success just around the corner? It was said that every man for himself, and the heavens and earth would destroy him. Wang Xinyuan, on the other hand, would feel uneasy as long as he did not rebel. Not only did he want to rebel against the Great Tang, he also wanted to rebel against one of their leaders before even joining the opposing faction. He was truly a traitor who treated rebellion as a common occurrence. Wang Kuei's eyes brightened, but a moment later, he frowned and said, Xan Yuan, your idea is certainly good, but with our strength alone, how are we going to destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build? What's more, we are going to secretly hand over the key machines and key personnel to the Turks. Wang Xinyuan smiled and said confidently, there's no need for grandfather to worry about that. Grandson has his own plan. Right now, no one knows that we have already learned of Li Tai's plan to come to Taiyuan. Therefore, they will not be on guard against us. I have already received the news that Li Tai and the others are going to build the telegraph relay station at Longshan. This morning, many teachers and students of Yanhuang College went to Longshan. As far as I know, they came to Taiyuan this time with many important machines developed by the college. As long as we steal or destroy one or two of the key machines, the telegraph relay station will definitely not be built. Chapter 1882. This child is intelligent, ambitious, and scheming. Wang Yu has misjudged him. Wang Kuei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wang Xinyuan leave. It's just that, he's a little too smart. If he really was a child of the second branch, that would be great. In the end, Wang Kuei shook his head and said this without any reason. Wang Xinyuan's plan to rebel against Guardian Zhao was for his own good, but this act of rebelling against the Great Tang and then against Guardian Zhao left Wang Kuei a little uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyuan would one day break free from his control, and even more worried that Wang Xinyuan would one day betray him. Wang Li, come in. After some time, Wang Kuei's complexion returned to normal, and he raised his head and called out to the door. Second Elder. Wang Li, dressed in plain clothes, pushed open the door and entered. After closing the door, he cupped his fists and greeted Wang Kuei. You should have heard what this old man said to Xinyuan just now, right? Wang Kuei looked at Wang Li and indifferently asked. Yes, this subordinate heard it all. While Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei were talking in the study, Wang Li had been standing under the great banyan tree not far from the study. On the one hand, he had been keeping watch for the two in the room to prevent anyone from sneaking in and eavesdropping. On the other hand, this could be considered Wang Kuei's arrangement. Wang Kuei knew that as a Grandmaster realm expert, Wang Li's hearing was sharper than ordinary people's. Even at such a distance, he would definitely be able to hear what was going on in the room. Since you've heard it all, this old man won't repeat it. Starting today, you and your subordinates must all obey Xin Yuan's orders. Xin Yuan's words are equivalent to this old man's words. All of you must strictly obey them, understand? Wang Kuei sternly said. Wang Li's expression turned solemn as he bowed and cupped his fists. Second elder, be at ease. This subordinate will do our best to assist young master. This child is intelligent and ambitious. Wang Yu has misjudged him. Wang Kuei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wang Xin Yuan leave. It's just that, he's a little too smart. If only he were really a child of the second branch. In the end, Wang Kuei shook his head and said this without any reason. Wang Xinyuan's plan to betray Guardian Zhao was for his own good, but this betrayal of the Tang Empire and then of Guardian Zhao made Wang Kuei feel a little uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyuan would break away from his control one day, and even more worried that Wang Xinyuan would betray him one day. Wang Li, come in. After an unknown period of time, Wang Kuei's complexion returned to normal. He raised his head and shouted towards the outside. Second elder. Wang Li, who was dressed in plain clothes, pushed open the door and entered. After closing the door, he stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Wang Kuei. You should have heard what I said to Axane Yuan just now, right? Wang Kuei looked at Wang Li and asked indifferently. Yes, this subordinate heard it all. While Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei were talking in the study, Wang Li was standing under the great banyan tree not far from the study. First, he was keeping watch for the two in the room to prevent anyone from quietly sneaking in to eavesdrop. Second, Wang Kuei had intentionally arranged this because he knew that as a Grandmaster expert, Wang Li's hearing was sharper than ordinary people's. Even if he was so far away, he would definitely be able to hear what was going on in the room. Chapter 1883. The most adorable person. When the country is in trouble, they will answer the call. Sacrificing their lives for the country, looking death in the eye. They are the most adorable people. In the eyes of countless people, merchants who only value profit over righteousness. Raising 428,500 strings of cash for the military. At the crucial moment, each and every one of them took the Sarira for righteousness and shared the country's burden. They are also the most adorable people, in the backyard of the Wang family's main branch. After lunch, Wang Yu ordered someone to bring in the latest edition of Datong Daily. He leaned back on the couch and began to read the newspaper. Immediately, his attention was drawn to the headline of the Datong Daily. Datong Daily's editorial department was in Lontian County. Every morning, the citizens of Chang'an and its surrounding areas would be able to enjoy the latest edition of the newspaper. However, due to the limitations of geographical space and information transmission methods, in cities like Taiyuan City, which was a certain distance away from Chang'an City, the citizens would often have to wait a few hours before they could read the latest edition of the newspaper. As for how late they were, it depended on how far they were from Lontian County. In Taiyuan City, the newspapers from Datong Daily's editorial department of Lontian County would usually only arrive around noon. Due to Taiyuan City's lockdown, the arrival of the newspapers was delayed quite a bit. As such, Wang Yu only received the latest edition of Datong Daily after lunch. A small fundraising event actually raised nearly 430,000 strings of cash. After reading the news, Wang Yu could not help but sigh softly. In the room, besides him, Wang Bing and Princess Tong were also present. Hearing this, Wang Bing raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, are you talking about the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Lontian County yesterday? They raised nearly 430,000 strings of cash for the military. A few days ago, news of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce holding a fundraising event to raise funds for the country had spread like wildfire. Naturally, Taiyuan City had also spread the news. As the previous head of the Wang family, it was impossible for Wang Bing not to know of this news. That's right. Wang Yu nodded, then pointed to another piece of news below the headline and said, "Dad, look, there's a list of donors at the bottom. It records the names of the businessmen who donated money at yesterday's fundraising event and how much they each donated." Wang Bing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became interested. He leaned forward and said, "Oh. Let this old man have a look." There were no other maids or servants in the room, so Wang Yu could only personally get up and pass the newspaper to Wang Bing. Wang Bing took it and looked at it carefully. The most adorable person, when the nation is in trouble, a call is made. Sacrificing their lives for the nation's calamity, looking death in the eye as though it were a return home. They are the most adorable people. In the eyes of countless people, merchants who value profit above righteousness. Raising military funds of 428,500 strings of cash. At the critical moment, each and every one of them took the Saraira as righteousness and shared the nation's burden. They are also the most adorable people, in the backyard of the Wang family's first branch. After lunch, Wang Yu ordered someone to bring him today's latest Datong Daily. He leaned against the couch and began to read the newspaper. He was immediately attracted by the headline of today's Datong Daily. The editorial office of Datong Daily was in Lantian County. Every morning, the people in and around Chang'an would naturally be the first to read the news. Chapter 1884. The reason why Wang Yu and Princess Tong didn't return to Suizhou directly from Qizhou and instead came to Taiyuan was because Wang Rinbiao had married a commoner and angered the elders. Wang Yu was worried that this matter would affect Wang Rinbiao's position as the heir of the Wang family, so he brought Princess Tong back to the ancestral home to mediate. At the time, Wang Yu had intended to persuade the elders with an important argument. Imperial power was at its peak, and Li Zishuan was also favored by the emperor. Since Li Jingchu was Li Zishuan's adopted sister, she could be considered a match for Wang Rinbiao. The Wang family couldn't defend Li Zishuan because of this matter. Moreover, when Lu Qingqing of the Lu family of Fanyang and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Zhao County found out that Wang Rinbiao had married Li Zishuan's adopted sister, they all left for Lantian County to participate in the fundraising event. In the beginning, the elders of the Wang family didn't believe that Li Jingxian and Lu Qingqing would participate in the fundraising event. To be precise, they didn't think that the arrogant 5 families and 7 hopes would bow to a small marquis. In addition, Wang Yu only speculated that Li Jingxian and Lu Qingqing would go to Lantian County to participate in the fundraising event. There was no direct evidence, so Wang Yu didn't argue with Wang Kuei and the others on this point. But now, the donation list published by Datong Daily was a solid slap to the faces of Wang Kuei and the others. Didn't you say that it was impossible for Li Jingxian and Lu Qingqing to participate in the fundraising event? Then why were their names on the list? And the 2 of them donated 30,000 strings of cash each. This old man heard that the sudden martial law in the city has something to do with Prince Wei and the group from Yanhuang College. In the backyard of the Wang family's main house. Wang Bing suddenly thought of something and asked after seeing Wang Yu leave and instruct the servants to deliver the newspapers to the other elders. Replying to father, it was the commander of the imperial army, Dugu Aksayan, who came to Taiyuan with Prince Wei. He was assassinated in the southern part of the city this morning. The Bing provincial governor speculated that this group of assassins was likely to harm Prince Wei. In addition, after His Majesty learned of the situation in Taiyuan through the telegraph, he issued an edict to the provincial governor's office to enter the city to capture the assassins. Hearing Wang Bing's sudden concern, Wang Yu paused for a moment before replying truthfully. What? The Dugu clan's kid was assassinated in Taiyuan City. His Majesty even issued an edict to the provincial governor's office through the telegraph. Hearing this, Wang Bing said with a slightly shocked expression. Yes, father. Wang Yu nodded and then said, "This child has already ordered all of the Wang family's hidden guards to assist the provincial governor's office in searching for the assassins in the city. Our Wang family has been operating in Source Peak City for many years. If we don't contribute at this time, I'm afraid it won't be justifiable. Moreover, if something happens to Wei Wang and the teachers and students of Yanwang College in Taiyuan City, I'm afraid that our Wang family will also be implicated." Wang Bing stroked his beard and agreed, You did the right thing. Wei Wang was one of the emperor's most beloved princes. He could not allow anything to happen to him in Source Peak City. Moreover, since my cousin is on good terms with the Marquis of Yonghan, our Wang family cannot let anything happen to his student in Source Peak City. Therefore, the Wang family cannot stand by and do nothing. Send out all of the Wang family's secret guards and try to find the assassin as soon as possible. Yes, father. Wang Yu cupped his hands and replied. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. A servant shouted from outside, reporting to Patriarch, "There is a messenger pigeon from Chang'an. It is an imperial edict from the imperial palace." Chapter 1885. Make way. Make way. Compared to Taiyuan City's martial law, Lantian County's side was peaceful, no different from usual. However, at noon, there were groups of bailiffs carrying paper and paste, shuttling through the streets and alleys. They pasted 2 notices on the walls of every key intersection. Not long after, the notices attracted many passers-by. His Majesty has decreed that the 713 people who participated in the charity event yesterday were selfless and generous. They were in the interest of the nation. As a reward, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. The same goes for Lantian County. Such a notice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the merchants. Isn't this the imperial decree that His Majesty issued this morning to reward the merchants of the charity event? Soon, someone recognized the source of the content in the notice. It was an imperial edict of commendation issued by Li Er in the morning. In the morning, this imperial edict was posted all over the streets and alleys of Chang'an City in the form of notices. Lantian County was adjacent to Chang'an City, so the news spread quickly. In the morning, the people of Lantian County were still talking about this matter. Why did this notice appear in Lantian County? Could it be that the preferential business tax policy mentioned in the imperial decree will be implemented in our Lantian County? Someone could not help but wonder. This was because the imperial edict was sent out from the palace early in the morning. As the capital, Chang'an City was the first to post this notice. However, Lantian County was only 20 to 30 miles away from Chang'an City. If one were to ride a horse at a fast speed, the notice could be sent from Chang'an City to Lantian County within an hour. However, after the notice was posted in Chang'an City, there was no movement from Lantian County for the entire morning. Make way. Make way. Compared to Taiyuan City's martial law, Lantian County's side was peaceful, no different from usual. However, at noon, there were groups of bailiffs carrying paper and paste, shuttling through the streets and alleys. They pasted 2 notices on the walls of every key intersection. Not long after, the notices attracted many passers-by. His Majesty has decreed that the 713 people who participated in the donation gathering yesterday were selfless and generous. It is indeed the righteousness of the country. As a reward, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. The same goes for Lantian County. Such a notice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the merchants. Isn't this the imperial decree that His Majesty issued this morning to reward the merchants of the charity event? Soon, someone recognized the source of the content in the notice. It was an imperial edict of commendation issued by Li Er in the morning. In the morning, this imperial edict was posted all over the streets and alleys of Chang'an City in the form of notices. Lontian County was adjacent to Chang'an City, so the news spread quickly. In the morning, the people of Lontian County were still talking about this matter. Why did this notice appear in Lontian County? Could it be that the preferential business tax policy mentioned in the imperial decree will be implemented in our Lontian County? Someone could not help but wonder. This was because the imperial edict was sent out from the palace early in the morning. As the capital, Chang'an City was the first to post this notice. However, Lontian County was only 20 to 30 miles away from Chang'an City. If one rode a horse at a fast speed, the notice could be sent from Chang'an City to Lontian County in an hour. However, after the notice was posted in Chang'an City, there was no movement from Lontian County for the entire morning. Chapter 1886. Have all of you heard? It is said that the old Khan told the young Khan in a dream that the great Khan had lost his virtue, usurped the throne and persecuted his nephew. Longevity Heaven is furious and will send frost at the end of the 7th month. What? There's such a thing. Could it be that the young Khan made up a lie to get out of trouble? That's right. It's summer now, how can there be frost on the grassland? Isn't this a fool's dream? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if the young Khan wanted to make up a lie, why would he dare to make it in the name of Longevity Heaven? That's true. But such a strange thing as frost in summer has never happened in thousands of years. How can it happen this year? And it's only a few days to the 8th month. Oh. It's the 8th month in 3 days. Sigh. Whether the rumor is true or not, it seems that the great Khan wants to kill the young Khan. If the old Khan was still alive and saw this scene, I wonder what he would think. Say, if the phenomenon of frost does appear in the next 3 days, does it mean that the great Khan has really angered the Longevity Heaven? On the prairie today, there were suddenly some rumors and slanders among the various tribes. Although the content of the rumor was a bit unbelievable, the people who spread the rumor all made it sound very convincing. Most importantly, the rumor mentioned the everlasting heaven. As a prairie man, no one dared to make fun of the everlasting heaven. In this way, this seemingly absurd rumor gained much more credibility, allowing it to quickly spread among the Turkic common people and soldiers. This was a public opinion attack from the bottom up. When it was close to noon, many tribe leaders began to notice this rumor. Some of them scoffed and did not believe it at all. Some of them were thoughtful and thought that there was no smoke without fire. Some of them urgently gathered their trusted subordinates to discuss the hidden meaning behind this rumor. Have you all heard? It is said that the old Khan told the young Khan in a dream that the great Khan had lost his virtue, usurped the throne and persecuted his nephew. Longevity Heaven is furious and will send frost at the end of the 7th month. What? There's such a thing. Could it be that the young Khan made up a lie to get out of trouble? That's right. It's summer now, how can there be frost on the grassland? Isn't that just a pipe dream? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if little Khan wanted to fabricate lies, how could he dare to fabricate lies in the name of Longevity Heaven? That's true. However, something as miraculous as a frost in summer had never happened in thousands of years. How could it happen this year? And August is only a few days away. Oh. It will be August in 3 days. Sigh. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it seems that the great Khan wants the little Khan dead. If the old Khan was still alive, I wonder what he would think if he saw this scene. Say, if the phenomenon of frost does appear in the next 3 days, does it mean that the great Khan has really angered the Longevity Heaven? On the prairie today, there were suddenly some rumors and slanders among the various tribes. Although the content of the rumors was a little unbelievable, the people who spread the rumors all said it in a methodical manner. Most importantly, the Longevity Heaven was involved in the rumors. As a prairie man, no one dared to joke about the longevity heaven. In this way, this seemingly absurd rumor gained much more credibility, allowing it to quickly spread among the Turkic common people and soldiers. This was a public opinion attack from the bottom up. When it was close to noon, many tribe leaders began to notice this rumor. Some of them scoffed and did not believe it at all. Some of them were thoughtful and thought that there was no smoke without fire. There were also some who urgently gathered their trusted subordinates to discuss the hidden meaning behind this rumor. Chapter 1887. Retreat. Big brother, what do you mean? In the tent of the Qigong clan, Qigong shaman opened his eyes widely and looked at Qigong Heli with a confused face. Qiji Heli narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Since the Great Khan's army arrived at Chang and City 2 years ago, the grassland has fallen into endless wars and civil strife. Now that the Great Khan and the Little Khan are fighting, although the Great Khan seems to be strong and has the upper hand, the Little Khan has a group of tribes that are extremely loyal to him. That is the foundation left by the old Khan. Although the Great Khan has the ability to destroy the Little Khan's tent, but after a battle, the Great Khan's tribes will be greatly weakened. And in the past 2 years, the Great Khan appointed Han people as officials, especially that Zhao. The Great Khan is trying to implement the Central Plain system in the grassland and control all the tribes in the grassland in his hands. Now, even if the tribes were obedient to the Great Khan on the surface, they were already disloyal behind his back. The Great Khan has always been on guard against our Kiji tribe, Shuayantua, Hueha, Duban and other Tila tribes, and even intends to weaken our strength. This time, in the attack on the Little Khan's palace, the Great Khan deliberately let our warriors charge in front. His ambition is obvious. In the face of absolute strength, even if we are dissatisfied with him, what can we do? I can only watch as the warriors of my tribe die at the hands of my fellow tribesmen. But now, the situation seems to be different from before. The Little Khan spread this rumor, he must have a plan behind it. As long as he has a plan to escape and defect to the Tang Empire, our Kiji tribe can follow suit and surrender to the Tang Empire together with the Little Khan. The Kiji tribe and Shuayantua tribe were both part of the Gaoche tribe. They once followed Fu Zhilua to the Yungar Basin to build the Gaoche kingdom. During the northern and southern dynasties, they were nomadic in the south of the Altai Mountains, around the Erdix River, and a few of them stayed in the Dujin Mountains. In the first year of the Sui dynasty, the Tila tribes rose up against the tyranny of the Western Turks and elected the leader of the Kiji tribe, Kiji Jeleng is Yawuzan Mo Khan, and the leader of the Shuayantua tribe, Yishur Khan. Thus, Yishur Khan led his tribe and Yen Imo Mountain became the strongest tribe of Tila. In the 7th year of the Sui dynasty, the Western Turk Shikue Khan was established, and Kiji Jeleng and Yishur Khan automatically cancelled their titles. Thus, Shuayantua and the other tribes were ruled by the Turks. Retreat. Big brother, what do you mean? Inside the tent of the Qigong clan, Qigong shaman popped out his eyes and looked at Qigong Heli in confusion. Qigai Heli narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Since the Great Khan's army arrived at Chang and 2 years ago, the grassland has been plunged into endless wars and civil strife. Now the Great Khan and the Little Khan are fighting. Although the Great Khan seems to be strong and has the upper hand, the Little Khan has a group of tribes that are infinitely loyal to him. That is the foundation left by the old Khan. Although the Great Khan has the ability to destroy the Little Khan's tribe, but after the battle, the tribes under the Great Khan will be greatly weakened. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the Great Khan appointed Han people as officials, especially that Zhao. The Great Khan is trying to implement the Central Plain system in the grassland and control all the tribes in the grassland. Now, even if the tribes were obedient to the Great Khan on the surface, they were already disloyal behind his back, paying lip service to him in secret. The Great Khan has always been on guard against our Kiji tribe, Shuayantua, Kiji, Hueha, Duban and the other Tila tribes, and even intends to weaken our tribe's strength. This time, in the attack on the little Khan's palace, the great Khan purposely let our warriors charge at the front. His ambition is obvious. In the face of absolute strength, what can we do even if we are dissatisfied with him? I can only watch as the warriors of my tribe die at the hands of my fellow tribesmen. But now, the situation seems to be different from before. The little Khan has spread this rumor. He must have a plan behind it. As long as he has a plan to escape and join the Tang Empire, our Kiji tribe can follow suit and surrender to the Tang Empire together with the little Khan. Chapter 1888. Mr. Mo Chue, in the morning, the preliminary survey at Longshan has been completed, and the machinery related to the thermal generator has almost been assembled at the post house. I intend to have General Feng personally lead the Imperial Army to escort this batch of machinery to Longshan after lunch. In these 2 days, we have to first clean and repair the boys' temple, and second, we have to adjust and install the thermal generator. As for the coal needed for the thermal generator, I'll leave it to you and the other gentlemen to purchase it quickly in Taiyuan City. Li Tai, who had just finished lunch, found Mo Chue and spoke softly. In the morning, Li Tai and the others had carried out various surveys on Dragon Mountain and determined the location of the telegraph relay station. However, the boys' temple on Dragon Mountain had been abandoned for a long time, and the amount of work needed to clean and repair it was not to be underestimated. It was not something that could be done in a day or two. Furthermore, there was no way to cook on Dragon Mountain, so they could only go down the mountain and return to the post for lunch. Qin Ke, your allocation is very reasonable. To build the telegraph relay station, we have to adjust the thermal generator on Dragon Mountain first. You don't have to worry about the purchase of coal. Before dark today, I will have enough coal sent to Dragon Mountain. As for the cleaning and repair of the boys' temple, in order to save time, I suggest that we ask the bailiffs from the provincial governor's office to help. At the same time, we can also ask the provincial governor's office to help find a few craftsmen who can repair houses. After all, in Taiyuan City, we are not familiar with the people and the place. Mo Chue heard this and nodded in agreement. Good. Then I will send someone to send a message to Provincial Governor Wang and ask him to send someone to help clean and repair the boys' temple. Li Tai also felt that there was no need to waste the Academy's energy on this, so he nodded in agreement. After all, he was not only the captain of the Academy's research team, but also the current king of Wei. Wang Liaoyuan did not dare to disobey his orders. Mr. Mo Chue, in the morning, the preliminary survey at Longshan has been completed, and the machinery related to the thermal generator has almost been assembled at the post house. I intend to have General Feng personally lead the Imperial Army to escort this batch of machinery to Longshan after lunch. In the next 2 days, our first task is to clean up and repair the boys' temple. Secondly, we must test and install the generator. As for the coal needed for the fire-powered generator, I'll leave it to you and the other gentlemen to purchase it in Taiyuan City. In the post house, Li Tai, who had just finished lunch, found Mo Chue and spoke softly. In the morning, Li Tai and the others carried out various surveys on Longshan and decided on the location of the telegraph relay station. However, the boys' temple on Longshan had been abandoned for a long time, and the amount of work needed to clean and repair it was not to be underestimated. It was not something that could be completed in a day or two. Furthermore, there was no way to start a fire to cook on Dragon Mountain, so they could only go down the mountain and return to the hostel for lunch. Yes. Qin Ke, your allocation is very reasonable. If he wanted to build a telegraph relay station, he would first have to adjust the thermal power generator on Longshan. You don't have to worry about the purchase of coal. Before dark today, I will definitely have someone send enough coal to Longshan. As for the cleaning and repair of the boys' temple, in order to save time, I suggest that we ask the bailiffs from the provincial governor's mansion to help. At the same time, we can also ask the provincial governor's mansion to help find a few craftsmen who can repair houses. After all, we are not familiar with Taiyuan City. Mo Chue heard this and nodded in agreement. Good. Then I will send someone to send a message to Provincial Governor Wang and ask him to send someone to help clean and repair the boys' temple. Li Tai also felt that there was no need to waste the Academy's energy on this, so he nodded in agreement. After all, he was not only the captain of the Academy's research team, but also the current king of Wei. Wang Liaoyuan did not dare to disobey his orders. Chapter 1889. Firepower Generator. Telegraph. Telegraph. From what you said, this batch of machines should be very important to them. Wang Xinyuan muttered to himself as he stood with his hands behind his back in the living area of the second branch of the Wang family's ancestral home. Standing behind him was a tall man in black with a round collar. He was the second commander of the Wang family's guards, Wang Li. He was the one who eavesdropped in the corner of the post house. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news about Li Sichuan during the year he was imprisoned. He did not know what a telegraph machine and a telegraph repeater station were, but from what he knew, he had a rough idea of what they were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but from the name alone, he guessed that the firepower generator must be related to a telegraph machine. After all, they both had the word electric in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were really excellent because he had completely guessed the point. There was indeed a relationship between the thermal generator and the telegraph. One was for generating electricity, and the other was for using electricity. Based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, if there was no thermal generator, then the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what I heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, the firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied. Good. It's good that it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is filled with patrolling soldiers. According to a friend of mine in the army, His Majesty has sent a decree to Taiyuan City. Fang Gongting, the former Bing Province barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, What? Li Shimin has sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is hundreds of miles away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Firepower generator. Telegraph. Telegraph. From what you said, this batch of machines should be very important to them. In the Wang family's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. He was the second commander of the Wang family guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he wasn't a student of Yanhuang College and hadn't learned any engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news about Li Sichuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He didn't know what a telegraph and a telegraph relay station were, but from some of the known information, he had a general idea of what these two things were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but just by hearing the name, he could guess that the firepower generator must be related to the telegraph. After all, they both had the word electricity in them. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Moreover, based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what this subordinate heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, this firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang wouldn't have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, "Good. As long as it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongting, the former Bing Province barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Firepower generator. Telegraph. From what you've said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang family's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. It was the second commander of the Wang family's guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news related to Li Zishuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He did not know what a telegraph machine and a telegraph repeater station were, but from what he knew, he had a rough idea of what they were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but from the name alone, he guessed that the firepower generator must be related to a telegraph machine. After all, they both had the word electric in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Moreover, based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what this subordinate heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, the firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, "Good. As long as it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law, and there are patrolling soldiers everywhere. According to a friend of mine in the army, His Majesty has sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongting, the former Bing Province barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Firepower generator. Telegraph. From what you said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang family ancestral residence, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. He was the second commander of the Wang family guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all the news about Li Sichuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He did not know what a telegraph and a telegraph relay station were, but from some of the known information, he had a general idea of what these two things were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but just by hearing the name, he could guess that the firepower generator must be related to the telegraph. After all, they both had the word electricity in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guess was excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. This subordinate heard the meaning of the conversation between Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue. This firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fists and replied. Good. It's good that it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Wang Li was stunned when he heard this. He paused and said tentatively, Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongting, the former Bing Province barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Firepower generator. Telegraph. Telegraph. From what you've said, this batch of machines should be very important to them. In the Wang clan's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man in black with a round collar. It was the second commander of the Wang clan's guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news related to Li Sichuan in the past year or so of being imprisoned. He did not know what a telegraph and a telegraph relay station were, but from some of the known information, he could roughly guess what these two things were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but just by hearing the name, he could guess that the firepower generator must be related to the telegraph. After all, they both had the word electricity in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. This subordinate heard the meaning of the conversation between Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue. This firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied. Good. It's good that it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongting, the former Bing Province barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Firepower generator. Telegraph. Telegraph. From what you've said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang family's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. It was the second commander of the Wang family's guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news related to Li Zishuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He did not know what a telegraph machine and a telegraph repeater station were, but from what he knew, he had a rough idea of what they were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but from the name alone, he guessed that the firepower generator must be related to a telegraph machine. After all, they both had the word electric in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Moreover, based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what this subordinate heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, the firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, "Good. As long as it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Wang Li paused and said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent an edict to Taiyuan. Fang Gongting, the former Bing Province barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent an edict to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is hundreds of miles away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent an edict from Chang'an yesterday?" Chapter 1890. Humph. Barbarian man, you are playing dumb in front of this Khan. Inside the palace, Shili couldn't stand Barbarian man's sloppy attitude. He snorted coldly with an angry look on his face. Then, he didn't beat around the bush with the crowd and said bluntly, "Everyone here knows who benefits the most from this rumor. Now that Tuli is surrounded by this Khan's army of 300,000, seeing that there is no hope of breaking out, he sent people to spread this rumor in an attempt to make this Khan lose heart and morals on the prairie. His intentions are truly worthy of death. Great Khan is wise. Barbarian man also thinks that this rumor is related to Tuli." Seeing Shili angry, Barbarian man's expression became more or less serious. After all, he also didn't want to provoke Shili. He put away his mischievous smile and cupped his fist towards Shili. Of course, Barbarian man was sitting down when he spoke. This guy didn't even move his butt, let alone stand up. Humph. The current situation has something to do with all of you. Shili slapped the table in front of him and pointed at the leaders of the various tribes sitting below him. He said coldly, 10 days ago, this Khan transferred 300,000 elite troops from your tribes and already surrounded Tuli's court. Tuli's remaining troops only have a little more than 100,000 troops. Your 300,000 troops actually couldn't break through Tuli's court within 10 days. Is it because your troops are too incompetent, or are you deliberately passively accepting the battle to buy time for Tuli? As soon as these words came out, the hall, which was still relatively peaceful just now, suddenly became cold and austere. If Shieli really put the hat of passively accepting the battle on any one of them, they wouldn't be able to bear it. The 10 tribal leaders sitting below all changed their expression slightly. Chiguan Heli spoke at this time. Great Khan, please calm down. Great Khan, please judge clearly. It's not that our warriors are weak in battle. Although Tuli only has a little more than 100,000 remnant troops, these troops are all elite troops and strong generals. Presently Tuli's troops are besieged by us. People of the Central Plains have a saying, cut off the cauldrons and sink the boats, like a cornered beast will still fight. Under this kind of desperate situation, the troops and horses under Tuli's command are fighting valiantly without fear of death. In the previous several battles, our Chiguan tribe has lost more than 1,000 warriors. Our losses are disastrous. Therefore, Tuli has been attacking for a long time. It is definitely not because we are passively fighting back. Facing Shieli's post-battle accountability, Chiguan Heli must stand up for his own tribe, and at the same time, speak up for the warriors of the other tribes who participated in the battle. After all, who asked him and the barbarian man to be the big brothers of the various tribes of Tiela? As the big brother, it was time for him to step up and share the firepower for his little brothers. Brother Healy is right. Tuli's troops have been attacking for a long time without success because they want to fight to the death in a desperate situation. It's not that we are passively accepting the challenge. Great Khan, please judge clearly. My Shui Yintua tribe has already lost more than 3,000 warriors. None of my warriors retreated a single step when we were fighting against Tuli's tribe. I beg the Great Khan for your judgment. My Ba Yegu tribe has already lost more than 2,000 warriors and killed more than 3,000 people of Tuli's tribe. We are not passively accepting the challenge. I beg the Great Khan for your judgment. My Hueha tribe has already lost more than 1,000 warriors and killed more than 3,000 people of Tuli's tribe. We are not passively accepting the challenge. Puka tribe has already lost more than 2,000 warriors and killed more than 2,800 people of Tuli's tribe. Tong Luo tribe has already lost more than 3,000 warriors and killed more than 2,500 people of Tuli's tribe. I beg the Great Khan for your judgment. Qigong Heali's words instantly attracted everyone's agreement. These people all rushed to be the first to cup their hands and complain, express their loyalty, to Shieli. The hall, which was still considered peaceful earlier, was now as lively as a market. Shieli frowned as he listened. That was because although these people were expressing their loyalty on the surface, they were actually complaining to him. You see, several thousand of my tribe's soldiers have already died in the encirclement of Tuli, and we've also killed several thousand people of the other side. You can't possibly say that I'm passively accepting the challenge, right? If you insist that I'm passively accepting the challenge, then all the other tribes will also passively accept the challenge. You're pushing all the other tribes to the opposite side. Shieli could not bear the consequences of this. The Ashina tribe was a golden clan of the steppe. Although they were strong, they were not strong enough to unite with the other tribes. Moreover, these were troubled times. He urgently needed the steppe to unite and integrate all the forces of the steppe to deal with the Great Tang. He could not possibly push all the other tribes to the opposite side. Great Khan, this subordinate thinks that since we have already surrounded Tuli's tribe, we can surround them without attacking. Their rations are limited, so we can wait until their rations are depleted before launching an attack. At that time, I believe we can defeat Tuli's tribe effortlessly. This way, we can also reduce the casualties of our tribes. Seeing that everyone had more or less said their piece, Chigu Heli stood up and cupped his fists to Shieli. Shieli's face darkened. To be able to say such words, Chigu Heli was either pretending to be stupid or really bad. Who would not have thought of this idea of surrounding them without attacking? But the key point was that Tuli had deliberately let people spread rumors. It was obvious that he was secretly relying on something. If they continue to use the tactic of surrounding them without attacking, wouldn't they be buying time for Tuli and creating additional variables in this encirclement that had already decided the outcome of the battle? That's right, that's right. Brother Heli is right. Since Tuli's tribe is not afraid of death and is resisting with all their might, there's no need for us to meet them head-on. We can just surround them without attacking. Once their rations are exhausted, won't it be easy to take them down? Shieli was about to speak when the barbarian man jumped out to support Chigu Heli. That's right. We should surround them without attacking. That's right. With these two people echoing each other in the main hall, how could the leaders of the other tribes not agree? After all, this strategy of surrounding them without attacking was in line with the interests of all their tribes. They had no reason to not support it. After waiting for a while, when the main hall quieted down again, Shieli said with a dark face, "Surround them without attacking." Humph. What a good strategy of surrounding them without attacking. It sounds nice, but in this Khan's opinion, you are just greedy for life and afraid of death. You are all the people of the Longevity Emperor, but each and every one of you is greedy for life and afraid of death. What right do you have to call yourselves the warriors of the grassland in the future? After a pause, Shieli slammed the table and said loudly, "This Khan doesn't care what method you use, but you must annihilate Tuli's tribe and trample Tuli's imperial court within 2 days. After the warriors of each tribe have been killed, this Khan will compensate them with a large sum of money. In addition, this time, this Khan will let your Tofi lead 10,000 wolf riders to join the battle with your tribes. If you still can't take down Tuli in 2 days, this Khan will investigate carefully which tribe is the one that is passively accepting the battle." Shieli changed his previous polite attitude and directly suppressed the voices of opposition from these tribal leaders with a forceful method. According to him, this time his subordinate Ashina Shur would lead 10,000 wolf riders to join the battle. This was to put pressure on the leaders of the other tribes. After all, who didn't know the combat power of Shieli's wolf riders? Who wouldn't be afraid? At this time, even if they didn't agree in their hearts, they didn't dare to disagree verbally. Unless they wanted to rebel openly. The facts proved that the few people present still didn't have the guts to do so. The barbarian man and Chigu Heli looked at each other and secretly shook their heads at each other. Then, the two of them cupped their fists at Shieli and said, "This subordinate obeys." Seeing that the two of them had agreed, how could the leaders of the other 8 tribes dare to raise a different opinion? Everyone stood up and cupped their fists, saying, "This subordinate obeys." It's getting late, let's all go back. Shieli's eyes narrowed as he waved his hand. Yes. Everyone responded and turned to leave the main hall. Chapter 1891. Brother Heli's words make sense. In the tent of Kiji tribe, after Kiji Heli finished speaking, everyone was silent for a moment. Then, Nan agreed, "Tuli has always been cunning. I don't believe that he won't have a backup plan after spreading this rumor. In the upcoming battle between our tribe's warriors and the Tuli tribe, we only need to use 80% of our strength. However, we can't be too obvious. Otherwise, Ashina she will definitely report this to the Great Khan. Also, in order to show our sincerity to the Great Khan, I suggest that all of you immediately send reinforcements to the frontline after you return to make up for the warriors lost in the previous battles. This way, even if we fail to take down the Tuli tribe in 2 days, I believe that the Great Khan won't be too harsh on us." In just a few words, Chiguan, Heli, and Nan had already formulated the battle strategy for the Tila tribes. After listening to it, no one had any objections. Of course, the most important thing was that this battle strategy was only beneficial to them. Thus, the other leaders all clasped their fists in agreement. Good idea. Let's do it. After I return to the tribe, I'll send someone to instruct the warriors at the front line to secretly go easy on the Tuli tribe in the upcoming battles. After I return, I'll immediately send 2,000 warriors to the front line to show our sincerity to the Great Khan. After I return to the tribe, I'll send 3,000 warriors to the front line as reinforcements. Seeing this, Kijiheli couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After everyone finished speaking, Kijiheli gestured with his hand and said, "Since that's the case, it's getting late. Everyone, please return to the tribe and prepare. Otherwise, the Great Khan will definitely be suspicious if you stay here for too long." "All right. Chief Kiji, farewell." "Farewell." The chiefs of the various tribes bid farewell and left. Enan purposely stayed at the back. While everyone was leaving, he moved closer to Kijiheli and asked softly, "Brother Chihue, do you know what Tuli's trump card is?" Kijiheli narrowed his eyes and did not answer immediately. Even though he and the barbarian man usually looked out for each other in front of Shieli and acted like good friends, Kijiheli had never expected the barbarian man to treat him as a good friend whom he could confide in. The two of them had interacted for such a long time. Kijiheli knew that the barbarian man was very ambitious. He only wanted to ensure the safety of his tribe, but the barbarian man was the same as Shieli. Therefore, Kijiheli had always maintained a certain level of vigilance towards Enan. At this time, he pondered for a moment and said to the barbarian, "Brother, you must be joking. In terms of the ability to inquire about information, my Chian tribe is far inferior to your Hueha tribe. If you don't know something, how can I know?" The barbarian man pointed at Kijiheli and said with a faint smile, "Ha! Brother Chihue, your words are too hypocritical. Why do you sound like the people of the Central Plains? In fact, you and I both know that Tuli may have a trump card. Although some of my Hueha tribe warriors are good at spying, the people who are now stationed at the southernmost part of Tuli's Yadong are your Chian tribe people. In recent days, whether Tuli's people have secretly gone south to Tang, you know it better than me." Hearing this, Kijiheli's heart moved. He was not angry because of the barbarian man's words, but because the barbarian man's words made him think of something. Since he previously thought that Tuli's trump card was to ask for reinforcements from Tang, then in recent days, Tuli's people would definitely think of ways to go south. He could send people to investigate from this direction. "I haven't received any such news in recent days. If I did, I would definitely send people to inform Brother Enan." These thoughts only flashed through Kijiheli's mind. After he recovered, he said to the barbarian man with a normal expression, "Good. Then I'll wait for your good news, brother." The barbarian man cupped his fists, laughed, and left. These two clearly had a tacit understanding in their hearts. They both thought that Tuli's next move after releasing the rumor was to ask for reinforcements from Tang, imitating the Khitan tribe's chief and leading his tribe to surrender to Tang. But these two people neglected one thing. The rumor released by Tuli was not a rumor. At the end of the 7th month, it was possible that frost would fall from the sky. Moreover, although Tuli's people had not broken through the encirclement and went south to ask for reinforcements, Tang's emissaries had already secretly sneaked into the prairie. Great Khan. This subordinate has already ordered people to spread the rumor. Now, basically everyone in the prairie knows about it. This subordinate has bribed several Hueha soldiers. According to them, at noon, the Great Khan has summoned the 10 tribe leaders to the imperial court for a meeting. It seems that the Great Khan should have also noticed this rumor. In Tuli's Yadong, Ni Shirtuo respectfully cupped his fists and said to Tuli. Hearing this, Tuli's face did not show any joy. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the sword hanging on the weapon rack next to him. He expressionlessly said, "Good. General Ni Shirtuo has worked hard." Ni Shirtuo looked at Tuli's face and asked tentatively, "Does the Great Khan have any hidden worries?" Tuli finally turned his head and looked at Ni Shirtuo. He nodded and said, "If this Khan's guess is correct, Shieli will certainly be vigilant against this Khan when he hears this rumor. Maybe he will even send reinforcements here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned the 10 tribe leaders to the imperial court for a meeting." Our days will be difficult from now on. I'm afraid there will be several fierce battles. I don't know if the officers and soldiers can still hold on. After listening to Tuli's narration, N.I. Shirtual came to a sudden understanding, and he finally understood the danger at hand. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help but say, in this way, aren't we being tricked by the great Tang's Duke Ju? Tuli shook his head and said, that's not entirely true. Right now, we are trapped in a desperate situation. If we want to break out of the encirclement, in the words of the people of the Central Plains, it is no different from pulling chestnuts out of the fire. This rumor will undoubtedly bring us danger. Danger and opportunity coexist. If the rumor is true, then it will become our chance to escape. Speaking to this point, Tuli suddenly remembered something. He paused and asked, oh, right. That Tang Jian, since yesterday, has he made any unusual movements? It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Now that he did, N.I. Shirtuo was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Humph. This guy is quite honest. He and his men have been staying in the camp all day long. They haven't gone anywhere. Their days can be said to be very comfortable. Our officers and soldiers are fighting hard outside. He, on the other hand, is sitting comfortably in the camp drinking tea and playing chess. He even drank the divine tea he brought from the Central Plains for you, Khan. What? There's such a thing. Hearing this, Tuli's eyes widened. But after thinking about it, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said with a smile, forget it, forget it. Let's ignore him for now. This Khan didn't expect this Tang Jian to be so courageous. He is in this Khan's camp, yet he is still so calm. But the calmer he is, the more confident he is in his heart. Then, our plan's success rate will be higher. Chapter 1892. Taiyuan City. 3/4 to the afternoon. 3 carriages full of goods swayed out of the post house. They walked along the street in front of the post house for a while, then turned into the lane between Lanrui Lane and Rongxing Lane, and went straight to the south of the city. In front of and behind the 3 carriages, there were about 100 soldiers. In front of the team, Dugu Feiying personally rode a horse to clear the way. Beside Dugu Feiying, there was a little fatty, dressed in luxurious clothes. Perhaps because of the hot weather, the little fatty wore a bamboo hat on his head, perfectly blocking the sun above his head. At the same time, it also covered his head, making it difficult for others to see his appearance. The target has appeared. Immediately inform Xing Lang to prepare for action. You must destroy the goods on the 3 carriages. In addition, if you can capture that young man alive, you will be rewarded 10,000 coins. In a restaurant on the side of the street, a tall and sturdy man's pupils couldn't help but slightly shrink when he saw the carriage and the little fatty, in luxurious clothes. His hands behind his back couldn't help but tighten. After pausing for a moment, he ordered a young manservant beside him. This burly man was naturally Wang Li, who was now under Wang Xinyuan. Previously, this guy was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house. Through the cracks of the window, he had seen Li Tai's appearance, body shape, and clothes. Although the little fatty on the street was wearing a bamboo hat, his body shape and clothes were exactly the same as the Li Tai he saw in the afternoon. In addition to the 3 carriages of goods behind the little fatty, Wang Li naturally thought that Li Tai was following the plan that he had told Mo Chui before. He was leading his men to transport the firepower generator to Longshan. At this moment, Wang Li's heart was a little nervous. Of course, he was more excited. After all, in his opinion, they were going to fight a battle that they were prepared for. They had anticipated the opportunity and carried out an ambush in advance. As for Li Tai and his men, under the circumstances where they were unprepared, they were bound to lose. Soon, he would be able to help Wang Xinyuan make a great contribution. Moreover, after the matter was completed, Wang Xinyuan would definitely give him many benefits. How could he not be excited? Yes. Commander. Hearing this, the manservant cupped his fists and left to carry out the order. The general direction of Dugu Feiying's group was heading southwest. In the middle, they inevitably had to make a turn because they had to go around a certain residential area. Today, the entire Taiyuan city was under martial law. There were very few merchants and commoners coming and going on the streets. Most of them were Bing Province barrack soldiers patrolling the city. This group of people quickly came to the street between Gu Renfang and Wen Yuanfang. This street was about 1,000 feet long, from east to west. The westernmost end was a dead end. If one wanted to get out of this road, they could only go back the way they came, or turn north at the end of the road. Dugu Feiying naturally chose the latter, because he couldn't back down. He had important matters to attend to. Source Peak City. It was 2:45 in the afternoon. 3 carriages full of goods came out of the post house shakily. They walked along the street in front of the post house for a while, then turned into the lane between Lanrui Fang and Rongxing Fang, and went straight to the south of the city. The 3 carriages full of goods came out of the post house shakily. They walked along the street in front of the post house for a while, then turned into the lane between Lanrui Fang and Rongxing Fang, and went straight to the south of the city. Chapter 1893. You're not Li Tai. On the long street, the black-clothed man used the force of the dagger to dodge backwards. At the same time, he struck the young man's shoulder with his palm. The two of them separated in the air and fell in opposite directions. After landing, the black-clothed man covered his chest and looked at the little fatty, who had sneakily attacked him in front of him, and said angrily. Little fatty was no longer a little fatty at this time. The youth's body was not fat at all. That pair of eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's made him look very spirited. Previously, he had used the dagger in his sleeve to launch a sudden attack on the black-clothed man. Although he had hit the black-clothed man, it was a pity that this attack did not cause the black-clothed man to be seriously injured. After the dagger had pierced through the layers of silk, only a very, very small part of it had scratched the black-clothed man's chest skin. At this moment, although there was blood on the man in black's chest, the wound was not deep. It only cut through the skin and was far from the heart. Humph. I never said that I was Li Tai. The young man did not have any weapons in his hands. In addition, his martial arts realm was not as good as the man in black in front of him. As such, he seemed to have no chance of winning. But now was not the time for him to fight to the death with the man in black. Because the 4 rumbling, fiery chariots at the 2 ends of the street were getting closer and closer to them. After leaving this sentence to the man in black, the young man did not stop. He directly leaped and jumped onto the wall that Dugu Feiying was standing on. Shit! We've been tricked. In the pavilion far away, Wang Li realized that something was wrong the moment the young man took off his bloated coat. He cursed angrily and then hurriedly turned and left with a group of men. At this moment, he could no longer care about the mission that Wang Xinyuan had given him. Since Dugu Feiying and the rest were prepared, it meant that their plan had been exposed. Now, the most important thing for him was to escape and not to complete the mission. You're not Li Tai. On the long street, the black-clothed man used the force of the dagger to dodge backwards. At the same time, he struck the young man's shoulder with his palm. The two of them separated in the air and fell in opposite directions. After landing, the black-clothed man covered his chest and looked at the little fatty, who had sneakily attacked him in front of him, and said angrily. Little fatty was no longer a little fatty at this time. The youth's body was not fat at all. That pair of eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's made him look very spirited. Previously, he had used the dagger in his sleeve to launch a sudden attack on the black-clothed man. Although he had hit the black-clothed man, it was a pity that this attack did not cause the black-clothed man to be seriously injured. After the dagger had pierced through the layers of silk, only a very, very small part of it had scratched the black-clothed man's chest skin. At this moment, although there was blood on the black-clothed man's chest, the wound was not deep. It was only a scratch on the surface of his skin. It was still far from his heart. Humph. I've never said that I'm Li Tai. The young man did not have a weapon in his hand. In addition, his martial arts realm was not as good as the man in black in front of him. As such, he seemed to have no chance of winning. But now was not the time for him to fight to the death with the man in black. Because the 4 fiery chariots rumbling from the two ends of the street were getting closer and closer to them. After leaving this sentence to the man in black, the young man did not stop. With a leap, he jumped onto the wall that Duke of Feiying was standing on. Shit! We've been tricked. In the pavilion far away, Wang Li realized that something was wrong the moment the young man took off his bloated coat. He cursed angrily and then hurriedly turned and left with a group of men. Chapter 1894. Swish, 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 swish. On the long street of Source Peak City, 4 mystic leaf-flying daggers flew towards the 4 limbs of the black-clothed man who was desperately trying to escape. At this moment, the black-clothed man's feet had already landed on the ground. Compared to when he was in the air, it was easier for him to dodge the flying daggers. His body tilted slightly to the right, and Duke of Feiying's 4 mystic leaf-flying daggers all missed. However, the man in black's fleeing rhythm was interrupted by Duke of Feiying's 4 flying daggers. When he stopped and dodged the flying daggers, more than 100 Imperial guards on the long street had already surrounded the man in black. The man in black stomped on the ground and tried to use his qinggong to escape the encirclement of the Imperial guards. But how could Duke of Feiying let him do as he wished? Another 4 flying daggers flew out of his sleeves and headed for the man in black's vital parts. He only wanted to injure the man in black, not take his life. At the same time, Duke of Feiying stomped on the wall and dashed toward the man in black. Feeling the strong wind behind him and hearing the chaotic footsteps of the Imperial army around him, the black-clothed man knew that he wouldn't be able to escape today. As Duke of Feiying was harassing him from afar, he could not escape with all his might. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Imperial guards caught up with him and surrounded him. As for the Wang family's rescue, from the moment he found out that the little fatty wasn't Li Tai, he knew that their plan had been exposed. Not only would the Wang family not save him, they would also do everything in their power to disassociate themselves from him. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to escape. At that thought, the man in black made up his mind. He turned around and dashed toward the 4 flying daggers that Duke of Feiying threw out. Duke of Feiying's 4 flying daggers had originally avoided the black-clothed man's vital points, but the black-clothed man's sudden and abnormal actions had directly exposed his vital points to the flying daggers. As such, it was very likely that he would be pierced through by 2 of the flying daggers. General Feiying. Stop him. He wants to kill himself. Whoosh. 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 On the long street of Source Peak City, 4 mystic leaf-flying daggers flew towards the 4 limbs of the black-clothed man who was desperately trying to escape. At this moment, the black-clothed man's feet had already landed on the ground. Compared to when he was in the air, it was easier for him to dodge the flying daggers. His body tilted slightly to the right, and Duke of Feiying's 4 mystic leaf-flying daggers all missed. However, the man in black's fleeing rhythm was interrupted by Duke of Feiying's 4 flying daggers. When he stopped and dodged the flying daggers, more than 100 Imperial guards on the street had already surrounded the man in black. The man in black stomped on the ground and prepared to use his qinggong to escape the encirclement of the Imperial army. However, how could Duke of Feiying let him do as he wished? Another 4 mystic leaf-flying daggers flew out from his sleeves, flying towards some of the more vulnerable parts of the black-clothed man's body. He only wanted to injure the opponent, not take the black-clothed man's life. At the same time, Dugu Feiying stomped on the wall and flew towards the black-robed man. Feeling the strong wind behind him and hearing the chaotic footsteps of the imperial army around him, the black-clothed man knew very well that he would not be able to escape today. As Dugu Feiying was constantly harassing him from afar, he could not use his full strength to escape. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the imperial army caught up and surrounded him. As for the Wang family's rescue, the moment he realized that the little fatty was not Li Tai, he knew that their plan had been exposed. Not only would the Wang family not save him, they would also do everything in their power to cut ties with him. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to escape. At this thought, the black-clothed man made up his mind. He simply turned around and threw himself at the 4 mystic leaf flying daggers that Dugu Feiying had thrown out. Dugu Feiying's 4 flying daggers had originally avoided the black-clothed man's vital parts. However, the black-clothed man's sudden and unusual action had directly exposed his vital parts to the flying daggers. As such, he could very well be pierced through by the 2 flying daggers above him. Chapter 1895. Quick! Quick! Tat 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 tat. As soon as Iron Egg and his men led the masked man out of the long street, a series of hurried footsteps came from another street next to them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young general leading a group of soldiers running towards them quickly. What happened in front? Are you all okay? As the 2 sides gathered, the leading general hurriedly looked at Iron Egg and asked, "May I ask who this general is?" Iron Egg didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the general and asked instead, "Oh. I'm Fang Gongting, the Bing Province Adjutant. I've been ordered to temporarily take up the post of Bing Province Commandant to maintain the law and order of Taiyuan. Just now, someone saw flames rising into the sky on this street, and there were sounds of fighting. I happened to be patrolling in the south of the city, so I brought people to check it out." The leading general was Fang Gongting, the Bing Province Adjutant. Seeing that Iron Egg and his men weren't injured, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, he cupped his fist and said to Iron Egg, "So it's Adjutant Fang. I've heard my master mention you before." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly surprised. He quickly cupped his fist and bowed to Fang Gongting. During the Battle of Longmen Pass, Iron Egg, Li Zishuan, and the others weren't with Li Zishuan. Instead, they were treating the locust plague in the north, so he hadn't seen Fang Gongting before. After bowing politely, Iron Egg replied, "My name is Iron Egg. I'm a student of Yanhuang College. Earlier, General Feiying and I, quick! Quick! Tat tat tat." As soon as Iron Egg and his men led the masked man out of the long street, a series of hurried footsteps came from another street next to them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young general leading a group of soldiers running towards them quickly. What happened in front? Are you all okay? As the 2 sides gathered, the leading general hurriedly looked at Iron Egg and asked, "May I ask who this general is?" Iron Egg didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the general and asked, "Oh. I am the Bing Province Army Adjutant, Fang Gongting. I have been ordered to temporarily take up the position of Bing Province's Commandant, and I am responsible for maintaining Taiyuan's security. Just now, someone saw flames rising to the sky on this street, and there were sounds of fighting. I just happened to be patrolling the south of the city, so I brought some people to investigate." The leading general was the Bing Province Adjutant Fang Gongting. Seeing that Iron Egg and the others were not injured, he could not help but feel relieved. Then, he cupped his fists and said to Iron Egg, "So it's Adjunct Fang. I've heard my master mention you before." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly surprised. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Fang Gongting. During the Battle of Longmen Pass, Iron Egg, Li Zixuan, and the others were not with Li Zixuan. Instead, they were treating the locusts in the north, so he had never seen Fong Gongting before. After politely bowing, Iron Egg replied, "My name is Iron Egg, a student of Yanhuang College. Previously, General Fei Ying and I, hurry up. Quick. Da. As soon as Iron Egg and the others led the masked man out of this long street, there was a burst of hurried footsteps from another street next to them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young general leading a group of soldiers running towards them quickly. What happened in front? Are you all okay? The two sides gathered together, and the leading general hurriedly looked at Iron Egg and asked, "May I ask who this general is?" Iron Egg did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the general and asked in return, "Oh. I'm the Bing Province Adjutant Fong Gongting. I've been ordered to temporarily take up the position of Bing Province Commandant to maintain the security of Taiyuan. Just now, someone saw flames rising to the sky on this street, and there were sounds of fighting. I just happened to be patrolling the south of the city, so I brought some people to investigate." The leading general was the Bing Province Adjutant Fong Gongting. Seeing that Iron Egg and the others were not injured, he could not help but feel relieved. Then, he cupped his fists and said to Iron Egg, "So it's Adjunct Fong. I've heard my master mention you before." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly surprised. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed to Fong Gongting. At the Battle of Longmen Pass, Iron Egg, Li Zixuan, and the others were not with Li Zixuan. Instead, they were treating the locust plague in the north, so he had not seen Fong Gongting before. After politely bowing, Iron Egg replied, "My name is Iron Egg, a student of Yanhuang College. Previously, General Fei Ying and I." Chapter 1896. Qing Ke. Come with me. Half an hour ago, in the post house, Mo Chui quickly put the piece of cloth with the words in his hand into his sleeve and vigilantly looked around. Then, he turned his head and said to Li Tai, "Okay." Li Tai nodded. Under the lead of Mo Chui, the two of them came to the backyard of the post hostel. The machines and equipment brought from the academy were piled up here and guarded by the Imperial Guards day and night. Therefore, this place was undoubtedly safer than the quiet room from before, and no one would secretly eavesdrop. Qing Ke, could this Li Junxian be the current commander of the 100 Cavalry? Under a great banyan tree in the rear courtyard, after confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Mo Chui turned to Li Tai and solemnly asked. The Mo clan had lived in seclusion in a bitter and cold land and had not interfered with the affairs of the court. At the time, Mo Chui truly had no idea who Li Junxian was, but last year, Mo Huai had led all the members of the Mo clan into Yanhuang College. Now that they had formally entered the world, Mo Chui had gradually become familiar with the officials and generals of the court. Precisely. Li Tai nodded, his brow furrowing. I didn't think that my imperial father would send Commander Li. But strangely, since Commander Li has come to Taiyuan, why hasn't he shown himself? Instead of answering, Mo Chui asked, Qing Ke, are you sure that the person who sent us this letter is Li Junxian? Could it be an impostor? Li Tai seriously thought about it, and then he shook his head. It shouldn't be. Since he was able to send us a letter, he must be nearby, and there's a high chance that he's heard our conversation. If he's not Commander Li but our enemy, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just send someone to ambush us while we were escorting the generators. Qing Ke, you're right. It seems like General Li is really sending us a message in secret. Mo Chui nodded and then continued, as for why he hasn't shown himself, it's probably because the current situation in Taiyuan City makes it easier for him to hide in the shadows than in the open. After all, we're in the open while the enemy is in the dark. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Hearing that, Li Tai agreed, "Sir, your analysis makes sense. The problem now is, since an unidentified person has eavesdropped on our plan, what should we do in the afternoon? Also, who was this eavesdropper? Where did they come from? Is he from the same group as the assassins who tried to assassinate General Dugu?" Mo Chue said with a frown. These 4 questions left Li Tai speechless. The little fatty furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "I got it." Ink Chue, who was deep in thought, jumped in fright. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, "Does Cyan Sparrow have a good plan?" "Whether it's good or not is another matter, but at the very least, this plan will let us know which force this eavesdropper is from." Li Tai chuckled and began to explain to Ink Chue. "Since someone has eavesdropped on our plan to escort the generators, it's fine if they don't have any ill intentions, but if they do, then they and the people behind them will definitely set up an ambush and intercept us on our way to Dragon Mountain. In my view, we should beat them at their own game and have them walk right into our trap. When the time comes, won't investigating the faction behind them be as easy as turning over a hand?" Chapter 1897. Trash. Trash. We've all fallen into Li Tai's trap. In the secret chamber of the second branch of the Wang family's ancestral home, Wang Xinyuan, who thought he could receive good news, did not expect to receive bad news. No matter how confident he was before, he could not help but panic. He was so angry that he threw the cup on the table to the ground and said angrily, "Please forgive me, young master. But I did hear the King of Wei say that he would personally escort the firepower generator at the post house. I don't know why the King of Wei was not among the people escorting the firepower generator in the afternoon." Wang Li knew that he had messed up this matter. Facing Wang Xinyuan's questioning, he asked for forgiveness in fear and trepidation. But at the end of the day, he still didn't know what went wrong. They had the upper hand in this matter, but why did they lose so badly in the end? "Humph. I don't know why." "You still don't know why we lost. You've been tricked by Li Tai. The news you overheard at the post house must have been fake news deliberately revealed to you by Li Tai. You and I have been tricked by this kid." Wang Xinyuan angrily slammed his fist on the table and said with a ferocious face. Hearing this, Wang Li's eyes widened. He subconsciously shook his head and said, "Young master, this is impossible. The King of Wei and the teacher from the academy do not know martial arts. They couldn't have found out that I was eavesdropping outside. I have absolute confidence in this." "Humph. Absolute confidence. Then how do you explain this result to me?" Wang Xinyuan glared at Wang Li and said angrily, "You thought that your martial arts were much better than the other party, so you underestimated your opponent. In the end, you were played like a fool and almost put my grandfather and me in danger. You have high standards but little ability." At this moment, Wang Xinyuan was a little disappointed. He wanted to train Wang Li to be his confidant, but in the end, this guy was just a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. This made him very disappointed. Hearing the anger in Wang Xinyuan's words, Wang Li did not dare to refute. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Wang Xinyuan paused for a moment, then asked, "How are those people?" His tone was no longer as aggressive as before. After all, he also understood that if he wanted to complete his plan, he would have to rely on Wang Li in the future. He could not make their relationship too stiff now. Wang Li naturally understood the meaning of Wang Xinyuan's words. He thought for a moment and cupped his fists. Those 4 men of sacrifice have already died in the sea of fire, and there is nothing on them that can reveal their identities. As for Xing Lang, he was mainly responsible for capturing King Wei alive. However, when I found out that King Wei wasn't escorting the goods, I realized that something was wrong and immediately gave the order to retreat. However, Xing Lang was already surrounded by the Imperial Army. Just now, I received news that Xing Lang was sent to the relay station by the Imperial Army. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, Star Wolf. Who was he? Will he betray us? Wang Li carefully replied, replying to young master, Xing Lang is one of the assassins that the second elder has secretly nurtured over the years. Only this subordinate and the second elder know of his identity. All these years, Xing Lang and the others have undergone strict training. Furthermore, their families are in the hands of the second elder, so no matter what kind of torture the Imperial Army uses, Xing Lang will definitely not betray us. Chapter 1898. What? You actually sent Wang Li to burn Yanhuang College's supplies. In the Wang family ancestral residence, in a room in the backyard of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan told Wang Kuei about the plan to ambush Li Tai's group. Wang Kuei listened and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bastard! Nonsense! Didn't this old man tell you not to act rashly before establishing contact with the Turkic state preceptor or Shieli Kaghan? Moreover, Taiyuan city is currently under martial law, and the city is filled with soldiers and yamen runners. If your actions are caught, you, me, and the second branch of the Wang clan will all be finished. It was your grandson who was rash. Please calm your anger, grandfather. Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and cupped his hands at Wang Kuei, looking like a good boy who had done something wrong. Humph. Calm my anger. How do you expect this old man to calm down? Wang Kuei slapped the table and pointed at Wang Xinyuan. This old man gave the second branch's shadow guards to you so that you could lead the second branch back to glory, not to destruction. If the Imperial Army and the provincial governor's residence find you, not just our second branch, but the entire Wang clan will suffer a calamity. In order to avoid being overheard, Wang Kuei deliberately lowered his voice despite his extreme anger. He had initially adopted Wang Xinyuan's plan and put Wang Xinyuan in charge of this plan only to revive the second branch. He had never thought of destroying the entire Wang clan. Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and said softly, Grandfather, rest assured. The Imperial Army only captured Xinglang. The rest of the people who participated in the ambush were all buried in the sea of fire. Xinglang is an assassin that you have painstakingly cultivated over the years. Grandson believes that the Imperial Army will not be able to get anything out of him. Xinglang. You still have the face to mention Xinglang to this old man. Also, how did you know that Xinglang is an assassin that this old man has cultivated? Wang Kuei was completely enraged, but at the same time, he still had a question in his mind. How did Wang Xinyuan know Xinglang's identity and mobilize him? Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and said nothing. Whether or not Wang Li was here, he could not possibly reveal Wang Li's identity because he had been trying to win people's hearts recently. But even if he didn't say it, Wang Kuei, who was old and shrewd, could roughly guess. It was only to see Wang Kuei's brows furrow and he said with a livid expression, It's Wang Li. You actually allowed Wang Li to mobilize the Star Wolf. Ha! Good. Very good. How many days has it been since you were adopted into the second branch? His wings had hardened. How dare you mobilize the assassins that this old man has secretly trained without permission? Then in a few days, will you dare to order Wang Li to kill this old man so that you can take my place? At this moment, while Wang Kuei was angry and regretful, a sense of crisis finally rose in his heart. This was because Wang Xinyuan could mobilize Wang Li and Star Wolf behind his back today. Who knew if Wang Xinyuan would directly attack him or completely take over his position in the future? It had to be said that the speed of Wang Xinyuan's infiltration into Wang Kuei's forces made Wang Kuei feel a little fearful. Wang Xinyuan raised his head at this time and looked directly at Wang Kuei without avoiding. He said with a serious face, Grandfather, you are my grandfather. I will never do anything to you. Previously, after Wang Li heard the news from the post house that Li Tai would personally escort the firepower generator, I felt that it was a good opportunity to break the situation. I also wanted to report to grandfather first, but the situation was urgent at that time. I had to let Wang Li prepare for the ambush first. Grandson has indeed overstepped his boundaries and acted rashly. Grandfather, please punish me. A good opportunity to break the situation. Humph. You really broke the situation by making such a fuss. However, you gave Li Tai and the others a chance to break the situation. Wang Kuei sneered and then said coldly, I think you are getting bolder and bolder. From today onwards, you have no right to mobilize the secret guards of the second branch. You stay at home and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Now that things had developed to this point, Wang Kuei really didn't dare to let Wang Xinyuan do whatever he wanted. Wang Xinyuan was really too bold. He was simply joking with the lives of everyone in the Wang family. But now that things had developed to this point, he couldn't do anything to Wang Xinyuan. He couldn't kill him quietly, right? This was the grandson he had just snatched from Wang Yu. Even if he regretted it at this time, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. Therefore, Wang Kuei decided to temporarily stop the plan and let Wang Xinyuan calm down to see what would happen next. No. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinyuan's attitude suddenly became tough. He looked at Wang Kuei with a firm face and said, Grandfather, do you think that if you stop now, you and I can live in peace? It's impossible. There's no turning back. Since the moment we chose to rely on the Turks, there's no turning back. Especially now that Star Wolf has fallen into the hands of the Imperial Army. Even if he has undergone rigorous training before, he is always a hidden danger to us. As long as he is still alive, we will never be able to sleep and eat in peace. Only by successfully joining Khan Xieli and becoming his right-hand man can we completely get out of the current predicament. At this time, how can you let your grandson stop? What you're doing is driving the Wang family to a dead end. The plan to ambush Li Tai had failed. Although Wang Xinyuan felt regretful, he could also use this to kidnap Wang Kuei and make the latter stand firmly on the same front as him. Not only did he want to get Wang Kuei's full support, but he also wanted all the resources and power of the Wang family's second branch. Especially those killers that Wang Kuei had secretly cultivated over the years. Wang Kuei was so angry that he was about to die. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to ask a tiger for its skin. Those who asked a tiger for its skin should be mentally prepared to be bitten by the tiger at any time. Wang Xinyuan, the tiger, was as docile as a kitten at the beginning, but now, he had finally revealed his sharp fangs, which made Wang Kuei somewhat fearful. Although he was angry, Wang Kuei also understood that Wang Xinyuan's words were reasonable. There was no turning back. They had already attached themselves to the Turks through Guardian Zhao. Could they really stop now? In addition, at this time, he could not completely fall out with Wang Xinyuan, because he could hear a trace of determination in the latter's tone. If he really fell out with Wang Xinyuan, this guy might directly make the matter public and make a life-and-death struggle. At that time, the Wang family's second branch would only die faster. Forget it. Forget it. Seeing that you're doing this for the sake of the second branch, this old man will not punish you this time. You don't have to reflect on your mistakes in these few days. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kuei suppressed the anger in his chest and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. Then he changed the topic and said, but before you make any decision, you must discuss it with this old man. Don't make any more decisions without my permission. Otherwise, this old man can take back the secret guards in your hands at any time. Do you understand? Seeing that Wang Kuei had compromised, Wang Xinyuan smiled inwardly. He did not want to push Wang Kuei too hard, so he cupped his hands and said, this grandson understands. Thank you for your forgiveness, grandfather. You, leave. Wang Kuei waved his hand at Wang Xinyuan rather tiredly. At this time, he had already begun to regret listening to Wang Xinyuan's slanderous words and mistakenly boarding the pirate ship. Master, this subordinate has something to report. Wang Qingwu stood outside the study in the backyard of the Wang family's main house, knocked on the door frame, and spoke respectfully inside. Come in. Soon, Wang Yu's voice came from inside the room. Yes. Wang Qingwu did not enter immediately. He first turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he pushed the door open and walked in, then closed the door again. Qingwu, what's the matter? At this time, Wang Yu was reviewing official documents sent by the local government in Sui Province. Counting the days, he had left Sui Province for nearly half a month, and there was a backlog of government affairs in the local government. Wang Yu looked up at Wang Qingwu and asked faintly. Then, he lowered his head and continued to review official documents. Master, this subordinate has just received news that a fire suddenly broke out in the south of the city. Thick smoke billowed. An imperial guard was also at the scene at that time, and they also caught an unidentified man who seems to be an assassin. He has been escorted to the post house. Wang Qingwu cupped his hands and bowed. What? Another assassin. Hearing this, Wang Yu's right hand, which was reviewing official documents, could not help but tremble. A slanted red line suddenly appeared on the booklet. Speaking of which, Dugu Aksayan had just been assassinated in the city this morning, and the security patrols in the city had also been upgraded. How did another assassin pop out now? How could Wang Yu not be shocked and angry? Can you confirm that person is an assassin? Also, is King Wei in this Imperial Guard? Is His Highness injured? Wang Yu looked nervously at Wang Qingwu and asked in a deep voice. We still can't confirm that person's identity. Wang Qingwu shook his head and said, this subordinate has already sent someone to investigate. However, according to the report of my subordinates, His Highness King Wei was not among them. No one saw His Highness injured either. Please rest assured, family head. Hearing this, Wang Yu inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Li Tai was fine, everything else could be discussed. Also, this subordinate has discovered something else, but I don't know if I should say it. At this time, Wang Qingwu suddenly said hesitantly. Wang Yu frowned and said, what is it? Speak quickly. Wang Qingwu thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, replying to Master, after the fire broke out in the south of the city, this subordinate saw Wang Li of the second branch return with some people in a hurry. This subordinate feels that they are a little, Who was Wang Yu? He had been an official for half his life. What had he not seen? Although Wang Qingwu's words were not complete, he understood what Wang Qingwu wanted to say. He put down the red brush in his hand and walked up to Wang Qingwu with a serious expression. You mean to say that the fire in the south of the city is very likely related to Wang Li? When he said this, even Wang Yu himself felt a little apprehensive. The implications of this matter were too great. If things were not handled properly, the entire Wang clan could be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1899. This subordinate doesn't dare to be sure, but when I saw Wang Li and the others return, they all seemed to be in a hurry. This subordinate went forward to greet them, but they didn't respond and rushed straight to the second branch's courtyard. Wang Qingwu did not directly assert that there was a problem with Wang Li's group, but rather cautiously replied. No. There must be a problem with Wang Li. Wang Yu's brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he said with certainty, at noon, an imperial edict was sent to Taiyuan, and Fang Gongding successfully took over military authority in Bing province. The tens of thousands of soldiers in the Bing province camp all poured out and spread throughout Taiyuan city. Afterward, this old man ordered the Wang clan's shadow guards to withdraw to the estate, leaving only a small number of people outside to gather information. For Wang Li to return at this time just in time for the fire in the southern part of the city, there must be a problem. Wang Yu had been an official for many years, and his sense of danger and conspiracy was far more sensitive than the average person's. Although he didn't have any direct evidence, he could conclude from Wang Qingwu's words that there was a problem with Wang Li. He didn't believe in coincidences, and he didn't believe that Wang Qingwu would hide such an important matter from him. Thus, he had already locked onto Wang Li's identity as a suspect. Has there been any unusual activity on Second Elder's side these past 2 days? Wang Yu quickly thought of the person behind Wang Li, Wang Kuei. If the fire in the southern part of the city was really Wang Li's doing, then the person behind Wang Li could not escape responsibility. As Wang Yu's trusted aide, Wang Qingwu naturally understood the meaning behind Wang Yu's words. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Ever since the second elder accepted the second young master, no, Wang Xinyuan, ever since the second elder accepted Wang Xinyuan as his grandson, he has been staying in the residence without any unusual movements. However, yesterday morning, Wang Xinyuan made a trip out of the residence. It is said that he went to the city to meet friends. But Wang Xinyuan has been imprisoned in the grievance hall for more than a year, and he has long lost contact with his former friends. This subordinate truly cannot think of anyone in Taiyuan City who could have such a deep friendship with Wang Xinyuan." Speaking of Wang Xinyuan, Wang Qingwu's expression was somewhat unnatural. Just a few days ago, Wang Xinyuan was still called Wang Rini, and he was still Wang Yu's biological son. But now, not only had Wang Rini's name been changed, he had even severed his relationship with Wang Yu. He was truly worried that Wang Yu would lose control of his emotions upon hearing Wang Xinyuan's name. However, it turned out that he was overthinking things. With the survival of the entire clan at stake, Wang Yu had no time to care about personal feelings. He only wanted to do business properly and bring the Wang clan out of the quagmire as quickly as possible. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke. "Qingwu, from now on, you will personally lead a few experts to secretly monitor the second branch's every move. Whether it's Ren Yi, Wang Xinyuan, or the second elder, once they do anything suspicious, report to me immediately." Wang Qingwu was a master of martial arts at the Grand Master middle stage. He was the top fighter among the secret guards of the Wang family. Wang Yu was relieved to send him to monitor Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei. However, Wang Qingwu looked a little hesitant. He asked hesitantly, "Patriarch, do you really want to monitor the second branch? But if second elder finds out?" "I can't care about that now." Wang Yu knew what Wang Qingwu was going to say. He waved his hand and interrupted, "The situation in Taiyuan City is critical now. Although I don't know the background of the force hiding in the dark, it must be a hostile force of the imperial court. No one in the Wang family is allowed to collude with that force. Otherwise, the entire Wang family will be buried with him. At this time, I'd rather kill by mistake than miss out. If second elder finds out, tell him to come to me. If he's really magnanimous, I, Wang Yu, am willing to offer him a humble apology." The fire in the south of the city, Wang Li and the others had coincidentally returned home in a hurry. Furthermore, Wang Xinyuan had suddenly gone out yesterday, and Dugu Aksayan had been attacked by an assassin this morning. All these coincidences made Wang Yu feel extremely uneasy. At this time, he had to show the courage of a family head. Otherwise, the Wang family might really be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing that Wang Yu had said this, Wang Qingwu did not dare to hesitate. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate obeys. I'll take some people to monitor second elder and Wang Xinyuan." After saying that, seeing that Wang Yu had no other instructions, Wang Qingwu cupped his fists and left. In the room, Wang Yu had long lost the mood to read the documents. He frowned and stared blankly in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Wang Yu suddenly stood up and muttered, "This won't do. This old man has to go to the post house personally." After saying that, he flung his sleeves and walked out of the door. He had to find out why the fires suddenly broke out in the south of the city, and why the Imperial Army coincidentally appeared in the south of the city. Only by understanding these details could he better judge whether Wang Li was involved or not. Also, according to Wang Qingguo, the Imperial Army had captured someone alive. He wanted to know if the person captured by the Imperial Army was a hidden guard of the Wang family. More accurately, if he was a hidden guard of the Wang family's second branch, Wang Kuei. Field Officer Sun, General Chiu invites you to his tent. He has something important to discuss. On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army, the soldiers of the various battalions were training in full swing under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a soldier from the 2nd Battalion jogged over from outside the drill ground and found Sun Tao, who was guiding the soldiers in their training. I got it. Go back and report on the completion of the mission. I will go over after giving some instructions. Sun Tao frowned and looked expressionlessly at the tent on the west side of the drill ground before speaking to the soldier. Yes. Seeing that he had received the order, the soldier didn't stay any longer and left. Sun Tao turned around and called for the deputy general of the camp to supervise the training of the soldiers. After which, he walked towards the tent on the west side of the drill ground. Speaking of which, ever since Li Zixuan joined the Black Armored Army and introduced the new drill, he had given the veterans of the 2nd Battalion a great deal of pressure. In the past, they might have been a little sloppy during training, but now, under the immense pressure exerted by Sun Tao, they didn't dare to be sloppy even if they wanted to. Greetings to the general. Arriving at Qiu Xingong's tent, Sun Tao greeted him as usual. However, at this moment, he felt a little conflicted. This was because he could roughly guess the reason why Qiu Xingong called him over today. Sun Tao, you're here. There's no need to stand on ceremony, take a seat. Qiu Xingong was looking through the military documents previously. When Sun Tao came in, he had already noticed him. However, he still waited for Sun Tao to finish his greeting before putting down the documents in his hands and raising his head. Thank you, General. Sun Tao thanked Qiu Xingong and did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the seat to Qiu Xingong's left. Cough cough. Qiu Xingong coughed lightly and looked in the direction of the entrance of the tent. After that, he smiled and asked Sun Tao, Field Officer Sun, the reason this old man called you here today is to ask you about the preparations of our 2nd Battalion for tomorrow's fighting competition. Sun Tao thought to himself that this was indeed the case, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his fists towards Qiu Xingong and said, replying to General, the entire 2nd Battalion has been training hard these few days. No one dares to slack off. In addition, most of the people in our battalion are veterans from the Black Armored Army who have experienced hundreds of battles. I believe that in tomorrow's martial arts competition, our 2nd Battalion will definitely not lose to the 5th Battalion. Qiu Xingong didn't directly ask Sun Tao if the 2nd camp could win against the 5th camp. However, how could Sun Tao not understand what Qiu Xingong meant? He didn't hide anything and directly asked the question that Qiu Xingong was most concerned about. From this, it could be seen that even though Sun Tao was working for Qiu Xingong, his personality was still relatively straightforward and even a little arrogant. Good. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Hearing such a confident answer from Sun Tao, Qiu Xingong couldn't help but be pleased. He smiled and said, for tomorrow's combat competition, send out all the experts from the 2nd camp. Don't worry about the other camps, just make sure that they win against the 5th camp. I will definitely make Li Zixuan lose all his face in tomorrow's combat competition. For this old fellow to say such words, he was truly shameless. Just like what Sun Tao had said earlier, the majority of the soldiers in the B Battalion were veterans of the Black Armored Army. No matter if it was personal strength or battle experience, they had an advantage over the group of new recruits in the E Battalion. This was not an evenly matched competition to begin with. However, Qiu Xingong seemed to be going all out and wanting to kill all of them. Furthermore, this old man did not feel that he had an unfair advantage at all. In any case, as long as he won, no matter how the process was, he would still be very happy. This general obeys. Sun Tao's skin wasn't as thick as Qiu Xingong's. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched and his face was a little embarrassed. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. In fact, he had always wanted to win against the fifth camp fair and square. This kind of battle wasn't evenly matched to begin with. Even if he won, he wouldn't feel proud of it. Chapter 1900. In Qiu Xingong's tent in the camp of the Black Armored Army. Faced with Qiu Xingong's request, Sun Tao subconsciously rejected it. Not to mention that with his personality, he would never do such a thing. Even if he could get past him, he would not be able to get past the military law. The Black Armored Army was the most outstanding heavy cavalry force in Great Tang. The military law in the Black Armored Army was stricter than any other army. In the Black Armored Army, intentionally harming a fellow soldier would be punished according to the severity of the punishment. As for intentionally killing a fellow soldier, this was even more severe. The punishment would be death without any room for negotiation. Thus, even though Qiu Xingong was Sun Tao's superior, Sun Tao didn't dare to agree to such a request. Furthermore, under Qiu Xingong's instructions, Zhang Kongnian instigated a mutiny among the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. In the end, he was beheaded in front of everyone. This incident was still fresh in Sun Tao's mind. As Qiu Xingong's trusted aide, he knew better than anyone else who Zhang Kongnian was under. If he were to agree to Qiu Xingong's request, once the matter blew up, Duan Jixuan would definitely hold him accountable as a lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion. He dared to guarantee that Qiu Xingong wouldn't save him, nor would he be able to save him. He might very well follow in Zhang Kongnian's footsteps and become Qiu Xingong's scapegoat. According to the military law, intentionally killing a fellow soldier is indeed a capital offense. However, it also depends on the situation. In this martial arts competition, swords and spears have no eyes. It's normal for 1 or 2 mishaps to occur. Seeing that Sun Tao had rejected his request, a hint of displeasure flashed across Qiu Xingong's face. However, he quickly concealed it. He smiled and patted Sun Tao's shoulder before saying, "Besides, didn't Li Sichuan say that he would rather the soldiers sweat more on the training grounds and even suffer more injuries than losing their lives on the battlefield?" In the previous training in the Wu Battalion, because of Li Sichuan, how many soldiers were injured for no reason? At the end of the day, tomorrow's fighting competition is also a form of training. Why can't you let those 2nd Battalion experts be a little more heavy-handed? If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, you can also tell them that they only need to heavily injure the people of the Wu Battalion. There's no need to kill them. In this way, even if Li Sichuan knows that we're doing this on purpose, he won't be able to say anything. After all, the soldiers in the army have been injured a lot because of his new training exercises. Qiu Xingong, who was used to scheming, actually started to use it this time. As he said, it was Li Sichuan who suggested that the soldiers should not be afraid of getting hurt when they were injured. Because of this, many soldiers and horses in the Wu Battalion were injured. It was also because of this that Qiu Xingong had the idea of instigating a mutiny in the Wu Battalion. However, his original plan failed and he even lost one of his generals because of it. Furthermore, he even sent the 3rd Battalion to Li Sichuan's hands. This time, he wanted to give Li Sichuan a taste of his own medicine. Not only would he make Li Sichuan lose all his face, he would also suffer unspeakable hardships. Sun Tao frowned and hesitated for a moment. Although Qiu Xingong had taken a step back, he still felt that this kind of underhanded trick was a little unfair even if he won in the end. After all, the overall strength of the 2nd Battalion was much stronger than the Wu Battalion. Of course, this was what Sun Tao thought. Chapter 1901. Wenhao, I've already sent you the firepower generator and the telegraph transceiver. Now, I'll have to trouble you to quickly assemble and debug them. Try to have the firepower generator up and running in 2 days. There are still some things I need to do at the post house, so I need to go back and take care of them. Once I'm done, I'll come back immediately. Taiyuan, Dragon Mountain. Under the protection of Dugu Feiying and the other Imperial Army soldiers, Li Tai and the others finally transported the firepower generator and other equipment to the Boy Temple at the top of the mountain. After all the equipment had been properly installed, Li Tai said to Meng Wenhao. In the morning, after they had finalized the location of Dragon Mountain as the telegraph relay station, Meng Wenhao had remained on Dragon Mountain to coordinate the preliminary preparations. In the afternoon, when Li Tai and the others arrived at the Boy Temple again, the place had already undergone a complete makeover. Everything that needed to be cleaned had been cleaned, and the roof had been repaired. Most importantly, the Imperial Army had completed a comprehensive defense around Dragon Mountain according to the terrain. In the ravines, behind the boulders, on the treetops, and so on, there were Imperial Army spies hidden in every corner. The entire mountain had now become a solid iron bucket. Even a martial grandmaster like Wu Jia would not be able to quietly sneak into the Boy Temple from the foot of the mountain. In other words, unless there was a well-trained army of more than 5,000 people attacking the mountain at all costs, it would be impossible to take down the current Dragon Mountain. If a weaker army rashly attacked the mountain, they would only suffer heavy losses because they had no idea where there were traps or where the Imperial Army soldiers were hiding in the dark. And, you can rest assured. Although my experience in engineering projects is not as good as yours, these things won't be difficult for me. Besides, I have so many classmates helping me. Meng Wenhao nodded solemnly and promised. Then, he looked at Li Tai and said with a serious face, Qin Ke, you should be more careful in the city. We've all heard about the assassination of General Dugu. I suspect that there's a group of people in Taiyuan City who don't want us to build a telegraph relay station. Qin Ke, your identity is special, so they will definitely find ways to make a move on you. It had been a long time since the assassination attempt on Dugu Aksayan in the morning. Although Meng Wenhao and the other students of Yanhuang Academy had been waiting here since they arrived at Dragon Mountain, they still heard the news of the assassination attempt on Dugu Aksayan. Those who could enter Yanhuang Academy were not stupid. They knew very well how dangerous the situation they were facing was. But even under such circumstances, not a single one of them wanted to withdraw out of fear. They were schoolmates, but at this moment, they were more like comrades in arms. In times of crisis, they helped each other and could trust each other with their backs. This was the golden generation of the Yanhuang Academy. In the future, when the Tang Empire defeated the Turks, there would definitely be a place for them in the history books. Wenhao, I'm relieved to hear your words. Li Tai smiled faintly, but his face was calm. He said, as for my safety, you don't have to worry. Now there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the Bing province barracks in the city. General Feiying and Iron Egg will also protect me at all times. It won't be easy for those rats hiding in the dark to hurt me. Our main task now is to build the telegraph relay station as soon as possible. The more those people don't want us to build it, the more we won't let them. If Dragon Mountain lacks anything, you can send someone down the mountain to inform Mr. Mo Chue. He will prepare it for you. Chapter 1902. Taiyuan was a large city in the north, so the post house in the city was not small. There were dozens of rooms of various sizes. In ancient times, a post house was similar to a modern-day guest house or hotel. It was used for officials who passed on official documents. Those who passed on information could also drink tea and change horses. With the Tang dynasty, the post house system was already very developed and there were many of them. A highly efficient post house could ensure that information was passed on in a timely and accurate manner. It was an important guarantee for victory in a war. Ever since Li Tai and the others entered the city and decided to stay in the post house, Wang Liaoyuan had people clear out all the guests in the post house. Of course, he did not chase them out directly. Instead, the provincial governor's office paid for them to stay in the guest house temporarily. In any case, it did not matter where they stayed. Furthermore, the environment of the guest house was better than the post house. As such, the original guests in the post house cooperated with the provincial governor's office's work and moved to the guest house. The post house was completely occupied by the Yanwang College teachers and students as well as the Imperial Army. The security of the post house was also fully taken over by the Imperial Army. This place had already been turned into a military base. In a secret room on the east side of the post house, the Imperial Army had already turned it into a temporary prison. A man with disheveled hair was tied to a wooden frame. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his clothes were torn in many places due to the whipping. At this moment, his head was lowered and he did not move at all. As his face was completely covered by his hair, no one could tell if he was unconscious or awake. That was the scene Dugu Axayan saw when he walked into the cell. Zhang Dafu stood beside Dugu Axayan. In truth, he had been supporting Dugu Axayan the entire time. However, when they approached the prison, Dugu Axayan told him to let go, so he did not continue to support him. At this moment, seeing the confusion in Dugu Axayan's eyes as he looked at the assassin, he quickly explained in a low voice, "General, this fellow is not unconscious. However, no matter how we beat him, he did not make a sound. It was as if the punishment did not fall on him." After saying this, he quickly said to a soldier in the prison, "Go. Raise this fellow's head. Oh, and bring another chair over." Taiyuan was a big city in the north, so the post house in the city was naturally not small. There were dozens of big and small houses. In ancient times, post houses were similar to modern guest houses or hotels. They were for officials to pass on official documents and travel to and fro. Those who passed on messages could also drink tea and change horses here. With the first generation of the Tang dynasty, the post house system was already very developed and there were many of them. The efficient operation of the post house could ensure the timely and accurate transmission of information. It was an important guarantee for victory in the war. Ever since Li Tai and the others entered the city and decided to stay in the inn, Wang Liaoyuan had people clear out all the guests in the inn. Of course, he didn't chase them out directly. Instead, the provincial governor's estate paid for them to stay in the inn. After all, it didn't matter where they stayed. Moreover, the environment of the inn was better than the post house. Therefore, the original guests in the post house cooperated with the provincial governor's work and moved to the inn. The post house was completely occupied by the teachers and students of Yanwang College and the Imperial Army. The security of the post house was also fully taken over by the Imperial Army. This place had already been turned into a military base. In a secret room on the east side of the post house, the Imperial Army had already turned it into a temporary prison. A man with disheveled hair was tied to a wooden frame. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his clothes were torn in many places due to the whipping. At this moment, his head was lowered and he didn't move at all. As his face was covered by his hair, no one could tell if he was unconscious or awake. That was the scene Dugu Axayan saw when he walked into the cell. Zhang Dafu stood beside Dugu Axayan and explained, "General, this fellow is not unconscious. However, no matter how we beat him, he did not make a sound. It was as if the punishment did not fall on him." Chapter 1903. Wang family head, I'm truly sorry. This junior was busy interrogating the assassin and didn't want to keep you waiting outside, so I could only have you come here. Please forgive me. Wang Yu appeared at the door of the cell. Dugu Axayan was about to stand up to welcome him, but Zhang Dafu quickly helped him up. Dugu Axayan steadied himself and gestured for Zhang Dafu to step aside before politely cupping his fists at Wang Yu. Even though he had previously suspected that Star Wolf came from the Wang clan, it was only a suspicion without any concrete evidence. Moreover, when Dugu Feiying had been searching for Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an in Source Peak City, Wang Yu had helped him quite a bit. Thus, when facing Wang Yu, Dugu Axayan was still as polite as before. Honorable nephew Dugu must be joking. This old man should be the one bothering you. Wang Yu did not put on airs and instead affectionately called him honorable nephew. The Wang family of Taiyuan and the Dugu clan of Luoyang could be considered old friends. As an elder, it was reasonable for Wang Yu to call Dugu Axayan honorable nephew. After this polite exchange, Wang Yu looked at Dugu Axayan and asked with concern, honorable nephew, you've just been cured of the poison. Are you all right now? Thanks to Uncle Wang, I'm fine now. I also have to thank Uncle Wang for inviting the divine doctor to treat me. Otherwise, this junior really might not have been able to wake up. Dugu Axayan solemnly cupped his fists at Wang Yu. Since Wang Yu had addressed him as nephew, it wouldn't be too much for him to address him as uncle. Furthermore, Dugu Axayan had already heard about what had happened at the post house this morning from the people around him. He knew that if Wang Yu hadn't invited the best, and also the most difficult to invite, physician in Taiyuan, Gong Sun Liang, there was a high chance that he would have died from the poison by now. Thus, from a certain perspective, Wang Yu could be considered his savior. If he still coldly called Wang Yu Wang family head, it would be a little too unreasonable. Ha! That's good. That's good. Dugu Axayan addressing him as uncle made Wang Yu heave a sigh of relief. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Now, he could naturally ask Dugu Axayan to help him investigate the identity of the captured assassin. This old man just received news that a fire broke out in the south of the city, and the Imperial Army happened to capture someone at the scene. This old man was worried about your highness' safety, so I came to take a look. Oh, right. Just now, my nephew said that he was interrogating the assassin. Could it be that the person the Imperial Guard caught in the southern part of the city was the assassin? Is His Highness doing well? Wang Yu remembered the purpose of his visit and the words Dugu Axayan had said at the beginning. His expression was shocked, and he cupped his hands at Dugu Axayan as he looked around the cell. He looked around and saw that there was another person hanging on the rack. It was Star Wolf. However, Star Wolf had lowered his head again. His messy hair easily covered his face, so Wang Yu couldn't see his face clearly. Dugu Axayan followed Wang Yu's gaze, paused for a moment, then turned his head and replied, Uncle Wang is not an outsider, so this junior will tell you the truth. Earlier, His Highness and Flying Eagle brought people to escort a batch of important resources from Yanhuang College to Longshan. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed in a small alley in the south of the city. The enemy used 4 burning carriages to attack the convoy from the front and back. At the critical moment, Flying Eagle could only order the soldiers to scatter in all directions to save their lives, and the resources of the college were all burned. Amidst the chaos, an assassin flew over and tried to kidnap your highness. Look, this is the assassin. As he spoke, Dugu Axayan pointed at Star Wolf on the rack. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally understood what had happened in the small alley in the south of the city 15 minutes ago. However, at this time, he couldn't care less about the assassin. He only wanted to know how Li Tai was doing. Thus, he hurriedly asked with a nervous expression, how is His Highness now? This old man didn't see His Highness at the inn. Chapter 1904. Uncle is experienced and knowledgeable, yet you don't recognize this person. Could it be that this person isn't from Taiyuan? Taiyuan Courier Station, in a prison cell. Hearing Wang Yu say that he had never seen Star Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no expression on his face, but he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Dugu Axayan turned his head and said to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's gaze was like lightning. His eyes had actually been fixed on Star Wolf this entire time. Although Star Wolf didn't show any particular expression after hearing his words, he still felt that it was somewhat strange. Generally speaking, a person's thoughts would often inevitably affect the expression on their face and eyes. No matter how well they controlled their expression and eyes, it was impossible for there to be no change at all. Just now, Wang Yu had clearly seen a hint of relief flash across Star Wolf's face, as well as a hint of relief in his eyes. The change was very small, but Wang Yu had come to the courier station with a goal in mind. From the moment he entered the prison cell, his eyes had been fixed on Star Wolf. Naturally, Wang Yu had caught the slight change in Star Wolf's expression and eyes. Not necessarily. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu shook his head and said to Dugu Axian, "This old man isn't in Taiyuan all year round. How could I dare say that I know everyone in Taiyuan City? However, since this assassin is in our hands, nephew can use torture on him. Do you think he won't reveal his identity under torture?" Dugu Axian sighed and said, "Uncle may not know, but before you came, this junior had already ordered people to use all kinds of torture on this fellow. However, this fellow's mouth was tight, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Thus, this junior guesses that this person is an assassin specially trained by some faction. Only someone who has undergone a long period of cruel and harsh training would be able to be like him, unafraid of pain and death." Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this. There's actually such a thing. An assassin. According to what you said, even if this person isn't an assassin, he should be a specially trained death warrior. The person behind him must be quite powerful. At the same time, Wang Yu felt that his guess was getting closer and closer to reality. The assassin in front of him was so well trained that he clearly wasn't someone a small faction could train. And who was the largest faction in Taiyuan City? It was the Wang family. This meant that the assassin on the gallows was most likely someone secretly groomed by the Wang family's second elder, Wang Kai. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Dugu Axian did not have time to react. Instead, Star Wolf lowered his eyes. He did not dare to look at Wang Yu again because he was afraid of exposing himself. "Uncle's words are exactly what I was thinking." Dugu Axian nodded his head in approval. This person is so well trained, so the person behind him must be extraordinary. It's just that we've used all kinds of torture on him, but he still refuses to say anything. I wonder if Uncle has a good plan. In fact, from the moment Wang Yu stepped into the prison cell, Dugu Axian had been probing the relationship between Wang Yu and Star Wolf. Up until now, Dugu Axian had basically confirmed that Wang Yu really didn't know Star Wolf. This was the intuition of a martial artist. Unless Wang Yu's acting skills were so superb that he could deceive the eyes of a martial scholar, Dugu Axian did not believe that his judgment would be wrong. Therefore, Dugu Axian was sincerely seeking advice from Wang Yu, hoping to find a way to break out of this situation. Chapter 1905. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left his cell, Dugu Axian also left his cell with the help of an Imperial Army soldier. After returning to his room, he sat down and asked Zhao Eru, the Imperial Army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Feiying to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate?" The second elder of the Wang clan. Hearing this, Dugu Axian's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Eru, "Go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder." In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Dugu Axian still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the two sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left, which made Dugu Axayan even more suspicious. Thus, it was imperative to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Yes. Zhao Eru cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Seeing that Dugu Axayan had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left, Dugu Axayan left his cell with the help of an Imperial Army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Eru, the Imperial Army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Feiying to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan." Hearing this, Dugu Axayan's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Eru, "Go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder." In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Dugu Axayan still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the two sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left, it made Dugu Axayan even more suspicious. Therefore, it was very necessary to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Here. Zhao Eru cupped his fists and accepted the order. Seeing that Dugu Axayan had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? In Source Peak Courier Station, after Wang Yu left, Dugu Axayan left his cell with the help of an Imperial Army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Eru, the Imperial Army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Feiying to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, "General, based on what this subordinate knows, this Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan." Chapter 1906. This old man, who this old man is isn't important. What is important is that this old man has intercepted an urgent report. This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. General, please quickly open the gates and do not delay this important military mission. Outside the western gate of Taiyuan City, the burly man dressed in coarse brown robes looked up at the captain of the Bing province barracks and loudly shouted. This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. Ha! What bold words! The captain had originally believed that this old man had important information to report, but after hearing the old man's words, he snorted derisively. Taiyuan City was the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Its walls were tall and thick, and the city had tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Most importantly, Taiyuan City was not on the border and was surrounded by other provinces and counties. If Taiyuan City encountered an emergency, the soldiers of the other provinces and counties would rush to the rescue. In these circumstances, the captain truly did not believe that anyone could threaten the lives of the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. You should go back. In consideration of your age, this general will not lower himself to your level. If you continue to shout and pester endlessly, don't blame this general for having you arrested and charged with the crime of colluding with the enemy. The lieutenant on the city gate tower had a cold expression as he pointed at the old man below the city and shouted. Colluding with the enemy? When did this old man collude with the enemy? Let this old man into the city and take this old man to see His Highness King Wei. At that time, His Highness will judge whether or not this old man has colluded with the enemy. Being accused of colluding with the enemy for no reason, the old man was instantly enraged. However, he also understood what was the most important thing at this time, so he resisted the urge to scold and shouted at the lieutenant. "Humph! Is His Highness someone you can see just because you want to? Don't make so much noise. Do you believe that this general won't have you arrested?" The captain coldly said. Although his words were somewhat impolite, there was actually nothing wrong with them. Not to mention that the situation in the city was urgent. Even if it was during normal times, he couldn't just casually bring someone to see Li Tai just because they said that they had important matters to discuss, right? If the other party wanted to harm Li Tai, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, he only wanted to scare the old man and drive him away. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. The old man was not afraid at all. He raised his head and rebuked angrily, "I do have urgent information to report to King Wei. If you don't believe me, then arrest me. If I delay the military mission, will His Highness spare you? How can the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City spare you?" Seeing that the old man wasn't scared away by him and instead refused to give up, he was a little angry and said, "Fine. Good. Men, arrest this man and bring him to the provincial governor's office for him to deal with." "Lieutenant, the soldier beside the commandant of the city gate tower was somewhat hesitant. After all, if the old man really had important information and they captured him, then they would be in deep trouble." "What? Are you not going to listen to me? This was a military order. Take him down." The commandant glared at him, and the soldier didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Understood." Not long after, the city gate opened and 4 or 5 soldiers came out and came to the old man. The old man glared at them and a fierce aura spread out. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect this old man to be a martial artist. Chapter 1907. This old man went hunting in the mountains this morning and was lucky enough to encounter a few wild geese returning to the south. Just as I was about to draw my bow and shoot down one of them, I unexpectedly missed. Who would have thought that a white pigeon would fly in from the southeast direction? My arrow hit the carrier pigeon without missing a beat. This old man thought that it was just an ordinary pigeon, but to his surprise, the pigeon had a letter tied to its leg. When I opened it, I saw that the letter was written in Turkic script. In the past, Lao Fu followed General Qin and fought with the Turks on the grassland many times, so I can be considered to know some of the characters there. The Great Tang's King of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanhuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. Once this station is completed, the Tang army will be able to communicate with each other anywhere on the steppe and send news back to Cheng, and in an instant. This will pose an enormous threat to our Turks. This subject earnestly requests that the Great Khan dispatch 10,000 wolf cavalry to quietly infiltrate the Great Tang and surround Taiyuan City. This subject is confident that we can capture Taiyuan City in half a day. At that time, we can capture the Great Tang's King of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College and have them work for our Turks. After this old man read this letter, he felt that this matter was of great importance and rode to Taiyuan City to report to Your Highness. To his surprise, Taiyuan City was already under martial law, making it difficult for this old man to enter without revealing his identity. I could only have the city guards bring this old man into the city. I didn't think that I would run into Your Highness the moment I entered the city. Taiyuan Courier Station, in a quiet room, Li Tai, Dugu Axan, Dugu Feiying, Iron Egg, Ink Chue, and Han Tianhu were seated. Once everyone was seated, Han Tianhu got straight to the point, explaining his purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. Everyone couldn't help but grimace. It was clear that they had all realized the gravity of the situation. Dugu Axan was the first to speak. "Lord Han, might I ask where this secret letter is?" Although they had all learned of Han Tianhu's identity from Li Tai's introduction and knew that with Han Tianhu's identity, it was impossible for him to lie about something like this. However, it was precisely because of how important this matter was that they needed to see for themselves. Han Tianhu reached into his inner pocket and took out a small piece of paper. He then stood up and handed it to Li Tai. This is the secret letter from the carrier pigeon. Please take a look. Li Tai received it with both hands. He opened it and saw a few lines of small characters. However, he did not understand the Turkic language, so he could not tell what it was. Thus, he turned to Dugu Aksayan and asked, "Does General Dugu know the Turkic language?" As the commander of the imperial army, Dugu Aksayan had to maintain the safety of the palace. He had to deal with foreign spies on a daily basis, so he naturally understood the Turkic language. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "This general understands a little." Li Tai handed the piece of paper over to Dugu Aksayan. "General Dugu, please take a look. Here." Dugu Aksayan did not waste any time on pleasantries. He took the paper and began to carefully read it. Everyone looked over, and after a while, Dugu Aksayan put away the paper, raised his head, and solemnly cupped his fists to Li Tai. "Your Highness, the contents of this letter are exactly the same as what Lord Han said." Chapter 1908. Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we must also capture Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Aksayan was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he was naturally the one to complete the two missions Mo Chui spoke of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the imperial army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Xing province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the Bing province governor's residence to warn the four provinces to be more vigilant. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Aksayan. Dugu Aksayan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the academy to the north, Dugu Aksayan should naturally complete the two tasks mentioned by Mo Chui. He saluted Li Tai and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the imperial army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Xing province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the Bing province governor's residence to warn these four provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, although we haven't heard of Zhao Dian, it doesn't mean that the people in the government office or the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to the previous aimless search, at least we have a clear target now. As long as we find out Zhao Dian's background, it will be easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that one person must have heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Axian. Dugu Axian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the Academy North, Dugu Axian should naturally complete the 2 tasks mentioned by Mo Chui. He cupped his fists to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately notify Governor Wang." Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Xing Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the Bing Province barracks name to warn the 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we investigate Zhao Dian's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is someone who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Axian. Dugu Axian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Axian was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy North, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Xing Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out Zhao Dian's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Axian. Dugu Axian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Dugu Aksayan was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Xing province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Aksayan. Dugu Aksayan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Aksayan was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, this prince needs to be informed. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Xing province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn the 4 provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Aksayan. Dugu Aksayan slowly said, the head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Aksayan was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Xing province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these four provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Xiao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Xiao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Xiao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Axian. Dugu Axian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Xiao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Dugu Axian was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the two missions Mo Chui had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Xing province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these four provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Xiao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Xiao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Xiao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Axian. Dugu Axian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Chapter 1909. "Father, since you've come to Taiyuan City, why don't you stay here for a while?" After a short discussion, Li Tai went to his room to send a message. Dugu Axian took a carriage and a group of guards to the Wang family's ancestral home. Mo Chui followed the original plan and bought supplies for the students on Dragon Mountain with the academy's teachers. Iron Egg had nothing to do for the time being. In other words, everyone deliberately left space for the father and son to reunite. When Iron Egg saw Han Lijing come to the courier station, he was naturally very happy. However, when Han Lijing arrived at the courier station, everyone began to discuss. Until now, the father and son had not had time to say a word. Now that they finally had a moment of leisure, Iron Egg followed Han Lijing to a large ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Then he opened his mouth and asked casually. Speaking of which, it had not been long since the father and son last met. More than a month ago, Li Zixuan led the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to exterminate the locusts. They passed by Yifang County, where Han Lijing lived. At that time, the father and son were reunited for a few days. Although they had just reunited more than a month ago, Iron Egg was still somewhat dissatisfied. This was because the father and son of other families could reunite almost every day. He really did not understand why his father did not stay at home and had to go to Yifeng County, which was so far away, to buy a manor and become a landlord. This child's thoughts could not be blamed. After all, he had lost his mother when he was young. His father was often away at war, and he relied on his sister's efforts to raise him. Later, when Han Lijing returned to the Han family manor, their family's life gradually improved. Although they could not be said to be rich, at least the family was reunited. Later, Han Yushi married into the Li family, and Han Lijing went to Yifeng County to buy a manor and become a landlord. For Iron Egg, the two people he relied on the most in his life gradually distanced from him. This made him feel as if he had suddenly become a loner. This kind of separation was too cruel for a youth who had not yet reached the age of 20. Yes. Hearing his son's question, Han Lijing nodded. Then he sighed and said, "Your father originally planned to return after delivering the secret letter to His Highness. However, from what you said just now, Taiyuan City is now extremely dangerous. You and King Wei both came to Taiyuan with important tasks. Those enemies are all watching you covetously from the shadows. If your father did not know this, then it would be fine. But now that I know, how can I leave with peace of mind? Before you find the power behind the scenes or you can safely leave Taiyuan City, this old man will stay with you in this courier station." Before receiving the secret letter, Han Lijing had never imagined that Iron Egg would be in Taiyuan with Li Tai and the others on important matters, nor would he have imagined that they would be facing a crisis of life and death. At this moment, Han Lijing only rejoiced that he had unexpectedly obtained the secret letter to the steppe. Otherwise, he might not have received any news of Iron Egg's death. In addition, Han Lijing had accompanied Qin Qiong to the north to attack the Turks. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, he naturally knew martial arts. Although his martial arts were not as freakish as Li Sichuan's, he was still stronger than the majority of the estate soldiers. Otherwise, he would not have become Qin Qiong's personal guard. Now that he knew that his son was in danger, Han Lijing naturally had to stay behind to protect Iron Egg. Hearing that, Bruiser could not hide his excitement and said, "Great, great. I will go and help you tidy up a room." After saying that, Iron Egg immediately turned around and prepared to tidy up the room. However, he was stopped by Han Lijing. Han Lijing said, "This is not urgent. We have to prepare first. When your highness goes to the provincial governor's mansion, we will follow you." "Oh. Okay." Tai Dan recovered from his excitement and quickly nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the boy in front of him who was already as tall as his chest, Han Lijing felt a little emotional. His heart was very complicated. He felt gratified and a little guilty. After staring at him for a while, Han Lijing said, "Iron Egg, I am very gratified that you can represent the academy and serve the country. You have grown up. Indeed, in the past, Iron Egg was just a little boy in the Han village who often played with mud and crickets in the fields with a group of naughty children. Now, only a little more than a year had passed. Not only did he become the disciple of a famous teacher, but he also made great achievements in his studies. Now, he represented Yanhuang College and went to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the Tang Empire. Although he was not a pillar of the country, he was still a useful person to the country. How could Han Lijing not be gratified by such a big change? However, at the same time, Han Lijing also felt a little guilty. Because he had moved to Yifeng County at the beginning of the year, the father and son had been apart for more than half a year. To a certain extent, he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a father. To be able to receive his father's praise, Tai Dan would be lying if he said that he wasn't happy. However, he didn't get carried away and said modestly, "Father, this is nothing. Actually, my sister and I have always hoped that you would move back to the Han family manor." Obviously, this last sentence was what Iron Egg wanted to say the most. Han Lijing was stunned and his eyes were a little dazed. After a while, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, "Brat, how could I not want to move back to the Han village? It's just that, the matter in Willow Village is not completely finished. The sewage discharged from Xiaoshuan's mine still affects the surrounding villages. After I have completely treated the sewage there according to Xiaoshuan's method, I will move back to the Han village. In fact, when Han Lijing went to Yifang County to buy property, other than to treat the polluted water of the surrounding villages because of Li Zishuan's mine, there was another important reason. It was to guard the graves of his comrades who had died in battle. 50 miles north of Yifang County, at the foot of White Mountain, there was a graveyard for thousands of people. Buried there were all heroes who died in battle during the 4 years of Wuda when Li Shimin led the army to attack the Turks in the north. Although Han Lijing had left the army long ago, he could never give up the brotherhood deep in his heart. Father, is what you said true? After hearing that Han Lijing would move back to Lantian County after treating the sewage around the mine, Iron Egg was overjoyed. He looked up at Han Lijing and asked. Of course it's true. Han Lijing sighed in his heart, and then said, all right. Brat. Now is not the time to reminisce. His Highness should be done sending the telegram soon. Go pack up and get ready. Also, see if General Fei Ying needs any help. We should set off in a while. Yes. Father. Iron Egg replied and happily turned to leave. Although the current situation in Taiyuan City was unclear and they did not know how many dangers were hidden around them, this did not stop Iron Egg from feeling happy at this moment. Chapter 1910. While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an, the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City was busy. Dugu Axian had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's manor, saying that he wanted to draw an assassin's face. Then, the provincial governor's manor's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a huge reward for information on the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's manor had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but it had also been copied. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's manor all rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Taiyuan City was now completely sealed off, and most of the soldiers from the subjugation manor in Bing province had been sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city had gradually returned to normal. Other than being unable to leave the city, the people were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search by the soldiers of the Bing province barracks, most of the suspicious people who used the Chuji ironware shop to forge weapons had already been caught. The provincial governor's manor is offering a huge reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, hurry to the provincial governor's manor and explain the situation. Anyone who provides useful information will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard, and that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they can live in peace? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law, and now they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner the better. Even if there's no reward. Taiyuan City can be peaceful and quiet soon. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was in the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City, the provincial governor's manor in Taiyuan City wasn't idle. Previously, Dugu Aksayan had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's office, saying that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin. Then, the provincial governor's office's bailiffs would post it throughout the city, offering a large reward for clues about the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's manor had not only obtained the portrait of the assassin, but they had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the provincial governor's manor rushed out with the portrait and the reward notice. Taiyuan City was now under lockdown, and most of the soldiers from the manor of subjugation in Bing province were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After the initial panic of the lockdown, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city gradually returned to normal. Other than those who couldn't leave the city, most of the people were able to leave their homes. After all, the soldiers from the Bing province barracks had already caught most of the suspicious people who used the Chuji ironware shop to forge weapons. The provincial governor's manor is offering a huge reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Go to the provincial governor's manor as soon as possible to explain the situation. Those who provide useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? Tisk tsk. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness Prince of Wei's bodyguard, and that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness Prince of Wei if they don't want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now we can't even leave the city. Yes. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner we catch these people, the sooner we can. Even if there's no reward, it's fine. Taiyuan City can also be peaceful as soon as possible. Yes. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle either. Dugu Aksayan had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the assassin's face and have the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion posted all over the city, offering a huge reward for clues about the assassin. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but they had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion came out together, holding the portrait and the reward notice, and rushed to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing province's Shichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji ironware shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a huge reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, go to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible to explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. The people on the streets in 2s and 3s quickly noticed the portrait and the reward notice on the wall. Then, they could not help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I think he's not a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Wow. It's possible. Assassinating His Royal Highness Prince Wei's bodyguard, and that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. How could he dare to harm His Highness, Prince of Wei, if he did not want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Quickly go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City will be able to enjoy peace and quiet as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was in the courier station sending an urgent telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle at the moment. Previously, Dugu Aksayan had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion, saying that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin. Then, the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it throughout the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion all rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Shichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware Shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Hurry to the provincial governor's mansion and explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? TSK. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Whoa. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard, and that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they have such peaceful days? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City will be able to enjoy peace and quiet as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an urgent telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle. Previously, Dugu Aksayan had sent someone to borrow an artist from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the appearance of an assassin, and then the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this moment, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but had also finished copying it. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion rushed out, carrying the portrait and the reward notice to the various key junctions in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Shichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward for anyone who knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before. Hurry up and report the situation to the provincial governor's mansion. Anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of cash. Commoners in 2s and 3s on the streets quickly noticed the portraits and bounty notices pasted on the walls. Then, they couldn't help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? Tisk tsk. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. Yes. This person doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Oh. That's possible. Assassinating the bodyguard of His Royal Highness Prince Wei, and that bodyguard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This guy is too bold. These people deserve to die. How could he dare to harm His Highness, Prince of Wei, if he did not want to live a peaceful life? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, they can't even leave the city. That's right. These people deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Hurry up and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner they catch these people, the sooner they'll be rewarded. Taiyuan City can also be peaceful as soon as possible. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? While Li Tai was sending an emergency telegram to Chang'an City, the provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan City was not idle. Dugu Aksayan had sent someone to borrow a painter from the provincial governor's mansion. He said that he wanted to draw the face of an assassin, and then the provincial governor's mansion's bailiffs would post it all over the city, offering a large reward for clues to the assassin. At this time, the provincial governor's mansion had not only obtained the assassin's portrait, but it had also been copied. Under Wang Liaoyuan's orders, the bailiffs of the provincial governor's mansion came out together, holding the portrait and the reward notice, and rushed to every key intersection in the city. Currently, Taiyuan City was completely sealed off. Most of the soldiers from Bing Province's Shichong Manor were sent to patrol the streets and search for suspicious people. After experiencing the initial panic of the city being sealed off, the lives of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city gradually returned to normal. Except for those who couldn't leave the city, the civilians were basically able to leave their homes. After all, under the thorough search of the soldiers from Bing Province's barracks, most of the suspicious people who owned Chuji Ironware shop had been caught. The provincial governor's mansion is offering a large reward. If anyone knows the identity of the person in the portrait or has seen this person before, go to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible to explain the situation. For those who provide useful clues, the provincial governor's mansion will reward them with 100 strings of cash. The people on the streets in 2s and 3s quickly noticed the portrait and the reward notice pasted on the wall. Then, they could not help but discuss in private. As long as you provide clues, you can get 100 strings of cash. What is the background of the person in the portrait? Tisk tsk. Who knows? But this person looks fierce and has such a long scar on his face. I don't think he's a good person. That's right. This person doesn't look like a good person. Do you think this person is the assassin that the soldiers are searching for in the city today? Whoa. That's possible. Assassinating His Highness King Wei's guard, and that guard is said to be the commander of the Imperial Army. This person is too bold. These people really deserve to die. Why would they dare to harm His Highness King Wei when they can live in peace? They even caused Taiyuan City to be under martial law. Now, we can't even leave the city. That's right. These people really deserve to die. Have any of you seen this person before? Quickly go and provide clues to the authorities. The sooner we catch these people, the sooner we can do it, even if there's no reward. Our Taiyuan city can also be peaceful and quiet soon. That's right. Have any of you seen this person before? Chapter 1911. If grandfather is still worried, I can send someone to secretly hire some people in the marketplace and have them provide false information about Xinglong to the magistrate. I guarantee that the people in the provincial governor's office will be so busy that they won't have time to care about anything else. In the wing room in the backyard of the second branch of the Wang family, Wang Xinyuan saw that Wang Kuei was still worried, so he suggested. When Wang Kuei heard this, he shook his head and refused without thinking, no. At this time, we can't cause any more trouble. The more we do, the more likely it is that we will be discovered by the magistrate. You'd better behave yourself. Without my permission, you're not allowed to act on your own. Wang Kuei was actually very afraid that Wang Xinyuan would do something like he did in the afternoon and cause trouble without saying a word. This would put him in a very passive position. Unlike Wang Xinyuan's radicalism, Wang Kuei was quite cautious and conservative. Before he had absolute confidence, he would not expose himself in front of others. Before Wang Xinyuan came, Wang Li had already been here. Furthermore, he had been severely reprimanded by Wang Yu. He had also warned Wang Li not to cooperate with Wang Xinyuan's unauthorized actions. In this way, he had also taken away Wang Xinyuan's military power, in disguise. Yes. Grandson will follow grandfather's instructions. Wang Xinyuan knew that it was not the right time to fall out with Wang Kuei, so he pretended to be obedient and cupped his hands. But grandfather, please take care of Xinglong's family and ensure that his family won't report to the magistrate. Suddenly, Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed. He stood up and looked at Wang Kuei. Humph. I have my own plans. You don't have to worry about this matter. You can go back first. Wang Kuei frowned and waved his hand. Grandson will take his leave. Wang Xinyuan seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and did not say anything. He cupped his hands and left. Wang Kuei, who was in the room, looked at Wang Xinyuan's back as he left. He was both angry and helpless. Now, seeing that the government was about to investigate him step by step, he really began to regret listening to Wang Xinyuan's bewitchment. Wasn't it good to be the second elder of the Wang family who lived in luxury every day and didn't have to worry about food and drink? Why did he have to take the risk of risking his life? It's all because of human greed. Wang Kuei sighed in his heart for a while before shouting outside, Wang Li. Creak. As soon as Wang Kuei finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. Wang Li walked in and cupped his fists. Your subordinate is here. Wang Kai's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, after dark, you go to the Triumph House and quietly get rid of that old man. Do it cleanly. This old man doesn't want anyone to notice. Do you understand? Wang Li's body trembled as a trace of surprise flashed across his face. However, he quickly returned to normal and cupped his fists. I understand. Then, seeing that Wang Kuei had no other instructions, he cupped his hands and left. The room was silent for a long time before Wang Kuei muttered to himself, Star Wolf, don't blame me. It's not that I'm heartless, but only the dead can keep secrets. Master, are you looking for me? Wang Qinggu knocked on the door of the study in the backyard of the Wang family's main house. He pushed the door open and entered. He bowed and cupped his fists towards Wang Yu, who was sitting behind the desk. Yes. Wang Yu put down the reward notice in his hand, looked up at Wang Qinggu, and asked, Qinggu, is there any movement from the second branch? Previously, when he suspected that Wang Li and Wang Kuei were likely to be related to the fire in the south of the city at noon, Wang Yu sent Wang Qinggu to keep a close eye on the second branch and monitor their every move. Now that the portrait of Star Wolf and the reward notice were all in the hands of the Wang family servants, Wang Yu guessed that Wang Kuei would definitely take action after seeing the reward notice, so he called Wang Qinggu over to ask about it. Hearing this, Wang Qinggu thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, reporting to the patriarch, according to the informant I placed in the second branch, the second elder didn't do anything after seeing the reward notice, but he asked Wang Xinyuan to go to the side room in the backyard. After a while, Wang Xinyuan left again. As for what the two of them said in the side room, because there were guards outside the room, our people didn't dare to get too close, so we didn't hear clearly. Wang Yu's eyes flashed, and after a moment of thought, he said, continue to monitor the second elder, Wang Xinyuan, and Wang Li closely. If there are any abnormal movements, immediately report to me. If they leave the residence, you must send someone to follow them closely, but be careful not to be discovered by them. Wang Qinggu bowed and said, this subordinate understands. Master, don't worry. If necessary, this subordinate will personally follow them. Speaking of which, no matter what, Wang Li was still a Zhongshe realm expert. If he wanted to follow him silently, the person following him would have to be at least stronger than him. Among all the secret guards of the Wang family, only Wang Qinggu was qualified to do so. Wang Yu nodded slightly and said, yes. You may go. Wang Qinggu replied, cupped his fists, and left. Not long after Wang Qinggu left, the door of the study was pushed open from the outside again. Wang Yu looked up and saw that it was Wang Bing, and behind Wang Bing was Princess Tong and Father. Madam. Why are you here? Wang Yu hurriedly stood up when he saw the person who had arrived and greeted him. After the two entered, Princess Tong and turned and closed the door. At this moment, Wang Bing took out a piece of paper from his bosom. It was the bounty notice that everyone in the Wang family had passed around. He looked at Wang Yu and asked solemnly, who is this person? Why are you mobilizing everyone in the Wang family to find him? Did something happen in Taiyuan City again? In truth, Wang Yu had not mentioned to Wang Bing or Princess Tong, and that an assassin had attacked an imperial army convoy and been captured alive at noon today. The main reason was that he had rashly spied on Wang Kuei without any evidence. This matter did not conform to the Wang family's rules, and Wang Bing might not agree to it. Thus, Wang Yu had decided to act first and report later. But unexpectedly, Wang Bing's political sense was far sharper than Wang Yu had imagined. With just a single bounty notice, he had sensed that something was wrong. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Chapter 1912. Chang An, Imperial Astronomer. Beep 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 beep. There's a telegram. The other two eunuchs in the room also looked over. The telegram machine was not widely available and there were only a few people in the entire Tang Empire who owned one. Therefore, the person who sent the telegram to the palace was either Li Zishuan or Li Tai. Li Zishuan was currently in the military camp. If there was anything, he could have just sent someone to the palace to pass the message or enter the palace personally. There was no need for him to send a telegram. Therefore, the person who sent the telegram could only be Li Tai. Quick! Come and help translate the message. All right. The two of them replied and quickly went forward to translate the message with the eunuchs. Moments later, the expressions of the three people in the room changed. The eunuchs who first recorded the message stood up and said, Taiyuan is in danger. You guys wait here. I have to present this telegram to His Majesty immediately. Yes. The two of them cupped their fists and accepted the order. The eunuchs kept the translated message and rushed out of the room. In the Suite du Hall, Li Er and Zhao Song were talking about the martial arts competition in the Black Armored Army the next day. The rules set by this kid are quite interesting. After the morning court tomorrow, I'll make a trip to the Black Armored Army's camp to join in the fun and see the results of the Black Armored Army's training under this kid's new training manual. Li Er looked at the small booklet in his hand and smiled meaningfully. He then said to Zhao Song, who was beside him, Do you want me to inform General Duan beforehand? Upon hearing this, Zhao Song was not surprised by Li Er's decision at all. He asked tentatively. There's no need for that. Li Er shook his head and said, It's just the two of us. We can just change into casual clothes and go. It will also save us a lot of trouble. Although the world could not be said to be at peace, the Great Tang had been at peace for a very long time. At the end of the 4th month, after Shuafang City was breached by the Tang army and Liang Shi was beheaded, Li Er had eliminated all the rebel forces in the Tang Empire. As the capital of the empire, Chang'an was much safer than other places in the Tang Empire. Therefore, Li Er was not worried that he would encounter any assassins when he left the palace in disguise. Unlike the other pampered emperors who grew up in the palace, Li Er had done this kind of thing many times before. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Zhao Song hesitated. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but after being by Li Er's side for so many years, he knew Li Er's temper very well. Therefore, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his tone. However, he was secretly pondering in his heart. No matter what happened tomorrow, he had to arrange for some experts to secretly follow them. Otherwise, if something happened to Li Er, he would die 1,000 deaths. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Prince Wei's palace has sent an urgent report. Just as Zhao Song finished speaking, a chamberlain hurriedly ran in from outside. After entering the hall, the chamberlain bowed to Li Er with a piece of paper in his hands. Before this, Li Er had instructed the Imperial Army soldiers outside the Taiji Palace to report to the Imperial Astronomer if there were any urgent matters. They could directly enter Ganlu Palace without any notice. What? Green Sparrow urgent report. Quickly present it. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly said. Zhao Song's expression also became serious. He quickly walked in front of the chamberlain, took the paper from the chamberlain's hands, and then quickly handed it to Li Er. Li Er did not waste any time. After receiving the report, he immediately opened it and read it carefully. On it was written, Your son, Green Sparrow, reports to Imperial Father. Today, your son suddenly received news that there is a group of Turkic spies hiding in Taiji City. The leader is a Han man named Xiao Dian, formerly the village head of the Han family manor, Han Tianhu. This morning, we accidentally intercepted a letter that this person sent to the grasslands. This telegram was not long, but it was not short either. It was more than 300 words long. The main reason was that this matter was too important and too complicated. It could not be explained in a few words. If it was not explained clearly, it could easily affect Li Er's judgment and decision-making. When the time came, it was very likely that one careless move would cause the entire game to be lost. Therefore, Li Tai used as concise words as he could to tell Li Er everything that had happened that afternoon, including how Tai Dan had disguised himself as him to escort a batch of fake goods to Longshan and how he had been ambushed in the south of the city. Li Tai also told him about how Tai Dan had disguised himself as him and escorted a batch of fake goods to Longshan. However, Li Tai did not mention Dugu Axayan's conjectures about the Wang clan in this telegram. The main reason was that they had no proof at the moment. It would be rather inappropriate to rashly mention them. The telegram of more than 300 words took a very long time to translate, but it seemed that he could finish reading it in a few moments. After reading the telegram, Li Er's brow was tightly furrowed, his face dark. When he received the news that Dugu Aksayan had been assassinated in Taiji City this morning, he had suspected that it might be the work of a Turkic spy. But he had never imagined that the assassin hiding in Taiji City would be so bold as to have Shili lead his troops into the Great Tang and then work together to take down Taiji and capture Li Tai alive. The other party's ambition was simply too great. And just where did this Xiao Dian come from? As a Han, not only was he working for the Turks, he was also in contact with the Great Khan of the Turks. And why was this person so familiar with the mission that Li Tai's party had taken north to Taiji, and why was he so familiar with the functions of the telegram relay station? These were top secrets of Yanhuang College. Let alone a Turkic spy, even many officials in the imperial court did not know about the mission of the college and the specific functions of the telegram relay station. How did this Xiao Dian know? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind, but most of them were shock and fear. Just think, if Han Lijing had not been able to intercept Xiao Dian's messenger pigeon, Li Tai, Dugu Aksayan, and the others in Taiji City would not have known who their opponents were until the Turkic wolf cavalry arrived at the city gates. How could they have prepared in advance? Quickly send a message to Qin Kai and order Bingzhou Governor Wang Liaoyuan to send a warning document to Feng Province, Xing Province, Yunzhou, and Yuzhou at the speed of 800 li. Remind the governors of these 4 provinces to strengthen the defense of the border passes and not allow a single Turk to enter the Great Tang. Violators will be punished by military law. Forcefully suppressing the questions in his mind, Li Er put down the message in his hand and looked up at the chamberlain as he sternly ordered. As the chamberlain quickly recorded Li Er's words, he bowed and said, "This servant obeys the decree. In addition, order Bingzhou's Xincheng Prefecture to protect Qin Kai and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College at all costs. In addition, for the safety of Taiji City, order Bingzhou Governor Wang Liaoyuan to find out Xiao Dian's identity within 3 days and arrest him." Li Er thought for a moment and added, "This servant obeys the decree." The chamberlain's pen flew through the air as he quickly recorded Li Er's words on the book in his hand. He bowed and replied, "Go." Li Er thought for a moment and had no other orders, so he waved his hand for the chamberlain to leave. The chamberlain bowed and then left Sweet Dew Palace. Zhao Song stood to the left of Li Er. From start to finish, he did not ask what was written on the telegram. Even though he was extremely curious, he understood that if Li Er wanted him to know, there was no need for him to ask. Li Er would tell him directly. On the contrary, if Li Er did not want him to know, even if he asked, Li Er would not tell him. On the contrary, he might even punish him. At this moment, Li Er picked up the telegram and passed it to Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, go and check if there is a Han high-ranking official named Xiao Dian under Xiaoli's tent. This is a telegram from Qin Kai. Take a look." Zhao Song received the telegram with both hands and bowed. This old servant obeys the decree. Before he could flip through the telegram, Li Er spoke again. "Has Li Junxian and the rest arrived at Taiyuan City?" Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, half an hour ago, this old servant received a message from Commander Li. He said that he had arrived at Taiyuan City in the morning and discovered that there was a hidden faction in Taiyuan City secretly monitoring Your Highness and the rest. He is currently hiding in the dark to make it easier to find out the background of this faction. Thus, he did not appear to meet Your Highness. Instead, he has been hiding in the dark to protect Your Highness." Hearing this, Li Er felt much more at ease. He nodded and said, Li Juanxian's work is truly reassuring. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. Let him hide in the dark." At this point, Li Er suddenly frowned. He suddenly remembered that Li Juanxian's method of communication was actually through a messenger pigeon. After experiencing the convenience of the telegraph, the messenger pigeon was already a backward method of communication in Lierre's eyes. After all, how could a messenger pigeon be faster than a telegram, electromagnetic wave? It was a pity that none of the 100 horsemen knew how to use a telegraph. Otherwise, he could have given the 100 horsemen a few telegraph machines so that Li Junxian could report the situation in Taiyuan City to him at any time. Your Majesty is right, Xiao Song replied. After a moment of silence, Lierre suddenly said, "Don't let the Empress know about this for now. Otherwise, she'll be so worried that she'll have nightmares all night." Speaking of nightmares, Lierre couldn't help but recall the dream that Empress Zhongsun had described to him. Reality seemed to be reflecting that dream. There was a group of Han people in Taiyuan City who had sided with the Turks, and they were planning to harm Li Tai and the rest. Then, would Li Tai and the rest be captured by that group of people? They won't. We will never let those rascals succeed, Lierre said firmly in his mind. This old servant understands, Xiao Song responded. Lierre waved his hand at him and said, "Go ahead. Help us find out Zhao Dian's identity as quickly as possible." Yes. Xiao Song bowed and accepted the order. Hugging the report from Li Tai, he walked out of the hole. Chapter 1913. General, your subordinate has already found the identity of the owner of Tongfu Inn. In a residence near Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, a muscular man dressed in casual clothes clasped his fist and bowed to Li Junxian. This man was none other than the 100 horsemen Li Junxian had sent to investigate Tongfu Inn, Lin Jiang. Li Junxian's eyes flashed. "Oh. Tell me." Lin Jiang straightened his body and said, "General, the owner of Tongfu Inn is called Sun Dafu, a native of Taiyuan with no significant background. However, the owner behind the scenes of this Tongfu Inn had some background. Their owner's name was Gao Yong, and Gao Yong's sister had married the eldest son of the Wang family's second elder, Wang Hong. It could be said that he had a close relationship with the Wang family's second branch. It was precisely because of his relationship with the Wang family that Gao Yong had been able to thrive in Source Peak City these past few years. Apart from the Tongfu Inn, he also owned 2 silk shops and a jewelry and jade shop. His family's wealth was quite high. But it's rumored that Gao Yong has done quite a bit of bullying in Taiyuan City in the past few years, but he has quieted down a little in recent years. The owner of Tongfu Inn is actually related to the Wang clan's second branch." Li Junxian was rather surprised, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Lin Jiang quietly stood there, waiting for Li Junxian's next order. After a few moments of thought, Li Junxian raised his head and said, "Has Gao Yong had any contact with the Wang clan's second branch since Zhu Zeqing took up residence in Tongfu Inn?" In truth, Li Junxian had originally believed that the owner of Tongfu Inn was a Turkic spy planted in Taiyuan City. This was why Zhu Zeqing had known in advance that Li Tai's group would be staying at Tongfu Inn and had set up an ambush there. This was also why he had sent people to investigate Tongfu Inn. Now that he had learned that the owner of Tongfu Inn was inextricably linked to the Wang clan's second branch, the situation became rather complicated. Reporting to the general, this subordinate has already found out the identity of the owner behind this Tongfu Inn. In a residence near Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, a muscular man dressed in casual clothes clasped his fist and bowed to Li Junxian. This was the 100 horsemen Li Junxian had sent to investigate Tongfu Inn. His name was Lin Jiang. Li Junxian's eyes flashed. "Oh. Tell me about it." Lin Jiang straightened up and said, replying to the general, "The innkeeper of this Tongfu Inn is called Sun Dafu. He's a native of Taiyuan and doesn't have much of a background. However, the owner behind the scenes of this Tongfu Inn had some background. Their owner's name was Gao Yong, and Gao Yong's sister had married the eldest son of the Wang family's second elder, Wang Hong. It could be said that he had a close relationship with the Wang family's second branch. It was precisely because of the Wang family's relationship that Gao Yong had been able to thrive in Source Peak City these past few years. Apart from the Tong Fu Inn, he also had 2 silk shops and a jade shop in the city. His family was quite wealthy. However, according to the rumors, this Gao Yong has done a lot of things to bully men and seize women in Taiyuan City in the past few years. However, he has quieted down a little in recent years. The owner behind Tongfu Inn is actually related to the Wang family's second branch. Li Junxian was rather surprised, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Lin Jiang quietly stood there, waiting for Li Junxian's next order. After a few moments of thought, Li Junxian raised his head and said, "Ever since Xu Zeqing took up residence at Tongfu Inn, has Gao Yong had any contact with the Wang family's second branch?" In truth, Li Junxian had originally believed that the owner of Tongfu Inn was a Turkic spy planted in Source Peak City. This was why Xu Zeqing had known in advance that Li Tai's group would be staying at Tongfu Inn and had set up an ambush there. Chapter 1914. It was 4:45, dusk. According to the weather of the past few days, the sky should be filled with red clouds, but today's weather was a little strange. At noon, the sun was still shining brightly, but at dusk, not only was there no sunset glow in the sky, it was also a little gloomy. Thick clouds covered the sky, giving people a very oppressive feeling. However, it did not seem like it was going to rain, because the clouds in the sky were not dark clouds. Generally speaking, the sky would only turn dark at around 7 in this season, but today's abnormal weather caused Taiyuan City to become a little gloomy. At this moment, a group of people took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark. They rode their horses from the post house towards the direction of the city. The people in the lead were a young man and a middle-aged man. Behind them was a group of powerful soldiers. In addition, there were 2 young men who were walking in the middle of the group. At this time, most of the people in the city had returned to their homes, so there were not many people on the streets. Therefore, this group of people traveled very quickly. In about 15 minutes, they arrived at the provincial governor's mansion in the city. The group of people dismounted, and the slightly plump youth in the middle of the group walked to the front. After seeing this, the guards at the entrance of the provincial governor's mansion did not dare to stop them. Instead, they respectfully bowed and said, "Your Highness." That's right, this group was Li Tai, Du Gufeiying, Han Tianhu, and Iron Egg. In the past few days, Li Tai had had many dealings with the provincial governor's mansion, so it was not strange that the guards at the entrance knew Li Tai. Is Provincial Governor Wang in the government office? Li Tai did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Your Highness, Provincial Governor Wang is in the back hall discussing matters with Adjunct Fang. I will go and report to you now. The guards at the entrance quickly cupped their fists and replied. Oh. Adjunct Fang is also there. That's great. Hearing this, Li Tai muttered softly. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, "No need to report. We will go in ourselves." With that, he directly walked past the 2 guards at the entrance and into the courtyard. When Du Gufeiying, Han Tianhu, and Iron Egg saw this, they quickly followed. As for the 2 bailiffs, they could only watch as Li Tai and the others entered. Naturally, they did not dare to stop them. This general's men have already searched through all the houses in the city. Those who have weapons from the Chu Ironware shop have all been brought to the magistrate's office. However, this general heard that the weapons in these people's hands were all made by the Chu Ironware shop a long time ago. They are not the latest batch. Indeed. In the afternoon, this official ordered the blacksmiths of Chuji Ironware shop to carefully identify the weapons that were confiscated. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them came from the batch of weapons that the mysterious person behind the scenes ordered. Now, it seems that it's impossible to use those weapons to track down the mysterious person behind the scenes. Then what should we do? Today, we have searched the city wantonly. That mysterious person will definitely be alerted. It will be even more difficult to find him later. Moreover, sealing the city is not a solution. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. The people need to eat and live. If the city is sealed for a long time, the people in the city will definitely panic. The daily lives of the people in the city will also be greatly affected. Sigh. How can this official not know what you are saying? His Majesty only gave us 7 days to close the case. This official is more anxious than anyone else. Provincial Governor Wang, there is no need to be anxious. This prince has come to give you a clue. When Li Tai walked near the back hall, he happened to hear Fang Gongting and Wang Liaoyuan discussing today's large-scale search. Hearing this, and seeing that the door was not closed, he directly lifted his feet and walked into the room. Your Highness. As there was no report, Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting did not know that Li Tai had come to the provincial governor's mansion. When they saw Li Tai suddenly appear at the door, the two were shocked. Then they hurriedly greeted him and said, "This official, this general, pays his respects to your Highness." Chapter 1915. Xiao Bao has come on master's orders to report to milords. My master and I have met the person the government is looking for today. In the rear hall of the government office, the young alchemist from Rejuvenation Hall cupped his hands to Wang Liaoyuan after greeting everyone in the room. Speaking of this little medicine boy, they had just seen him in the morning. He was the youth that Gong Sun Liang had brought with him when he came to the post house to detoxify Dugu Aksain. His name was Xiao Bao, and he and Gong Sun Liang should have a master-disciple relationship. What? You've seen the person in the portrait? After Lil Bao finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. Then, Li Tai said in surprise. Li Tai had wanted to personally interrogate the assassin he had captured in the afternoon after returning from Dragon Mountain, but on the way back, he had run into Han Tianhu, who had rushed over from Yifang County. Later on, he had seen the letter Zhao Dian had sent to the Turks via messenger pigeon. For the sake of the overall situation, Li Tai had no choice but to temporarily put aside the idea of personally interrogating the assassin. Instead, he had come to the provincial governor's residence to deliver Li Er's decree to Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting. But putting it aside for now did not mean that he would completely let it go. Li Tai had always felt somewhat uneasy about this assassin. He had speculated that the assassin might have come from another faction in Taiyuan City, and that this faction might be in cahoots with Zhao Dian. Li Tai had not expected to find clues related to the assassin in the provincial governor's residence, so he was naturally overjoyed. Xiao Bao also knew of Li Tai's identity. Upon hearing Li Tai's question, he turned and cupped his hands to Li Tai. Your Highness, my master once treated the mother of this person in the portrait. Starting from the beginning of last year, he would come to our rejuvenation hall every once in a while to get medicine. Although he sometimes did not go in person, it was still possible to tell from the prescription that he had asked someone else to get the medicine for him. Li Tai was delighted to hear this. He hurriedly asked, Your master treated this person's mother, so he should know this person's name and residence, right? Also, what illness does this person's mother suffer from? Why hasn't he been cured after taking medicine for more than a year? As long as the identity of this person was confirmed, then the power behind this person would be even easier to investigate. Li Tai thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, Xiao Bao shook his head and said, This person doesn't like to talk. I remember that when this person carried his mother to the clinic, he only said 3 sentences to my master from beginning to end. Can you cure her? How much is the consultation fee, and thank you. My master said that the auntie was suffering from tuberculosis, which could not be cured. My master could only prescribe some medicine to nourish the lungs, clear away heat and consolidate qi to relieve the pain and temporarily prolong her life. Later on, I heard that before that person came to our Huichan Hall, he had already gone to several medical centers in the city, but no one dared to treat his mother. After thinking about it, it should be that the prescription my master gave was indeed useful to the auntie, so that person would come to our clinic every once in a while or invite other people to come and get the medicine. However, every time he came, he would leave in a hurry after getting the medicine and paying the fee. No one knew what his name was or where he lived. Li Tai frowned and could not help but feel a little speechless. A person came to your clinic to get medicine for more than a year, and you don't even know the name of the other party. Xiao Bao scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Master often told us that as a doctor, we only need to care about curing illnesses and saving people, the consultation fee. As for other things, we shouldn't ask too much. Hearing this, Li Tai was a little mad, but when he thought of Gong's son Liang's strange temper in the morning, it seemed that it was not strange for him to say such words. After pondering for a moment, Li Tai calmed down and continued to ask, the prescription that Mr. Gong's son gave to that person, I wonder if you can lend it to this prince to take a look. The little medicine boy seemed to be prepared. He took out a folded rice paper from his sleeve and stepped forward. Before coming to the yamen, my master wrote another copy of the prescription. Your Highness, please take a look. Duke Feiying stepped forward and took the prescription from the little medicine boy, then went forward and handed it to Li Tai. Li Tai took the prescription and looked at it carefully. He saw the words on the prescription: top quality Gladitsia, 12 Qian, Ophiophagon, 10 Qian, Xingdi, 18 Qian, 15 Qian, Baiji, 20 Qian, tortoise shell, 12 Qian, caterpillar fungus, 10 Qian. Li Tai naturally did not have any medical knowledge. The purpose of him looking at the prescription was not to find any problems with it. After a while, Li Tai put away the prescription and looked up at the medicine boy. This medicine is not cheap, right? This was because he saw several precious medicinal herbs in this prescription. After staying in Yanhuang College for more than a year, Li Tai was no longer the prince who did not eat the food of mortals. At the very least, he knew the hardships of the people. The little medicine boy nodded and said, Your Highness guessed right. This medicine costs 700 Qian. The patient takes one in the morning and one in the evening. Every time that person went to get the medicine, he would get 10 days worth of medicine because some herbs will lose their efficacy after being stored for a long time. Master suggested that he only get 10 days worth of medicine each time at most. However, although that person did not dress like a rich person, he did not hesitate at all when he paid. Moreover, he has never defaulted on the payment of medicine to our Huichuan Hole. One medicine costs 700 Qian, once in the morning and once in the evening. In other words, that auntie's medicine cost nearly 2 strings of money a day. Hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flashed and he seemed to be thinking about something. For a prince like him, this amount of money was insignificant. However, Li Tai understood that for a commoner, the cost of 2 strings of money a day was a huge burden. A normal family would not be able to afford it. Not only did that assassin bear it, but he also persisted for more than a year. This was enough to show that he definitely had a powerful backing behind him. All right. This prince knows everything. In the future, please help me find out more about this person's background. It would be even better if you know where this person lives. After coming back to his senses, Li Tai looked at Xiao Bao and said in a deep voice. Yes. Your Highness's words, Xiao Bao will definitely pass it on to Master when I return. It's just that. The medicine boy cupped his hands and then scratched his head embarrassedly. He wanted to say something but stopped. Just what? Seeing this, Li Tai asked subconsciously. The medicine boy hesitated for a moment. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, he stammered, just that. Xiao Bao saw on the notice that anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of money. I don't know if the clue I provided is considered a useful clue. It turned out that the medicine boy's main purpose was to provide clues. His main purpose was to ask for the reward. Hearing this, everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. As the provincial governor of Bing province, Wang Liaoyuan posted the notice in the name of the provincial governor's residence. At this moment, he stood up and said to the medicine boy, Haha. The clue you provided is naturally useful. In a while, I will get someone to bring you to receive your reward." The medicine boy was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. "Thank you, provincial governor." This enthusiasm was completely different from when he answered Li Tai's question. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was as if he had money, he was the boss. Seeing this, Li Tai could not help but say, "No wonder Mr. Gongsun didn't come. It turns out that you want to earn some pocket money from the provincial governor's residence." This was originally a joke. In Li Tai's opinion, such an important matter should have been handled by Gong Sun Liang himself. But now, only the little alchemy boy had come. It was very likely that the little alchemy boy had seen the reward notice and wanted to earn some pocket money, so he had secretly come behind Gong Sun Liang's back. Unexpectedly, this sentence seemed to annoy Wang Liaoyuan. "Xiao Bao is here to report to all of you on the orders of my master. Today, my master and I have seen the person posted on the notice." In Taiyuan City, the medicine boy from Huichen Hall cupped his hands to Wang Liaoyuan after greeting everyone in the room. Speaking of this little medicine boy, they had just seen him in the morning. He was the youth that Gong Sun Liang had brought with him when he came to the post house to detoxify Duguaxan. His name was Xiao Bao, and he and Gong Sun Liang should have a master-disciple relationship. "What? You've seen the person in the portrait?" After Lil Bao finished speaking, the room was silent for a moment. Then, Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Li Tai had wanted to personally interrogate the assassin he had captured in the afternoon after returning from Dragon Mountain, but on the way back, he had run into Han Tianhu, who had rushed over from Yifang County. Later on, he had seen the letter Zhao Dian had sent to the Turks via pigeon. For the sake of the overall situation, Li Tai was forced to temporarily put aside the idea of personally interrogating the assassin. Instead, he had come to the provincial governor's residence to deliver Li Er's decree to Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting. However, putting it aside temporarily did not mean that he would completely let it go. Regarding that assassin, Li Tai always felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. This was because he speculated that the assassin might have come from another faction in Source Peak City. Moreover, that faction might have colluded with Zhao Dian. Li Tai had not expected to find clues related to that assassin in the provincial governor's residence, so he was naturally overjoyed. Xiao Bao also knew Li Tai's identity. Hearing Li Tai's question, he turned to Li Tai and cupped his hands. "Replying to your highness, the person in the portrait, my master once treated his mother's illness. Since the beginning of last year, he would come to our rejuvenation hall every once in a while to get medicine. Although sometimes he did not go in person, it was still possible to tell from the prescription that he had asked someone else to get the medicine for him." Li Tai was delighted to hear this. He hurriedly asked, "Your master treated this person's mother, so he should know this person's name and residence, right? Also, what illness does this person's mother suffer from? Why hasn't she been cured after taking medicine for more than a year?" As long as this person's identity was confirmed, the faction behind this person would be even easier to investigate. Li Tai thought to himself. However, to his disappointment, Xiao Bao shook his head and said, "This person doesn't like to talk. I remember that when this person carried his mother to the clinic, he only said 3 sentences to my master from beginning to end. Can you cure her? How much is the consultation fee? And thank you. My master said that the aunt was suffering from tuberculosis, which could not be cured. My master could only prescribe some medicine to nourish the lungs, clear away heat and consolidate qi to relieve the pain and temporarily prolong her life. Later on, I heard that before that person came to our rejuvenation hall, he had already gone to several medical halls in the city, but no one dared to treat his mother. Later on, I thought that the prescription my master had prescribed was indeed useful to that aunt, so that person would come to our medical hall every once in a while or invite someone else to get the medicine. However, every time he came, he would leave in a hurry after getting the medicine and paying. No one knew his name or where he lived. Li Tai frowned and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. A person came to your medical hall to get medicine for more than a year, and you don't even know his name? Xiao Bao scratched his head and said, Master often told us that as a doctor, we only need to care about curing illnesses and saving people, the consultation fee. As for other things, we shouldn't ask too much. Hearing this, Li Tai was a little mad, but thinking of Gong's son Liang's strange temper when he saw him in the morning, it seemed that it was not strange for him to say such words. After a moment of silence, Li Tai calmed down and continued to ask, Mr. Gong's son Liang's prescription for that person, I wonder if you can lend it to this prince to take a look. The little medicine boy seemed to have been prepared. He took out a folded paper from his sleeve and stepped forward. Before coming to the yamen, my master wrote another copy of the prescription. Your Highness, please take a look. Duke Feiying stepped forward and took the prescription from the little medicine boy, then went forward and handed it to Li Tai. Li Tai took the prescription and looked at it carefully. He saw the words on the prescription: top quality Gladitsia sinensis 12 chien, Ophiopagon japonicus 12 chien, asparagus 10 chien, Xingdi 18 chien, Baiji 15 chien, tortoise shell 20 chien, donkey hide gelatin 12 chien, caterpillar fungus 12 chien, Guang Lian 10 chien. Li Tai naturally didn't know anything about medicine. The purpose of him looking at the prescription was not to find the problem with it. After a while, Li Tai put away the prescription and looked up at the medicine boy. This medicine is not cheap, right? This was because he saw several precious medicinal herbs in this prescription. After staying in Yanhuang College for more than a year, Li Tai was no longer the unworldly prince. At the very least, he knew the hardships of the people. The little medicine boy nodded and said, Your Highness guessed correctly. This medicine costs 700 chien. The patient takes one in the morning and one in the evening. Every time that person went to get the medicine, he would get 10 days worth of medicine. Because some herbs will lose their efficacy after being stored for a long time, my master advised him to only get 10 days worth of medicine each time. However, although that person didn't dress like a rich person, he didn't hesitate at all when he paid. Moreover, he has never defaulted on the payment of medicine for our Huichun hole. One medicine costs 700 chien, once in the morning and once in the evening. In other words, that auntie's medicine costs nearly 2 strings of money a day. Hearing this, Li Tai's eyes flashed and he seemed to be deep in thought. For a prince like him, this amount of money was insignificant. However, Li Tai understood that for a commoner, the cost of 2 strings of money a day was a huge burden. A normal family would not be able to afford it. Not only did that assassin bear it, but he also persisted for more than a year. It was enough to show that he must have a powerful backer. All right. This prince knows everything. In the future, please help me find out more about this person's background. It would be even better if you know where this person lives. After coming back to his senses, Li Tai looked at Xiao Bao and said in a deep voice. Yes. Your Highness's words, Xiao Bao will definitely pass it on to my master. But... The little medicine boy cupped his hands and then scratched his head in embarrassment. He wanted to say something but stopped. But what? Seeing this, Li Tai asked subconsciously. The little medicine boy hesitated for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, But, Xiao Bao saw on the notice that anyone who provides useful clues will be rewarded with 100 strings of money. I don't know if the clue I provided is considered a useful clue. It turned out that the little medicine boy's main purpose was to provide clues. His main purpose was to ask for the reward. Hearing this, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As the Bing Province provincial governor, Wang Liaoyuan posted the notice in the name of the provincial governor's office. At this moment, he stood up and said to the little medicine boy, Haha. The clue you provided is naturally useful. In a while, I will get someone to bring you to receive your reward. The little medicine boy was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. Thank you, provincial governor. This enthusiasm was completely different from when he answered Li Tai's question. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was as if he had money, he was the boss. Seeing this, Li Tai couldn't help but say, "No wonder Mr. Gongsun didn't come. It turns out that you want to earn some pocket money from the provincial governor's office." This was originally a joke. In Li Tai's opinion, such an important matter should be handled by Gongsun Liang himself. Now that only the little medicine boy came, it was very likely that the little medicine boy saw the reward notice and wanted to earn some pocket money. So, he secretly came alone behind Gongsun Liang's back. Who knew that this sentence seemed to annoy Wang Liaoyuan? Chapter 1895, Reward. Chapter 1916. Zhao Dian. Tuberculosis prescription. A moment later, in the back hall of the provincial governor's mansion, a handsome young man with resolute facial features stood in front of Wang Liaoyuan and Fang Gongting. Holding his chin, he asked thoughtfully, "I wonder if Provincial Governor Wang and Adjunct Fang have heard of Zhao Dian before. Generally, this official has never heard of this person." Wang Liaoyuan thought for a few moments before shaking his head. This general has also never heard of him. Fang Gongting frowned and shook his head. This young man was none other than Li Junxian. When Li Tai's group had left the courier station for the yamen, Li Junxian had been following them from a distance. Not even the Peak Chi transformation Dugu Feiying had noticed him, much less anyone else. Ever since they had entered Taiyuan City, Li Junxian had been secretly protecting Li Tai. He had not appeared to meet Li Tai primarily because he was afraid that the factions hidden in the city would notice. After all, someone had eavesdropped on Li Tai and Ning Chui's conversation at the courier station at noon. Li Junxian had no choice but to be even more cautious. After Li Tai's group left the governor's residence, Li Junxian did not leave with them. His primary goal was to understand what information Li Tai had gathered from Wang Liaoyuan. "In a little while, I will send a message to Chang and have the 100 cavalry in the capital review the files and find out Zhao Dian's identity as quickly as possible," Li Junxian said after a few moments of thought. The 100 Cavalry Division was the Great Tang's most mysterious and elite spy organization. Although it had not been established for very long, it was filled with experts skilled in gathering intelligence. The files of the 100 Cavalry Division not only recorded the people and events within the Great Tang, it also had information on the surrounding countries, especially the Turks. "Then I must trouble General Li." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands at Li Junxian. After all, Li Er had given him a deadline of 3 days to find out Zhao Dian's identity. Li Junxian was helping him. "Governor Wang is too polite," Li Junxian indifferently replied. He then turned to Fang Gongting and said, "Advisor Fang, since we already know that the assassin the Imperial Army captured this afternoon has a severely ill mother, the scope of our investigation has been greatly reduced. Today, the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks are searching the entire city. After Adjunct Fang returns to the barracks, you can ask the soldiers who participated in the search today to recall whether or not they encountered any elders with tuberculosis in their homes. I believe there will definitely be some results." Hearing this, Fang Gongting's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "General Li is right. After this general returns to the camp, I will immediately gather all the generals to inquire." Fang Gongting was temporarily acting as the commandant of the Bing Province Army. Although in terms of rank, Li Junxian was on the same level as him, and there was no direct relationship between them, Li Junxian was still the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division and an official of the capital. Even Wang Liaoyuan treated him with respect, so how could he dare to act rashly? Moreover, Li Junxian's suggestion truly was feasible. If he could find out the assassin's identity through this method, he would have done a great service, so how could he not agree? Li Junxian nodded and said, "Tuberculosis is not a common disease, and ordinary people can't last very long with it. Thus, once we find out if there are any families in the city that suffer from this disease, I must trouble Advisor Fong to immediately send men to investigate to prevent any undue delay. Undue delay. General Li is worried. Fong Gongting's heart trembled as he sternly asked. Li Junxian nodded and said, correct. The power behind this assassin is extraordinary. It is possible that the other party will send someone to kill him or hide him. Li Junxian did not directly voice his suspicions about the Wang clan. Firstly, he had no evidence, and secondly, this matter involved the Wang clan, so he did not completely trust Fong Gongting and Wang Liaoyuan. Fong Gongting solemnly clasped his fist and said, this Fong understands. This one will return to the barracks and gather the officers to investigate. If there are any suspicious targets, this Fong will personally bring men to investigate. This one will take his leave first. Advisor Fong, take care. Wang Liaoyuan and Li Junxian clasped their fists to Fong Gongting in return, and Fong Gongting left. Only Wang Liaoyuan and Fong Gongting were left in the room. Since Governor Wang is busy, this general will not disturb you any longer. If Governor Wang wishes to find me in the future, you can send men to the second residence on the east side of Tongfu Inn. Through their conversation just now, Li Junxian knew that Li Er had given Wang Liaoyuan another imperial decree. Wang Liaoyuan would be very busy in the coming days, so he clasped his fist and bid farewell. But before leaving, he told Wang Liaoyuan where the 100 cavalry were staying in the city. After all, he was only protecting Li Tai from the shadows, so he did not know the latest reports that Li Tai had received. Moreover, he could not have too much contact with Li Tai, so he could only keep in contact with Wang Liaoyuan and exchange intelligence at any time. Okay. This official will remember. Wang Liaoyuan silently noted down the order and clasped his fist. Li Junxian left the room, jumped onto the eaves, and then vanished into the darkness. On the steppe, in Tuli's camp was completely different from how it had been during the day. The camp was a complete mess, and some of the tents had been destroyed or even set alight. Moreover, the ground was littered with severed limbs. This was a living hell. It was clear that this place had just been through a bitter battle. Tuli's old face was as dark as ink as he listened to Enai Shirtuo's report on the casualties in the Tooth Courtyard. Tang Jian was also present in the Tooth Courtyard. However, Tang Jian's face was devoid of any expression. He was still as confident as before. Bam! After hearing Enai Shirtuo's report, Tuli finally couldn't hold back any longer. He slapped the table in front of him and angrily roared, "They're going too far. These tribes have suddenly increased their offensive. Someone must have ordered them to do so. Are you trying to kill this Khan?" Tugu, Shieli Khan. Shieli Khan's full name was Ashina Tugu. Speaking to this point, Tuli looked at Tang Jian, who was sitting calmly below. A trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Soon after, he coldly said, "Duke Ju, we just released the news of the 7th month's frost this morning. In the evening, we suffered a fierce attack from various tribes. What do you think?" Tang Jian's face turned serious, and he stood up and clasped his hands to Tuli. "Is Khan blaming this Tang for dividing the tribes?" "Humph." Tuli snorted. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Indeed, in the evening, the various tribes around Tuli's camp had suddenly launched an extremely fierce offensive against Tuli's camp. This truly did seem to be related to the news that Tuli had sent in the morning to spread on the steppe that Shieli has lost his virtue, incurring the wrath of longevity heaven, and frost will fall in the 7th month. But, does Khan think that the great Khan will let you go if you don't follow this Tang's instructions and spread the news on the steppe? Seeing Tuli's cold face and silence, Tang Jian wasn't afraid at all. He directly retorted, "Forgive this Tang for speaking bluntly, but a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, and a country can't accommodate 2 rulers. The conflict between the little Khan and the great Khan has long been irreconcilable. Now that the little Khan is even besieged by the great Khan, shouldn't you give up the fantasy in your heart and face reality? How dare you? After being angrily rebuked by Tang Jian, Tuli's old face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Before he could speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back anymore. He took 2 big strides and came in front of Tang Jian. He said aggressively, "How dare you speak to the Khan like that? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up." Tang Jian met Ni Shirtua's gaze. There was no fear in his eyes, but he didn't say anything to provoke him. It wasn't the first time he dealt with the Turks. He knew very well that when facing these people, the more timid you were, the more arrogant they would be and the more they would look down on you from the bottom of their hearts. Now that he was the Tang Empire's envoy and represented the Tang Empire's imperial court, he had even less reason to bow and scrape to Tuli, Ni Shirtua, and the others. When he encountered people he couldn't stand or didn't like, he wouldn't be afraid. He would just confront them head-on. He really didn't believe that Tuli and Ni Shirtua would dare to do anything to him. At the very least, that would be the case until Xiali's troops trampled on Tuli's house. "General Ni Shirtua, don't be rude to the Tang Empire's envoy." The 2 men stared at each other for a moment. At this time, Tuli, who was sitting at the head of the table, finally opened his mouth. "Humph." Ni Shirtua snorted coldly, but in the end, he still obeyed Tuli's order. He glared at Tang Jian unwillingly and stood aside. At this time, Tang Jian looked at Tuli, cupped his hands and said, "What this Tang said just now may be offensive, but it's an indisputable fact. If the little Khan wants to break out of the encirclement, his only chance is to wait for the prophecy to come true and frost to fall from the sky. At that time, rumors will spread everywhere in the grassland tribes, and everyone will be in a panic. The great Khan will be too busy to take care of himself, so he won't have the energy to encircle and annihilate the little Khan." This evening, the allied tribal forces around Yiting suddenly intensified their attacks. This shows that the great Khan is already anxious. He's more afraid than anyone that the prophecy will come true. Tuli's eyes slightly narrowed. After a moment of silence, he said expressionlessly, "Envoy Tang's words are reasonable, but this Khan has lost more than 40,000 men in this evening's battle. According to this kind of offensive, does Envoy Tang think this Khan will first wait for frost to fall from the sky or be completely wiped out?" In fact, this was the problem that Tuli was most worried about. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "It's only 2 days until the 8th lunar month. Life and death will depend on these 2 days. This Tang believes that as long as the generals and soldiers under the Great Khan's tent unite and fight to the death, we will certainly be able to wait until the prophecy comes true. Moreover, although the Allied forces' attacks this evening were strong and our army also suffered more than 40,000 casualties, among these 40,000 soldiers, 50% were lightly injured, 30% were seriously injured, and only 20% were dead. This shows that although the tribal leaders under the Great Khan's tent have intensified their attacks on us according to the Great Khan's order, they haven't used their full strength. They even deliberately showed mercy to us. Because even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a tiger. If we are forced into a desperate situation, the warriors under the Great Khan's tent will certainly fight back with all their might. As for those tribal leaders who are attacking us, none of them will be willing to bear our desperate counterattack. Under this kind of situation, they are more afraid of death than us. Therefore, this Tang believes that we will certainly be able to hold on until frost falls from the sky."
Chapter 1039. Even after becoming the blue-robed emperor and having 1,000 years of lifespan, Shao Chun did not dare to use it casually. Only when he became Emperor Wu and reached 2,000 years of lifespan would he dare to do as he pleased. Compared to Shao Chun's deities descending, there was a huge disadvantage. However, the advantage was clear. Shao Chun's tenfold combat prowess could only erupt for an instant. The wheel of life and death could last for several breaths. The strongest of the 6 great loose cultivators, Gao Yangyu, felt extremely upset at this moment. He had barged into 3 stone rooms with martial techniques in a row. In the end, all of them were heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was not a single profound martial technique or cultivation technique. Right now, I only know one profound martial technique. I have to find another one. Otherwise, even one of the 8 city lords would not be confident of victory. Gao Yangyu's eyes flickered with great ambition. Based on what he said, it seemed like he could fight with the blue-robed emperor's city lord now and have a 50-50 chance of victory. Mu Qinghan's group was rather lucky. On the 5th floor, they had already broken 3 restrictions and obtained 3 king-grade secret treasures. However, the rather miserable thing was that only Mu Qinghan, the manager, and that great Grandmaster-level martial sage remained. The value of the 3 king-grade secret treasures was definitely not worth the deaths of so many people. Mu Qinghan showed a sullen expression as he clenched his teeth and prepared to continue breaking restrictions. Otherwise, not only would he not gain anything from this trip to the Treasure Mountain, but he would also suffer a great loss. Given his character, he would not agree to this. After making 8 detours, Emo Chun and Xiao Chun did not fear trouble. They went back a few more times to avoid being followed. This made Chun Wenjun's group very careful. If not for Lu Xiaoyou's sharp eyes and quick hands, they would have been exposed a few times. Young Master One, is there a need to go to so much trouble? Emo Chun asked, finding it strange. Along the way, Xiao Chun had been overly cautious. Since the 2nd floor, I have felt that something is wrong. Xiao Chun looked around and said, "Forget it. Maybe I am overthinking things. I have turned back a few times, but I have not seen them. Come, let's go to the 6th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion." If he could still use his divine sense, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Unfortunately, the walls of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion contained a special array and restriction. Not only could it absorb the energy of the aftermath of the battle, but it could also restrain the existence of divine sense and mental power. The 2 of them weaved through the corridors, making many turns before stopping in front of a dead end. Xiao Chun went forward and knocked on it. The wall was solid, and there was no hidden compartment behind it. Emo Chun moved her fingers, and a red light flickered on her fingertips. Then wondrous formations appeared on both sides of her. This was a strange secret technique derived from the supreme magic skill of the immortal epic, the Great Divination Technique. Of course, by the time it had been passed down, it had already weakened quite a bit and could no longer be called a divine ability. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This Emo Chun is really talented. She has all kinds of talents. Refining medicinal pills, refining treasures, brewing wine, designing wine cups, and now she even dabbled in the nearly lost secret techniques." Based on the many layers of talisman formations around her, it was clear that she had very high attainments in these secret techniques. She did not just have a superficial understanding of them. As Emo Chun made her divination, clumps of white light started moving around the walls on both sides. After a while, the clumps of light stopped. Then Emo Chun sent out a palm wind and struck that brick. Huang dang! The wall at the end of the corridor suddenly parted, and a long passageway appeared before the 2. Emo Chun took the lead and walked in. So that was the case. The wall in front was indeed solid. However, she needed to make some divination before she could find the secret compartment. Without this divination technique, no matter how powerful her magic skill was, she would not be able to find the secret compartment. When the 2 reached the end of the passageway, a staircase appeared in front. If they followed the staircase, they would reach the mysterious 6th floor. When the 2 arrived at the upper floor, a 1-kilometer-long stone room appeared before their eyes. Simple life-size combat puppets with a strong metallic texture floated on the ground. Xiao Chun counted the number of these combat puppets. There were about 100 of them. They stood in 10 groups in the stone room. Each group had a jade strip giving off a bright light floating above them. These jade strips are all profound martial techniques or cultivation techniques. Every time you use a jade strip, you will have to face the attacks of 10 combat puppets. Mo Chun explained softly, the combat puppets will adjust their combat prowess according to the challenger's cultivation. They can adjust their combat prowess up to Emperor Wu's level. Xiao Chun was startled to think that the ancient Firely sect was so strong. They could even refine combat puppets of Emperor Wu's level. The fact that the combat puppets could adjust their combat prowess should be to test their disciples. They would not let the genius disciples easily obtain profound martial techniques or cultivation techniques. They would also not let the disciples with weaker talent fail to obtain profound martial techniques because the difficulty was too high. They did their best to create a fair environment. Xiao Chun felt excited. Right now, he was only an inferior-grade martial sage. However, his combat prowess was more than enough to defeat a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. That was to say, even if he used all 10 jade strips, he would only have to face 100 combat puppets with the combat prowess of an inferior-grade martial sage. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He thought to himself, I wonder if this counts as cheating? Probably not. After all, a special existence like me can only appear because of many coincidences. Since ancient times, I am probably the only one. Young Master One, I will go and take out the book of heavenly works first. Given your strength, it should not be a problem for you to subdue 1 or 2 jade strips. Mo Chun took out her fiery phoenix pendant and headed for a stone platform in the center of the stone room. Xiao Chun nodded. Then he opened his hand and collected all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Whoosh! The previously lifeless, statue-like combat puppets suddenly began to move in unison. The dust on their bodies exploded in an instant, creating deafening booms. Mo Chun, who was at the side, was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun took the risk and collected all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. However, what shocked Mo Chun even more was yet to come. These combat puppets, the strongest of which was as strong as Emperor Wu, exploded with one punch from Xiao Chun. The 5 heaven dragons behind Xiao Chun surged up and down, roaring ferociously in unison. Xiao Chun's punch contained 25,000 tons of force. When combined with the dragon claw fist, which burned his vital chi, he was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Occasionally, Xiao Chun executed the Kuan Peng fist, sweeping through a large area. A strong wind blew, the heaven dragon roared, and the great rock spread its wings, hating the sky for being too low. Mo Chun gaped slightly, her eyes filled with incredulity. She even forgot what she was doing as she watched. When Xiao Chun finished off the 100 combat puppets, he waved his hand and sucked all the steel hearts into his universe ring. Only then did Mo Chun recover her wits. Mo Chun smiled bitterly. She really could not compare herself to others. There was a groove on the surface of the stone pillar. It happened to fit the fiery phoenix pendant in her hand. Without much thought, Mo Chun inserted the jade pendant. In that instant, a fierce flame burned on the stone pillar. An ancient book carved from bamboo soared up from the flame. The words Book of Heavenly Works were carved on the frontmost bamboo leaf, looking very eye-catching in the flame. Mo Chun looked at Xiao Chun joyfully. She said somewhat excitedly, "Young Master One, it really is the Book of Heavenly Works. I obtained it." Xiao Chun smiled faintly, feeling happy for Mo Chun. He understood Mo Chun's current feelings. He said softly, Congratulations, Miss Mo. You got what you wanted. Mo-chan smiled warmly and said, Many thanks, young Master One. Along the way, there were many combat puppets and barriers at the gates. If not for you, Mo-chan would not have obtained the Book of Heavenly Works so easily. While Mo-chan felt happy, she also felt somewhat disappointed. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, there was no need for Xiao-chun to remain by her side. Although Xiao-chun did not know the other party's identity, he was not someone she could make stay in the insignificant Cloud Sea domain. They had met by chance at the seaside. He had suddenly appeared and killed people in a rage in the city lord's residence. When he saw her face, he was willing to extend his cold hand to give her one last bit of warmth. However, in the end, he did not belong to the Cloud Sea domain. He did not belong to this insignificant sky. Xiao-chun felt somewhat sorrowful. In the end, he had to leave. There were not many people in this world that could be considered friends. Girls that could make him look at them in a new light were even rarer. Without a doubt, zither, go, calligraphy, painting, the mystical arts, and the medical arts. Mo-chan was proficient in all of them. However, she had a different kind of stubbornness. She was such a girl. The atmosphere was somewhat strange. The two did not say anything. Mo-chan smiled bitterly and said, After obtaining the Book of Heavenly Works, I will be able to become the blue-robed emperor in less than 10 years. At that time, I will be your bodyguard and protect you for 10 years. Blue-robed emperor. As long as Xiao-chun was willing, he could absorb another 10 peak spirit veins and return his cultivation to its peak. Together with Neptune's crown, he would be able to defeat the blue-robed emperor without Mo-chan's protection. However, at this moment, he would just treat it as a white lie. Xiao-chun smiled and said, Good. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to become the blue-robed emperor. I'll wait for you to knock on the emperor's door and personally see you remove the veil on your face. Dong, dong, dong. Urgent footsteps rang out. Chun Wenjun led the Sun Palace's Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying, as well as the great Grandmaster-level martial sage of his clan, to the 6th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. The Book of Heavenly Works. When the group saw the eye-catching words in the blazing flame, they immediately became excited. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, Good. It was not in vain for us to hide here and there and follow Miss Mo-chun for so long. Many thanks, Miss Mo-chun. Without you, even if Emperor Wu came, he would not have been able to find the Book of Heavenly Works. You have worked hard. Now scram, immediately. I'm in a good mood and can spare one of you. Xiao-chun frowned slightly. Then he smiled and said, So, you are disciples of the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace. No wonder I did not discover you on the way back. Feng Ziying smiled coldly and said, It's good that you know our origins. Quickly scram. Don't think that after killing 8 pieces of trash, you are some powerful demonic genius, not knowing how high the heavens are. The smile on Xiao-chun's face did not fade. Is that so? I'll return those words to the two of you. Don't think that just because you are an elite disciple of the Sun Palace, the heavens are only so high and the earth is only so thick. You are seeking death. The killing intent on Feng Ziying's body immediately burst forth. Chapter 1040. A baleful wind swept over. Combined with Xiao-chun's strong aura of kingship, it felt like an enraged marquis roaring in the cold wind amid 5,000 kilometers of dry bones. The sun star was the most tyrannical and kingly star among the millions of stars. The Sun Palace disciples were like the sun star, filled with the aura of kingship, unparalleled and tyrannical. For the sake of nurturing the tyranny of the Sun Palace disciples and cultivating the Sun Scripture, the Zodiac Hall gave every disciple great authority, establishing their authority and reputation. It affected the mental state of these disciples invisibly, causing their king's Tao to be everlasting, like the eternal sun, their arrogance soaring into the heavens. When fighting with ordinary cultivators, this king's qi used the might of the solar star. Sometimes, with a ferocious roar, it could frighten the opponent, making them tremble in fear. However, the other party had found the wrong person. Showing off the tyrannical aura of kingship before the Emperor True Dragon, the Blue Dragon King, was no different from showing off before Guan Yu. It was just a naive joke. Xiao Chun took 2 steps to the left without leaving a trace. Then he stretched out his hand and shielded Mo Chun behind him. Then he glanced back. It seemed like a pair of invisible eyes suddenly opened in the world. The other party's tyrannical and horrifying aura silently vanished without a trace when Xiao Chun glanced at it. Feng Ziying and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged glances and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. How could a surging aura vanish without a trace just because of a glance? Chun Wenjun observed their expressions and smiled. Senior brothers, there is no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let our first elder make a move. Lu Xiaoyu thought to himself, although this great grandmaster-level martial sage of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion was not worth mentioning to him, and he could defeat the other party within 100 moves, Xiao Chen's earlier glance felt strange. However, Xiao Chen's earlier glance gave him a strange feeling. It would be good for a great grandmaster-level martial sage to test him out. Lu Xiaoyu slowly nodded in agreement. Sorry for the offense. Without needing to say anything more, the old man behind Chun, Wenjun, narrowed his eyes and leaped forward. He unleashed his aura and formed hand seals with both hands. The undulating mountain ranges merged into one, like a huge dragon raising its head. 50 kilometers of mountains and rivers, the aura of a true dragon raising its head, all appeared in this seal. That's right. Even I wouldn't dare to be careless against this dragon head seal. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying secretly nodded. Xiao Chun faintly smiled. He spread his arms, displaying the stance of a Kuan Peng, spreading its wings. With a tap of his feet, his body soared into the sky like a Kuan Peng, traversing 8,000 miles in a single breath. I hate the heavens for being too low, not allowing me to travel freely. That was not enough. A divine light descended. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, executed tenfold combat prowess. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, like the sound of the sky shattering. The moment the divine light entered his body, Xiao Chun punched out. Before the Azure Dragon King, a mere little dragon like you dares to raise your head? Kneel! He shouted angrily. Cracking sounds echoed out as the mountains formed by the old man's palm strike shattered one after another. Eventually, all of the mountains were destroyed. When all the mountains shattered, the old man vomited blood, along with his shattered internal organs. Plop! The old man's lifeless corpse was forced to kneel by Xiao Chen's might, no longer able to raise his head. This scene startled Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying. With a flip of their palms, the solar astral banner slowly rose up, giving off a dazzling golden light. All the light in the world gathered over, looking like a blazing sun rising from the two's palms. As the sun rose, it displayed its grand ambitions. The overwhelming might of the kingship Tao was like a gushing waterfall about to pour down for 500 kilometers, ready to erupt. How can the light of a grain of rice dare to compete with the bright moon? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and a bright moon rose up behind him. The moon was like fire, filled with thousands of kilograms of hot-bloodedness. The fire would not extinguish, not extinguishing even after 1,000 years. Back then, when Xiao Chun drank the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chun brewed, he had comprehended something. However, he had not been able to figure it out. Today, when he saw these two, the blazing sun between his palms immediately merged. All his comprehensions and gains were contained in this 1 month. This move was called Thousand-Year Flame. Under the suppression of the bright moon, the rising solar astral banners between the two's palms were forced back. Eventually, they returned to their palms, no longer giving off any light. The fierce flame continued to burn. The wine of the Thousand-Year Flame was an intoxicating shade of red, bright and glistening. However, the flame was made of hot-bloodedness. In that instant of lofty aspirations, that unbridled lofty sentiments, and unruliness, as the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Chun laughed loudly and stretched out his palm. All the hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments of the Blue Dragon King, all the unruliness and unruliness, all the loneliness and solitude. The instant Xiao Chun stretched out his palm, he displayed it vividly. The joys and sorrows of partings, laughter, anger, and curses, all the lofty aspirations were in this one palm strike. Boom! The two insufferably arrogant elite disciples of the Sun Palace were instantly crushed to dust. Chun Wenjun, who was pushed to the side, vomited a mouthful of blood and crashed into the wall, fainting. Flawless Bright Moon was as red as wine and as blazing as fire. This was the Thousand-Year Flame. This palm strike contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness, blasting out a lofty aspiration. Under the bright moon, Emo Chun was somewhat engrossed in that frozen figure. It was like she saw Xiao Chen's sorrow, loneliness, lofty sentiments, and hot-bloodedness. There were also many things that she was familiar with. The Thousand-Year Flame, the intoxicating red, the hot-bloodedness. This palm strike used the comprehensions from the wine cups to infuse all of her emotions into it. Emo Chun had never seen or heard of such a palm technique before, finding it incredible. When the bright moon vanished, Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground. Emo Chun stepped forward and asked softly, "Is this palm strike the Thousand-Year Flame?" Xiao Chun turned around and smiled faintly. "Indeed, you are the only one who can understand this palm strike. However, it is not perfected yet. There are still many areas that need to be improved and refined. Its might should be stronger." Emo Chun shook her head and said with great certainty, "I feel that this palm strike does not have to be the strongest. Why does a martial technique have to focus solely on offensive power? This palm strike of yours is carefree and unrestrained. The joys and sorrows of partings, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, lofty sentiments, hot-bloodedness, and lofty aspiration are all in this palm strike. If you focus only on its might and offensive power, that would be too unfortunate. Perhaps in the future, you will no longer be able to display the momentum and sentiments you had today." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Emo Chen's words confused him for a moment, causing him to sink into deep thought. "Ha ha, of course. This is just my opinion as a woman, a small opinion of someone standing at the side. Perhaps it is wrong. Don't mind it," Emo Chen said with a faint smile. Xiao Chun smiled warmly and said, "How can that be? You are right. Perhaps the Thousand-Year Flame is really as you said. Let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly go and get the Book of Heavenly Works, lest something bad happens." Emo Chen nodded. Then she stretched out her hand into the blazing fire and grabbed the Book of Heavenly Works, which was strung together with bamboo leaves. When the fire extinguished, Emo Chen looked down, and a strange expression appeared on her face. "Hey, my jade pendant is missing. There is such a thing?" Xiao Chun went forward to take a look out of curiosity. Indeed, that was the case. Emo Chen's heavenly phoenix jade pendant had disappeared from the groove in the middle of the stone pillar carved with all sorts of formation lines. This jade pendant should be some kind of energy that can activate the formation lines. When the formation lines are activated, the energy is exhausted. and the jade pendant disappears. Ao Jiao analyzed rationally from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun thought for a while and concluded that this should be the case. He raised his head and said, "Let's go. This has nothing to do with us." Mo Chen's gaze turned grave, but she did not move. "Wait a moment." The shape of the groove changed. "Take out your jade pendant and compare it." Xiao Chun took out the fiery heavenly phoenix jade pendant and compared it. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it matched perfectly, not at all different. Mo Chen said excitedly, "Quickly put it in." Then, "My heavenly phoenix jade pendant obtained the book of heavenly works. Logically speaking, your jade pendant should be able to obtain something no worse than mine." Xiao Chun could not help feeling excited. Unexpectedly, the sword hilt that the Sky Dome Realm's Firely sect had kept for almost 10 years actually found a home in the Firely sect's headquarters. "Wait a moment. Don't act rashly." Ao Jiao reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao's horizons were broader than Mo Chen's. She felt that there was something wrong with the formation lines on the stone pillar. They seemed to be connected to an extremely destructive ceiling formation. You decide for yourself. If there is a harvest, there will definitely be a harvest. However, the commotion you cause will be rather big. Xiao Chun thought for a while. Naturally, Ao Jiao's words were most likely correct. However, if he gave up on this fortuitous encounter, it would be too much of a pity. The fortuitous encounter was right before him. If he did not grasp it, he would regret it 100 years later. To gamble or not to gamble? I'll gamble. Xiao Chun steeled his heart and waved his hand. Mo Chun, stand behind me. Mo Chun vaguely felt that the formation lines on the stone pillar's surface might be connected to something very destructive. So, she obediently stood behind Xiao Chun. After calming his emotions, Xiao Chun carefully and solemnly inserted the heavenly phoenix jade pendant into the stone pillar. The instant the heavenly phoenix jade pendant was inserted, the formation lines on the stone pillar's surface started to light up. A liquid that looked like lava flowed on the pillar. Finally, it burst into flames and burned fiercely. However, it was somewhat surprising. Nothing came out of the flames. This disappointed the nervous and expectant Xiao Chun and Mo Chun. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, nothing changed. As the flames burned, no treasure appeared. It was not like earlier, where the Book of Heavenly Works was summoned out after being placed in. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "It looks like I was overthinking. Perhaps someone already took the treasure away, or it has been too long, so the formation lines lost their effect." These were the only two possibilities. However, it did not matter. This was something unexpected in the first place. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be too disappointed. Ka, ka, ka. Just at this moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone pillar. As the cracks spread, the entire 10,000 treasure pavilion started shaking violently. The shaking intensified. Rocks fell from the ceiling of every floor. Some unlucky cultivators were injured by the rocks. Cracks appeared on the walls everywhere, and they were accompanied by the incessant shaking. All the signs pointed to one fact: the 10,000 treasure pavilion was about to collapse. Quickly run! Quickly run! The 10,000 treasure pavilion is going to collapse. Immediately, panicked footsteps resounded. No matter which floor the cultivators were on, they all started running for their lives. Chapter 1041. However, that was not the extent of the collapse. The cultivators who came out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion were shocked to discover that the treasure mountain that floated out of the water started to shake violently. Cracks spread everywhere. The seawater in the surroundings churned intensely. Waves surged up, rising and falling with horrifying waves. Even the sky had turned dark at some point in time. Heavy clouds covered the sky, and a line connected it to the sky. What's going on? What's going on? The treasure mountain seems like it is going to explode. Why is the treasure mountain reacting so strangely? The treasure mountain has appeared several times before, but such a thing never happened. A valuable treasure must be appearing soon. Otherwise, it would not cause such a huge commotion. Tens of thousands of cultivators fled the treasure mountain in panic, making wild guesses all over the place. These people stood in the distance, feeling nervous as they watched the treasure mountain on the verge of exploding. There were also some bold and skilled people who remained quietly in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Even if the treasure mountain exploded, great Grandmaster-level martial sages would be able to protect themselves from harm. None of the 6 great loose cultivators on the 5th floor had left. This was especially so for Gao Yangyu. Unexpectedly, he even had an excited expression on his face. I wonder which unlucky fellow activated the restriction. Based on the situation, a valuable treasure must be appearing. Ha ha, I lucked out. A sinister look flashed in Gao Yangyu's eyes. His law energy flowed continuously, forming a firm protective barrier to protect himself. A careful look would reveal that his law energy had already broken away from heavenly sage laws and turned into the higher-level heavenly laws. It contained the power of an Empyrean, faintly merging with heaven and earth, possessing a mysterious Tao. However, this profound Tao did not seem very stable, appearing and disappearing at times. It was unknown whether it was done on purpose or for some other reason. Inside the stone room, Xiao Chun and Emo Chun showed extremely grave expressions. They had not expected the commotion to be so great. The stone pillar in front of Xiao Chun was slowly peeling off. What was sealed beneath it would be revealed very soon. Boom! When the stone pillar completely collapsed, the treasure mountain that had risen to the surface of the water suddenly exploded, causing a huge explosion that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Countless towering waves rose one after another, forming a magnificent spectacle. The seawater flowed backward. Primal chaos shock waves radiated out. Several cultivators who were standing too close bore the brunt of the shock waves and were crushed into powder. A beam of light soared into the skies. A powerful pressure radiated out in all directions. Caught off guard, tens of thousands of martial artists fell into the water, their laws and veritable essence in chaos. He looked up carefully and saw a simple and imposing divine Bao floating quietly in the treasure light. This was the king of the Bao, able to comprehend the profound and transform into a deity, able to shoot down the sun in the sky, able to pierce through the bright moon in the sea. Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, someone exclaimed in a low voice. The legend was true. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao was really in this treasure mountain. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao was a divine weapon ranked within the top 5 of the divine weapon ranking. It was comparable to a primordial emperor treasure, the peak of spirit weapons. After being lost for more than 10,000 years, it reappeared in the world today. All along, the rumors of the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao on the treasure mountain had never stopped. At this moment, they finally verified the reliability of the rumors. The divine weapon shooting sun, Bao, was indeed in the treasure mountain. The way it appeared was extremely tyrannical. The entire peak of the treasure mountain that floated above the water was blasted away. The surrounding cultivators felt excited, their blood surging. However, no one dared to move. None of them flew towards the treasure light soaring into the sky. If it were a king-grade secret treasure, there would definitely be a huge crowd of people rushing over. However, a treasure that far surpassed their strength actually calmed them down. Everyone knew that if they were not strong enough, even if they managed to snatch such a treasure, they would not be able to leave this sea alive. Quick, look, there are still people around the treasure light. When the crowd squinted, they saw 6 people in the vicinity of the treasure light, some near and some far away. Under the illumination of the treasure light, the appearances of these 6 people could be seen clearly even from several kilometers away. These 6 people were the 6 great loose cultivators that remained in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Damn, it's the 6 great loose cultivators. It's over this time. They will definitely snatch away the Emperor shooting sunbow. Those city lords have already lost confidence in the treasure mountain. Without the blue-robed emperor, no one can stop these 6 great loose cultivators. How unfortunate to think that the divine bow is going to end up in the hands of a few evil loose cultivators. No matter who it was, the 6 great loose cultivators were infamous in the Cloud Sea domain. When they killed people, they were unreasonable and temperamental. Seeing that the divine bow was about to end up in the hands of these loose cultivators, the loose cultivators naturally felt indignant. Although they were angry and upset, no one dared to take a step forward. I'll go first. This little lady will be taking this bow. Madame Hua laughed. Her graceful figure looked very charming under the light. She smiled gently and blocked the might of the treasure light as she flew towards the pillar of light soaring into the sky. Go away. Someone was even faster than Madame Hua. An unparalleled king's aura surged over as the heavenly war halberd in her hand chopped down. It was like the wrath of a king caused blood to splatter for 500 kilometers around. With a gentle chop, everyone submitted. It carried a boundless might as it forced Madame Hua back. On the other side, the old fish devil, the silver shark swordsman, and the iron sword maniac fought a chaotic battle. Their killing chi was boundless. No one was willing to submit to the other. Only Gao Yangyu stood in the distance with a cold smile on his face. He stood upright with his hands behind his back as he looked at the divine bow floating in the air. He did not move a single step, as if he did not intend to make a move. The 5 great loose cultivators fought fiercely. This was truly shocking. It was unexpected, but it was reasonable. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because Gao Yangyu's gaze swept through the surroundings, intentionally or otherwise. He was like a towering king, deterring people from taking even half a step forward. Old friends, stop fighting. I want the bow. In the future, when I unify the Cloud Sea domain, I will definitely repay everyone for their kind intentions. After thinking for a while, Gao Yangyu, who had not made a move all this while, suddenly made a move. A huge suction came from his palm, pulling the sun-shooting bow over to him with a buzz. I just knew that you would not be able to keep your composure. Wishful thinking. It would be strange if this old lady agreed. If you unify the Cloud Sea domain, how can we survive? Stop dreaming. Gao Yangyu. Immediately, the 5 people fighting stopped at the same time. Then, they each sent out a suction, pulling the sun-shooting bow over to them. This bow was an ownerless item. Furthermore, it had been asleep for 10,000 years. Its item spirit was already dead, and most of its magic abilities were gone. Despite its strong might, it was being pulled over by a few minor characters who were not even Emperor Wu. This was a kind of tragedy for a divine weapon. Even for a divine weapon that was not on the divine weapon ranking, the competitors were at least at the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yangyu frowned slightly. Just as his patience reached its limit, a figure suddenly appeared under the sea. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Before everyone's eyes, the figure grasped the Emperor shooting sun bow tightly in his hand. The treasure light that filled the sky immediately vanished, and the dark clouds that connected the sky moved in all directions. slowly disappearing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and sunlight shone down, sweeping away the dark space. Naturally, the one holding the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow was the one closest to the divine bow. After the treasure mountain exploded, Xiao Chun had been hiding in the water without moving. When the sunlight shone on the face of the person holding the bow, several people immediately exclaimed. This name had recently appeared like a meteor in the Cloud Sea domain, attracting attention. In Shattered Cloud City, when Xiren had killed 8 young city lords in a fit of rage, 8 blue-robed emperors were searching for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he had appeared in the treasure mountain. Furthermore, he had forcefully made a move before the eyes of 6 great loose cultivators, forcefully grasping the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow. Xiao Chun held the bow in his hand and fiddled with it like there was no one around. He praised, "Not bad. Even if the item spirit no longer exists and most of its divine might is lost, this bow should still rank as the top bow in the world. Right? I can give it to First Senior Sister." Shui Lingling had helped Xiao Chun countless times, from the moment he arrived in the Kunlun realm until now. However, Xiao Chun did not have anything he could take out to repay this favor. Today, he coincidentally obtained this divine bow. It seemed like the will of heaven. Suddenly, Xiao Chun looked around and happened to meet Xianyuan Zhantian's gaze. The two of them felt this was strange. They had not expected to meet each other here. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old friend from the Sky Dome realm in this insignificant Cloud Sea domain. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled helplessly as he sent a voice projection. "It looks like I have no more chances. I will not make a move. Be careful of this Gao, Yang Yu." After sending the voice projection, Xianyuan Zhantian silently withdrew while everyone focused their attention on Xiao Chun. "Brat, it's you again." The Silver Shark swordsman recognized Xiao Chun with one glance. He drew his sword, and killing chi spread out from his body. He did not hold back at all as he pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chun. He leaped into the air, stepping on the Silver Shark. Layers of waves, one after another, surged behind him. When the cold light point arrived, the Silver Shark's body trembled. When the cold light arrived, there were already 999 layers of waves. With each layer, the might of this sword increased slightly. By the time the 99 layers were completed, the might of this sword had already increased by more than 5-fold. This was the Silver Shark swordsman's killing move, waves surging. When its aura was at its peak, the Silver Shark swordsman thrust his sword out. His entire movement was very smooth, perfect, drawing the sword, flying horizontally, storing up power, stacking waves, and thrusting out. All these were completed in the time it took for a spark to fly. Those with weaker eyesight would not be able to see so many things. They could only see that when the Silver Shark swordsman thrust his sword, 99 layers of waves appeared. Good timing. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and put away the sun's shooting bow. Then he stretched out his hand. 100 true dragons roared ferociously in Xiao Chen's dantian. Those were the materialized heavenly sage laws. His law energy had reached a whole new level. In terms of might, they were comparable to heavenly laws. This was the first time Xiao Chen executed Flawless Bright Moon with his materialized heavenly sage laws. It was extremely resplendent. His entire index finger glowed like jade. It was simply the most perfect finger in the world. There were no adjectives that could describe the beauty of those fingers. Dang! Xiao Chen's finger pressed against the other party's sword tip. The two extremely strong forces clashed in the air, giving off a melodious and ear-splitting sound. The entire space trembled and flowed like water, forming an intense spatial storm. Chapter 1042. A horrifying energy surged over. However, Xiao Chen's body was like a mountain, not moving at all. With one finger, he forced back the incoming enemy. The cultivators in the distance sighed. In their opinion, the Silver Shark Swordsman's sword strike was already terrifyingly strong. However, Xiao Chun calmly stretched out a finger and forced back the other party. The Silver Shark Swordsman took 10 steps back in the air. He was somewhat shocked to discover that his law energy had increased 5-fold. Compared to the other party, his law energy was still slightly inferior. This when Xiren's law energy should be so pure. In reality, aside from Xiao Chen's materialized law energy, the assistance of his great perfection saber soul was also the reason for such an effect. The Silver Shark Swordsman, who had just reached small perfection, was not strong enough before Xiao Chun. Otherwise, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he would not be able to injure the other party. To the cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, these loose cultivators were extremely strong, far stronger than regular great Grandmaster-level martial swordsmen. However, along the way, Xiao Chun had killed many great Grandmaster-level martial swordsmen and seen all sorts of great Grandmaster-level martial swordsmen. He had even fought with the blue-robed emperor, aside from the old man who had yet to make a move, which made Xiao Chun feel some fear. These people before him were only SOSO. This scene not only shocked the Silver Shark Swordsman, but also the other 3 loose cultivators. Heavy shock flashed in their eyes. Originally, they had been ferociously preparing to work together. However, now they actually hesitated for a moment. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. They still dared to hesitate before a huge battle. No wonder they could only flaunt their might in this insignificant place, gaining some ferocious reputation. If you are not going to attack, I will. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, facing these 4 loose cultivators, the old fish devil, the iron sword maniac, Madame Flower, and the Silver Shark Swordsman. Instead of retreating, Xiao Chun turned into a saber light and charged at the weakest Madame Flower. Madame Flower revealed a startled expression. In a fluster, she opened her mouth and spat out a red poisonous fog. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and inhaled, directly swallowing this poisonous fog. After refining 100 drops of dragon marrow, his physical body had already reached the peak of rank 4 sage body. This level of corrosive poison mist could not cause any damage to his body at all. Madame Hua, who was in slight disbelief, was slightly taken aback. Her poisonous mist that could turn a person into red bones did not have any effect at all. While she was distracted, Xiao Chen's fist did not show any mercy. It landed on her body, causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood. She was severely injured. Let's go together. Iron's word maniac was the first to react. The broadsword in his hand slashed out. The powerful explosive power behind it made this attack seem very frightening. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and did not clash head-on. His eyes lit up as he instantly found the weakness of this move. Then he turned around and materialized his flawless saber Dao to its limits. Crisp saber images filled the air as he turned around and swung his saber. The sword body trembled, instantly dispelling the berserk power. The old fish devil charged over with his fishing rod. The Silver Shark Swordsman gritted his teeth and charged over again. Madame Hua's figure was ethereal as she flew around, continuously attacking Xiao Chun. The 4 worked together to surround and attack Xiao Chun. However, they did not feel relaxed at all. Saber hums filled the air, ringing endlessly like the most beautiful zither music in the world. Xiao Chun, who was surrounded, used his body as a saber, dealing with every move, firmly suppressing the 4. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to continue fighting. His gaze turned cold, and a bright moon soared into the sky behind him. The moon was like fire, burning endlessly. The joys and sorrows of partings, lofty aspirations, hot-bloodedness, all are in my palm. 1,000-year flame, inextinguishable, only I am undefeatable. Xiao Chun, who held the upper hand, suddenly unleashed his aura. A bright moon leaped out from behind him and hung high in the air, looking like a blazing flame. The bright moon in the sky was like a river of time. Many different Xiao Chens leaped out of the river. Some were sad, some were unruly, some were as calm as autumn water. Xiao Chun sent out the same palm strike as Xiao Chun under the moon. The 4 great loose cultivators felt an unparalleled force from the palm strike. Their internal organs instantly ruptured. They vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back 5 kilometers. Then they fell into the water and fainted. What kind of palm strike was this? It spoke of joy and sorrow, of partings and reunions, of lofty aspirations, of hot-bloodedness. It was as satisfying as strong wine, as fiery as inextinguishable hot-bloodedness. With one palm strike, the 4 great loose cultivators of the cloud sea domain flew back 1 kilometer, their fates unknown. Who in the younger generation could have such elegance? Who exactly was Wenziren? With such startling strength, he should have been famous in the entire heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why had no one heard of this name before? This was a mysterious person, an unresolvable question. All the cultivators who saw this scene wondered who exactly he was. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators had heard of the flawless saber Dao before. They guessed in their hearts, but that person was already a great grandmaster-level martial sage long ago. He could not be compared to Wenziren at all. Xianyuan Zhantian, who had already retreated far away, felt depressed. He revealed a bitter smile on his face. Some people really could not be used as opponents. Otherwise, it would be a shadow in one's heart for life. Of the 6 great loose cultivators, Xianyuan Zhantian had retreated, and the other 4 had fainted. Now, only Gao Yangyu, who had not made a move yet, remained. After seeing Xiao Chen's strong strength, if nothing unexpected happened, this divine bow would end up in Xiao Chen's hands. You are so strong at such a young age. You are ridiculously strong. If not for this treasure mountain and my fortuitous encounter, you might have had a chance today. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gao Yangyu did not show any worry when facing the strong Xiao Chen. He seemed very confident and in control. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Gao Yangyu smiled faintly and no longer suppressed his strength. He took a gentle step forward in the air. With this step, the winds and clouds changed color. The winds blew, and the clouds moved in all directions. The winds and clouds swallowed up a great scene. When Gao Yangyu raised his foot, he stirred up the winds and clouds. This was the mark of the blue-robed emperor. Immediately, a horrifying aura spread out from Gao Yangyu's body, making it hard for others to breathe. Blue-robed emperor. Gao Yangyu broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. Wenziren is finished this time. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu found a 10,000-year-old spirit herb in the treasure mountain and broke through the bottleneck of great grandmaster-level martial sage, becoming a major character that can stir up the winds and clouds. No wonder he is so confident. He actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Even if he enters and exits the blue-robed emperor realm, he would be able to suppress Wenziren with such strength. The difference in cultivation is too great. If Wenziren were a great grandmaster-level martial sage, he might have a chance. Now he has no chance at all. The situation suddenly changed. Gao Yangyu, who had not made a move yet, actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm. From now on, there would be another major character in the Cloud Sea domain. If Gao Yangyu obtained the Divine Bow, he might even be able to unify the Cloud Sea domain in a few years. How unfortunate! This fellow took advantage of this opening. The 8 city lords would not have expected the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow to really appear in the treasure mountain. On the surface of the sea, Emo Chun, who had been very confident in Xiao Chun, could not help but reveal a worried expression. Why can't I be stronger? If I were stronger, I would be able to help him. Xiao Chun now understood why Xianyuan Zhantian warned him to be careful of this person. Gao Yangyu was actually someone who had just entered the blue-robed emperor realm and could stir up the winds and clouds. Gao Yangyu could tell that Xiao Chen's origins were not simple. He said calmly, "You do not belong to the Cloud Sea domain. Hand over the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow, and I will not make things difficult for you." Xiao Chun was someone who had just entered the blue-robed emperor, yet he dared to speak such nonsense before him. This was simply too presumptuous. After this matter, Xiao Chen's identity would be completely exposed. He would no longer be able to remain in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chen glanced at Emo Chun in the distance and sighed to himself, "We will meet again if we are fated." When Xiao Chen turned his head back, his expression turned cold. He said in a cold voice, "I really want to know how you are going to make things difficult for me. What right do you have to make things difficult for me? Just based on your half-baked blue-robed emperor cultivation?" Xiao Chen shouted and waved his hand. The many peak spirit veins in his universe ring turned into roaming dragons and flew out. Crystalline spiritual rain fell from the sky. Splash, splash, splash. As the rainwater hit the water, it tinkled endlessly. "These are peak spirit veins," someone exclaimed softly, feeling it strange. How could one Xiren have so many peak spirit veins? Xiao Chen took out a total of 10 peak spirit veins. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed them all. The spiritual rain vanished, and a blazing sun-like light came from Xiao Chen's body. It was as dazzling and piercing as the sun. Light and heat came from his body, directly vaporizing the seawater below. Mist rose into the air, making it hard for people to see what was happening inside. They could only feel a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from within. Gao Yangyu's face sank, and his eyelids twitched for some reason. He had a bad feeling. Gao Yangyu felt anxious and wanted to make a move. However, he could not see anything in this mist, so he did not dare to act rashly. This situation did not last for long. With the continuous and undulating dragon roars, the mist dissipated with a loud bang. 10,000 dragons danced behind Xiao Chun, looking ferocious. The ferocious dragon roars caused the seawater to churn. Huge waves rose up and down endlessly. Among the dragons, Xiao Chen's attire changed. He now wore the azure Neptune headscarf on his forehead and the clear wind robes, which equaled a Peak King grade secret treasure, infused with the Blue Dragon King's insignia. At this moment, the Blue Dragon King returned to its peak, rising from the ashes and advancing further. 10,000 dragons soared. What kind of grand scene was this? The cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain gaped. They had never seen this scene before in their lives. Their minds paused for a moment. Shock that came from the bottom of their hearts reverberated in their minds for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dragon-shaped laws entered Xiao Chen's body. With each law that entered, Xiao Chun could feel his strength increase significantly. When all 10,000 laws entered his body, Xiao Chun experienced an unprecedented strength. With a wave of his hand, he could split mountains. The law energy surged endlessly. He could execute several killing moves that he could only execute once or twice in the past, as he pleased without having to worry about exhausting his law energy. A hazy scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He saw a ravine that connected heaven and earth. After crossing the other shore, he could ascend to the great Tao and knock on the emperor's door. the chasm between heaven and earth, the chasm between great grandmaster-level martial sages, and Emperor Wu that Elder Qin spoke of. He finally saw it with his own eyes. It turned out that the scene on the other shore was so glorious. Now that Xiao Chun had returned to his peak, the blue-robed emperor was within reach. He could start constructing the bridge to heaven at any time. Chapter 1043. Shock flashed in Gao Yangyu's eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen's current attire, he paled somewhat as he exclaimed, "You are not Wen Xiren. You are the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, that the Thunder King personally appointed." At this moment, the mystery that troubled everyone, who exactly Wen Xiren was finally revealed. Long ago, when Xiao Chun used the flawless saber Dao, someone had already guessed that Wen Xiren was an alias and that his true identity was the Blue Dragon King. However, at that time, Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial sage. No one could connect him to the Blue Dragon King. At this moment, Xiao Chen's cultivation had returned to its peak. He had changed into the clear wind robes with the Blue Dragon King's insignia and the iconic Neptune headscarf. Who would not recognize him now? During the king conferral ceremony, Xiao Chun had defeated the outstanding talents everywhere, even the famous Fu Hongyao of Zodiac Hall, causing him to flee while covering his face. Who in the world did not know the Blue Dragon King? Even in the distant heavenly starry ocean, even if they had not seen his portrait, they would have heard of his name. The descendant of the Qing Emperor, the new generation Blue Dragon King, the peak of the Kunlun continent's younger generation, the white-robed Xiao Chun. Mo Chun was somewhat stunned. Mo Chun was slightly stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. He had already guessed that Xiao Chun had a great background. However, he had not expected it to be this great. It was so great that it completely surpassed his expectations, far surpassed his imagination. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Mu Qinghan was dumbfounded to think that he chased away such a legendary character like the Blue Dragon King. No wonder he dared to kill people in the City Lord's mansion. The Blue Dragon King even dared to cut the divine Sun Di Wuk in half. Why would he care about a few descendants of the blue-robed emperor? Right now, Neptune's old subordinates are searching the world for him, wanting him to hand over Neptune's crown. They definitely would not expect Xiao Chun to be in our insignificant Cloud Sea domain. There's going to be a good show to watch. Although Gao Yangyu is the blue-robed emperor, he has only just become a blue-robed emperor. Against a peerless genius like Xiao Chun, the chances of him winning are now 50-50. There is still a chance. After all, it is the blue-robed emperor. It will be difficult for Xiao Chun to defeat Gao Yangyu. Xiao Chun had recovered his strength, and his identity was exposed. The surrounding cultivators all went into an uproar. No one had expected this. No one had expected the answer to be so shocking. When Xiren was the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, such a legendary character. Gao Yanyu's expression turned sullen. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao concerned whether he could unify the Cloud Sea domain or not. Even if the other party was the Blue Dragon King, he had to fight for it. There is a huge difference between a blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Without stepping into the realm of the blue-robed emperor, you will never understand how strong the blue-robed emperor is. Xiao Chun, hand over the divine bow. I am willing to give you all my gains from this trip to the treasure mountain. Gao Yangyu's stance was unyielding, but his words implied that he was making a significant concession. Xiao Chun said coldly, blue-robed emperors are also divided into different levels. You are just a blue-robed emperor who has just started building bridges and has not even reached small perfection. Do you think I care about you? How arrogant! Today, even if you are the Blue Dragon King, I will make you fall here. Meteor punch. Gao Yongyu snorted coldly and stopped speaking. He took a step forward and stirred up winds and clouds. Then, he punched with a boundless aura at Xiao Chun. Gao Yangyu's fist contained the might of a meteor falling from the sky. His entire body turned into a blazing flame. When he took a step forward, it seemed like he could even pierce through the barrier of the sky. The explosive energy contained in the flames made even the cultivators 10 kilometers away feel fear. Is this the full power strike of the blue-robed emperor? How horrifying! I probably cannot even block half a punch. When several people saw Gao Yangyu's full power strike stirring up winds and clouds, wanting to pierce through the sky, they all felt fear in their hearts. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. The blue-robed emperor's strike was indeed horrifying. However, Xiao Chen's law energy had already taken form. Every move of his could draw out vast energy. How could he feel fear? Your punch contains the will to pierce through the sky, wanting to pierce through the barrier of the sky. I have a punch as well. I hate the sky for being too low, not enough for me to spread my wings and soar. Xiao Chen spread his arms and faced Gao Yangyu's punch with a startling aura. He did not hesitate to clash with it. A huge shadow shone down. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and soared for 5,000 kilometers. Hating the sky for being too low, the two fists clashed, and startling energy surged out in all directions like the tide. The winds and clouds moved, and the sky changed color. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, did not take a step back. Instead, he knocked Gao Yangyu back. Even the blue-robed emperor was knocked back by this punch. Xiao Chen could not help but feel proud. He smiled and said, "Is this the difference between heaven and earth that you were talking about? You are only SOSO. Receive another punch from me." Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Eternal Myth. A golden light encased Xiao Chun, and an indomitable deity appeared behind him. This deity looked exactly like Xiao Chun, solemn and dignified, exuding a supreme might. Sagely songs resounded in the surroundings, praising Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's legend resounded in the air. An epic scene appeared in all directions. Who was the legend? Not the distant deities, not the ancient sages. Instead, it was the nearby Xiao Chun who carried 10,000 dragons and soared eternal and inextinguishable. Bang! When the divine might gathered, the illusory deity behind Xiao Chun suddenly froze the instant he punched. It was like it was real as it punched together with Xiao Chun. When a deity made his move, a huge fist arrived in an instant. The great martial technique that Gao Yangyu had condensed, and the momentum he gathered was scattered. With one punch, Gao Yangyu vomited blood and flew back. There was no trace of the blue-robed emperor's might, no trace of the demeanor that an expert like the blue-robed emperor should have. Gao Yangyu was beaten into a sorry state by a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Dusk of Deities. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not feel complacent at all. He had to beat the blue-robed emperor to death in one go. Otherwise, when the blue-robed emperor caught his breath, he would not be able to avoid a fierce battle. The setting sun looked like blood, and dusk arrived. The legend came to an end, and a dirge resounded. Scarlet meteors tore through the sky, and it looked like a hazy rain of blood. The aura of the apocalypse spread in all directions. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. It was like a civilization was withering before their eyes. Xiao Chun had studied this dusk of deities several times. Furthermore, he had personally seen the mysterious phenomenon of Emperor Forsaken's clone falling. He had already comprehended most of it. Using the scene of the apocalypse to bring out the state of the end was the essence of this punch. Punch after punch, the legend followed the apocalypse. Xiao Chun beat Gao Yangyu until he could not even respond. The The momentum that he had just gathered scattered again. His complexion paled, and blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Gao Yangyu moved his hands, and a horrifying aura flowed out. A surging flame appeared on his body, trying to execute a profound martial technique to put your life on the line. It would be strange if I gave you the chance. Die. Xiao Chun pressed on, not giving his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. A strand of divine light entered his body as he executed the myriad heaven divine fist deities descending. Xiao Chen's punch increased his combat prowess tenfold. A mist of blood soared into the air. Xiao Chen's punch directly smashed Gao Yangyu's corpse into nothingness. 3 punches. With just 3 punches, Xiao Chun killed a person who had stepped into the blue-robed emperor realm. The entire place fell silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As they looked at the calm Xiao Chun in the air, fear flashed on their faces. There was no falsehood in his fame. The Blue Dragon King truly lived up to his reputation. When everyone looked around, no one else appeared. The 6 great loose cultivators were either dead, injured, or retreated. As long as the blue-robed emperor did not appear, no one could compete with Xiao Chun. Blue Dragon King, we, the 8 city lords of the Cloud Sea domain, thank you for your generous gift. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. We, the 8 city lords, also have a gift. Keep it well. Just when everyone thought that no one could compete with Xiao Chun for the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow, 8 figures that should not appear suddenly leaped out of the crowd. 8 figures that should never have appeared suddenly leaped out from the crowd. The 8 quasi-emperors had actually appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, they did not say anything. Without hesitation, they each sent out a killing move at Xiao Chun, who was in the air. Resplendent light filled the sky. 8 attacks of different colors dyed the sky like a canvas, filling it with a pleasing beauty. However, this beautiful, mysterious phenomenon was accompanied by boundless killing intent. Everyone gaped. Was there still a way out of this? Was the Cloud Sea domain really going to become the Blue Dragon King's burial ground? The 8 attacks contained the 8 different Daos of the 8 great blue-robed emperors. When they attacked at the same time, tiny cracks appeared in the stable space of the Kunlun realm. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was used to seeing all sorts of life-or-death situations. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been frightened silly by such a formation. They would not even be able to retaliate before getting blasted into mush. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun reacted quickly. 2 motes of light appeared in his eyes. 2 flames, one yin and one yang, surged out and chased each other, forming a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. They materialized a scene of primal chaos, condensing space, and forming a small world out of nowhere. When the 8 killing moves landed on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, Xiao Chen's mind trembled. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 8 steps back. With each step, space trembled 8 times, trembling endlessly. The calm seawater below became like a mirror, cracks appearing in it and shattering. Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram lasted for a moment before shattering. However, it managed to block for a moment, significantly reducing the might of the 8 killing moves. Xiao Chun did not move from his original spot. His fists danced, and 10,000 dragons surged in his body. Every move could stir up the wind and clouds, dealing with the moves as they came. After 2 or 3 breaths, Xiao Chun dealt with these startling attacks with their overwhelming momentum. A cool breeze blew, and the seawater surged. Xiao Chen's long hair draped over his shoulders as he hovered in the air. Even when the 8 blue-robed emperors appeared at the same time, it was hard to find any fluctuations on his face. He blocked it. Far away, the people in the Cloud Sea domain, who had already hidden 10 kilometers away, revealed incredulous expressions when they saw Xiao Chen standing in the air. The 8 blue-robed emperors had ruled the Cloud Sea domain for many years. All of them were very strong. They were not like the half-baked emperor Wu like Gao Yangyu. All of them had reached small perfection of the blue-robed emperor. However, even with 8 small perfection Emperor Wu attacking together, their might overwhelming and space-shattering, Xiao Chen still managed to block them. Everyone's gifts are really big. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he looked at the 8 city lords standing shoulder to shoulder in front, their faces filled with shock. The descendants of the 8 of us are not as big as your gifts. Wang Zhan's expression turned sullen. He had not expected that he would not be able to kill Xiao Chen. Suddenly, he looked around and saw Mo Chen standing in the distance. Chapter 1044. An uncontrollable murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he said coldly, "Bitch, if not for you, my son would not have died." Wang Zhan's figure flashed, and the winds and clouds changed. He arrived before Mo Chen and threw a palm strike. Under the encirclement of his aura, Mo Chen could not even move. It looked like Mo Chen would be smashed to death. Bang! An azure figure descended from the sky and glided over, shielding Mo Chen. Then he threw a punch and blocked the palm strike for Mo Chen. The son of the blue-robed emperor actually worked together to bully a girl. Your son only has himself to blame. His death is a worthy one. Wang Zhan could not kill Mo Chen with one palm strike. He could not help but feel enraged. No one in the Cloud Sea domain can stop me if I want to kill someone. Dang, dang, dang. After pulling Mo Chen behind him, Xiao Chen did not say a word. He did not move at all, just like an old tree. As his fists danced, he blocked all of Wang Zhan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Wang Zhan was surprised to discover that Xiao Chen's strength was only slightly inferior to his, a small perfection blue-robed emperor's. Xiao Chen's physical body was even stronger than Wang Zhan's. He did not show any fear when clashing head-on with Wang Zhan. His strong physical body could make up for the difference in strength. Horrifying waves resounded in the surroundings, and space trembled endlessly. However, the area behind Xiao Chen remained calm and peaceful. No matter how strong the shock waves outside were, the place where Mo Chen stood was always peaceful and tranquil. Blood-killing technique, fist breaking the 9 heavens. After another 100 moves, Wang Zhan lost his patience and directly executed his profound martial technique. Instantly, the sky behind Wang Zhan turned scarlet. An aura of massacre spread everywhere. A dense blood mist nearly turned into liquid, forming an extremely horrifying scene. Blood-killing fist. Now, Xiao Chen can only protect himself. This is Wang Zhan's famous martial skill. Back then, he relied on this punch to defeat the old city Lord of Shattered Cloud City with a single punch. That was how he became the new city lord. However, Xiao Chen is terrifying enough. He is still a fine line away from the blue-robed emperor, facing the blue-robed emperor's Wang Zhan. Not only can he protect himself, but he can also protect a person for such a long time. The terrifying phenomenon caused by Wang Zhan's punch immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Xiao Chen punched out, and a blood mist filled the air, pouring into his fist. Before the fist light arrived, it already pushed back space. Even the distance between him and Xiao Chen slowly widened. Xiao Chen was startled when the blue-robed emperor executed a profound martial technique. Its might was indeed too horrifying. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber. The bright moon, peach blossoms, summer, Falling leaves, white snow, lightning, blue dragon, and many other mysterious phenomena flew out from his body the instant he grasped the saber hilt. The bright moon could be perfect and flawless. The peach blossoms could last for 50 kilometers. The blazing summer sun could burn the land for 500 kilometers. The merciless autumn wind could sweep the world. The boundless winter snow could freeze the land for thousands of kilometers. And the blue dragon could soar into the sky. All these mysterious phenomena were grand and glorious. One kind of glory could illuminate one's entire life. I have thousands of kinds of glory condensed into one saber. That instant is eternity. A saber light flashed, and the instant of glory appeared as Xiao Chen chopped out. They were both profound martial techniques. However, Xiao Chen's profound martial technique was the strongest killing move that he comprehended himself. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, was merely copying his ancestors, even though his cultivation was much higher. Naturally, there was no need to say who was stronger and who was weaker. When the strong clashed, Wang Zhan's famous martial technique lasted for only a moment before crumbling. The glory that belonged to Xiao Chen seemed eternal. A horrifying wound appeared on Wang Zhan's chest. Several of his ribs were broken. This saber strike knocked him back in a sorry state. The other city lords were greatly startled and quickly flew over to catch him. Bang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. The land behind him remained as peaceful as before. Ao Jiao, there are still 7 blue-robed emperors left. What are my chances of victory if I use Neptune's crown? After all, you did not comprehend Neptune's crown on your own. If the 7 blue-robed emperors make a move at the same time, they will be able to shatter the domain. It will not be of much use. That is to say, I have no chance of victory, more or less. However, if you want to leave now, no one can stop you. I understand. After a quick conversation with Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen looked at the various city lords in the air and felt that it was unfortunate. Originally, he had planned to deal with them one by one after he recovered his strength. Unexpectedly, they all came at him at the same time. That's fine. Since they all came, I'll just kill them all. If we do not eliminate this brat, we will definitely be the ones to die in the future. The 8 blue-robed emperors snorted coldly and attacked at the same time. This time, they did not just send out a simple killing move. Instead, they surrounded Xiao Chen, intending to kill him. The cultivators in the distance all revealed expressions of pity. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a powerful, outstanding talent, a hero of his generation, and a startling talent. Yet, these older generation characters ignored their status and worked together to kill him. Even if Xiao Chen had many magic skills, he would still have to die today. No one expected such an outcome. Mo Chen, who was behind Xiao Chen, was so anxious that she started crying. She pushed Xiao Chen away and said, "Just go. Don't worry about me. I know you can leave." "You think you can leave? No one can save the 2 of you today. There is no way for you to survive." The 8 blue-robed emperors roared in unison, shaking the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? However, I have a saber that is even higher than an emperor's. It can break the sky and chop down the moon." An azure-colored medallion appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip. This medallion contained a saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind 10,000 years ago. With a thought, Xiao Chen instantly released the saber light in the blue dragon medallion. The world immediately turned black and white. A saber light flew out of the blue dragon medallion, crossing the river of time and space. 10,000 years ago, the unrivaled Qing Emperor swept through the world. His saber light reappeared in the world. Under this saber light, the 8 blue-robed emperors were chopped in half together with the space around them. This saber light split the sky. Sha! Sha! After a long time, the world regained its color. The bodies of the 8 blue-robed emperors seemed to fade away with the wind, vanishing into thin air. Dead. The 8 blue-robed emperors died, just like that, vanishing into thin air. There was nothing in the air that could prove the existence of the 8 blue-robed emperors, not even a speck of dust. If one had not seen it for themselves, no one would believe that the 8 blue-robed emperors had been here. What kind of saber light was that? The world was colorless, only black and white. It crossed time and space, a saber strike that lasted 10,000 years. The blue dragon medallion on Xiao Chen's finger recovered to its original state. The saber light was no longer there. In the future, he would not be able to use it to block Emperor Wu's aura. However, it did not matter. Xiao Chen did not feel any pity or regret. Whether it was worth it or not, he felt that it was worth it. Given Xiao Chen's strength, if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. He would not need the Qing Emperor's medallion at all. However, it was worth it to help Chen clear the obstacles and not leave behind a mess. As long as he had a clear conscience, it would be worth it. There was no need to care about the gains and losses. In life, there were always some things that could not be measured in terms of gains and losses. I'm leaving. Let's meet again, if fate wills it. If you have any difficulties in the future, Miss Chen can go to Heavenly Star Island and look for some of my friends. Let's meet again. The hardest thing to say was parting. However, he still had to say it when he needed to. All good things must come to an end. Xiao Chun was not a wishy-washy person. Chen squeezed out a smile and said, "Let's meet again. Since you said you're leaving, then leave. Stop dilly-dallying." Right. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Before everyone's eyes, he flew into the distance. Wait a moment. This is for you. While in the air, Xiao Chun turned around. When Chen called out to him, he waved his hand, and the grief pendant quickly flew towards her. The remnant flower was like blood, filled with grief. The scarlet remnant flower had many illusions, flowing with light and vibrant colors, looking beautiful and sorrowful. The two had met because of this item and parted because of it. The sorrow of parting seemed to reflect the meaning of grief. Xiao Chun looked at the grief pendant in a somewhat distracted manner. In his rush to leave, he actually forgot about this most important item. Did he subconsciously choose to escape because he feared disappointment and loneliness? When the grief pendant arrived before Xiao Chun, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly. Then he turned his head back and happened to meet Chen's gaze. "Don't forget our agreement. When I reach the blue-robed emperor realm, I will definitely come and look for you." Xiao Chen smiled. This time, he really smiled. This time, it was no longer a white lie. "I will wait for you. I will watch you knock on the emperor's door and personally watch you take off your veil." Chen heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Whether he was the Blue Dragon King or Wenziren, he was still the person who stretched out his cold hand to hold hers when everyone in the world abandoned her. Given this, nothing else mattered. When the thousands of cultivators in the Cloud Sea domain felt Xiao Chen's figure slowly vanish from their sight, they all felt that the one disappearing was not Xiao Chen's figure, but a living legend. In the 100,000 years of the martial epic, there were countless people who could be called legends, not to mention the ancient era sages. Even the Qing emperor from the later ancient era was a glorious legend. However, there was only one living legend, which was the Thunder King from the same era as the Qing emperor. Now, there was probably one more person, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. Perhaps he was truly worthy of the word legend. Xiao Chun flew quickly. Along the way, he passed by an island. Then, he slowly floated down and landed firmly on the ground. The green robe on his body slowly changed, and once again returned to white. due to the Blue Dragon King's insignia, the clear wind robes had already advanced from an unranked secret treasure to a peak king grade secret treasure. However, it seemed like the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. Earlier, when Xiao Chun fought with Wang Zhan, the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. When Xiao Chun fought with Wang Zhan, the clear wind robes helped him withstand a lot of pressure, neutralizing a large portion of the other party's force. This time, the clear wind robes exhausted too much energy, so it entered a state of replenishment. Xiao Chun checked the clear wind robes and did not care. The color of his robes did not affect him much. Xiao Chun stopped to wait for a person, an old friend of his from the Sky Dome realm. Taking advantage of the free time, Xiao Chun took out the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bow, the greatest harvest of this trip. Then, he fiddled with it with a smile. The design of the bow was exceptionally magnificent. It was a fiery red, and the two ends of the bow were like wings. When Xiao Chun gently plucked the bowstring, the wings flapped gently, and the entire bow seemed to come to life. Xiao Chun sighed with some regret. Without the item spirit, even if this bow came to life, it still lacked the most crucial charm. Chapter 1045. It had eyes but no spirit. It needed the finishing touch to revive the item spirit. Only then could this divine bow regain its former glory. Oh, that's right. Ao Jiao, I keep hearing people talk about the divine weapon ranking. What kind of existence is the divine weapon ranking? Why is it that the divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking contain divine might and rival primordial emperor treasures? Xiao Chun asked as he put away the sun shooting bow. Ao Jiao explained, I am not clear on the exact reason. This ranking has existed since the birth of the martial epoch. As long as the divine weapon in your hand reaches a certain level, it will push down another divine weapon and automatically enter the ranking. It is that miraculous. It really is that miraculous. I heard from Sangmu that the ranking was carved on a divine stone. In the past, his greatest wish was for the Thunder King's mulberry sword to enter the ranking when it became a divine weapon. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun smiled and said, It's fine. When the lunar shadow sword becomes a divine weapon, I will definitely let it enter the divine weapon ranking. I also look forward to that day. At that time, I will know the answer and answer your question. Ao Jiao paused for a while before saying, Your friend is here. Xiao Chun looked up and saw Xianyuan Zhantian's figure slowly appearing in his vision. As he got closer, he landed on the island. It was rare for Xiao Chun to meet Xianyuan Zhantian in the Cloud Sea domain. Naturally, he wanted to catch up with him. Before he left, he sent a voice projection to Xianyuan Zhantian. It has been 3 years since we last met. It looks like Brother Xianyuan has had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chun said calmly. Xianyuan Zhantian's current strength was much weaker than his. However, compared to the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, Xianyuan Zhantian was probably no weaker. Xianyuan Zhantian's will of kingship still had many areas that he could dig out. His potential was even greater. Xianyuan Zhantian did not deny it. He smiled and said, Not bad. The sea is my true home. Here, I raised my state of kingship to a will. Then I had a fortuitous encounter and practiced a cultivation technique for merging the will into the physical body, the Battle King art. I just reached small perfection. Defeating a regular great Grandmaster level martial sage is already easy. It is not difficult. Merging the will with the physical body. This was the first time Xiao Chun had heard of this. How could one merge the will with the body? The next level of will was the domain. As long as the will of water was raised to the limit, it could evolve into water comprehension. The will of thunder, the will of ice, and the will of fire followed the same principle. The domain represented by the will of kingship was the king's domain. It was a very strong domain. Once Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended it, he would be able to surpass many of his opponents. Xianyuan Zhantian noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. He smiled and said, "The heavenly starry ocean is a very vast world. Before the last Neptune died, the inheritance of the martial Tao had never been broken or destroyed. Many of the things related to martial Tao are even more complete than in the Kunlun continent. From what I know, the will of thunder can also fuse with the body. Fire and ice can do the same. There are even two types of will that can fuse with the body. For example, lightning, fire, wind, and snow. This world has never lacked geniuses." Xianyuan Zhantian spoke of some of his experiences in the heavenly starry ocean, widening Xiao Chen's horizons. "Given your strength, there is no need for you to remain in the cloud sea domain, right?" Xiao Chen asked. Xianyuan Zhantian nodded and said, "Originally, I was prepared to leave the cloud sea domain after the trip to the Treasure Mountain to continue seeking fortuitous encounters. After that, I would display my skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering." "What is the Four Seas Hero Gathering?" Xiao Chen looked at Xianyuan Zhantian interestedly, waiting for a detailed explanation. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and said, "The Four Seas Hero Gathering is also known as the Four Seas Hero Gathering. It is held once every 20 years and is a major event that will shake the entire heavenly starry ocean. It is hosted by the Lunar Palace, an immortal holy land." Immortal holy land. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this term, so he asked out of curiosity. Xianyuan Zhantian explained, "This is a term that I gave myself. You should be familiar with holy lands. There are about 5 or 6 holy lands that still exist in the Kunlun continent. However, in my opinion, these are not immortal holy lands. They experienced the 100-Race War and the even more horrifying War of Emperors. All the holy lands of the Kunlun continent from the ancient era, like the Firely sect, suffered a destructive blow and lost their inheritance. Only after 10,000 years, 50,000 years, or 100,000 years can they be called immortal holy lands. Because the heavenly starry ocean has always been ruled by Neptune, Neptune's inheritance has been passed down from generation to generation. There have never been any large-scale war of emperors. Hence, the holy lands attached to the palace of Neptune never lost their inheritance. Of course, there are also holy lands that disappeared in the long river of history due to insufficient luck. Now, there are only 6 immortal holy lands in the heavenly starry ocean. They are the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the Inyong Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Frost Moon Palace. In the past, there was an extremely strong holy land of the Buddhist sects, the Minor Lane Temple. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate into the heavenly starry ocean. They targeted the Minor Lane Temple and completely destroyed it. An immortal holy land, so this is an immortal holy land. It looks like the factions of the heavenly starry ocean are much stronger than I imagined. Furthermore, there is actually a mysterious holy land of the Buddhist sects in the heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Qing Emperor destroyed it. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he asked, "Is the Northern Sea Alliance not considered an immortal holy land?" Before Xiao Chen entered the heavenly starry ocean, he had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance's fame. Xianyuan Zhantian shook his head and said, "Naturally, it cannot be considered one. It is just an alliance formed by many factions. Of course, its strength is no weaker than that of a holy land. Some ancient noble clans are as strong as a holy land. However, they are too closed off. In my opinion, they cannot be considered holy lands. After that, Xianyuan Zhantian sighed. Right now, the heavenly starry ocean is very vast. There are millions of sects and billions of islands. The factions are intertwined with each other, competing for resources and fighting with each other. The Holy Lands are the first to bear the brunt. It is very chaotic. No one is willing to submit to anyone else. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It is indeed very chaotic. There are immortal Holy Lands, ancient noble clans, huge factions like the Northern Sea Alliance, and the various factions that rose up later on." Xianyuan Zhantian glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled. "Speaking of chaos, this matter actually has something to do with you. When the Qing Emperor destroyed the Neptune Palace, with the strength of the Dragon's Gate, it should have been able to suppress the various Holy Lands. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor mysteriously fell, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. The heavenly starry ocean fell into chaos. If you can really rebuild the Dragon's Gate and reach the height of the Qing Emperor, you might be able to restore peace to the heavenly starry ocean." Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. Xiao Chen was not willing to dwell on this topic, so he changed the topic. "Let's talk about the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Why is the Lunar Palace holding such a grand event?" Xianyuan Zhantian did not find this troublesome. He explained in detail, and Xiao Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Lunar Palace's position transcended the world. They did not have any ambitions, but they were extremely strong, respected by everyone. The Lunar Palace originally held the Four Seas Hero Gathering to choose the outstanding young talents of the entire heavenly starry ocean to compete with the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The Lunar Palace used the battles of the younger generation to resolve the conflicts and disputes between the heavenly starry ocean and the Penglai Sea. However, now, the Penglai Sea pursued the idea of secluding itself from the world and rarely had any conflicts with the heavenly starry ocean. The original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering no longer existed. As of now, the Four Seas Hero Gathering was just a stage for the outstanding young talents of the various holy lands to bare their fangs and fight for fame. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace would take out an extremely important prize every time the Four Seas Hero Gathering was held, making the scale of the Four Seas Hero Gathering larger and larger. The Four Seas Hero Gathering was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Xianyuan Zhantian said, "There is still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. At that time, you can go and join in the excitement." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I am not interested in these things. Heavenly Star Island still faces many dangers. I have to think of a way to raise my strength quickly." Xianyuan Zhantian knew that Xiao Chen was speaking the truth. After chatting for a long time, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. On this trip to the Treasure Mountain, the two of them had gained something. They definitely had to summarize their gains and could not chat for too long. Actually, you can go and take a look at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Frost Moon Palace is full of female disciples. Ao Jiao teased from the immortal spirit ring. Under Ao Jiao's care, the most precious spirit tree in the immortal spirit ring, the lunar cassia tree, was growing healthily. It looked like it was about to bloom again. Of course, this was because Xiao Chen had infused a peak spirit vein into the immortal spirit ring. We'll see. Right now, Xiao Chen was very busy. He had already taken out the 10 jade strips from the 10,000 treasure pavilion. He sent in his spiritual sense and checked anxiously, hoping to find a profound martial technique suitable for him. Profound spear technique, heaven-burning spear technique. Xiao Chen shook his head and placed a jade strip to the side. Clearly, he could not practice this. Sword technique, staff technique, spear technique. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun tossed out 5 or 6 jade strips. He could not use any of them. He could not help but reveal an expression of disappointment. Profound saber technique, 1,000 frost battle snow. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. There was finally profound martial technique for the saber technique. He had thought that he would be really unlucky if there was no saber technique among the 10 jade strips. Furthermore, it was an ice-attributed martial technique. What Xiao Chun lacked right now was an ice-attributed martial technique. This 1,000 frost battle snow was perfect for him. Xiao Chun carefully put away this jade strip. Then, he checked the other 3 jade strips and discovered that they did not have much to do with him. However, that did not matter. It was already pretty good that he could find a profound martial technique that was so compatible with him. As for the remaining 9 jade strips, he could make copies of them and auction them off. Every single one of them would fetch a sky-high price. A profound martial technique could easily fetch a price of 1 million black astral coins, perhaps even higher. With a flip of his palm, a spatial ring appeared. This was the spatial ring of the loose cultivator, Gao Yangyu. Xiao Chun was already very familiar with killing people and snatching their treasures. The instant Xiao Chun killed Gao Yangyu, this spatial ring silently landed in his hand. After all, Xiao Chun had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yangyu's wealth would definitely bring him a great surprise. The only unfortunate thing was that Qing Emperor's saber strike was too horrifying. He had killed the 8 blue-robed emperors until not even a speck of dust remained. Naturally, there was no hope of obtaining a spatial ring. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun could obtain all the spatial rings of the 8 blue-robed emperors, his already rich wealth would soar once again. Chapter 1046. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun handed the spatial rings to Ao Jiao and got her to sort them out. He also handed the spatial rings of the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples and the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to Ao Jiao. The items in the spatial rings were all over the place, so organizing them took a lot of time. Since Ao Jiao could help, Xiao Chun was naturally happy to do so. Xiao Chun still had more important things to do. He needed to merge the Solar True Flame and the Purple Thunder True Fire and cultivate the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. After the heavenly laws took form, he still needed to stabilize them and make the final preparations for breaking through to the blue-robed emperor. When the time was right, he would immediately start forging the bridge to heaven. All these would require at least 2 months of closed-door cultivation. The blue-robed emperor was a bridge that connected to the other shore, a bridge to heaven that opened the emperor's door. The chasm between heaven and earth was extremely vivid. One step across, it was the difference between heaven and earth. From then on, Xiao Chun would be reborn, reaching the top of the world's pyramid in 1 step. Most cultivators in the world would not be able to reach this chasm and see the emperor's door on the other shore. From martial disciple to martial master, martial grand master, martial saint, martial king, martial monarch, and martial sage, Xiao Chun had spent 12 years cutting his way through all the obstacles. Now, he finally reached a level that countless people could not reach in their lifetimes, standing before the chasm between heaven and earth. Outsiders would not know how many life and death situations Xiao Chun had experienced and how much bitterness he had suffered. No one could imagine that Xiao Chun could not cultivate normally until he was 16. He was several years slower than regular cultivators, and at least 10 years slower than those outstanding talents. However, Xiao Chun relied on his tenacious perseverance to endure unimaginable loneliness and solitude. Finally, he overtook most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent. He took the lead and stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. It was like what Xiao Chun had always believed in, A person's talent only determined how fast they could go. Only perseverance determined how far they could go. On a desolate island in the calm sea, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged. As long as he calmed down, he could enter a wondrous state. A natural barrier that seemed to have been cut off by someone appeared before him. At the end of the barrier was a clump of fog. Xiao Chun did not know how far away it was. He could vaguely make out a golden door in the fog. This was the emperor's door. When he finished building the bridge, the emperor's door would appear in reality. The path to heaven descended, and brightly colored heavenly flowers descended to receive him. Then the Xiao Chun would send down the heavenly road and bring him up. Xiao Chun sank his consciousness into his dantian. The 10,000 dragon-shaped, heavenly sage laws all gave off a crystalline light. His potential as a martial sage had already reached its limit. His potential as a martial sage had already reached its limit. He could no longer make any progress. Even if a Holy Spirit vein or a King Spirit vein was placed before him, he would not be able to absorb it. Only by transforming the heavenly sage laws into the higher-level heavenly laws, becoming compatible with the world, and returning to the natural state, could one continue to improve. In Chun had sovereign, Chun had spirit, Wu Ao Qi to Ling. On the other hand, he had spirit Wu Ao Qi to check if his potential had reached its limit. This was very important. If Xiao Chun had not reached its limit, he had to find out what potential he could dig out. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun started transforming his heavenly laws, he would suffer a great loss. At that time, as a blue-robed emperor, he would be much weaker than the other outstanding talents. For example, before Xiao Chun's heavenly laws took form, there were only 5,000 of them. If Xiao Chun had transformed his heavenly laws at that time, he would have lost half of his heavenly laws, becoming a blue-robed emperor and regretting it. Ao Jiao, who was helping Xiao Chun tidy up the many spatial rings, felt startled when she saw Xiao Chun's heavenly sage laws. Back then, the Thunder King's heavenly laws had also taken form. However, he had reached his limit with only 7,000 heavenly laws. Now, Xiao Chun had reached this level and had 3,000 more heavenly sage laws than the Thunder King. With such a level, Ao Jiao guessed that even in the ancient era, when the martial epic was at its most glorious, Xiao Chun would have ranked at the top, surpassing most of the predecessors. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had a peak rank 4 sage body and cultivated both his physical body and his heavenly laws. It was hard to imagine how far Xiao Chun could go in the future. Sovereign martial emperor, prime, or even higher, the martial god realm that only appeared in legends. Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of opening his eyes, Ao Jiao was startled. Could it be that Xiao Chun was planning to enter the blue-robed emperor realm now? However, after thinking about it, this was normal. Xiao Chun's cultivation had fallen for 3 months before recovering. Everything came naturally when the conditions were right. There would not be any unstable cultivation or unstable foundation. Since ancient times, there had never been a great grandmaster-level martial sage who severely injured themselves, causing their cultivation to fall and cultivating bitterly again when they were about to enter the blue-robed emperor realm. No one dared to take such a risk with their hard-earned cultivation. Xiao Chun managed to reach this step because of Neptune's crown, and coincidentally, now that Xiao Chun knew the benefits of breaking through to establishing himself, he dared to attempt to enter the blue-robed emperor realm at this moment. Otherwise, even if Xiao Chun was beaten to death, he would not have purposely severely injured himself, causing his cultivation to fall to martial monarch. Xiao Chun thought about his initial predicament on the Purple Cloud warship, where 10-odd martial monarchs held their weapons to his neck. He nearly died at the hands of a minor character like a martial monarch. If word got out that the Blue Dragon King fell because of this, he would become a laughingstock, mocked for thousands of years. Days passed. At some point in time, motes of electric light fell on Xiao Chen's body, increasing in number until they formed a large electric cocoon surrounding him. Ao Jiao did not find this strange. Many years ago, the Thunder King had reached this step as well. While joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face, there was also some worry. Normally, there would not be any danger in transforming heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws. However, if one rushed it, one might end up in a state of berserking chi deviation and die. Don't be too anxious because of the pressure of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Ao Jiao felt very frustrated as she watched Xiao Chen charge to enter the blue-robed emperor realm. She felt even more anxious than the Thunder King back then. The Thunder King was alone with no worries. However, Xiao Chen carried the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant along the way, shouldering the heavy burden of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The pressure of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. After much difficulty, Ao Jiao managed to clear out most of the treasures. Then she sent out a palm strike and scattered the treasures everywhere. As Xiao Chen looked at the electric cocoon, his eyes filled with worry. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Xiao Chen knew about this, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, a trace of calmness flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes as she turned around. Then, she tidied up the scattered treasures. She blew off the dust on them and sorted them out. He was meticulous and orderly, and there was no longer any trace of frustration on his face. He only buried his worry deep in his heart. Eastern Sea, Neptune's old subordinates, in a secret room of a palace in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's territory. When Lung Xiaofan read the news he had just received, his expression turned gloomy. Neptune's daughter, Princess Qin, lay quietly among the flowers beside Lung Xiaofan, sleeping quietly. Xiao Chen had destroyed a blue-robed emperor with 3 punches, sent the small perfection blue-robed emperor flying with 1 saber strike, and finally used his trump card to kill 8 blue-robed emperors with 1 saber strike. Lung Xiaofan did not feel surprised at Xiao Chen's sudden increase in strength. He continued to calmly calculate and plan in his heart. Xiao Chen carefully read every single word of the news again. Then, 2 crucial scenes appeared in his mind. After swallowing 10 peak spirit veins, Xiao Chen's strength suddenly soared, and he used the Qing Emperor's medallion to kill 8 blue-robed emperors. The former meant that Xiao Chen's strength soared in such a short time. He needed to cultivate quietly to stabilize his cultivation. Xiao Chen was definitely still in the Cloud Sea domain and could not have gone far. The latter meant that the talisman that the Thunder King gave Xiao Chen had already been used up. Adding the two together, the conclusion was that this was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not have a talisman and was cultivating. If he waited for Xiao Chen to stabilize his cultivation, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Aside from some exceptions, Lung Xiaofan's guess was close to the truth. This was a rather difficult person to deal with. After a while, Lung Xiaofan sent an order to his subordinates. Tell the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace that they only need to send out 3 blue-robed emperors to search for desolate islands within 250 kilometers of where the treasure mountain appeared. Then, they will be able to find the cultivating Xiao Chen. After killing the target, he does not want the Neptune crown or all the treasures on Xiao Chen. However, he must keep the Neptune crown for him. If there is any exchange, the other party can make any requests. There were many conflicts between the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. Everyone wanted to be the boss, to gather all the old subordinates of Neptune. As the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon King's descendant, Lung Xiaofan held great authority in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he could not order the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace around. However, as long as Lung Xiaofan passed this news to the other party, The Neptune crown on Xiao Chun would automatically attract the other party to do as he said. The sparks of lightning on the desolate island were like rain, never stopping since the start. The purple lightning cocoon lost its initial bright color and turned a deep purple. The various treasures in the spatial ring were already organized. Ao Jiao propped up her chin, her gaze never leaving the lightning cocoon. It has been 2 months. Xiao Chun has already accumulated enough. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Logically speaking, the conversion of his heavenly sage laws should have reached consummation long ago, Ao Jiao muttered. Ao Jiao muttered softly. However, she also relaxed. 2 months was enough to show that Xiao Chun did not panic or rush things. Xiao Chun still sought speed with stability. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chun was confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chun should be able to break out of the cocoon soon. Just as Xiao Chun thought this, Ao Jiao suddenly frowned. She gently slapped the ground and stood up. Then, she looked into the distance. There were 3 powerful auras in front of them. They were rushing over quickly, and the strength of each of them was not weaker than any of the 8 city lords. 3 small perfection, blue-robed emperor experts working together to charge over. They really know how to pick the right time to make their move. Ao Jiao's expression turned frosty as a murderous intent brewed in her eyes. She stretched out her hand, and the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground beside. Xiao Chun silently flew into her grasp. Chapter 1047. Xiao Chun turned her head back to look at the lightning cocoon and sighed. I just knew that this fellow would not be peaceful after he becomes the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and Ao Jiao hugged the lunar shadow saber as she landed beside the lightning cocoon. Her figure slowly dimmed and finally vanished into thin air, as though she was no longer there. Buzz. The 3 blue-robed emperors of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wore black dragon robes and withdrew their auras. They landed firmly on the desolate island, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at the lightning cocoon not far away. What a fellow! The information that Lung Xiaofan brought is indeed correct. This Xiao Chun is really on a desolate island within 250 kilometers. Furthermore, he actually chose this time to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. The youth on the right, the blue-robed emperor, laughed softly as he carried a saber on his back. The lightning cocoon was a sign of a lightning-attributed cultivator making his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. Combined with the information that Lung Xiaofan brought, there was no need to guess. There was no need to guess. It was definitely Xiao Chun inside. Ha! Being able to obtain Neptune's crown and offer it to the Dragon King is a great merit. The tall, skinny, black-haired youth on the left could not hide his joy. Only the white-haired old man in the middle showed a calm expression. He remained silent as he looked around cautiously. He raised his hand and pointed, and an ice sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The moment the sword chi appeared, frost immediately covered the ground. Clearly, his will of ice had reached an extremely high level. The crystalline sword chi looked solid. When the sunlight shone on it, it gave off a boundless glow. This made the sword chi that flashed by look like a beam of light flying out of his hand. Kung Chong. When the sword chi struck the lightning cocoon, it gave off a melodious clang. Electric light flickered, and the ice sword chi turned into mist and vanished. The huge lightning cocoon did not budge at all. Not a single crack appeared. The 3 were stunned at the same time, feeling incredulous. The blue-robed emperor, who carried a saber on his back, was flabbergasted. What a strong lightning cocoon! What kind of accumulation did this fellow have for him to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor? I'll go smash him. The tall and skinny blue-robed emperor had a fiery temper. He took a step forward and was ready to kill his way through. The white-haired old man said solemnly, "Pingjun, be careful." "Ha, don't worry, old chum. He's at a critical moment now. Even if he knows that we're here, he'll be helpless. He's dead for sure today." The blue-robed emperor, named Pingjun, laughed madly without a care in the world. Indeed, if Xiao Chun were to stop attacking the blue-robed emperor at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain, but he would definitely suffer serious internal injuries from the recoil of the laws. No matter how one looked at it, fighting against 3 lesser-tier blue-robed emperors with a weak body was a hopeless situation. However, if he did not give up, he would only become a dead target. Passively receiving attacks from others would also result in death. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. There was no possibility of survival. From tens of thousands of kilometers away, Lung Xiaofan managed to push Xiao Chun into desperate straits with just a few words. This person's stratagem could be said to be unparalleled. Unfortunately, everything in the world had a chance of survival. Out of 50, 9 out of 40 would be used. Even if one was gone, there would always be a chance of survival. This chance of survival for Xiao Chun rested on Ao Jiao. Pingjun's figure flickered, and a red light flickered on his body. The clouds in the sky churned, and strong winds blew. Horrifying energy flowed out of the heavenly law imprint in his body and gathered in his body. His body merged with the sky. As he flew over, he merged with the world. Then he suddenly attacked and punched. The energy that Xiao Chun drove seemed to move the entire world. This was the strength of the blue-robed emperor. He returned to his natural state, merging with the world and forming heavenly laws. Every move of his could bring out the power of the world. It looked like the horrifying attack was about to strike the lightning cocoon. If the berserk energy struck it, the lightning tribulation would definitely shatter. Xiao Chun, who was in the middle of it, could not continue even if he wanted to. He could only allow the blue-robed emperor to stop attacking and suffer the backlash of the law energy. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a resplendent saber light lit up in the void. The saber light flickered for an instant. The instant the saber light flashed, a flash of divine lightning appeared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting darkness for 5 kilometers around. Before Pingjun could react, this saber light struck his body. He could not dodge or defend at all. "Damn it!" Xiao Chun roared ferociously. At the final moment before the saber light chopped him in half, he punched Ao Jiao. "Kasie!" The divine lightning turned into a thunder rock. As the saber light chopped down, Pingjun's body was chopped in half. Electric light burst out and shattered his body. When Ao Jiao suddenly attacked, the blue-robed emperor's small perfection Pingjun was chopped into pieces, not even leaving a corpse behind. This sudden change caught the white-haired old man and the other black-haired youth off guard. They did not even have a chance to save Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao suffered a punch from Pingjun before he died. She was significantly injured, and her body looked somewhat illusory. She was no longer as lifelike as before. However, she grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked coldly at the two in front. She stood guard beside the lightning cocoon, not moving at all. Item spirit. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. When the two saw the situation clearly and saw the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand, their gazes turned fervent. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. If such a subdivine weapon could reach divine weapon rank in the future, it would most likely rank in the divine weapon ranking. Even if it did not rank in the divine weapon ranking, it would still be an extremely precious divine weapon. Its value far surpassed that of other divine weapons. "Ha ha, not bad. I want this saber." The black-haired youth smiled faintly and said, "The Blue Dragon King is really a human-shaped treasure trove. He has an extraordinary amount of good things on him." "You want it? Are you qualified?" Just at this moment, cracks appeared in the deep purple lightning cocoon. A voice came from it. "Cassier! Cassier!" The lightning cocoon shattered into pieces, and thousands of electric lights surged out, forming a huge purple pillar of light soaring into the sky. Xiaochen stood in the light, dressed in white. Winds blew in all directions, and clouds gathered. His body merged with the heavens. With a thought, he could stir up the winds and clouds. Xiaochen's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the two in front. The aura of a king looking down on the world surged out as his gaze moved. The white-haired old man and the black-haired youth revealed horrified expressions. They could not help but take 2 steps back. Ao Jiao revealed joy on her face. Xiaochen succeeded. After 12 years of life and death battles, he finally became an emperor. Attacked together. When the white-haired old man and the black-haired youth saw that Xiaochen had successfully broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, they pressured them with their auras with just one look. The two steeled their hearts. They knew that if they did not work together, they had no chance of victory. They shouted coldly and charged over. Within the pillar of lightning, Xiaochen watched the two flying over quietly. He was as unmoving as a mountain, standing like an old pine tree. He used his hands to face his enemies. The 3 blue-robed emperors merged with the heavens. Every move they made drove the power of the world. When they attacked, the world changed. The ground spun and the sky spun. The distant sea and the nearby mountain were like illusions. They appeared around the 3 like fleeting lights and passing shadows. The blue-robed emperor's combat style was already very different from that of ordinary cultivators. Just by raising his hand, he could stir up the wind and clouds. Every move he made could draw on the power of the world. Such a scene was not a mysterious phenomenon or an illusion. It was a natural phenomenon produced when the power of the world was frequently driven. Their figures flickered, and the 3 quickly exchanged 100 moves. Xiaochen countered every move. His hands moved like lightning, moving unpredictably. He blocked all the moves of the black-haired youth and the white-haired old man. Soon, 100 moves passed. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The desolate island under them could no longer endure the power of the world driven by the 3's heavenly laws. Boom! The vast sea vanished into thin air. A huge black whirlpool appeared in the seawater, swallowing up the surrounding seawater. The 3 fell into the whirlpool, and the seawater spun on both sides, rumbling endlessly. However, the expressions of the 3 did not change. They ignored the whirlpool and continued to attack at lightning speed. The shock waves from the exchange and the power of the world driven by the heavenly laws prevented the black hole from filling up. Instead, the whirlpool expanded. Soon, it reached 10 kilometers in diameter. How many heavenly sage laws did he accumulate before he tried to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm? The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man felt increasingly startled. They had already been in the blue-robed emperor realm for several decades. The power of the world that the heavenly laws could drive should far surpass that of Xiaochen, who had just advanced to the blue-robed emperor realm. However, in reality, Xiaochen could drive more power of the world than the 2 of them combined, even though he was fighting 1 against 2. From the very beginning, Xiaochen had been suppressing them. As the 3 fell, the end of the whirlpool extended downwards. Bang! It extended to the bottom of the sea, spreading out in all directions. Looking down from the sky, the flat surface of the sea looked like a bottomless pit that was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The seawater suddenly merged together. The instant it merged, an overwhelming pillar of water shot out, shattering the clouds. It looked like it pierced through the sky. 3 figures leaped out of the water pillar. They were Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had just stopped fighting. In a short time, the two had already exchanged thousands of moves, fighting from the ground to the bottom of the sea, and then from the bottom of the sea to the clouds. This was the true battle between the blue-robed emperor realms. The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man appeared to be in sorry states. The instant the seawater merged, the 3 had shown some openings. However, the one who grasped these openings was Xiao Chen. Despite moving later, he arrived first, punching the 2 in the chest, severely injuring them. Even now, they were in pain. Let's go. Once he becomes stronger, we will not be able to stop him, the white-haired old man said sullenly. Then, the 2 turned and left. In the earlier 1,000 moves, they had exhausted a lot of energy. Furthermore, they were injured. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. Xiao Chen said calmly, "You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing? Ao Jiao, saber." Ao Jiao smiled faintly and sheathed her saber. Then, she turned into a beam of light and entered the saber, chasing after Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao was the Lunar Shadow Saber's item spirit. However, most of the time, she was not willing to remain in the saber. The true might of the Lunar Shadow Saber, the sharpness of a subdivine weapon, was rarely revealed. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and drew the Lunar Shadow Saber the instant it brushed past him. An unparalleled sharpness spread out in the world. Metallic sounds reverberated in all directions. Boundless saber intent filled the air. Chapter 1048. Xiao Chen pushed off the air, and his body suddenly spun around, executing Instant of Glory. Bright moon and autumn wind, a world of its own with each spin. As Xiao Chen spun around, mysterious phenomena appeared. The scene was grand and majestic. With that instant of saber light, it turned into eternal glory. The black-clad youth fleeing in the back showed a grave expression. He took out 3 ancient shields, trying to block this saber. However, now that the Lunar Shadow Saber had Ao Jiao in it, its might rivaled that of a regular divine weapon. How could a few Peak King grade shields block it? This moment of instant of glory was eternal. The black-clad youth's body was chopped in half along with the shields. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the spatial ring that the black-clad youth left behind flew into his grasp. Then he looked at the white-haired old man, who was already far away, and did not give chase. Now that Xiao Chen had reached the threshold of the blue-robed emperor, as long as the great perfection blue-robed emperor did not appear, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it hard to suppress him. Xiao Chen looked around and found another desolate island. His body seemed to vanish into thin air as he landed on it. Some of the wondrous uses of heavenly laws could be infused into movement techniques by drawing on the power of the world. However, when one's speed reached its limit, they could increase it by 10%. This was something that Xiao Chen comprehended in the earlier battle. Ao Jiao came out of the saber, revealing a smile on her face. She opened her hand, revealing a blue-robed emperor's spatial ring. I heard their conversation. They are the people of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That is, they are the old subordinates of Neptune, the faction of the Southern Sea Dragon King. Ao Jiao said softly. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party should be here for Neptune's crown. From the moment Xiao Chen came into contact with the 7 heroes of the dragon, He felt that someone was hiding in the darkness like a venomous snake, targeting him. However, Xiao Chun did not know anything about this person. He did not know the other party's true purpose. Forget it. As long as the other party's plan didn't succeed, there would always be a chance to capture the other party. Before that, he could only continue to improve his strength. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and smiled slightly. He handed the space ring in his hand to Ao Jiao. Thanks for your help this time. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao, who had blocked a blow for him at the most crucial moment, he would have been in grave danger. Ao Jiao took the ring and curled her lips. Hee, this is the reward you gave me. You didn't even give me a chance to relax. Xiao Chun was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, What do you want? I'll help you find it. Ao Jiao was speechless. This guy was still as dumb as before. As long as he could live well, why would she want anything? He even took her jokes seriously. However, she really wanted something. She really wanted Xiao Chun to help her find it, but she was very hesitant. She shook her head silently in her heart. Then she smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. These are the treasures I found from Gao Yangyu, Chen Wenjun, and the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples. I placed all the black astral coins on them in a space ring. There is not much, just 5 million black astral coins in total. 5 million black astral coins was a very large sum. After all, not everyone had the same fortuitous encounters as Xiao Chun. Gao Yangyu was just a loose cultivator in the Cloud Sea domain. If he had not killed the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples, his black astral coins would have decreased even further. Xiao Chun lowered his head and flipped through the treasures Ao Jiao found. There were secret manuals, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and several other categories. After a quick look, Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. Most of them did not catch his eye. After leaving the Cloud Sea domain, he would have to sell them off quickly. Hey, this fan is rather exquisite. Xiao Chun discovered a white fan. The frame of the fan was made of many divine materials. It was hard and sturdy, and it felt very heavy in his hand. When the fan opened up, there was a painting of a night scene on the front. There was a bright moon, a small bridge, and a flowing river. There were people admiring the moon. The scene had a gentle beauty to it. There was a poem on the back. Ao Jiao said, This fan is pretty good. However, this fan is a strange weapon. Very few people use it. Most of them only show off their elegance and will not sell for a good price. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he put away the fan and smiled. I will not sell this first. I have a use for it. You really like to keep people in suspense. Seeing that Xiao Chun only said half of it, Ao Jiao muttered. Then she took out a secret manual that Xiao Chun ignored. She said, You should be able to use this. Back then, Gao Yangyu used this to hide his strength. Foundation, returning art. Xiao Chun read out the words on the secret manual. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up. This cultivation technique was not complicated. After reading it once, Xiao Chun roughly understood it. Its rank was not high, but it was very useful to Xiao Chun. As long as one learned this cultivation technique, one could hide one's true strength at any time. Unless it was someone much stronger than one, no one would discover it. Back then, Gao Yangyu used this cultivation technique to hide from everyone. Xiao Chun put away the foundation returning art and placed all the other treasures into a spatial ring. After he left the Cloud Sea domain, he would sell it. Hey, it's empty. It's still empty. Ao Jiao's expression changed slightly. The space in the 2 blue-robed emperor's spatial rings was chaotic. She did not see anything. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but be startled. He had high hopes for the wealth of the 2 blue-robed emperor's spatial rings. Why was there nothing in the spatial rings? What's going on? Xiao Chun took a look for himself. Indeed, the spatial rings were empty. There was nothing in them. Ao Jiao lowered her head in thought. Clearly, the spatial rings of the blue-robed emperor would not be empty. This did not make sense. After a while, she came to a realization. I remember now, there should be some kind of secret treasure in the spatial rings. When the master dies, the imprint in the secret treasure vanishes. Then it explodes and destroys the space in the spatial ring. There is such a secret treasure. Xiao Chun was very surprised. His mood was somewhat depressed. The large amount of treasures that he expected was gone. Anyone would feel upset and depressed. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Secret treasures that can destroy space are extremely rare. However, they definitely exist. An ancient faction like the Divine Dragon Palace should have many of them. They should be able to prepare one for all the experts above the blue-robed emperor. This is really ruthless. Even if I die, I cannot let others benefit from it." Xiao Chun thought to himself, "In the future, when I defeat the blue-robed emperor, I cannot kill him on the spot. I have to knock him unconscious first." Xiao Chun did not think about this for now. The trip to the treasure mountain had given him a bountiful harvest. 10 profound, meaning jade strips, were enough for him. So be it if the wealth of the 2 blue-robed emperors is gone. Right now, there are still many things that I have to do. After taking out the grief pendant, Xiao Chun revealed a nostalgic expression. Then he took out the cycle banner. Xiao Chun prepared to refine the 4th grief throne into the cycle banner. That's right. Ao Jiao, make a trip to Starry Cloud Island. Help me see how the Mo clan is doing. Now that the 8 city lords were dead, the Cloud Sea domain would be in chaos for a long time. Xiao Chun would have a great opportunity. This would give Mo Chun a great opportunity. Her talent had always been limited. Now that she grasped the Book of Heavenly Works and the shattered Cloud City's city lord, who had been suppressing her, was killed by Xiao Chun, her future would be much smoother. Ao Jiao nodded. Then her figure flashed as she flew towards Starry Cloud Island. Given Ao Jiao's current strength, which rivaled the blue-robed emperor's, there was no one in the Cloud Sea domain that could threaten her. Xiao Chun was about to leave the Cloud Sea domain. With Ao Jiao going to take a look, he could rest assured. Xiao Chun took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and put away the Solar True Flame first. The surface of the Golden Crow Egg was already covered in cracks. In another 2 or 3 months, it would successfully hatch. At that time, it would be worth anticipating what kind of existence it would be. Xiao Chun took out the Golden Crow Egg and placed it aside. Then he placed the grief pendant in. Then Xiao Chun started to use the Lunar True Flame to melt it. After his previous experience of merging thrones, Xiao Chun was very familiar with the process. When the sky turned dark, he successfully merged the grief throne into the cycle banner. Massacre, death, ruin, and grief. Now, he had gathered 4 of the 7 thrones. Only 3 remained. He already had news of the Despair Throne. He did not know when he would find news of the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne. Whoosh! Xiao Chun held the cycle banner and gently waved it. The banner fluttered, and starlight of 4 different colors intersected. The might of the cycle banner improved. When the words massacre, death, ruin, and grief were used together, even the blue-robed emperor would have to retreat. Unfortunately, as long as Xiao Chun could not gather all 7 thrones, the cycle banner would only be in name. In the end, the will of thunder was weaker than the will of primal chaos. Even with the familiarity of the immortal will, it would still be hard to deal with Chu Chao Yun. Xiao Chun wondered what the outstanding talents that went to the astral battlefield were like now. He also wondered what was so special about the experts of the Deep Abyss demon race of the same generation. Could Chu Chaonin be in the astral battlefield as well? Xiao Chun did not think about this for now. Then he put away the cycle banner and moved on to the next matter, to let the solar true flame swallow up the purple thunder true flame and strengthen it further. The solar true flame that Mo Chen gave Xiao Chun was much weaker than his own lunar true flame. Only by swallowing up the purple thunder true flame could it contend with the lunar true flame and form the true Taiji Yinyang flame diagram. The purple thunder true flame was the strongest yang-attributed flame. However, it was not the strongest yang-attributed flame. Its quality was slightly weaker than the lunar true flame. Xiao Chen opened his palm, and the solar true flame and purple thunder true flame's origin flame appeared in his palm at the same time. Xiao Chun gently pushed them up. The two clumps of light, one big and one small, quickly merged and swallowed each other up. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame was deeply rooted in the purple thunder divine incantation. It stubbornly resisted the solar true flame's swallowing and even suffered a backlash. At this moment, Xiao Chun needed to make a move to suppress the purple thunder true fire. The process of swallowing and merging was not smooth. It was even somewhat bumpy. After spending the entire night, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The solar true flame had finally swallowed up the purple thunder true fire. Contrary to what Xiao Chun expected, the purple thunder true fire's origin flame did not seem to have completely disappeared. When he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could still feel a connection with the solar true flame. Based on this, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 8th layer, the solar true flame would improve further because of the purple thunder true fire. Xiao Chen's initial worries were no longer necessary. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and dealt with the many matters on hand. On the desolate island, Xiao Chun started practicing the saber, practicing the profound saber technique, 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. If Xiao Chun learned this move, he would have grasped 4 profound martial techniques: Instant of Glory, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, and the 1,000-Year Flame. Every move was an earth-shattering killing move. When executed with the strength of a quasi-emperor, its might would be even more horrifying. Chapter 1049. The last 3 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist were not profound martial techniques. However, with Xiao Chen's modifications and improvements, their destructive power was no weaker than the profound martial techniques of other cultivators. 7 days passed in a flash. Xiao Chun had practiced most of the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. In the end, it was a profound martial technique left behind by someone else. He could not execute it as he pleased, nor did he comprehend it smoothly. Whoosh! A petite figure flew over from the distance. With a thought, Xiao Chun made the frost on the ground and the drifting snow in the sky vanish instantly. Ao Jiao landed on the ground and patted her chest. She smiled and said, "That girl is much smarter than you." She moved the Mo clan to the Broken Cloud Sea and hid there temporarily, making it difficult for me to find her. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled. With this, he relaxed. Mo Chen was indeed a smart person. She knew that she had to endure when the time was right. "I saw you practicing the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow earlier. How was it? With your comprehension ability, it should be about time, right?" Ao Jiao asked with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes. Proud snow bullying frost. 1,000 Frost does not accept it. The name of this saber is Proud. Snow has pride, frost has pride. When the saber is swung, it has to bring out the pride in its bones, unleashing it without restraint." Ao Jiao entered deep thought as she sized up Xiao Chun. She said, "I suddenly discovered that the frost in this saber is very similar to you. White snow is born noble, descending from the sky. The moment it appears, it becomes the center of attention. Its pride soars to the clouds, revealing its cold light. On the other hand, Frost is born from a lowly background. It is born from deep underground, filled with ravines. From birth, it will be trampled on by others. However, no matter how lowly it is, no matter how ordinary it is, the pride in its bones will not die. Frost will eventually be able to defeat the white snow filling the sky. Ao Jiao's words made Xiao Chun very spirited. Then he looked into the distance. Frost battles snow. Now, this Frost was going to leave this cloud sea domain. He wanted to see if the snow-covered outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean were as incredible as Xianyuan Zhantian said. Purple Cloud Island, the largest island at the edge of the Southern Sea. After crossing this island, one would officially enter the Southern Sea. The largest city on the island was called Purple Cloud City, in an inn somewhere in the city. Did you hear? 2 of the divine dragon palaces, supreme elders, died at the hands of the blue dragon king, Xiao Chun. How could I not know about the recent uproar in the Southern Sea region? I heard that even the old dragon king, who was in closed-door training, was nearly alarmed. Speaking of which, this blue dragon king is really incredible. He used a secret treasure to instantly kill the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain. The divine dragon palace thought that he had lost his trump card and wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, they suffered a double loss and lost face. Say, do you think that there is anyone in our Southern Sea region that can match up to Xiao Chun within the same generation? Inns and taverns were always the places where cultivators gathered the most. This was also the place where news spread the fastest. The death of 2 blue-robed Emperor Supreme Elders of the Divine Dragon Palace was a major matter that could not be kept a secret. In less than a month, the news spread throughout the Southern Sea. Who could match up to the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun? When someone raised this question, the bustling inn immediately fell silent. Even the older generation blue-robed emperor died at the hands of Xiao Chun. Who in the same generation could stop him? Perhaps the holy scions of the immortal Holy Lands might be able to match him. Right. Don't overestimate others. The outstanding talents of our heavenly starry ocean are not weak either. The 5 poison sects' strange poison techniques, the myriad fiend islands' ancient inheritance, and the Heavenly Province Academy's righteous chi are all at least 100,000 years old. I heard that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter is coming to our Purple Cloud City today to treat people for free. The Sun Palace's holy scions and the scions of the ancient noble clans are all coming after hearing the news. Is that true? The Lunar Palace's holy daughter rarely leaves Bright Moon City. Why is she here this time? Perhaps because the topic of matching up to Xiao Chun was too heavy. The topic of the inn quickly shifted to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The atmosphere turned lively once more. At a table by the window on the 2nd floor, a white-clad youth with an outstanding air and delicate features held a white fan in his hand. This person looked like he was only a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his aura was unfathomable, like the icy water in a cold pool, very misty. When the youth heard this news, the wine cup that he was holding to his lips paused slightly. He revealed an interested expression as he put down the wine cup and muttered, "Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" The Lunar Palace, that holy land with a special status far away from the mundane world. Should I go and take a look? Since the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will come after hearing the news, this is also an opportunity. I want to see how outstanding the cultivators of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean are. This person was none other than Xiao Chun, who had disguised himself and used the Foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. He was on his way to the largest trading center of the Southern Sea, the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. That place was a maritime market, a sea market specially prepared for cultivators. It was boundlessly bustling and bustling, be it illegal goods of unknown origins or treasures obtained through legitimate channels. One could quickly sell them there. Furthermore, there were many merchant associations, so one would not have to worry about suffering a loss. Xiao Chun had heard that the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was about to hold the biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival. There would be all sorts of auctions. No matter what level one was, one would be able to find the most suitable item. Not only could one sell the goods on hand, but one could also search for treasures that one wanted at the auction. At the same time, one could also experience the grand occasion of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone was very suitable. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter was very famous. Since he met her by chance, there was no harm in going and taking a look. It would not take much time. Xiao Chun waved his hand and called the waiter over. The waiter walked over with a joyful smile on his face. This young master had been very extravagant in the morning. After asking around for some information, he rewarded the waiter with 100 astral coins, equivalent to several years of his salary. When the waiter saw Xiao Chun wave his hand again, he rushed over in a hurry, afraid of being slow. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is really coming to Purple Cloud Island. Do you know why? The waiter smiled and said, "Yes, she is coming. I heard that this holy daughter left Moon City half a year ago, searching everywhere for famous doctors. Everywhere she went, she would treat the injuries of others. This time, she is just passing through Purple Cloud Island and will be staying there for a few days. Her destination is the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. There are several Grandmaster alchemists hired by large merchant associations there, and they are quite famous." Xiao Chun sighed softly. Finding it strange, he said, since this Lunar Palace's holy daughter dares to treat illnesses, her medical skills should be relatively good as well. Why is she looking for famous doctors? The waiter smiled and said, "I find it strange as well. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter has excellent medical skills and excellent alchemy skills. She once saved several people who were on the verge of death. However, such a person is like a fairy from heaven. How can a mere manservant like me guess the thoughts of a fairy?" This made sense. It would be strange if the waiter before him knew about such a difficult problem. Xiao Chun smiled and asked, "Do you know when she will arrive?" "Ha, I'm not sure. Perhaps she will arrive today. Perhaps she will arrive the day after tomorrow. Perhaps she will not stop at Purple Cloud Island at all, heading directly to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. All these are possible. There are so many possibilities. In that case, there is no need to wait here." Xiao Chun picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then he placed down an astral coin and prepared to depart for the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. "Everyone, quickly go to the west of the city. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is here and has already opened her stall. Brothers, if you have any hidden injuries or internal injuries, go quickly. Otherwise, it will be a pity if you are late." Suddenly, a cultivator rushed into the inn's hall and shouted excitedly. The hall was silent for a while before it turned chaotic. The cultivators at the various tables tossed down their money and rushed to the door. Bang! In an instant, the spacious door was directly burst open, and the bustling inn was quickly emptied. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. This was too exaggerated. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, it was not exaggerated at all. A cultivator's life would always be accompanied by pain. More or less, they would leave behind internal injuries and hidden injuries that they did not know about. Xiao Chun himself had been injured many times. However, His physical body was strong, reaching peak rank for Sage body. He was confident that he would not leave behind any hidden injuries. The same could not be said for other cultivators. If they did not get rid of their hidden injuries, when they flared up, they would become a stubborn disease. No matter how good the spirit pills and miraculous medicines were, they would not be able to treat them. Aside from internal injuries and hidden injuries, there were also people who suffered setbacks when cultivating. Their meridians were in chaos. Now, there was a person who could treat people's injuries for free. Furthermore, his medical skills had reached great heights. It would be strange if they did not fight to the death over him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped out of the window. Then, he somersaulted beautifully in the air and landed on the roof of the inn's top floor. Western part of the city, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he unfurled the freedom wings and looked towards the western part of the city. Many scenes flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes like a movie. The big streets and small alleys, the sky and the ground, were all filled with cultivators rushing towards the western part of the city. The scene stopped. In front of a pavilion by a lake in the western part of the city, many young girls in their prime stood in 2 rows, maintaining order. They all had graceful figures and pretty appearances. The young girls all had smiles on their faces, and their auras were ethereal. All of them had a gentle beauty like the moon, giving people a good impression of them. However, all of them were incredibly strong. When Xiao Chun saw this, he felt startled. Unexpectedly, all of these 10-odd young girls were martial sages. There were also several arrogant young men with outstanding auras standing in front of the pavilion, helping to maintain order. These should be the outstanding talents who had come to follow the Lunar Palace's holy daughter because of her fame. There were not many cultivators in front of the pavilion yet. However, after a while, the small path in front of the lake would be filled with cultivators who had heard the news. So close yet worlds apart, Xiao Chun took a step forward and silently crossed 5 kilometers. Then, he drifted down from the sky. Then, he landed in front of most of the cultivators and quietly lined up at the back of the line, which was not very long. The order of the place was very good. There was no clamor or noise. Every time a person stepped forward, a red rope would descend from the elegant pavilion and tie it to the cultivator's wrist. After the red rope was withdrawn, the young girls standing on both sides would receive instructions to inform the cultivator of the diagnosis. If there were ready-made medicinal pills, they would give them. If there were none, they would leave behind the medicinal pill recipe. This was very efficient. However, Xiao Chun could not help feeling disappointed. Originally, he thought that by lining up for treatment, he would be able to personally see this famous holy daughter. However, when he arrived, he realized that this holy daughter did not show herself at all. Chapter 1050. Xiao Chen's interest waned. He had the intention to leave. He was very confident in his body. He did not have any internal injuries or hidden illnesses. Since he could not see this woman, there was no point in continuing to line up. "It's your turn. What are you waiting for?" A melodious voice rang out. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that the line in front of him was already full. The various outstanding talents in front of the pavilion all revealed displeased expressions as they looked at Xiao Chun, who was distracted. They thought that he was here to cause trouble. A few of them even had a faint, baleful aura in their eyes. If Xiao Chun was really here to cause trouble, they would not mind teaching him a lesson. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. He could only go up and go through the motions. Otherwise, there would be some small trouble. Xiao Chun stepped forward and stretched out his wrist. A red string carrying a medicinal fragrance flew over from the pavilion. Whoosh! It tied itself to his wrist and tied a knot. Xiao Chun looked at the red string. However, a screen blocked his view. Even his spiritual sense could only see a mist. He could not see the holy daughter's appearance behind the mist. Xiao Chun felt a cool and refreshing energy flow through his body. Then, the red string bounced back. The diagnosis was complete. However, unexpectedly, after a long time, no young girl came out from either side. No one came out to tell Xiao Chun the results of the diagnosis. There was also no medicinal pill or pill recipe for him. The others whispered to each other, not knowing what was going on. However, Xiao Chun was very clear. He did not have any hidden injuries or internal injuries. Why would they give him the medicinal pill or pill recipe? Sorry for the interruption. It looks like my body is fine. There are no hidden injuries or hidden injuries. After giving the pavilion a deep look, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to take his leave. He had only come here to join in on the excitement. There was nothing else to see, so naturally there was no need to stay. Ha ha, you are really interesting. The Holy Daughter said that your illness is beyond cure. Even a divine doctor cannot save you. We were just hesitating on whether to tell you or not. A young girl laughed coquettishly, saying something that Xiao Chun would never have thought of. Beyond cure? How could that be? Xiao Chen's physical body had been tempered and tempered several times, going through many trials and suffering 1,000 kinds of pain. After consuming 100 drops of dragon marrow, he had attained a peak rank 4 sage body. How could he be so sick that even a divine doctor couldn't save him? Young master, you still have 10 years to live. If you have any wishes, you should do them as soon as possible, said the pretty attendant softly. She also had a look of pity on her face. Xiao Chun found it a little funny. The more he said, the more ridiculous he became. He even said that he only had 10 more years to live. Perhaps the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was only SOSO. Just look at the so-called outstanding talents in front of the pavilion. They only had appearances and were not worth mentioning. Perhaps there were no experts in the entire heavenly starry ocean. At the very least, there were no eye-catching people in the same generation. How unfortunate! At such a young age, this white-robed person is already a grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, he is an outstanding talent of a noble clan. He can be considered a hero. Unexpectedly, he only has 10 more years to live. He a hero? Perhaps he is overexerting himself and does not know the principle of progressing step by step. That's why he fell sick. Furthermore, he does not know that and came to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter to join in the fun. That's true. Based on his appearance, he does not look like he is here to treat his injuries. He probably thinks that his cultivation is pretty good and that he can gain the holy daughter's favor. Who knew? The Lunar Palace's holy daughter would see through his hidden illness with one glance. Serves him right. The cultivators waiting in line all had expressions of schadenfreude in their tones. When they saw a cultivator who was far more outstanding than them only have 10 more years to live, they would definitely feel some joy. I wonder where this white-robed person came from. Based on his scholarly appearance, he might be from a Confucian noble clan near the Heavenly Province Academy. I have never heard of such a person in the Heavenly Province Academy. Even some of the more famous Confucian noble clans do not have such a person. He probably came from a small clan. That should be the case. He does not seem to have any righteous chi on him. His clan probably used him as a sacrificial pawn. He still does not realize it, thinking that he can become a dragon in one leap. There were all sorts of discussions. It seemed like they all agreed with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The holy daughter said that Xiao Chun only had 10 more years to live, so he really would not live past that. The 4 youths in front of the pavilion all rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. With one glance, they could tell that Xiao Chun was not really here to seek treatment. They felt that Xiao Chen's true purpose was the same as theirs, just to get close to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Xiao Chen gently closed the folding fan in his hand and smiled faintly. Then he prepared to turn and leave. "Young master, please wait. The holy daughter still has something to say. If you are willing to cripple your cultivation and become an ordinary person, I can lend you the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I can lend young master the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I guarantee that young master will live to 100. Xiao Chen originally had a smile on his face. Now his expression sank completely. This was really never-ending. These people really could say anything. Now, they actually wanted him to cripple his cultivation. There should be a limit to the nonsense they spouted. All right? Xiao Chen stopped walking and turned around with the white folding fan in his hand. "Young master, have you made up your mind? If you are really willing to cripple your cultivation, I can let young master read 3 chapters of the Lunar Palace's longevity art." When the delicate girl who spoke saw Xiao Chen turn around, she thought that he had changed his mind. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was gentle, but her posture contained a kind of aloof arrogance. It was as if letting Xiao Chen read the first 3 chapters of the longevity art was already a great kindness and charity. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Actually, I am also somewhat skilled in medicine. When the holy daughter took my pulse, she concluded that I have 10 more years to live. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will also take the holy daughter's pulse and see if she is in a delirious state. You are so young, yet you are already speaking nonsense." The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter held an esteemed position and a high prestige. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen dared to question the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, speaking rudely. "She gave you kindness and saved your life. Not only did you not feel grateful, but you even slandered the holy daughter. How bold! Where did this wild brat come from? Why don't you look at where you are? How dare you behave atrociously here?" A dark-skinned youth in blue among the 4 outstanding talents in front of the pavilion drew his sword in anger. Then he charged at Xiao Chen while emitting killing chi. The people on the left and right reacted too slowly. They could not help but curse this brat for being too shrewd. This was an opportunity to show off, yet this fellow snatched it away. Without hesitation, the 3 of them attacked together, charging at Xiao Chen. "Ha ha! The 4 strongest youths of our Purple Cloud Island are attacking together. This brat is dead for sure. It is good that he is dead. He even dares to speak rudely to the holy daughter. Serves him right. In any case, he will not live for more than 10 years. It is all the same if he dies earlier or later. A small clan is indeed a small clan. They have not seen much of the world and think that Grandmaster-level martial sages are incredible. They do not know that Grandmaster-level martial sages are divided into the strong and the weak. Our Southern Sea does not need too many young Grandmaster-level martial sages like him." The girl who tried to console Xiao Chen frowned slightly when she saw the 4 outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island surging with killing chi. However, she did not say anything in the end. Xiao Chen's words were simply too overboard. It turned out that they were cultivators of Purple Cloud Island. No wonder they were Grandmaster-level martial sages. No wonder they were not even comparable to the elite disciples of the Sun Palace in Xiao Chen's opinion. Grandmaster-level martial sages were indeed divided into the strong and the weak. However, these 4 people before Xiao Chen clearly belonged to the weakest category. Wherever they went, any Grandmaster-level martial sage would beat them into kneeling and begging for mercy. The phrase, "not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth," referred to these 4 people. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan. He did not use the strength of the blue-robed emperor, only that of a grandmaster-level martial sage. The instant he opened his folding fan, a layer of frost spread out from under Xiao Chen's feet. Crystalline white snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Proud of the snow, bullying the frost, the thousand frosts will not submit. Xiao Chen waved his folding fan, and thousands of strands of cold saber chi soared up from the ground. These strands of saber chi carried a stubborn pride as they swept out. The 4 outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island bore the brunt of the attack. The saber chi covered their bodies in wounds, and their auras scattered. They fell to the ground in sorry states. When their wounds came into contact with them, they immediately cried out miserably in pain. The young girls on both sides received a significant blow as well, getting knocked back and dealing with the strands of saber chi in a fluster. If Xiao Chen had not suppressed his strength, this 1,000 frost battle snow would have wiped out everyone before him. However, Xiao Chen did not have a huge grudge against Xiao Chen. It was just that he was angered by the other party's nonsense and the other party's expression of gratitude. Xiao Chen only wanted to vent his anger. He had not thought of killing anyone. Taking advantage of the flustered crowd, Xiao Chen closed his folding fan and switched it to his left hand. Then, he casually pulled out a strand of hair with his right hand. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a boundless saber chi appeared. The strand of hair gave off a crystalline light as it extended towards the screen in the pavilion with an unparalleled aura. Behind the screen was an elegant, fairy-like woman who was as ethereal as the moon. She wore snow-white clothes as she sat behind an elegant red wooden table. The red string in her hand shot out unhurriedly, piercing through the screen. In a thousandth of a second, it clashed with Xiao Chen's strand of hair. Bang! The two clashed. To the white-clad woman's surprise, the strand of hair pierced through her red string, making it look like a piece of bamboo, exploding into pieces. A strong saber, intent, spread out in all directions. The flower vases, trees, and all the other exquisite decorations in the pavilion instantly shattered into dust. However, it was clear that Xiao Chen had held back. Otherwise, it would not just be these flower vases that shattered, but the entire pavilion. The shock on the white-clad woman's face had just passed when she discovered that the strand of hair had already wrapped around her wrist, gently knotting it. A middle-aged woman with an extremely strong aura hid in the shadows behind the white-clad woman. When she saw this, she wanted to make a move to break the strand of hair. After the white-clad woman recovered from her shock, she smiled faintly and waved her hand to stop the other party. After a while, a cold chi flowed through the strand of hair and traveled through the various acupoints of the white-clad woman's body, paying special attention to several acupoints in the brain. The woman felt startled in her heart. Based on the location of the cold chi traveling through the acupoints, it was clearly an extremely profound pulse-reading technique. Furthermore, it was very different from current medical techniques. Chapter 10:51. Outside the pavilion, Xiao Chen tapped his hair with 4 fingers in a certain rhythm. Time slowly passed. Xiao Chen's expression turned increasingly grave, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Lunar Palace disciples in front had more or less dealt with the frost saber chi binding them. Xiao Chen showed a sullen expression. He could not even be bothered with the strand of hair in his hand. He tossed it aside and left, not willing to stay a moment longer, clearly preoccupied. Damn, this fellow really took the pulse of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He profaned the holy daughter. We can't let him escape. No one had expected Xiao Chen to take the pulse of the fairy-like person in their hearts. All of them immediately flew into a rage, surrounding Xiao Chen as he turned to leave. The earlier anger vanished without a trace. Xiao Chen just wanted to leave. He threw out his folding fan and danced around him. The bright moon in the fan, the small bridge, and the flowing water seemed to appear in the real world. The gentle moon, the clear water, and the fluttering folding fan. Xiao Chen stood on a small bridge, gradually moving further away. No one could stop him for even a moment. Inside the pavilion, a strand of black hair wound around the index finger of the white-clad woman. She stood up and went to the window. As she watched Xiao Chen walk away on the moon and the bridge, her pretty eyes revealed a contemplative look. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and his white robes fluttered. Xiao Chen stepped on the moonlight and rode the bridge back. The road in front of the lake was in chaos. The people who blocked Xiao Chen all suffered significant injuries. Xiao Chen, who was in a rush to leave with a heavy heart, did not control his strength well, resulting in several severe injuries. The female Lunar Palace disciples moved about, checking on the injuries and treating them. Chaos reigned everywhere. The white-clad woman in front of the pavilion frowned slightly. The beautiful middle-aged woman with an outstanding aura behind her stepped forward and whispered, "Bingyun, this person is an expert. He might have hidden his cultivation." Yu Bingyun felt it was strange. She asked, "In Aunt Bai's eyes, he is an expert as well?" The beautiful, noble, and graceful Auntie Bai smiled and said, "It's just a feeling. This person is definitely someone with a story. Unfortunately, 10 years are about to pass, and the heavens are jealous of him." Yu Bingyun lowered her head and looked at the strand of fine black hair wrapped around her index finger. She said softly, "It is possible that he is the person we are looking for." "Really?" The woman Yu Bingyun addressed as Aunt Bai paled somewhat. "Whether it is true or not, we still have to ask him in person. Even if he did not leave his name, I have never heard of this person in the heavenly starry ocean. Judging from his attire, I wonder if the Heavenly Province Academy's young Master Qingshu knows him?" Yu Bingyun looked at the strand of hair between her fingers, feeling that it was a pity. Suddenly, she looked up from the window and saw a figure rushing over in the distance at lightning speed. He was like a soaring true dragon, stepping on the auspicious clouds and withdrawing the strong winds. His roar was like the roar of a true dragon, reverberating in all directions. The many injured cultivators below immediately recognized him. They could not help but reveal astonished expressions. "It's the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian." Indeed, when the Lunar Palace's holy daughter arrived at Purple Cloud Island, the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will definitely come after hearing the news. The Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was a huge faction of the Southern Sea. When Neptune was still around, it was even stronger than the immortal Holy Land's Zodiac Hall. Naturally, the purpose of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master was self-evident. He was here for the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun. Suddenly, a flickering lightning-attributed flame lit up in the western sky. A lightning-attributed flame tore through the sky and headed for the pavilion as well. The young master of an ancient noble clan, the scion of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yen. A strong wind blew in the northern sky. A berserk aura spread out together with the strong wind. Everyone could feel a prideful aura that looked down on the world. "It's another ancient noble clan, the scion of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yun." Soundlessly, a person flew over from the east. He didn't seem to be making any big movements, but as he moved, the sky behind him moved forward bit by bit, giving off an oppressive feeling, as if the might of the heavens were descending. The scion of the Xia clan is here as well. The many cultivators on the ground erupted with excitement. In such a short time, nearly all the factions of the Southern Sea that could rival the immortal Holy Lands had arrived. This was a true outstanding talent. The 4 people from Purple Cloud Island were far inferior compared to him. The reputation of the lunar palace's holy daughter filled the sky with boundless charm. Just as everyone thought that this was the end, something happened in the central sky. A dazzling golden sun slowly descended, overshadowing the radiance of the blazing sun. Beside him, there was a full moon. The sun and the moon descended together, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the surroundings. With such an obvious, mysterious phenomenon, no one in the Southern Sea would not know. This was the holy son of the Southern Sea's immortal holy land, the Zodiac Hall's holy daughter, Fu Hongyao. One was the top true inheritor of the Sun Palace, and the other was the top true inheritor of the Moon Palace. They were the most outstanding talents of the same generation in the Southern Sea. This was especially so for the holy son Chu Yang. He had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. His strength was unfathomable. Rumor had it that the location of his closed-door cultivation was the blazing sun. The palace master of the Zodiac Hall, the Prime Emperor Wu Jinxuani, personally guarded him. The moment the sun and moon appeared, the auras of the others immediately paled in comparison to the two, becoming slightly inferior. As the group approached the pavilion in front of the lake, they seemed to come to a tacit understanding and scattered their auras, withdrawing their sharpness. This was a show of respect for the lunar palace's holy daughter. They did not act presumptuously. They landed firmly and reported their identities, waiting quietly. The first to land was the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian. When he saw Gong Sun Yen, he smiled faintly and said, "It looks like Brother Gongsuan's Thunderflame War Body made a breakthrough again. If you have time, let's exchange pointers." Gong Sun Yen smiled calmly and said, "It's SOO. However, if Brother Hai Tian wants to exchange pointers, I can accompany you at any time." The two's tone was calm. However, as they spoke, they clashed with each other, giving off a faint smell of gunpowder. "Ha ha, Brother Hai Tian, I heard that the Blue Dragon King recently killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. Is that true?" A strong wind blew, and the scion of the ancient Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yun, landed quietly. He smiled at Hai Tian, the scion of the Xia clan. Xia Hanfeng, who wanted to arrive with Heaven's Might, had just landed. When he heard this, he also looked at Hai Tian curiously. The news of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, killing 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors had spread like wildfire. These outstanding talents were all curious as to whether this was true or not. Hai Tian felt stifled, and anger appeared on his face. Just as he did not know how to answer, he saw the holy sons and holy daughters of Zodiac Hall land together. Hai Tian raised his eyebrows, and his lips curled up. He said, "Shangguan Yun, I think you should go and ask Chu Yang." The Blue Dragon King nearly disfigured Fu Hongyao with one punch during his king conferral ceremony. Is there such a thing? Shangguan Yun glared at Hai Tian. Only a fool would mention this matter to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao landed in front of the pavilion, they acted like they had not heard what Shangguan Yun said and headed straight for the doors. "Friends, the holy daughter is startled today, and the pavilion is in a mess. Aside from Miss Red Yao, it is not convenient for the other young masters to meet." The Lunar Palace's female disciples standing guard at the doors said apologetically to the group, "Fu Hongyao was acquainted with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter in the first place. Naturally, Yu Bingyan would not reject Fu Hongyao." Under the gazes of the others, Fu Hongyao entered the pavilion. "The holy daughter is startled. Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the pavilion of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter?" When the group saw the chaotic scene of the Lunar Palace's disciples treating the injured in the crowd, their expressions sank. That might be the case. After asking around, the expressions of Hai Tian and the others changed drastically. How audacious! Where did this fellow come from? To think that he does not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, even daring to take the holy daughter's pulse. Hai Tian said angrily. The expressions of Shang Guanyun and the others were unsightly as well. Yu Bingyun being profaned in their southern sea was a slap to the faces of all the outstanding talents of the southern sea. In the future, during the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the many outstanding talents of the other sea domains would definitely mock them in Bright Moon City. Because of this, we have to find this person. Otherwise, we will lose a lot of face. Shang Guanyun, who was at odds with Hai Tian, said something that he rarely did. Naturally, the others did not mind. This was both a good and a bad thing. In this day and age, no one could truly profane the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. How could they miss out on such an opportunity to show off before the holy daughter? The few of them acted in concert with their words. However, they were all thinking about how to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves in this matter. Only Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall remained silent. He simply could not think of anyone in the heavenly starry ocean who dared to profane Yu Bingyun. Could it be someone from the Black Sea? That's not right. There is no such person in the Black Sea. If there were, I would definitely know who it was. Perhaps this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Thousands of meters away, at the top floor of an inn, 3 or 4 dissolute cultivators with evil auras sat at a table by the window. They all had smiles on their faces as they looked at the pavilion from afar. In the entire history of the Lunar Palace, even back to the time of Neptune, only one holy daughter has ever fallen in love with a mortal. These people are really delusional. Humph! What outstanding talent! They look bright and awe-inspiring. But in front of a woman, you've become so timid and polite. You don't deserve to be called a prodigy at all. That brother in white is still the best. He suits my taste. Since ancient times, he is the only one who dared to forcefully take the pulse of the holy daughter. Ha ha! Well said. I wonder if second brother can catch up to this person? I really want to make friends with him. He definitely can. Second brother's movement technique is excellent. The same thing had a different result in the eyes of different people. At this moment, Xiao Chen clearly did not know what kind of ripples his impromptu actions had caused. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much about it, given how preoccupied he was. Xiao Chen flew all the way out of Purple Cloud Island. After traveling for an unknown distance, he stopped before a lone island. The folding fan fluttered as Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. The bright moon, the bridge, and the flowing water were no longer there. His figure drifted over and landed on the tallest peak of the island. Standing at the summit, Xiao Chen looked at the boundless sea. He frowned, heavily thinking about something. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Ao Jiao had long noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression, so she could not help asking. Xiao Chen gently fanned himself and said that Lunar Palace's holy daughter did not speak nonsense. At the very least, there was no need for her to do so. The longevity art is indeed a holy manual for maintaining one's health. It is worthy of such a grand display. Chapter 1052. That is to say, you misunderstood her. Ao Jiao smiled. Then she suddenly reacted and said, "That's impossible. How can you only have 10 years of lifespan? After you break through to the blue-robed emperor, your lifespan will increase to 1,000 years. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying. Lifespan is divided into 2 types. One is natural lifespan, and the other is physiological lifespan. Natural lifespan is easy to understand. Ordinary people's natural lifespan is 70 or 80 years. As cultivators break through their cultivation realms, their natural lifespan will increase. Physiological lifespan is the lifespan of the body. Normally speaking, the two are the same. However, sometimes there are accidents that cause the physiological lifespan to exceed the natural lifespan by too much. She is 20 years old, but her body is that of a 70 or 80-year-old. The lunar palace's holy daughter should be referring to my physiological lifespan. Ao Jiao felt that this was incredible. She asked doubtfully, "What exactly did you see when you took the holy daughter's pulse for you to change so much?" When Xiao Chun recalled that scene, he was still deeply shocked. After a long time, he said, "Her physiological lifespan is like that of a baby. If there are no accidents, she will remain like that for the next 10 years. How can that be? She looks like she is at least 20 years old." Xiao Chun did not believe it either. However, that aura could not be wrong. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation had some knowledge of medicine. The pulse-taking technique recorded there could not be wrong. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Chun started to take the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's words seriously, no longer treating them as nonsense. After Xiao Chun calmed down and thought about it, he realized that the other party did not know him, so there was no need for her to speak nonsense. It would not do her any good. After that, he used this pulse-taking technique to check his physiological lifespan. Although it looked strong, the physiological lifespan of a peak rank 4 sage body did indeed have less than 10 years left. Xiao Chun had never thought about this problem before. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation only had a brief introduction to this, so he had not paid much attention to it. Ao Jiao came to a realization and said, "I think I know what the problem is. There's a problem with your physical body cultivation. You endured all kinds of pain and tempered your body thousands of times. When your physical body improved by leaps and bounds, you didn't pay attention to the way to nourish your body." Xiao Chen's physical body cultivation was indeed somewhat horrifying. At such a young age, he had already attained a peak rank 4 sage body. Xiao Chun had started cultivating his physical body in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion from the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. If he calculated the time, it had been less than 10 years. However, in the past 10 years, he had not done anything to nourish his body. Instead, he had used heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nourish his body. This was also because he had never met a true master on his path of cultivation. Ao Jiao had a lot of experience, but the Thunder King did not cultivate his corporeal body and knew very little about this aspect, so he could not help Xiao Chun. Back when Xiao Chun first advanced to Martial Monarch, he had to refine his quintessence twice for each minor realm, enduring boundless pain. That path established the purity of Xiao Chen's quintessence. Even after he converted it to heavenly sage laws, his quintessence was still much denser than that of cultivators of the same generation. However, the damage to his body would be immense. At that time, Xiao Chun felt that he would be fine once he endured it. Going further, when Xiao Chun was in the lower realm, he had rashly used the strength character formula. 33-fold combat prowess was heaven-defying. As an inferior-grade martial monarch, he had forced back a martial sage. Perhaps at that time, the seeds of danger had already been planted. Now, looking at the myriad heaven-divine fist, deities descending, Xiao Chun had been using the 10-fold combat prowess wantonly. He had probably unknowingly drained his physiological lifespan. 10-fold combat prowess, 33-fold combat prowess, such heaven-defying existences should have a price. Suddenly, Xiao Chun recalled that in his previous life, there had also been a heaven-defying martial arts expert on Earth. At a young age, he had been unrivaled, famous throughout the world. However, he had died young and mysteriously. There was a rumor that he had cultivated excessively, undergoing too much cruel training. The two remained silent. After a while, Xiao Chun recovered his emotions. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It is not too late to understand now. At the very least, I know of two ways to salvage the situation." "Which two?" "Naturally, the first is the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Unfortunately, that is the Lunar Palace's sacred canon. Outsiders can only read 3 chapters at most. It is impossible to read the entire book. Hence, there was no need to even think about the first method. How could the Lunar Palace lend its inherited sacred canon to outsiders? Snatching it was even more impossible. The Lunar Palace had many experts. It would be better to just marry a holy daughter. As for the second method, there is no need to beg others. It is my own blue dragon body nourishing art. Now that I think about it, I somewhat understand why this body tempering cultivation technique is called the body nourishing art and not the body tempering art. The foundation of the body tempering art is clearly to nourish the body. When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled and said, "Really? So, you already thought of this solution long ago. You startled me." Xiao Chun smiled helplessly in his heart. Although that was what he said, he had exhausted too much of his physiological lifespan. It had already reached a point where it could not be reversed. Even if the blue dragon body nourishing art was useful, it might be too late to realize it now. Xiao Chun was not sure. However, he did not want Ao Jiao to worry too much, so he purposely said this. The most reliable solution was still the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Just at this moment, the sound of something tearing came from behind. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and turned around to look. Xiao Chun saw a stout, dark-skinned man giving off a ruffian aura quickly flying towards him. Xiao Chun did not see any killing chi from this person or any killing intent in his eyes. Instead, he had a strange expression. How should Xiao Chun put it? This expression was one of worship. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. However, he kept his guard up and let the stout man fly in front of him. "Ha ha, brother, your speed is extraordinarily fast. If we had not paused on this island for a while, I would have lost you." The dark-skinned man stopped and laughed heartily. Xiao Chun smiled to himself. This person is really straightforward. I wonder why he is following me all the way here. "Brother, I think very highly of you. Come with me to kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter." The stout man said seriously, just as Xiao Chun thought this. Xiao Chun could not help but want to laugh. This person could no longer be described as straightforward. If not for this stout man being stronger than that Sun Palace elite disciple, Xiao Chun would have thought that he had run into a madman. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter could not be casually kidnapped. Not to mention the holy daughter. Xiao Chun also sensed a great perfection blue-robed emperor expert by her side. If Xiao Chun managed to kidnap her, given the Lunar Palace's reputation, there would be no place for him in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace disciples all had secret techniques to protect themselves. There would be no benefit in kidnapping such a person. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun still smiled and said, "Brother, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I do not have such ambitions. Furthermore, I still have important matters to attend to. You will have to find someone else for such a big matter." The dark-skinned man revealed an expression of extreme regret. He said, "How unfortunate. Many people of the righteous and righteous factions want to do something, but cannot. Brother, you managed to do it easily. It is too unfortunate that you do not join us." The stout man did not give up. He continued to try to persuade Xiao Chun to do great things with him. Finally, when he saw Xiao Chun's firm attitude, he smiled helplessly and said, "Brother has things to do, so I will not insist. However, With one look, I can tell that brother is a kindred spirit. Tell me your name, and if you have time in the future, come to the Black Sea. I, Batu, will definitely take good care of you. The Black Sea, Xiao Chun felt excited. That was the place with the richest resources in the entire oceanic world. It was precisely because of the Black Sea that the many major factions of the heavenly starry ocean did not care about the resources of the starry heavens. To them, the resources of the Black Sea were an inexhaustible treasure trove. There was no need for them to go to the starry heavens. However, the Black Sea was also a place for great bandits and peak loose cultivators. This Batu before Xiao Chun did not look like a loose cultivator. He did not have the baleful aura of a loose cultivator. He should be the descendant of a famous great bandit. Xiao Chun was willing to befriend such a person. He smiled and said, I am Mo Yun. We will meet again in the future. For a very long time, Mo Yun would be Xiao Chen's alias when he traveled the heavenly starry ocean. Batu watched as Xiao Chen flew in the direction of the 10,000 treasure sea market. Only when Xiao Chen's figure disappeared did he turn his head back. He still had an expression of pity on his face. A sea market, a market on the sea, referred to a cultivator's market that existed only in the oceanic world. There were many sea markets of various sizes in the Southern Sea. However, the most famous one had to be the 10,000 treasure sea market. Xiao Chun followed the sea map and walked on the water. His white robes and folding fan made him look unremarkable in the vast sea. As Xiao Chun got closer to the 10,000 treasure sea market, the number of cultivators he met increased. These people were in groups of 2 or 3, discussing the upcoming 10,000 treasure festival. Not only were there auctions for the various levels, but there were also professional auctions such as secret treasure auctions, medicinal pill auctions, spirit weapon auctions, and so on. Aside from these, there were also all sorts of appraisal sessions. If one had good judgment and a good character, one might be able to obtain some pleasant surprises. The biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival was considered a grand event in the Southern Sea. Many cultivators would rush over. Xiao Chun did not travel very fast. After half a month, he finally saw the landmark of the 10,000 treasure sea market. A gigantic statue stood on the surface of the vast sea. Its upper body was above the water, and it was tens of thousands of zhang tall. The statue was dressed like an immortal cultivator from the immortal epic. It wore Buddhist robes, and 4 carefree scarves floated above its head. The statue's left hand was stretched out in the air, and 2 fingers of its right hand formed a sword. The statue stared into the distance, piercing through space and the barrier of the sky as it looked at the distant starry heavens. The statue seemed to be forming some kind of hand seal, giving the impression that a living person had suddenly petrified after being magnified countless times. The statue froze in the river of time, trapped for a lifetime. This kind of scene could only be seen from a very far distance. However, when one got closer, one would not be able to see it clearly because it was too vast and tall. The entire 10,000 treasure sea market was made up of thousands of islands of various sizes around the statue. The core island was the palm of the statue. That was a city, and the peak auctions were held there. Merchant ships stood in great numbers, and the flags of thousands of merchant associations fluttered in the wind. It was bustling, noisy, and vast. This was the 10,000 treasure sea market. Chapter 1053. Xiao Chun had a clear goal. He flew towards 10,000 treasure city. The instant he flew into the air, he felt a formless pressure. This pressure came from the statue itself. Without the strength of a martial sage, one would not even be qualified to step into this 10,000 treasure city. The higher Xiao Chun flew, the greater the pressure. If he wanted to reach the top of the statue, he would have to be at least as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Naturally, just flying to the top of the 10,000 treasure city did not pose any pressure to Xiao Chun. The mysterious pressure was no different from air to him. In just an instant, Xiao Chun arrived above the palm. When he looked down, he could see the entire bustling and exquisite 10,000 treasure city. There was a palace on each of the 5 fingers of the statue. The 5 city lords of 10,000 treasure city resided in these palaces. The palace on the thumb was the most magnificent and vast. That was the residence of the top city lord, the treasure master. The treasure master's identity was mysterious and venerated. He traveled everywhere and rarely showed himself. Right now, his grandson was in charge of all major and minor matters. The one on the pinky finger was the 5th city lord. The one on the ring finger was the 4th city lord. The one on the index finger was the 3rd city lord. And the one on the middle finger was the 2nd city lord. He broke through the might of 10,000 treasure city in one breath. At such a young age, he already has an overwhelming wealth chi. This is a very important guest. Ziying, go and entertain him personally. Do not delay him. Do your best to pull all his business into the merchant association we control. An old man in the palace, on the pinky finger, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze penetrated 50 kilometers and clearly saw the white-clad Xiao Chun. This person seems to be only a grandmaster-level martial sage. Is there a need to send your daughter out personally? The girl named Ziying felt somewhat suspicious. Several great grandmaster-level martial sages, and even the blue-robed emperor had appeared, but her father had not even opened his eyes. Ha ha! Ha ha! Hurry up and go. If you wait any longer, when the other city lords react, you won't have this chance anymore. The old man smiled gently. His tone was gentle, but it contained a strong might. This was not an order, but it was irresistible. Ziying rejoiced in her heart. When her father said this, it would definitely be right. Aside from the mysterious treasure master, the other 4 city lords were all merchant associations from outside. An evaluation would be held every 10 years, and if the profits that the Chamber of Commerce brought to the treasure city were too low, they would lose the right to be the city lord. This was the rule set by the treasure master. No matter how strong the merchant association's backing was, it still had to obediently follow the rules when it came to the 10,000 treasure sea market. The profits of the 9 Cauldron Pavilions branch in Treasure City had been declining for the past few years. It had fallen once every 10 years, and it had already fallen from the 2nd-ranked city lord to the 5th-ranked. If it continued to drop like this, she would probably lose her right to be the 5th city lord. A large order could reduce the pressure on Ziying. Without any warning, just as Xiao Chun was about to land, a 7-colored bridge extended from the distance to Xiao Chun's feet. Rainbow light flickered. A gorgeous rainbow bridge stretched across the sky. It was beautiful to the extreme. 5-colored heavenly flowers floated down from the sky. Many pairs of eyes in the treasure city below immediately looked up into the sky. 5-colored heavenly flowers and a 7-colored rainbow bridge. It was unknown which esteemed guest had been intercepted by one of the 5 city lords and received with the highest form of etiquette. The cultivators in the city were all martial sages, at the very least. When they infused their mental energy into their eyes, they could clearly see Xiao Chun, who was very far away. This person wore white robes and held a white fan. He looked delicate and pretty, no more than 30 years old. He was a grandmaster-level martial sage. When one looked carefully at this person's face, no one had heard of him before. Several people immediately felt suspicious. How could an unknown outstanding talent receive such a grand reception from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion probably misjudged him again. His business has been declining for the past few years. After this 10,000 treasure festival, he will probably lose his position as the city lord. Such mockery rang out continuously in the Treasure City. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion had definitely misjudged him by receiving a Grandmaster-level martial sage with such a grand reception. They would become a laughingstock and become the joke of this 10,000 treasure festival. When Xiao Chun heard Ao Jiao's explanation as he faced the seven-colored bridge, he roughly understood what was going on. This was really strange. Despite being a Grandmaster-level martial sage and not being famous, he could cause such a huge commotion. This was fine as well. With someone to receive him, he could save himself some trouble. Xiao Chen was somewhat confident in the ability of the Foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. As long as he ran into some special secret treasures, it would be hard for him to be discovered. Even if he was discovered, it would not matter. With the Peak Thunder Dragon Steps and the Freedom Wings, he was confident of leaving easily even if Emperor Wu came personally. A pretty girl arrived on the bridge. This was the manager of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion in the Treasure City, Ziying. This lady is Ziying, the manager of 10,000 Cities' Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask for young master's name? The girl named Ziying gave off the impression of a capable person with one glance. Her aura was very similar to Yingqiong's. As Ziying spoke, her actions were very graceful and charming. While she was respectful, she did not give off an overly flattering feeling. Perhaps it was because Ziying's aura was very similar to Yingqiong's, but Xiao Chen had a very good first impression of this girl. He performed a cupped fist salute as he held the folding fan in his hand and said, "I do not dare to claim my distinguished name. I am Mo Yun. You can just address me casually." The two stood on the seven-colored bridge like it was flat ground. Then, the seven-colored bridge slowly shrank. It carried the two further away, drifting down towards the palace on the pinky finger. After chatting for a while, Ziying felt that Mo Yun's way of speaking was extraordinary. Her father definitely did not misjudge him. It looks like young Master Mo came because of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. I wonder if you have any special requests this time? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion is one of the top 5 merchant associations in 10,000 Treasure City. As for the backer of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, it is considered a peak merchant association in the entire heavenly starry ocean. After chatting for a while, Ziying moved to the main topic. After a pause, she continued, "If young master has any requests, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion will definitely be able to fulfill them." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and opened his folding fan. "I do indeed have some special requests. I need secret treasures containing dragon souls in large quantities." Ziying felt somewhat disappointed. Even for peak king-grade secret treasures containing dragon souls, barring special exceptions, they would only be worth tens of millions of astral coins. This was a large order. However, it was still far from the large order that she had anticipated. As for what Xiao Chen said about large quantities, she did not care too much about it. Secret treasures were meant to be used. Cultivators could only use 1 or 2 at most. How large could the quantity be? Even so, Ziying's expression did not change. With her good upbringing, she would not put on a vile expression over such a small matter. However, this time, Ziying had embarrassed herself greatly. The merchant associations of the other 4 city lords would definitely mock her for a long time. Ziying sighed in her heart. Then she smiled and said, "What kind of secret treasures containing dragon souls does young Master Mo need?" "I'll give you 10 million black astral coins first. Help me purchase them. If you do well, I still have a batch of goods worth tens of millions of black astral coins for you to deal with." Xiao Chun did not know what Ziying was thinking. His tone was calm as he continued speaking. When Ziying heard this, she was slightly stunned even though she was used to seeing big scenes. 10 million black astral coins meant 100 million astral coins. There was still another 100 million black astral coins to sell. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it sounded like 100 million black astral coins were not enough. This was a huge business deal. After this transaction, the profits from the offerings might be enough for the Nine Cauldron Pavilion to become the second city lord. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Chen frowned. Dragons were hidden in the depths. The sea hid dragons. It should not be too difficult to collect secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean. Ziying smiled and said excitedly, "No, absolutely not. Come, let's go down and discuss in detail." Whoosh! Just at this moment, 3 7-colored bridges streaked across the sky at the same time. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky above 10,000 Treasure City, looking like snowflakes drifting in the air. The glazed lights of various colors illuminated the entire sky. Xiao Chun and Ziying, who were about to descend to the palace on the pinky finger, turned their heads to look. They saw a group of outstanding talents accompanying the Lunar Palace's holy daughter outside 10,000 Treasure City. Everyone there had a bright name. The faction behind them could cause clouds and rain in the southern sea or even the entire heavenly starry ocean. Whoosh! An even more resplendent and dazzling 9-colored bridge flew through the air, looking very gorgeous. Unexpectedly, the palace on the pinky finger of the treasure master also sent out an invitation, something that was rarely seen. Instantly, the entire 10,000 Treasure City stirred. Everyone forgot about the 7-colored bridge that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion sent out. Clearly, the treasure master's 9-colored bridge was directed at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. On the Rainbow Bridge, 8 divine steeds covered in flames pulled ancient war chariots, slowly moving forward. When the people of the other 4 cities saw the people of the treasure master's residence personally coming out, they smiled faintly and tacitly took a step back. They landed at the back of the golden war chariot and went to welcome the holy daughter's group. They glanced at Ziying, and a few of them smiled mockingly at her. They laughed at her for making an error in judgment. To think that Ziying treated a Grandmaster-level martial sage as a financial backer. What a joke! However, the main character had already changed. The various city lords wanted to rope in the Holy Daughter's group, but they could not do so. They could only rope in 1 or 2 people. A cold-faced youth with an extraordinary aura rode on the golden war chariot. He crossed the 9-colored rainbow bridge and arrived before the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's group. This cold-faced youth was the treasure master's grandson, Yi Ling. He was now the manager of 10,000 Treasure City. He was currently conversing with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Ziying smiled faintly. Now that she had a major client like Xiao Chun, she did not need to care about what others thought of her. All she needed to do was silently make a fortune. When Xiao Chun saw Fu Hongyao beside the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, he was mildly startled. If he guessed right, the man beside her should be the strongest person of the Sun Palace's younger generation. Young Master, M.O., we should discuss the details of the secret treasures containing dragon souls, Ziying reminded him in a soft voice with a faint smile. Xiao Chun turned his head back and smiled. Let's go then. In the VIP room of the 5th City Lord's residence, Xiao Chun first asked around about the market for secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean to see if it was as rumored. The results gave Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. There were hidden dragons in the depths, and the sea hid dragons. This saying was not wrong at all. The secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean were much easier to find than in the Kunlun continent. Hence, he had to focus on king-grade secret treasures. I wonder if there will be secret treasures containing true dragon souls in this 10,000 Treasure Festival. Chapter 1054. Xiao Chun asked with some anticipation. Zi Ying smiled apologetically and said, I don't think so. True dragons are hard to find and nearly extinct. Naturally, a true dragon's soul is even harder to find. However, I will ask around. It's fine. Xiao Chun waved his hand. He was just asking casually. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be upset. The two started to discuss the contract. Xiao Chun took out the contract that Zi Ying made and took a look. There were no loopholes in it, so he signed it and handed the 10 million black astral coins to the other party. Zi Ying rejoiced. With this deal of 10 million black astral coins, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would not have to worry about business for half a year. Zi Ying put away the contract and the black astral coins and took the opportunity to ask, I heard from young Master Mo that you still have a batch of treasures to sell. How about we settle them together? Don't worry. As long as the 9 Cauldron Pavilion can help me settle this within one day, I will definitely hand the treasures I want to sell to your merchant association. Naturally, Xiao Chun was not stupid. He had to use something to pressure the other party. Otherwise, if the other party could not do it within one day, he would not be able to deal with it. Zi Ying smiled and took her leave. Before she left, she called over 2 pretty girls with voluptuous figures to serve Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun waved his hand and got the 2 maidservants to wait outside, waiting for his instructions. Deep into the night, Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber in a cultivation room in the courtyard for honored guests. He calmly executed the flawless saber technique, trying to infuse the will of ice into the 4-season saber technique's winter saber. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun should not be so calm. On the way to the 10,000 treasure sea market, he had consumed and refined a longevity fruit in his hand. As he expected, the longevity fruit only increased his natural lifespan and not his physiological lifespan. It would not be of any help to his current situation. Right now, if the blue dragon body nourishing art was not effective, 10 years would not be laughable at all. Xiao Chun had not reached the peak yet, had not re-established the Dragon's Gate, had not seen everything in this world, and still had many regrets. How could 10 years be enough? It looks like it will work. In the vast underground cultivation room, Xiao Chun revealed a joyful smile as he watched the destructive power of the first fusion of the winter saber and the will of ice. He had always been like this. No matter how many regrets he only had 10 years to live. He just had to face it calmly. Life still had to go on. There was no need to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. There was no need to be depressed and regretful. In these 12 years, he had walked many paths, met many people, and made countless choices. He had never regretted any of his choices. There was no other reason. As long as he knew what he wanted, there was no need to be so conflicted. Dressed in white, Xiao Chun was even colder than the snow. His saber was cold. He was cold, but his heart was not cold. He was sharp and hot-blooded. As Xiao Chun's mental state improved, the great perfection saber soul in the will of thunder in his sea of consciousness became increasingly dense. It seemed like it would make another breakthrough soon. Xiao Chun casually stabbed his saber into the ground. Then he started practicing his palm technique, 1,000-year flame amid the heavy snow. This move was Xiao Chun's original creation. When he sent out his palm strike, it showed sorrow and joy, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He could spread out his comprehensions, his lifetime's lofty sentiments, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy with one palm strike. This palm technique could still evolve in many different ways. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, parting, and reunions. There should be many more ways. For example, at this moment, Xiao Chun thought of parting and the 10-year sorrow. As grief spread through his palm technique clearly deviated from the initial hot-bloodedness, tyranny, and berserk destruction of the 1,000-year flame. In its place was a boundless melancholy of parting. A faint grief lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, flowing into his every move. The fluttering of his clothes and hair seemed to speak of melancholy. The cycle banner, which was connected to Xiao Chen's mind, suddenly unfurled in the universe ring. The astral pearl, refined by the grief throne, shone brightly. The snowflakes were no longer there. Thousands upon thousands of blood-red remnant flowers drifted in the air. The remnant flowers were like blood filled with grief. A scarlet moon rose up behind Xiao Chen, filling his eyes with a red light. Grief filled everything he saw. Time was like a river gushing endlessly. There was a moon by the riverside, and a lone boat moved along the river, treading on the moon. Time flowed by. 10,000 years passed. The people on the boat lived and died, changing again and again. Only the moon reigned supreme. Only the moon existed. Who saw the moon for the first time by the riverside? When did the moon at the riverside first shine on people? Generations passed by endlessly. The moon at the riverside remained the same every year. Under the illumination of the scarlet moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes looked very eye-catching among the thousands of scarlet remnant flowers, showing a different kind of grief. 1,000-year death. I have a palm strike that speaks only of sorrow, not joy. With this palm strike, Xiao Chen scattered all his grief and melancholy. He felt carefree, sweeping away all the knots in his heart. The grief on Xiao Chen's body vanished. There seemed to be boundless hope in the faint flowing light, creating all life. Without a sound, even the dust that was tiny to the point it couldn't be seen with the naked eye within the underground cultivation room was transformed into nothingness by this palm strike. The scarlet moonlight vanished, and the withered remnant flowers disappeared. The underground cultivation room was silent and empty, and the air was unprecedentedly fresh. This move shall be called 1,000-year death. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, and sheathed the saber he stabbed into the ground. Then he walked out of the cultivation room with a trace of calmness. No matter how much grief or melancholy one felt, they should not remain in one's heart for long. After the grief passed, there would still be a bright, sunny day. Otherwise, one would fall into the demonic Tao, blaming heaven and others, walking to the extremes. The instant Xiao Chen turned around and left the cultivation room, he did not notice that thousands of flowers silently bloomed in the cultivation room. The remnant flowers lost their scarlet color and turned green, spreading everywhere. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested for a while. Then, Ziying appeared before Xiao Chen with a smile on her face. "Young Master Mo, I have already used up all 10 million black astral coins. I have collected a total of 100 king-grade secret treasures and 1,000 sage-grade secret treasures for you. Furthermore, I heard that there will be an emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul being auctioned during the 10,000 treasure festival. Unfortunately, it is damaged." Xiao Chen received the spatial ring that Ziying handed over. Then he scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the other party was right. He smiled faintly and said, "Damaged? That suits me. What's the price? I want to buy it at once." Ziying felt somewhat surprised. She did not know why Xiao Chen cared so much about a secret treasure with a dragon soul, not even letting go of a damaged one. 2 million black astral coins is simply too high. I have seen that emperor-grade secret treasure. Aside from the dragon soul, it is already damaged beyond recognition. As long as the dragon soul was still there, it was fine. 2 million black astral coins was not a high price. An idea formed in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled and said, "The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is indeed very efficient. They managed to settle everything in one night. It looks like I have to give my goods to Miss Ziying. Ziying felt anticipation in her heart. She had mobilized the entire 9-cauldron pavilion in 10,000 Treasure City just to see what goods Xiao Chun would take out. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun placed 9 jade strips on the table. Then he smiled gently at Ziying and gestured for her to take a seat. Ziying picked up a jade strip doubtfully and sent in her mental energy. In merely a moment, her expression changed drastically. She quickly put down this jade strip and checked the other 8 jade strips. Ziying was completely stunned. The 9 jade strips actually all contained profound martial techniques. This completely surpassed her imagination. Aside from the 1,000 frost battle snow, which Xiao Chun cultivated, he took out all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Profound martial techniques were existences that surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Regular cultivators would not even have heard of them. They would only appear in the top auctions. The number of profound martial techniques was an important factor that attracted the peak geniuses. Of course, Xiao Chun had copied the profound martial techniques in these 9 jade strips. He had copies of them, which he could pass on to others on Heavenly Star Island. It looked like the buyer was at a disadvantage. However, if one did not buy them, many people would fight over them. This was a scarce strategic resource. No matter which sect it was, they would never complain about having more profound martial techniques. The moment they appeared in an auction, they would immediately fetch sky-high prices. There was always a demand, but no supply. Ziying's voice trembled somewhat as she asked uncertainly, "Young Master Mo, are you selling all 9 inferior-grade profound martial techniques together?" "Ha ha! If we are not selling them together, why should I take them out?" Xiao Chun smiled. "Isn't this nonsense?" Ziying's expression flickered, as if she was making a decision. After a while, she said, "Young Master Mo, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. When there are many of them, they will not fetch a high price. If you auction all these inferior-grade, profound martial techniques together, you will not be able to get the highest price. I have a suggestion. I wonder if young Master Mo will consider it." The other party was right. If 9 profound martial techniques appeared at the auction at once, the price would definitely be lower. If there was only one, it might fetch 4 or 5 times the market price, reaching 3 million black astral coins. Xiao Chun did not know what Ziying's suggestion was. His expression did not change as he gestured for her to continue. "I think my 9-cauldron merchant association should buy these 9 jade strips at a fixed price and not sell them during this 10,000 treasure festival. There are even larger seafairs and auctions in Bright Moon City that our 9-cauldron merchant association can handle." Not going through an auction meant that he would not have to wait for a long time. He could immediately obtain black astral coins from the 9-cauldron merchant association. This was not bad. What price is the 9-cauldron merchant association willing to pay? The market price of an inferior-grade profound martial technique is 1 million black astral coins. However, everyone knows that it is impossible to buy at this price. The 9-cauldron merchant association is willing to pay 3 times the market price to buy all of them. Ziying smiled faintly and offered a price that Xiao Chun could not resist. A single profound martial technique might fetch a sky-high price of 4 million black astral coins. However, if 9 appeared in a row, the price would definitely not be that high. Given this, Xiao Chun would not lose out at all. Furthermore, he would not have to wait to obtain black astral coins. "Deal." Ziying rejoiced in her heart. She said, "Good. Young Master Mo, please wait for one day. I will have to ask my father about such a large sum of black astral coins. Of course, don't worry. There will definitely not be any problems. I will give that damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul to young Master Mo as a gift. As Xiao Chun watched Zi Ying disappear, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring, "This Nine Cauldron Merchant Association is rather bold. It is a loss to buy them at such a price in the 10,000 Treasure Festival. However, they will definitely make a huge profit in Bright Moon City." Xiao Chun smiled. The price of the 9 jade strips somewhat surpassed his expectations. Including the gift, they sold for a total of 30 million black astral coins. Chapter 1055. Including the remaining 10 million black astral coins on hand, Xiao Chun now had a total of 40 million black astral coins. With such wealth, even an ordinary emperor, Wu, would not be as wealthy as him. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chun took out secret treasures containing dragon souls one by one and started consuming them, cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Whether he could resolve the problem of 10 years or not depended on this. Otherwise, everything else would be meaningless. After Zi Ying left, an urgent expression appeared on her face as she quickly rushed to where her father was in closed-door cultivation. After explaining the purpose of her visit to her father, the true leader of 10,000 Treasure City's 9 Cauldron Pavilion revealed a rare expression of excitement. "You did very well." Zi Ying smiled and said, "However, 30 million black astral coins will empty out the entire 9 Cauldron Pavilion's savings. We will not be able to do business for a year." "Ha ha, that's nothing. The profits from the 9 jade strips will be sufficient to push us to the position of the second city lord. Once we become famous, our luck will increase. Furthermore, the headquarters will definitely give you more benefits. You will even have a chance to compete for the next chief position." Zi Ying's father appeared very excited, speaking a lot in one breath. Zi Ying found this strange. "This is our internal transaction. Do we have to pay the treasure master's residence according to the usual quota?" The old man's expression froze. Then he said gravely, "The treasure master's identity is mysterious. He has more than just the 10,000 treasure sea market. You better not have such thoughts. Otherwise, if you break the rules and cause the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to be chased out of 10,000 Treasure City, only the chief can resolve this. At that time, your future will be over." "All right, I understand. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Take my medallion and go to the Treasure Pavilion to collect the black astral coins. Also, make sure to give the gifts properly. This person is someone with great luck and is definitely not simple." As Xiao Chun consumed a large number of secret treasures containing dragon souls, his cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art advanced at a heaven-defying pace. 6 Dragon Force, 7 Dragon Force, 8 Dragon Force, 9 Dragon Force, 10 Dragon Force. Starting from 5 Dragon Force, Xiao Chun advanced rapidly until he reached 10 Dragon Force before stopping. After spending tens of millions of astral coins, Xiao Chun finally cleared the last minor hurdle of the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. After breaking through the barrier, the blue dragon body nourishing art would break through to the second layer and condense the blue dragon battle armor, greatly increasing its defense. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His eyes were calm. He had finally reached the horrifying level of 10 Dragon Force with a casual strike. Back in the 9 layers of purgatory, he had seen that ghost race expert rely on his physical body to become a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Now he could do it easily, but now it was clear that 10 dragon strength was not the main point. The main point was the 10 years of lifespan, and whether or not his physiological lifespan had improved. After calming himself down, Xiao Chun used the pulse diagnosis technique from the Compendium of Cultivation to check his physiological lifespan. A cold current flowed throughout his body. Xiao Chen's body suddenly turned illusory, and his acupoints shone brightly. To others, Xiao Chen looked like a set of white bones sitting cross-legged, radiating crystalline light. It was not that Xiao Chen had truly turned into a set of white bones. However, this time, when he executed the pulse diagnosis technique more thoroughly, it resulted in a mysterious phenomenon. The light from the bones pierced through his flesh. Boom! After a while, the light faded, and the mysterious phenomenon vanished. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he did not see any joy or dismay. The results of the pulse diagnosis technique were both good and bad. The blue dragon body nourishing art was indeed effective. However, the effects were limited. His physiological lifespan had only been extended by 10 years. The aging trend had not been eradicated. I still need the longevity art. I have to find an opportunity to speak to that holy daughter alone. No matter whether I can obtain the longevity art or not, I have to do my best to see if I can exchange for it. However, there is a great perfection expert of the blue-robed emperor beside her. That person will not give me a chance at all. I have to think of a way. Xiao Chen analyzed the situation and made up his mind. If there is no other way, I will use force. No matter what, I have to fight for an opportunity to speak alone. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps resounded, and the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Ziying arrived with a smile. She pushed open the door and said, "Young Master M.O., sorry for making you wait. Everything is ready." Xiao Chen received the spatial ring that Ziying handed over and carefully counted it. There were 27 million black astral coins, the exact number. There was also the incomplete Emperor Grade secret treasure, with a dragon soul as a gift. Xiao Chen also handed over the 9 jade strips to Ziying. When both sides verified that there were no mistakes, they signed the transaction contract, and everything was ready. Ziying was somewhat shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's face did not change at all after receiving such a large sum of black astral coins. She did not even think about it. She really could not figure it out. Xiao Chen looked young, but his mental state was even higher than her father's. Ziying thought of something else. She said, "That's right, young Master M.O. Tonight, the young master of 10,000 Treasure City, young Master E, is holding a banquet in his residence to entertain the Holy Daughter. I received an invitation, and young Master E specifically asked for you." Young Master E was the cold-faced youth driving the ancient golden war chariot. This was the first time Xiao Chen had met him. Why would he specifically invite him to the banquet? Xiao Chen thought for a while, but could not figure out the reason. So he asked Ziying for guidance. "I heard that it is the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter's intention. Unexpectedly, young Master M.O. has a connection with the Holy Daughter. This is really enviable," Ziying said with a smile. "The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter, Yu Bingyun's intention?" Xiao Chen originally came to 10,000 Treasure City in a low-profile manner. However, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion caused the entire city to know about it. Now, everyone knew that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion made a mistake and was going to make a fool of themselves. For no reason at all, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion was receiving a Grandmaster-level martial sage with the highest form of courtesy. If Yu Bingyun wanted to, she could easily make a connection based on what others said about Xiao Chen's appearance and herself. However, Ziying clearly misunderstood. Xiao Chen did indeed have a significant connection with the Holy Daughter. However, this connection was not what the other party thought it was. For some reason, the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter wanted to meet him. Did she want to confirm his identity before settling the score? Should I go or not? Xiao Chen felt somewhat conflicted. The misunderstanding that day was rather big. Not only did he injure some Lunar Palace female disciples, and scold them in front of everyone, but he also messed up the scene of the other party's treatment. Very well. I'll go with you when it's night. The misunderstanding had to be resolved eventually. As for the longevity art, Xiao Chun wanted to talk to her alone for a while, so he quickly made up his mind. Zi Ying revealed an expression of joy. Originally, she was worried that Xiao Chun would not go and upset the young master of 10,000 Treasure City. Now, it looked like she had worried for nothing. In that case, go and make your preparations. I'll come and find you personally. After Zi Ying left, Xiao Chun withdrew his hand with a flip of his palm and took out the damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, an ancient sword radiating desolate chi. The blade of the sword was in tatters, with nicks on both sides and cracks spreading out in the middle. Such a sword would probably shatter with just a touch. Whether the secret treasure could be used or not was not what Xiao Chun cared about. He sent in his spiritual sense. Within the shattered space, a lethargic dragon soul was lying in a dark corner of the space. It did not move at all, showing no signs of life or fighting spirit. Its eyes were closed as it waited for death. It did not even notice the spiritual sense that Xiao Chun sent in, waiting for death. This was a dragon waiting for death. No, there was no such thing as a dragon waiting for death in this world. Even in death, a dragon's fighting spirit and hot-bloodedness would not stop. This was no longer a dragon soul. It was a worm, not worthy of being called a dragon. Xiao Chun could forget about using it to break through the bottleneck of the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense. Then he grabbed the tattered ancient sword and tossed it out of the window, turning it into a beam of light that flew far away. The damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure, with a dragon soul, was worth 1,000,000 black astral coins. Yet Xiao Chun casually tossed it away without any reluctance. The moon hung high in the sky, and night quietly descended. Xiao Chun and Zi Ying flew in the air, heading for the luxurious palace on the thumb of the statue. This young treasure master Yi Ling is an extremely strong person. However, no matter how strong he is, he still has to be polite to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The two did not move very fast. As they strolled in the air, they chatted idly. Zi Ying's tone showed some envy for the position of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The Lunar Palace had a transcendent position, vaguely above the many holy lands. It had ancient inheritances and deep accumulations. After the Dragon's Gate temporarily unified the heavenly starry ocean, the Lunar Palace's reputation soared. Now, it nearly pushed the Lunar Palace to the top. Bright Moon City became the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean, connecting the various immortal holy lands. Its position was so important that no one could replace it. However, this treasure master is really mysterious. Even my father is not willing to tell me about his background, Zi Ying said softly. The treasure master was indeed mysterious. Rumor had it that this person occupied 10 ancient statues similar to this one in the heavenly starry ocean and transformed them into sea markets. The treasure master did not run a merchant association, but relied on these sea markets. His annual income was even higher than that of several peak merchant associations. Soon, the two landed in front of the treasure master's residence. There was an endless stream of carriages in front of the gates. All the noble merchants or cultivators in 10,000 Treasure City had probably been invited. Miss Zi Ying, it has been a long time. How have you been? A man dressed in luxurious clothes and giving off a rich aura walked towards the two of them with a young man with purple eyes. This person had a wide smile on his face, but it gave off an inexplicable feeling of hypocrisy. When Zi Ying saw this person, she frowned slightly and whispered This is the young manager of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association's 10,000 Treasure City, Bai Zhe. The person beside him is the scion of the ancient Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yen. Gongsun Yen was born with the thunder spirit body. He grasps the will of thunder and the will of fire. He has cultivated the thunder flame war body and is extremely famous in the Southern Sea. The Flaming Wind Merchant Associations by Zhe looked at Xiao Chun, and a mocking look flashed in his eyes. Ha ha! Is this the honored guest of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion? Indeed, hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. Miss Zi-Ing has good eyes. I'll take my leave first. Zi-Ing could not help feeling flustered at such mockery. Her face flushed bright red. When the masters of the nearby merchant associations heard this, they all laughed loudly. Indeed, Bai Zhe had good eyes. For the sake of such a nameless person, he missed out on all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. After this 10,000 treasure festival, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion would probably suffer the consequences of being chased out of its position as the fifth city lord. Gongsun Yen glanced at Xiao Chun, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He wondered if this person was the white-robed man who profaned the Holy Daughter. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes, figure, and the white fan in his hand, it was most likely him. Chapter 1056. Gongsun Yen, who had been preparing to leave with Bai Zhe, stepped forward. He looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Might I ask for your great name? Did you appear on Purple Cloud Island half a month ago?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Mo Yun, what young Master Gongsun wants to ask is whether I was the one who took the Holy Daughter's pulse half a month ago." "Indeed, it was you. How reckless! You profaned the Holy Daughter and even dared to appear in our Southern Sea." Boom! Electric flames flickered in the sky. Gongsun Yen did not say anything more and directly attacked Xiao Chun. Gongsun Yen stepped forward, and electricity flickered on his body. Fire and lightning layered over each other as he threw a palm strike. When Gongsun Yen threw this palm strike, that strand of electric flame in the sky instantly lit up half the sky, making it look like the sun illuminating a boundless aura. From the moment Gongsun Yen spoke to the moment he stored up his aura and attacked, only one breath of time had passed. With such strength, it was no wonder he did not care about regular Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even if a regular great Grandmaster-level martial sage came, they would be instantly killed. Gongsun Yen truly lived up to his reputation as an outstanding talent. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Before the boundless electric flame, the white-robed Xiao Chen's fate was already in sight. The electric flame would strike him and burn him to ashes. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He did not store up his aura or retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he took a step forward as well. Then, Xiao Chun folded the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at the center of Gongsun Yan's ferocious palm strike. Bang! The instant the folding fan clashed with the electric flame palm strike, Xiao Chun did not move back at all. Instead, the one who moved back was Gongsun Yen with his boundless aura. The reason was none other than Gongsun Yan's arrogance. He did not draw a weapon, fighting barehanded. Gongsun Yen thought that with his speed and aura, he could instantly suppress Xiao Chun, leaving Xiao Chun at a loss. However, Gongsun Yen did not know that to Xiao Chun, this bit of aura was nothing. Not only did he not panic, but he also immediately grasped the opening of this move. Not giving the other party a chance to retaliate, Xiao Chun leaped forward with a tap of his feet. Making use of the 2 to 3 seconds before the other party landed on the ground, he launched a flurry of attacks. His folding fan fluttered, his shoulders, his hands, his feet, his hair, all of them were sharp weapons. Before Xiao Chun, who comprehended the flawless saber Dao and had plenty of combat experience, Gongsun Yen was like a child. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he had been beaten into a sorry state. He had suffered multiple blows, and he was in excruciating pain. By the time he landed on the ground, he staggered a dozen steps back. On the other hand, in the eyes of others, Xiao Chen's movements were dazzling. After images overlapped one another, and after his incredibly elegant movements, he stretched out his hand and waved his folding fan. Then, he landed firmly on the ground, appearing calm and unruffled. From start to end, the strength that Xiao Chen displayed was that of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, in this short exchange, he beat up Gongsun Yan like he was a child. The temperament and performance of the outstanding talents could not be seen at all. They were clumsy, pathetic, and unable to withstand a single blow. Who dares to be so unbridled in front of the Treasure Master's residence? Just as Gongsun, Yan was about to erupt with the Thunder Flame War body and bring out his full strength, a dignified voice came from the Treasure Master's residence. Whoosh! For guards of the Treasure Master's residence descended from the sky. The old man leading them swept his gaze across the place, and everyone felt a sense of might and pressure in their hearts. This was a blue-robed emperor expert. The one who spoke earlier was him. The moment this person appeared, the raging Gongsun Yan forcefully calmed down. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Brother Gongsun and I were just itching to spar. Senior, please don't misunderstand. The old man snorted coldly. I don't care where you come from or what faction you have behind you. You are absolutely not allowed to make a move in this 10,000 treasure city. After saying that, the old man turned around and left with the guards who extended their hands. Before leaving, the old man gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look. Xiao Chen let the old man look, not minding it at all. A small perfection blue-robed emperor would not be able to see anything wrong with it. Gongsun Yan scattered his aura and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Don't get cocky. Just wait and see. Xiao Chen found this funny. He really did not get cocky. He had won too easily. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Young Master M.O. was the person who profaned the Holy Daughter really you? Ziying asked in disbelief. Xiao Chen smiled and said, It's fine. There is just some misunderstanding between us. I will clear it up at the banquet. It will not bring any trouble to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Ziying giggled and said, Young Master M.O. is overthinking. Our 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered a peak merchant association in the heavenly starry ocean. Why would we fear this little bit of trouble? However, this little girl really did not expect that there would be someone in this world who is not afraid of death and would dare to profane the Holy Daughter. Profane? Why does everyone use this word? I did not even touch the other party's hand. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and stopped explaining. Then he entered the Treasure Master's residence with Ziying. The small interlude ended, but the storm was far from over. In just a few moves, Xiao Chen had reduced the outstanding talent Gongsun Yan to a sorry state like a child. He no longer had the air of an expert, appearing clumsy and stupid. Naturally, cultivators with good judgment would not think that Gongsun Yan was only capable of this much. Instead, when Xiao Chen made a move, he completely countered Gongsun Yan. Xiao Chen had predicted the enemy's moves and made judgments in advance. His rich combat experience was clearly displayed in close combat. Although Gongsun Yan had underestimated his opponent and lost the initiative based on the current situation, even if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would not have gained the upper hand. What was even more unexpected was that the white-clothed man in front of them was actually the person who had been rumored to be the one who had publicly profaned the saintess. There will probably be a good show to watch at the banquet. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Zodiac Hall, the divine dragon palaces Hai Tian, the Xia clans Xia Hanfeng, and the Shang Emperor have all been invited. I wonder, where does he get his confidence from? After slapping the faces of the outstanding talents of our Southern Seas younger generation, he still dares to attend the banquet. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion will probably be implicated as well. Ha ha! It is best if there is excitement. This year's 10,000 Treasure Festival is indeed somewhat dull. Along with all sorts of discussions, the guests handed over their invitations and entered the Treasure Master's residence in groups of 2s and 3s. Under the full moon at night, the group walked through the quiet garden and arrived at the brightly lit hall. The banquet had already started there. The famous singers and dancers of 10,000 Treasure City had been invited. Zither music and string music reverberated in the surroundings. The young treasure master of 10,000 Treasure City's long and narrow table was placed in the center. Behind the table, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, sat on a golden jade throne, appearing very tyrannical. Yu Bingyun sat at the first table on the right. Beside her was the mysterious expert Auntie Bai, who never left her side. When Xiao Chen entered with Ziying, he clearly felt Yu Bingyun's gaze on him. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. He smiled faintly and looked back. Previously, he had not seen this girl's appearance, clearly due to the white fog and a screen. This time, when Xiao Chen looked seriously, he still felt that the other party's face was obscured by a layer of mist, preventing him from seeing it clearly. Even when Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, he still could not see clearly. However, he did not feel any discomfort. The other party's appearance seemed to appear in his mind easily. However, when he tried to think about it, he could not make any sense of it. This was truly strange. Aside from the holy daughter, Yu Bingyun's gaze, Xiao Chen also felt several gazes on him after he sat down. Clearly, the commotion at the gates had already reached here. Among them, 3 people caught his attention. With Ziying's whispered introduction, Xiao Chen gained a rough idea of these 3 people's origins. They were the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian, the ancient noble clans Shangguanyun, and the Xia clan Xian, Xia Hanfeng were the peak outstanding talents of the Southern Sea's younger generation. These people all had extraordinary aspects. They either cultivated 2 wills, cultivated a special combat body, or cultivated a wondrous cultivation technique. If it were before the king conferral ceremony, the Xiao Chen of that time would have some reservations when facing these people. Now, however, he did not need to worry too much. Xiao Chen had already entered the blue-robed emperor realm and returned to his natural state, becoming one with the world. He had the air of a grandmaster, able to control it as he pleased. Aside from the lunar palace's holy daughter, the only person Xiao Chen could not see through was the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who sat in the middle and did not need to hide his tyrannical aura. The banquet had not officially started yet. If it did, the dancers would probably be sent away. Is he waiting for someone? As Xiao Chen thought this, he saw the young treasure master, Yi Ling, stand up from his throne. He revealed a smile and said, "Brother Chu Yang, congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. After this, your name will definitely resound throughout the heavenly starry ocean, bringing honor to our Southern Sea." There were countless guests here. When the other outstanding talents arrived, the young treasure master only smiled and raised his cup in greeting. Now, for the sake of the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, he stood up alone. This showed how much importance the young treasure master placed on Chu Yang. Outside the door, the Sun Palace's Chu Yang and the Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao entered together. Immediately, everyone's gazes focused on these 2. Xiao Chen squinted and sent his spiritual sense into his eyes. He discovered rings of light that could not be seen with the naked eye on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was like a blazing sun, radiating light everywhere. If he willed it, he could instantly turn the dark night as bright as day. Chu Yang's cultivation had already broken through the barrier of Grandmaster, reaching great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He was only one step away from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chun thought to himself, calculating the time, that group of outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent should have reached Chu Yang's current cultivation level. Furthermore, in the astral battlefield, the strongest battlefield, Chu Yang's improvement would be even more obvious. However, Xiao Chun analyzed the situation in his heart. Aside from the few primes and Emperor Wu's inheritors, no one would be able to defeat this person. Ha! Brother Yi Ling is very considerate. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then, together with Fu Hongyao, they went to the first table on the left that was reserved for the two of them. Yi Ling sat down again and waved his hand, dismissing the dancers. Then he raised his cup and said, "This time, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter came to my 10,000 treasure city, adding to the glory of this 10,000 treasure festival. This first cup of wine must be offered to Miss Bingyun." The others raised their cups at the same time, swaying as they toasted Yu Bingyun. She smiled faintly and did not put on any pretense. Then she raised her cup and drained it in one go. Naturally, this second cup of wine must be offered to the most dazzling young outstanding talent of our southern sea, the strongest true inheritor of the Sun Palace, Brother Chu Yang. Congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Yang smiled faintly, gladly accepting the young treasure master's compliments. Then he raised his cup and drained it as well. Chapter 10:57. No one had any doubts about the order of the young treasure master's toasts. It was only natural that the holy volleyball holy maiden should be the first, calling Chu Yang the number one person of the Southern Sea's younger generation would cause the other outstanding talents to feel dissatisfied in their hearts. However, they would not show it. Everyone looked forward to who the young treasure master, Yi Ling, would offer the third cup of wine to. At the beginning of the banquet, the host would only toast 3 cups of wine. These 3 cups of wine represented a person's face, identity, and reputation. Given Yi Ling's status as the young treasure master, these 3 cups of wine were naturally very important. Everyone wanted to be the one toasting the third cup. The prodigies, Hai Tian, Gong Sanyan, Shang Guanyun, and Xia Hanfeng, were all secretly waiting. Although they didn't show it on the surface, they were already unable to restrain themselves. After the second cup of wine was drunk, everyone put down their wine cups and looked at Yi Ling, waiting to see which outstanding talent he would offer this cup of wine to. If there were no accidents, Hai Tian from the Southern Sea Dragon God Palace had the highest chance. After all, he was the legitimate successor of Neptune's old subordinates. Hua, the maidservant standing at the side, gently filled Yi Ling's empty cup. Yi Ling picked up his wine cup and smiled faintly. Then he swept his gaze across the faces of the various outstanding talents. His line of sight was fixed on a person that no one would have expected. This third cup of wine is for young Master Mo Yun, who came from afar. I sincerely hope that young Master Mo will do me the honor of attending the next 10,000 Treasure Festival. To everyone's surprise, Yi Ling's third cup of wine was not for the various outstanding talents. Instead, he chose the unknown Xiao Chun, Hai Tian, Gong Sanyan, and the others who were filled with anticipation, all revealed expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. Everyone's expressions darkened. After the other 3 city lords, who were trying to rope in the geniuses, immediately understood that it was time for them to step forward. His financial backer had spent the silver from the tournament, and his status and reputation had spread far and wide. They actually didn't manage to get the third cup of wine, and let a nameless kid snatch it away. In the future, which prodigy would want to do business with them? This cup of wine, young master E can toast, but some people can't drink. The young managers of the 3 merchant associations stood up at the same time, wanting to tear down the stage in front of all the guests. The Wind Fire Merchant Association is unconvinced. They feel that young Master MO is not qualified to drink this cup of wine. The Treasure Heaven Pavilion isn't convinced. Not just anyone has the qualifications to drink the wine that young Master E offers. The Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce is also unconvinced. Young Master Yi's wine can be toasted, but some people can't drink it. Suddenly, in front of all the guests, the young masters of the 3 chambers of commerce stood up at the same time and mercilessly pulled down Xiao Chen's stage. Xiao Chen found this strange. Firstly, he had not expected the young treasure master, Yi Ling, to offer this toast to him. Secondly, he could not understand why the young managers of the 3 merchant associations would react so strongly. It was just a cup of wine. If he didn't drink it, so be it. It was no big deal. However, even though he didn't care, Zi Ying did. Xiao Chun was her financial backer and her biggest client. If she didn't stand up for him now, who else would want to work with her in the future? Zi Ying put down her wine cup and said sullenly, "This is the treasure master's residence. The few of you are really tyrannical, even daring to stop the young treasure master's wine." The Wind Fire Merchant Associations, by Zay said coldly, his origins are unknown, and he is not famous. What will the outstanding talents of my Southern Sea think if we offer this toast to him? That's right. We do business in 10,000 Treasure City and pay a large amount of taxes to 10,000 Treasure City every year. If the treasure master offers this toast to an outsider, we will be disappointed. The words of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's Chun Tian made it clear that the 3 merchant associations stood together, intending to work together to pressure the treasure master. Otherwise, a single merchant association would not have any say against the tyrannical treasure master's residence. The few outstanding talents remained silent. Clearly, they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts, waiting for the treasure master to give an explanation. Coming to this 10,000 Treasure City, they spent money like it was dirt, seeking fame and profit. Unexpectedly, the young treasure master offered a 3rd toast to an outsider at this banquet. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these outstanding talents? Such a thing happened right at the start of the banquet. The guests were all excited. Such a situation rarely happened. However, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, smiled faintly as if he had expected this long ago. He said calmly, "Young Master MO completed a transaction worth close to 40 million black astral coins at the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. As long as anyone can reach half of this amount, they will receive the best reception in 10,000 Treasure City, becoming an eternal honored guest of my 10,000 Treasure City. Furthermore, they will enjoy a 20% discount in the 10 great sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean." The moment Yi Ling said this, the guests in the hall goggled, not daring to believe what they heard. A transaction worth 40 million black astral coins. What kind of a sum was this? Aside from a few special blue-robed emperors, probably no one under Emperor Wu could achieve this. Everyone looked at Xiao Chun in shock. A Grandmaster-level martial sage actually completed such a huge transaction. Such a sum was probably the largest transaction in the history of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. The young managers of the 3 merchant associations stood up. At first, they were shocked. Then, they felt embarrassed. When faced with so many gazes, they did not know how to deal with this situation, unable to advance or retreat. Such a huge transaction was completely worthy of the young treasure master's 3rd cup of wine. Compared to Mo Yun, the transactions of the other outstanding talents were like children playing house. There was no comparison at all. This time, they really stuck their faces out and took the initiative to be slapped. This was a huge embarrassment. Ying felt incredibly cocky, a smile filling her face. You mocked me. Now, you know who the joke is, right? Bai Zhe of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association was the first to react. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, young treasure master. This cup of wine should indeed be offered to young Master Mo." The people of the other merchant associations all chimed in. They all stood up and raised their wine cups, toasting Xiao Chen together. Merchants sought profit. They did not care about who could give them benefits or potential benefits. They did not care about face. What was integrity? How much was it worth? Was it worth 10 million black astral coins? Hai Tian and the others paled. They had not expected such an ending. As they looked at the people smiling and toasting Xiao Chen, the rage in their hearts slowly built up. Fu Hongyao whispered something into Chu Yang's ear. A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen with some doubt in his eyes. Xiao Chen calmly accepted the toasts of the others. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Xiao Chen glanced at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He could not see her expression clearly. There were no fluctuations, as if she did not care about the matter of that day. However, that blue-robed emperor expert beside her kept staring at Xiao Chen like he wanted to see through him. Xiao Chen's heart sank. With this person around, it would be very difficult for him to meet Yu Bingyun alone. While Xiao Chen thought to himself, the banquet continued. The focus of the banquet was still on Yu Bingyun. Under the direction of someone, the topic shifted to Xiao Chen's blasphemy with the Holy Daughter on Purple Cloud Island. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said that it was a misunderstanding. She told everyone not to mind it, saving Xiao Chen some trouble. Miss Bingyun, there is still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. I wonder what kind of great gift the Lunar Palace will take out for this gathering. Indeed, even now, the Lunar Palace is still keeping it a secret. There is no need for it, right? The topic shifted to the topic that the outstanding talents here were more concerned about. They asked about the great gift of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "The Lunar Palace is very sincere about the great gift of this Four Seas Hero Gathering. At this point, there is indeed no need to keep it a secret." Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not intend to hide anything, everyone's curiosity could not help but be piqued. In every Four Seas Hero Gathering, the great treasure that the Lunar Palace took out would make everyone scramble for it. They wondered what kind of great treasure the Lunar Palace would take out this time. This time, the top treasure that the Lunar Palace is taking out is a divine rock from another world. This divine rock has a spirit and can suppress luck and change the Earth's veins. There is a prime martial emperor writing the words Dragon's Gate. On it, the noisy hall immediately turned silent. Wasn't the divine stone that Yu Bingyun spoke of the first-ranked, wondrous stone, the heaven-subduing rock? That was the mountain tablet of the Dragon Gate. The two words Dragon Gate were written by the Qing Emperor himself. Since the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, the mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate had been missing for 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. But thinking about it, it made sense. This mountain tablet was newly erected after the Dragon's Gate unified the heavenly starry ocean. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, the Lunar Palace rose up. It was reasonable that the Lunar Palace obtained this mountain tablet of the heavenly starry ocean. As for the mountain tablet of the Kunlun Dragon Sect's headquarters, after the fall of the Qing Emperor, the mountain tablet was immediately destroyed by his enemies. This was the only one of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablets that had been lost outside. Great waves surged in Xiao Chen's heart. However, aside from the initial shock, he quickly recovered. This was because a pair of eyes noticed him immediately. The owner of those eyes was the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, whom even Xiao Chen somewhat feared. Hong Yao, although this person's origins are unknown, he uses a strange weapon. Furthermore, he is only a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. I'm afraid that you really got the wrong person. I am not completely confident, either. It is just a feeling. As for the exact situation, we still have to test him out before we can know. I understand. If it really is him, I will definitely make him pay a painful price in this treasure master's residence. The two sent voice projections to each other, exchanging their opinions of this Mo Yun. Both of them suspected the other person. However, this Mo Yun used a folding fan, which was very different from the saber that Xiao Chen used. Although Fu Honyao had a strong intuition, he still did not dare to be sure. Regardless of the two's secret conversation, everyone in the hall was extremely shocked at the Lunar Palace's gift, the heaven-subduing rock and the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. This gift was something that no one could have imagined, even if they racked their brains. After tonight, the news of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as the gift would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean like the wind. This would make the Four Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now even more eye-catching, reaching an unprecedented peak. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. Initially, he had no interest in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Now, he could not help entering deep thought. I wonder, who does Miss Bingyun think will be able to suppress all the outstanding talents in this Four Seas Hero Gathering, stand out, and take the top spot to receive the gift? Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Right now, this is an age of geniuses. The heavenly starry ocean is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could Bingyun dare to make such a judgment?" Chapter 1058. I feel that our Southern Seas young Master Chu has great hope. There have always been rumors that young Master Chu cultivates in the sun. I wonder if that is true? Someone threw the question to Chu Yang. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Yang. That's right. The Zodiac Hall dominates the Southern Sea. The Sun Palace only accepts elites as disciples. Furthermore, young Master Chu is an elite among elites. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely gain something. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He smiled calmly and said, "It is true that I cultivate in the sun. However, the cultivation places of the outstanding talents of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, the Inyong Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, and the other holy lands are not much inferior to mine. How is that an advantage?" Suddenly, Chu Yang's tone changed as he casually glanced at Xiao Chun. After a pause, he said, "Today, all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea are here. It is rare for us to gather here. How about we exchange moves before the Four Seas Hero Gathering? That way, we can improve together." Young Master Chu's suggestion is pretty good. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the various outstanding talents. The Four Seas Hero Gathering is about to begin. I believe the many outstanding talents are already prepared. As soon as Chu Yang's voice fell, there was an endless stream of responses. The banquet immediately turned lively. In the world of cultivators, fighting was always something that made people's blood race. This was especially so for the many outstanding talents here. The fights would definitely be very exciting. "Brother Ling, what do you think?" Chu Yang looked at the young treasure master. After all, this was the treasure master's residence. He needed to seek his permission before doing anything. Ling smiled and said, "I have no objections as long as the holy daughter does not mind." Yu Bingyun frowned slightly. She vaguely felt that Chu Yang's words targeted Mo Yun. After hesitating for a while, Yu Bingyun said, "It is fine to stop when necessary. Don't get caught up in a conflict of emotions." Actually, even if she did not say this, Yu Bingyun knew that it would be pointless. However, the young treasure master and Chu Yang both wanted to test Mo Yun. Even if she tried to stop them, the two would have other excuses. Later, if there are any accidents, Auntie Bai, please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, I have been watching him. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection to Auntie Bai. It was still unclear whether this Mo Yun was the person she was looking for or not. She did not wish for anything unexpected to happen. However, he didn't know that this would cause Xiao Chun to misunderstand him even more. Xiao Chun thought that Auntie Bai was fixated on him because she still remembered what happened on Purple Cloud Island and could only use force. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, smiled faintly and said, "In that case, let's stop here. I also want to see how much Brother Chu Yang's strength has improved after coming out of closed-door cultivation." Chu Yang was non-committal and did not answer the question directly. He said, "There will be a chance. Let's see how other friends perform first. Brother Gongsun seems to be ready for battle." Gongsun Yin looked at Xiao Chun and walked to the center of the square. He said coldly, "That's right. Earlier outside the treasure master's residence. This one's exchange with young Master Mo is far from satisfying. Mo Yun, since young Master Chu has spoken, do you dare to spar with me again?" At this moment, Xiao Chun was thinking of some plans. When he heard this, he had an idea. He stood up, opened his folding fan, and walked to the center of the arena. He used his actions to answer Gongsun Yin. Seeing Xiao Chun step forward, a fighting spirit blazed in Gongsun Yan's eyes. He had suppressed the humiliation outside the city lord's residence for a long time. Without saying anything, Gongsun Yin put on a pair of black gold gloves. Then, electric light flashed as he charged at Xiao Chun. This time, Gongsun Yin did not hold back at all. He left behind a clump of lightning-attributed fire where he stood, and his body moved in an instant, vanishing from where he was. It was a simple move, but it had the explosive speed of lightning and the destructive power of flames. This move was not fancy. It relied on speed and ruthlessness. In this space that was not too vast, it held a great advantage. Under such circumstances, a regular great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be caught off guard and defeated in one move. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he watched Gongsun Yin, who had vanished from everyone else's sight. However, Gongsun Yan's movements appeared in slow motion in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could clearly see the trajectory of Gongsun Yan's body and the openings in his footwork. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen moved. His body also vanished from the eyes of the weaker people. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense fighting rang out in the air. Gongsun Yan's figure appeared, flying back while vomiting blood. Xiao Chun moved like a ghost, moving forward again. He thrust his folding fan, and Gongsun Yan flew back again, crashing into the steps of Yi Ling's table. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scene was very simple. It was just the two disappearing one after another. Then, Gongsun Yan appeared in midair with a flourishing aura. Gongsun Yan was mysteriously defeated, vomiting blood. Then, he suffered a ruthless strike from Xiao Chun, severely injuring him and rendering him unable to get up. However, to the experts present, the scene was not like this. The two fought with speed, exchanging 10 moves in an instant. Every move was hair-raising, able to decide victory and defeat, deciding life and death. The intensity of this fight was no less than a great battle of 1,000 moves. Of the 10 moves, Gongsun Yan only managed to attack once before falling into defense. After doing his best to block 3 of Xiao Chen's moves, He could no longer block another. The folding fan fluttered, the bone-chilling cold wind. Every strike was horrifying. Gongsun Yin suffered 7 moves in a row. How could he not be defeated in such a sorry state? Confusion appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. The strength that this Mo Yun before him displayed was indeed that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his combat experience and techniques were much higher than Gongsun Yan's. Hence, Gongsun Yan lost so decisively that everyone thought that he did not even last 1 round. Could it be that he really is not that person? Chu Yang thought to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. With just this much, you dare to call yourself an outstanding talent. You had better not go to the 4 Seas hero gathering. Even if you do, you will just embarrass yourself. The Southern Sea is merely SOSO. How arrogant! Xia Hanfeng, will test you out. When the scion of the Xia clan, who was also a noble clan, saw Mo Yun's arrogance, he soared up and pressed towards Xiao Chen. After learning from Gongsun Yan's lesson, Xia Hanfeng fought steadily. He used the Xia clan's cultivation technique to imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. As he slowly descended, he threw a palm strike. It was like the hand of heaven smashing down heavily. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw such a martial technique. To think that Xiao Chen could imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he was still lacking. His cultivation had not reached the level of great Grandmaster-level martial sage, so he was not a threat to Xiao Chen. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, unyielding pride. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and used a profound martial technique as well. His arrogance soared, not fearing heaven or heaven. This mysterious state happened to counter Xia Hanfeng's move, Heaven's Hand. This forced Xia Hanfeng, who was about to press down, back. Xiao Chen's soaring arrogance suppressed the might of heaven. Without the might of heaven, this move naturally broke. Xiao Chen soared up and clashed with Xia Hanfeng in midair. With every move, he successfully dragged Xia Hanfeng into his rhythm. It looked like Xia Hanfeng was forced into a sorry state by Xiao Chen, about to follow in Gongsun Yan's footsteps. The Divine Dragon Palaces, Hai Tian, and the Shangguan noble clan's Shangguan Yun, who were still muttering to themselves, shouted coldly and attacked at the same time, trying to help Xia Hanfeng out of his predicament. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. They came at the right time. Since they were willing to take the initiative to make a move, it saved him some trouble. A chaotic battle broke out, turning the place into an intense battle between 4 people. The 3 outstanding talents of the Southern Sea actually had to make a move at the same time to suppress Xiao Chen. Yi Ling, who sat in the middle, showed a sullen expression. Xiao Chen's strength somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chu Yang felt somewhat anxious. Even at this point, he still had not seen the martial technique that Mo Yun used. He did not know what it had to do with Xiao Chen. Did I really mistake him? Just at this moment, something strange happened. The aura of Xiao Chen, who was being suppressed by the 3, suddenly soared, reaching great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, it was not realistic to use Grandmaster-level martial sage to defeat these 3. That way, Xiao Chen's plan would not succeed. Only by raising his strength further would he have a chance. When facing Xiao Chen, whose strength suddenly soared, Hai Tian and the other 2 were caught off guard. The first to suffer was Xia Hanfeng. He was sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm strike, knocking over 3 tables in a row. Amidst the clanging sounds, figures flew everywhere, and the place immediately became somewhat chaotic. Bang! Xiao Chen sent out another palm strike, and Shangguan Yun went flying. A strong wind blew from his body, spreading everywhere. The place turned chaotic. With the final punch, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian flew back like a meteor by Xiao Chen. the friction between his body, and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. The direction High Tion flew in was where the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was. Auntie Bai's expression changed slightly, given High Tion's speed. If he crashed into the holy daughter, she would definitely be injured. Auntie Bai moved at lightning speed, wanting to block High Tion. The hall fell into complete chaos. A strong wind blew, and the heavenly might spread out, affecting all the guests. As everyone made their moves, the situation became even more chaotic. All this happened in just 2 breaths. Xiao Chen took advantage of the opening when Auntie Bai attacked to move and restrain Yu Bingyun at lightning speed. Xiao Chen used his heavenly laws to drive the power of the world. With a suppressive advantage, he instantly sealed Yu Bingyun's strength, preventing her from executing her abilities. Don't move. I just have some business with you. I won't hurt you. Xiao Chen hoisted Yu Bingyun on his shoulder and leaped out of the hall. With a few flashes, he unfurled the freedom wings and vanished from the Treasure Master's residence. The hall was as chaotic as ever. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. Auntie Bai had just caught the flying High Tion. The other party was the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. Furthermore, Auntie Bai was not a decisive person, so she did not want to injure High Tion. Who knew, the moment Auntie Bai landed, Yu Bingyun disappeared from her side. Seeing Xiao Chun carry Yu Bingyun away just like that, Chu Yong and Yiling were flabbergasted. What was going on? How could the bona fide Lunar Palace's holy daughter be carried away like that? Bang! With the holy daughter captured, how could Auntie Bai care so much? She casually tossed High Tion to the side. Auntie Bai unleashed a strong aura and charged forward. Her body merged with the heavens. When she took a step forward, the world moved with her. The cultivators in her way were all knocked into a mess, tumbling everywhere. Yiling and Chu Yong reacted. Their faces sank at the same time as they soared into the air and quickly gave chase. In a moment of desperation, the aura that the two burst out with was actually no weaker than the small perfection blue-robed emperors. The two exchanged glances. They could tell that the other had held back. Their true strength was not as simple as it looked on the surface. However, at this moment, this matter was urgent. There was no time to overthink. Chasing after the person was more important. Chapter 10:59. If something happened to the Holy Daughter after she was kidnapped, the Lunar Palace would definitely not sit by and do nothing. Both of them would be blamed. Boom. The sounds of intense fighting came from ahead. Aunt Bai, who was the first to rush out, seemed to be obstructed. Ha ha. My brother Mo is indeed someone who can do great things. No wonder he is not willing to work with us to kidnap the Holy Daughter. It turns out that he wants to do it alone. When the two of them looked over, they saw 4 men emitting an unruly and sinister aura blocking Auntie Bai's path. Although Auntie Bai was suppressing the 4 of them, she couldn't get rid of them for a while. But too, when Chu Yong saw the person who spoke, he revealed a grave expression. Yiling's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "How bold! The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are truly lawless. To think that they dare to behave atrociously in the Treasure Master's residence. Brothers, let's go." Batu laughed loudly. When he saw the experts of the Treasure Master's residence surrounding them, he quickly led his 4 subordinates in retreat. The 4 worked together, and each tossed out a peak-grade astral core. The astral cores expanded in the air, and horrifying energy surged out. The light illuminated the entire Treasure Master's residence, forcing back the experts of the Treasure Master's residence and Aunt Bai. When the light vanished, the few minor pirates of the Black Sea were no longer there. They gathered together and exchanged glances. more people ran out of the Great Hall. After they understood the situation, their minds were filled with confusion. They could not accept this fact. The lunar palace's holy daughter had been openly carried away before everyone's eyes. There was probably nothing more absurd than this. Who exactly was this Xiao Chun? Why did he kidnap the holy daughter for no reason? Senior Bai, this matter happened in the treasure master's residence. Yi Ling is willing to bear full responsibility. I will definitely bring the holy daughter back unharmed within 3 days. Yi Ling was rather magnanimous. His words contained strong confidence. Aunt Bai thought of some possibilities. Then she said indifferently, I am very clear on what kind of person your grandfather is. I can also completely trust the treasure master's residence's faction in the 10,000 treasure sea market. However, I hope that you do not need to make a move on this matter. The lunar palace will not vent their anger on others. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Bai's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Yi Ling entered deep thought. The lunar palace's holy daughter had been searching for doctors for the past few years. This time, when she came to the 10,000 treasure sea market, she had visited several grandmaster alchemists. His own medical skills were already unparalleled in the world, yet he still needed to find a doctor. This had always been an unsolved mystery. Now that he was mysteriously kidnapped, Aunt Bai's attitude was so vague. It really made people curious. However, since the other party had spoken, it was naturally not good for him to interfere. However, he still had to figure out Mo Yun's identity. Since when did such a person appear in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Chun had no idea at all. He made up his mind to expose Mo Yun's identity. Chu Yang's expression wavered. He felt that he could not see through this person. Aside from the white robes, he could not find any connection between Mo Yun and Xiao Chun. However, his intuition told him that this person was most likely the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. He was the one who beat up Fu Hongyao and nearly disfigured him. At this moment, Xiao Chun needed to get to the bottom of this. Even if he used all the power of an immortal holy land, he had to figure out this person's identity. The others left quietly. Great waves of fear surged in their hearts. They were destined not to sleep tonight. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet appeared, and the Holy Daughter was kidnapped. Furthermore, not long ago, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, instantly killed one of the 8 blue-robed emperors. The heavenly starry ocean, which had been peaceful for a long time, felt like a storm was brewing as the hero gathering was about to begin. On the other side, Xiao Chun carried Yu Bingyun, whose cultivation was suppressed, and rushed away. After he left 10,000 Treasure City, he immediately unfurled the freedom wings and flashed into the distance. One step took him 50 kilometers. After 10 breaths, he was already 500 kilometers away. Xiao Chun put away the freedom wings and calmly landed on the surface of the sea. Then he looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he put Yu Bingyun down. Sorry, I do not have any malicious intent. It is just that the expert beside Miss seems to be prejudiced against me, so I had no choice but to do this. Xiao Chun got straight to the point, once again expressing that he did not have any malicious intent and telling Yu Bingyun not to worry. Yu Bingyun was already angry in her heart. When she heard this, she became even angrier. Naturally, she could guess what Xiao Chen's purpose in carrying her away was. It was nothing more than the matter of 10 years of her lifespan. It would have been fine as long as they talked things over. However, this fellow did not know what was wrong with him. To think that he went through so much trouble, not hesitating to cause a huge commotion in the treasure master's residence, forcefully carrying her away, what was he thinking? I told Aunt Bai to pay more attention to him, fearing that something might happen to him. However, He misunderstood that I was prejudiced against him. Thinking of this, Yu Bingyun was so angry that she started laughing, feeling helpless. No matter what, she had finally achieved her purpose. She also had some things that she wanted to discuss with him alone. Yu Bingyun rested for a while before saying calmly, "I know what you want to say. However, I am powerless to do anything about it. Your cultivation of the physical body has taken a wrong turn. It is too harsh on the body, and the medicines for treating injuries have not kept up. Now, even if a divine doctor appeared, he would not be able to save you. Of course, if you can reach Emperor Wu's level within 5 years, reconstructing the golden body would not be a problem." To Yu Bingyun, the latter part of Xiao Chen's words was just nonsense. She could tell that the Mo Yun before her had an extraordinary background. He had already reached the initial stage of blue-robed emperor. It was practically impossible to break through the vast chasm between blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu within 5 years. Only during the ancient era, when the martial Dao was at its peak, did a small number of outstanding people have such accomplishments. Even the unrivaled Qing emperor of the later ancient era took 8 years to break through this stage. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and asked, "What will happen after 5 years?" "After 5 years, even if your lifespan is not up, you will lose the chance to advance to Emperor Wu's level. Your withered and aged physical body will no longer be able to reconstruct the golden body." "Do I really only have 5 years left?" Xiao Chen's heart sank. Clinging to his last hope, he said, "Your sex longevity art, it's useless. When you were carrying me earlier, I secretly took your pulse. I discovered that your physiological lifespan has been delayed by 10 years. You should have a divine body nourishing art on you." Yu Bingyun interrupted him, directly extinguishing his last hope. Yu Bingyun interrupted Xiao Chen's words, directly extinguishing his final hope. The effects of the longevity art are no different from the divine body nourishing art that you know. The situation is irreversible. You have already delayed it by 10 years. Even if you use the longevity art, it will not have any effect. Aside from advancing to martial emperor within 5 years, there was no other choice, which was equivalent to a dead end. Xiao Chen could not help smiling in disappointment. He was filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It looked like he was about to reach the peak and realize his grand ambitions. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach the peak, he met with such a great calamity. Along the way, he had fought countless strong enemies in the past 12 years. Encountering such a calamity made him feel very dissatisfied. In the current Kunlun realm, 10,000 years had passed in all directions. There had never been anyone who used only 5 years to cross the chasm between the heavens and the earth. Even the Qing Emperor took 8 years. Blue Dragon King, you have been unrivaled for half your life, filled with glory and fame. Your path has been filled with legends. What is there to be dissatisfied with? If you can accept it, as long as you scatter your cultivation and stop cultivating, you can live a peaceful life. Living for more than 100 years would not be a problem. Yu Bingyun's tone was calm and peaceful. "You guess my identity?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at this mysterious holy daughter, who he could not see clearly. "When you used the blue-robed emperor's cultivation to instantly suppress me, I already guessed it." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "The holy daughter's eyes are pretty good. Unfortunately, while you can guess my identity, you cannot guess my heart. I have defeated countless enemies in my life. No one can avoid defeat. How can I fall on myself? We will meet again in Bright Moon City 1 year from now. I will personally come to claim the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet." Yu Bingyun gaped slightly. How could he leave just like that? She still had something to ask. Whoosh, whoosh. Yu Bingyun looked around and saw a few figures flying over. She somewhat understood why Xiao Chen left. "Miss Bingyun, are you all right?" Chu Yang and Yi Ling, who arrived at nearly the same time, slowly landed on the surface of the sea. An expert with extremely strong auras stood behind each of them. Yu Bingyun took a quick look and knew that they were the blue-robed emperor's great perfection cultivation base. In the shortest time possible, the two of them summoned their strongest strength and rushed over as fast as they could. After the two sized up Yu Bingyun, they looked into the distance in the direction that Xiao Chun had fled in. Under the night sky, there was no one in the vast sea. "Unfortunately, we came too late and let that scoundrel escape." Chu Yang sighed softly, his eyes filled with heavy doubt. Yi Ling withdrew his gaze and whispered, "Holy daughter, you had best return quickly. This person still has companions. I wonder if the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea have gone far." Yu Bingyun found this strange. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea? Why are these fellows here? If not for this group of people suddenly appearing, Mo Yun would not have left 10,000 Treasure City so easily. Whoosh! Then, several figures flew over. It was Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others. They led the quasi-emperor guards they had hidden in the dark and charged over. After asking around, Hai Tian said through clenched teeth, "Miss Bingyun, after we return, we should immediately put up a notice to summon all the holy lands of the entire heavenly starry ocean to capture this person." Shangguan Yun and the others all agreed, saying that they had to kill this brat. At the banquet, Mo Yun had beaten these people into sorry states, turning them into a big joke. They wished that they could kill Xiao Chen now. Yu Bingyun thought for a while and said, "There's no need. Something went wrong with his cultivation, and he has only 10 years left to live. He only came to me to ask me about some things and did not have any intention of harming me. Furthermore, he has a deep relationship with my lunar palace. We can't be considered enemies. There was just a misunderstanding." Yi Ling's eyes lit up. He said, "Based on what the Holy Daughter means, you seem to know a lot about this Mo Yun?" Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Not only do I know a lot about him, but the few of you should also be familiar with him. He is the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed Xiao Chun, who swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent." The few of them immediately gaped, tongue-tied, unable to say anything. This news caught them somewhat off guard. However, since it came from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, it could not be wrong. Whoosh! A piercing light flashed, illuminating the night sky. Without saying anything, Chu Yang led the great perfection blue-robed emperor experts behind him in pursuit.